Chapter 1. The Transcendence Above the Women's Bathhouse. Her skin is truly immaculate. Such a figure, I wonder which lad will benefit from it in the future. Well, for now, I have the advantage. Haha. If only I could touch it with such a physique, those curves and that fullness, it must be incredibly springy. On the rooftop of the women's bathhouse in Konoha village, a boy of about 11 or 12 with delicate features was stealthily peering through a small hole, swallowing hard. His face flushed with excitement and thirst. Though Shen Ye appeared merely as a child, his understanding surpassed that of his peers, for he was a soul who had traversed from Earth. At the time of his transition, Shen Ye was already 18 with a mature mindset. Unexpectedly, while watching Naruto, he found himself transported to another world, falling directly onto the roof of the women's bathhouse. His body had transformed into that of a young child. Initially, Shen Ye had been cursing his luck, but upon witnessing scenes through the small hole that were unseen in the anime, he was overwhelmed with thrill. This transcendence was indeed worth it. The women in the bathhouse of the Naruto world maintained extraordinarily fine physiques, slender yet boasting alluring abdominal contours, lean yet well-defined, with skin possessing a remarkable elasticity. Simply gazing at them stirred a fervor within Shen Ye. Notably, there were several stunning kunoichi he had encountered in the anime. For instance, Hinata, Hyuga's mother, Hyuga Tsukuyami, Uchiha Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Makoto, and the pure and voluptuous Tsunade. Shen Ye had traversed into an earlier era, where these beauties were still in their youth. Especially Uchiha Makoto, who was of a similar age to the current Shen Ye, with a lowly appearance, a goddess-like visage, and smooth, translucent skin. As he was observing, suddenly, Uchiha Makoto sensed something, furrowing her brow as she glanced skyward. Upon looking up, a look of terror flashed across her lovely face, quickly followed by a deep blush as she hurriedly covered her somewhat modest chest, exclaiming in panic, "Ah, someone is peeping." At her words, the other women became alarmed, hastily covering their chests, their faces flushed, and they began to scream in distress. "What? Someone is spying? Who? Who is there lurking? Bastard! I will pluck out the eyes of the voyeur." Most of the women in the bathhouse were kunoichi. Upon hearing the commotion, many quickly wrapped themselves in towels, brimming with fury as they prepared to confront the peeping Tom. Meanwhile, the male bathhouse was also stirred by the ruckus from the women's side. The male ninjas were both astonished and enraged, feeling an intense jealousy. They had never laid eyes on the figures of those kunoichi. How dare another man behold them? Their hearts filled with an unsettling imbalance. What? How dare someone spy on the women's bathhouse? Damn it, my goddess is bathing in there. Such a scoundrel who has invaded the sanctity of our goddess must not be allowed to exist in this world. Let's go. We must hunt down that peeping rogue. The crowd in the men's bathhouse hastily donned their garments, eager to pursue Shen Ye. Alas, I've been discovered. Shen Ye's face turned pale with fright. If captured, it will be the end for him. But so high, I can't possibly descend. Shen Ye wore a look of desperation. The height of the roof was trivial for a ninja, but he was merely an ordinary person now. Without any special abilities, a leap from such a height would surely spell doom. What kind of absurd transmigration is this? Upon arriving, I'm already facing death? I might even be beaten to a pulp. Oh heavens, must you toy with me so? Shen Ye's face was a portrait of despair on the verge of tears. Beep. Transmigrator detected. The divine theft system has been successfully bound. The divine theft system? Do I finally possess a golden finger? Upon hearing this, Shen Ye's eyes sparkled with hope. System, quickly, whisk me away from this place, or I shall be beaten to death. Beep. This system can only assist the host and cannot perform actions on its own. Shen Ye, in a state of panic, asked, "What abilities can you grant me to help me escape this situation?" Beep. This system, the divine theft system, can bestow upon the host godlike thieving abilities, even allowing the theft of others' ninjutsu skills and bloodline limits. Wow, the ability to steal skills is incredible. I could truly thrive. Shen Ye was instantly invigorated. With the support of this system, how could he not dominate this world? Even the mightiest of deities would not intimidate him. Beep, a reminder to the host. Your abilities are currently limited. Capture abilities are restricted to physical contact with the target. The success probability for each attempt is 3, and the capture is random. After a successful capture, a cooldown period of 12 hours is required before another attempt can be made. Note, the success rate in daily capture attempts will increase as the host's abilities improve. Just as Shen Ye was reveling in excitement, the cold, clinical voice of the system interrupted him once more. In an instant, it felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over his head. Is this a joke? Unless I can capture some extraordinary ability, I'm doomed, and I must make physical contact? By then, when I have already been beaten to a pulp? Shen Ye's face displayed utter dismay. This system, having thrown him into a women's bathhouse to start with, now bestowed upon him such a feeble ability. Was it not a cruel twist of fate? Beep. The system has been bound. The host must seek their own path to survival. Should the host perish, this system will seek a new host. Shen Ye's expression darkened. This system was merciless. Yet, since he had already transmigrated and circumstances had unfolded in this manner, he must remain composed. After all, he was a promising youth of the 20th century. He could not be defeated by such trivial challenges. Stay calm. I must remain calm. Shen Ye reminded himself internally. Just as he was contemplating, numerous ninjas had already approached. The ninjas, each wielding shurikens and other lethal weapons, cast a cold gaze upon Shen Ye. Calm down, my foot. We're all going to die. Tears nearly welled up in Shen Ye's eyes as he felt compelled to kneel and bow before these individuals. They were far more terrifying than any ruffians on earth. You bastard. It was this kid who was peeping. At such a young age, learning such vile behavior. This wretched child cannot be allowed to grow up. We must end him here. Otherwise, he will continue to engage in such despicable acts. Our goddess will be exposed to his prying eyes. The crowd glared at Shen Ye with frigid intensity, their voices dripping with malice. Silence. At that moment, the pure and upright Tsunade stepped forward. Though merely 19, Tsunade had already risen to the rank of elite jonin and had even been bestowed with the title of legendary 3 ninjas. Coupled with her heritage from the Senju clan, her mere presence commanded attention, and all fell silent. Was it you who was peeping? Tsunade emerged, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Shen Ye. Chapter 2. Jiraiya takes the blame. Tsunade clenched her fists, the veins on her arms bulging with tension. Were it not for the fact that he was merely a child, her temper would have compelled her to strike him immediately. Yes, Lady Tsunade. It was this useless brat who was spying. I suggest we blind him and cripple his legs. Otherwise, he will surely offend again. Suddenly, a male ninja around 15 or 16 spoke coldly. Shen Ye quickly recognized a familiar face. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's crimson eyes bore down on Shen Ye, his anger reaching a boiling point. In the women's bathhouse was the woman he coveted, Uchiha Mikoto. If this boy had indeed been peeping, then Mikoto would undoubtedly have been violated by his gaze. This boy must be dealt with to alleviate Fugaku's pent-up fury. This guy is truly malicious. He'll remember you. Shen Ye glared fiercely at Uchiha Fugaku, thinking to himself, once I grow stronger, I will definitely teach you a lesson and win over your woman, Mikoto, as my girlfriend. Is it you? Tsunade inquired once more, her tone now more severe. Her reluctance to harm a child did not imply she was incapable of doing so. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ye suddenly feigned innocence and panic, diving into Tsunade's soft embrace. His face nestled against her generous bosom, while he pretended to sob. Uncontrollably, sister, I don't know anything. I truly know nothing. Shen Ye acted like a child, trying to appear adorable. After all, he was indeed just a child. In that moment of life and death, he recalled the advantage of his youthful age. He was merely an 11-year-old boy, and a completely ordinary one at that. Tsunade was taken aback by Shen Ye's sudden display. She had intended to push him away, but then she was reminded of her sacrificed brother. If my younger brother were still around, he would likely be of this age, wouldn't he? Tsunade's heart suddenly softened. After all, this was merely a child, appearing to be only 11 years old. What could he possibly comprehend? Surely, he was not the one spying. The chakra within him is minimal. He is not a ninja. By his own means, he should not have been able to ascend here. That I believe it is not him, Tsunade explained to the female ninjas around her. Sisters, I truly did not commit any wrongdoing. Shen Ye feigned a pitiful demeanor as he spoke. At 11 years of age, Shen Ye possessed a pair of deep, dark eyes that exuded innocence, further accentuated by his flawless visage. The female ninjas were instantly overwhelmed by maternal affection, unable to reprimand him, and chose instead to place their trust in Shen Ye. All right. Sisters believe you, it's all fine. Rest assured, we will definitely find the true villain. Do not fear. The beautiful female ninjas comforted Shen Ye, who was enveloped by their kindness, unabashedly enjoying the attention. With such a youthful form, it was indeed quite delightful. However, the male ninjas nearby were far from convinced. After all, they were men. Who did he think he was fooling? As if no one had experienced 11 years of age. Moreover, even if he knew nothing, he certainly had seen something. Once one is seen, it is utterly unacceptable. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned grim as he stepped forward, stating, Lady Tsunade, We cannot place our trust in this fellow. If he were not spying, how could he have been on the roof? Furthermore, there is a small hole up there. I am certain he was peeping. He must be dealt with. Tsunade furrowed her brow and glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Do not frighten the child, let me inquire." As she spoke, she crouched down, gazing tenderly at Shen Ye, her smile warm as she asked, "Little brother, could you tell your sister who brought you up here?" She believed that by identifying the person who had brought Shen Ye up, they could uncover the true voyeur. Tsunade pondered this matter seriously, while Shen Ye's gaze was captivated by the deep ravines before him. This individual was rather ample, strikingly fair, and quite voluptuous. Shen Ye's eyes nearly popped out, but to avoid revealing himself, he forced his gaze away, looking at Tsunade with an innocent expression. After some contemplation, he replied, "It was an older brother with white hair, dressed in a blue robe and a red vest. He brought me up here, claiming he had something wonderful to show me, but warned me not to tell anyone he had come. Just as I was about to see, he suddenly vanished, and then you all arrived. White hair, blue robe, and red vest." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face darkened instantly. That description could only belong to Jiraiya. She knew full well that such lewd behavior was precisely what Jiraiya was capable of. Moreover, this was a frequent occurrence for him. Naturally, Shen Ye understood that by saying this, the blame would surely fall upon Jiraiya. This was, after all, his intention, since Jiraiya had already indulged in peeping numerous times. Attributing this incident to him would not matter much. At worst, once he became stronger, he could shield Jiraiya a little more as compensation. In the depths of the night, Shen Ye stifled a laugh, masking his amusement with a thought of timidity as he gazed at Tsunade with his dark, innocent eyes. "Sister, did I say something wrong? It seems I inadvertently revealed my brother's presence." Tsunade gently stroked Shen Ye's head, her voice soothing. "Do not be afraid, you are not at fault. The one to blame is that old scoundrel Jiraiya." As she spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. "I shall make him pay for this." Her delicate fists cracked ominously, fury boiling within her. That rogue Jiraiya had the audacity to use a child as a shield. Such behavior was simply inhumane. When she finally confronted Jiraiya, she vowed to break 5 of his ribs. The other women around her were equally incensed. And oh wonder, I thought to myself, how could a mere child be a voyeur? So it was Jiraiya? That rascal peeks at us every time. Even if he is one of the legendary 3, he cannot act so recklessly. He nearly caused us to wrongfully accuse this little brother. Little brother, I apologize for frightening you. Do not worry. Sister will give you a kiss." The female ninjas, now convinced by Shen Ye's words, vehemently denounced Jiraiya while simultaneously comforting him. Amidst the crowd of women, Shen Ye, taking advantage of his youth, shamelessly enjoyed the attention. Simultaneously, he clandestinely activated his divine theft, seeking to capture Tsunade's skills. Yet, he felt no urgency. After all, he was still a child. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead. This adventure has certainly paid off. Shen Ye felt an overwhelming surge of joy, his heart brimming with delight. Indulging in such pleasures while growing stronger was a perfect combination. However, the male ninjas, witnessing Shen Ye being surrounded and comforted by Tsunade and her numerous female companions, seethed with jealousy, gritting their teeth in frustration. Tsunade, radiant and youthful, possessed formidable strength. Countless admirers coveted her. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Shen Ye who had seized the advantage. Moreover, each of the beautiful female ninjas, fair and enchanting, had also been unwittingly drawn into his charms. Chapter 3. Residing at Tsunade's home. "Little brother, what is your name? Whose child are you? I shall escort you home." Tsunade knelt down, gazing tenderly into Shen Ye's eyes. "My name is Shen Ye, but I have no home. My parents are missing." He feigned a pitiable expression. "No home? This child is quite remarkable. How could he lack a family? In these tumultuous times of war, many suffer and lose their loved ones. There are countless without a home. Alas, this child is truly unfortunate." The gathering of female ninjas sighed collectively, gazing compassionately at the young Shen Ye. Tsunade, observing Shen Ye, felt a pang in her heart, as if pricked by a thorn. Didn't she, too, find herself without a home? Ever since her family, her beloved, and her brother had perished, she had been bereft of a place to belong. "Then come stay with me. Dear brother, I happen to have some space available," Tsunade suddenly declared. She felt that this child was akin to her younger brother, and thus she had an obligation to provide him shelter. I will stay at my sister's place." Shen Ye initially displayed excitement, but soon feigned an understanding demeanor, saying, "That might not be appropriate. It could trouble my sister. Perhaps I should not go." "No, you must reside with your sister," Tsunade said earnestly. "I will clarify your situation with Lord Hokage." If you wish, you may even attend the Ninja Academy. Really? I can go to school? Shen Ye pretended to be overjoyed. In truth, he merely sought an excuse to stay at Tsunade's home. At present, he was indeed without support. If he did not find a place to stay, he would be left to wander the streets. Indeed, Tsunade replied with a smile, ruffling Shen Ye's hair. All right then, I shall stay at my sister's house. Shen Ye nodded happily. Tsunade addressed the others. You may all disperse now that I will take this little brother to register with Lord Hokage, and I will ensure that Jiraiya receives his due lesson. Very well, Lady Tsunade. When we encounter Lord Jiraiya, we shall teach him a lesson he won't forget. We must not allow this younger brother to suffer injustice, declared the lovely and spirited Kunoichi, clenching her delicate fist with righteous fervor. With that, Tsunade knelt down and embraced Shen Ye, saying, Do not be afraid, little brother. I shall take you down with me. Yes, I am not afraid. In the depths of Shen Ye's heart, joy surged forth. With Tsunade embracing him, what was there to fear? Clutching Tsunade's slender waist, Shen Ye silently activated his divine pilfering skills. Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin, would be an exquisite prize. If he could acquire her divine techniques, it would be a delightful triumph. Feeling Shen Ye pressed closely against her, Tsunade's lovely face blushed ever so slightly, but recognizing him as merely a child, she dismissed any deeper thoughts. With Shen Ye in her arms, she gracefully descended to the ground. Let us proceed to meet Lord Hokage, she said, taking Shen Ye's small hand as they made their way to the third Hokage. There, Tsunade expressed her intention to adopt Shen Ye. The third Hokage, noticing Shen Ye's charming appearance and after a thorough inspection confirming that he was indeed an ordinary child, not a spy sent by the Empire, granted Tsunade's request. Furthermore, he permitted Shen Ye to enroll as a transfer student at the Ninja Academy. Afterward, Tsunade took Shen Ye home, and they settled in for the night. At dawn, Shen Ye stretched languidly and yawned, awakening refreshed and invigorated. What a delightful feeling. Shen Ye rubbed his eyes. Throughout the night, he had slept embraced by Tsunade. Not only warm, but also delightfully soft and fragrant. Huh? It seems my body has undergone a transformation. Shen Ye suddenly sensed something. When he traversed here yesterday, he felt his body was still quite frail, yet today, he clearly felt a remarkable increase in strength. Within him, there resided an inexplicable power, seemingly recalling something. Shen Ye hastily inquired in his mind, System, did I acquire a skill last night? While he slept, he had maintained contact with Tsunade, and naturally, the skill of stealth was activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. Last night, you successfully acquired the skill of Tsunade, superhuman strength. Stealth cooldown remaining, 3 hours. Superhuman strength. Splendid. Shen Ye felt a surge of excitement. This skill was impeccably suited to his current situation, given that he had not undergone any training and possessed a meager amount of chakra. The possibility of acquiring another skill that he might be unable to wield was a genuine concern. However, this immense strength fell within the realm of physical techniques, requiring minimal chakra expenditure, making it an exceedingly advantageous choice. Shen Ye, are you awake? Quickly freshen up. We are going out for a meal. Afterward, you still need to report to the Ninja Academy today. Tsunade suddenly entered the room, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. All right. Shen Ye promptly arose and, after completing his morning routine, followed Tsunade to Ichiraku, where he savored a steaming bowl of ramen. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Shen Ye ventured alone to report to the Ninja Academy. Arriving quite early, he found that the instructors of his class had yet to arrive. As Shen Ye stepped into the room, a myriad of unfriendly gazes were cast upon him. I heard that this newcomer was caught peering into the women's bathhouse yesterday. What? This fellow is utterly shameless. Indeed, I have heard that my goddess, Hinata Tsukiyomi, was bathing there and fell victim to this scoundrel's lecherous gaze. My goddess, Makoto, was similarly objectified by this knave. Even Princess Tsunade was not spared, having been thoroughly observed by this rascal. I have already received an order from Boss Fujitake to teach this brat a lesson. Should anything go awry, he will take responsibility. He is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and surely will not face punishment. Moreover, I have been informed that this fellow is nothing but a waste. Possessing no ninjutsu skills and lacking chakra, it will be quite easy to discipline him. The boys whispered among themselves, making no effort to conceal their disdain from Shen Ye, even intentionally speaking so he could overhear. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, utterly disregarding this group of youngsters. The individuals from the Ninja Academy were hardly worthy of consideration, not even qualifying as genin. Now endowed with extraordinary strength, he had no reason to fear such insignificant children. Shen Ye surveyed his surroundings and noticed Mikoto Uchiha sitting alone in a small corner, gazing at him intently. A faint smile graced his lips as he strode confidently towards her. "What brings you here?" Mikoto asked, a hint of shyness and trepidation coloring her voice. As a petite young girl, she was notably shorter than Shen Ye, and his approach made her a bit flustered. "Do not be afraid, little one. I merely seek a place to sit. I am Shen Ye. And what is your name?" Shen Ye beamed at her with a warm smile. Upon witnessing Shen Ye's amiable demeanor, Mikoto felt reassured and softly replied, "I am Mikoto Uchiha. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Mikoto? What a lovely name." Shen Ye's eyes twinkled as he smiled and said, "I have heard that you are the genius of the class. It would be wonderful if you could look after me. I currently do not possess any ninjutsu skills. Would you be willing to teach me when the time comes?" Upon witnessing Shen Ye's earnest expression, Mei Qin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of declining his request and nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to utter a response, a few boys approached, casting unfriendly glances at Shen Ye. "Hey kid, scram. This is not a place for you to sit." Chapter 4. Do not block the way. "What? Is this your spot?" In the midst of a conversation with the young girl Mikoto, Shen Ye found himself slightly irked by the sudden arrival of several boys. These rascals dared to disrupt his romantic pursuit. "What do you mean it's South not your place?" one of them arrogantly retorted. "Then why are you making such a fuss? If you're uncomfortable, why not just take yourself somewhere more suitable?" Shen Ye waved his hand in dissatisfaction, as if dismissing refuse. The group of boys immediately grew even angrier. How dare this insignificant brat disregard them? After all, they had spent a considerable amount of time training as aspiring genin at the Ninja Academy, while Shen Ye, who had not attended a single day of classes, had the audacity to speak to them in such a manner. "You little brat, it seems you were seeking a fight," one of them exclaimed. His brows furrowed and fists clenched, ready to strike. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. Should the opponent take action, he would not hold back. Just then, the classroom door swung open. A man clad in the attire of a chunin, exuding a friendly demeanor, entered and announced, "All right, class is in session. Please return to your seats and cease the commotion." This man was none other than the teacher of the class, Kakashi Umino, also the father of Irika Umino. "Mr. Umino?" The boy reluctantly lowered his fists and shot a cold glare at Shen Ye. "Consider yourself fortunate. However, let me warn you. This Miss Mikoto is the fiancée of our boss, Fugaku Uchiha. They are to be wed in the future. You, an insignificant nobody, dare to harbor feelings for our sister-in-law? You are doomed." With that, the group of boys glared at Shen Ye before obediently returning to their desks. Shen Ye nonchalantly curled his lips. Were it not for the fact that Mikoto was the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, he would not have been remotely interested. After all, that fellow had been so malicious yesterday, even contemplating the removal of his eyes. "Shen Ye, you've arrived." Hate glanced over and immediately recognized Shen Ye. Having received news from the third Hokage, he offered a faint smile and beckoned, "Shen Ye, come here for a moment." "Certainly, Teacher Hate." Shen Ye nodded obediently and walked over. "Allow me to introduce our new classmate, Shen Ye. However, he currently lacks any knowledge of ninjutsu and has never attended a day at the Ninja Academy. So I trust everyone will extend their utmost care and guidance to him. Understood?" With a warm smile, Kei spoke to the class. "Rest assured, teacher, we shall certainly look after this new student." A few boys cast menacing glances at Shen Ye, deliberately emphasizing the phrase "look after." Shen Ye paid no heed and, upon returning to his seat, Kaya began his lesson. The topics covered were the fundamental knowledge of ninjas, including reconnaissance, secret codes, and basic chakra applications. These were the primary subjects taught at the Ninja Academy. To accommodate Shen Ye, Kaya frequently inquired if he understood, and if not, he would elaborate in detail. Nevertheless, Shen Ye remained utterly bewildered. Being an outsider in this world, much of what was conveyed was incomprehensible to him. Never mind, since I can absorb other skills. What use do I have for this rudimentary knowledge? Power is paramount. Deciding against listening any further, Shen Ye simply laid his head on the desk. "What is the matter? Are you not listening?" Mei-chin asked, glancing at Shen Ye. "I can't understand, and I have no desire to listen." Shen Ye sighed, and suddenly, with a twinkle in his eye, turned to Mei-chin with a smile and said, "Mei-chin, why don't you teach me?" Mei-chin blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy, and replied, "I'm afraid I won't be able to teach you well." "No worries, I have faith in you, Mei-chin." Shen Ye broke into a smile. Mikoto gazed at Shen Ye for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, she grasped these concepts with a single listening, having already learned quite a bit at home. Currently, her presence at the Ninja Academy was merely to await graduation. Thus, Mikoto patiently began her instruction. Under the guise of seeking guidance from Mikoto, Shen Ye clandestinely brushed against her, eagerly awaiting the cooldown of his stealth ability. If he could acquire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, it would be utterly exhilarating. However, reality proved that his current strength was insufficient, rendering the likelihood of success dismally low. Throughout the lesson, he failed to steal any abilities. Yet he certainly took ample liberties with Mikoto, causing her to blush profusely, her shyness palpable. Nearby, the boys watched with ire, their eyes aflame with indignation. This scoundrel was nothing short of a rogue. Were it not for Fugaku, who had already ascended to the rank of Nin, they would have undoubtedly dealt with him more harshly, for he would have already met his demise. Once school was dismissed, they planned to teach him a lesson he would not forget. The boys discussed their intentions with fervor. By the end of the day, under Mikoto's diligent tutelage, Shen Ye had grasped some aspects of the ninja world, such as chakra control, which was not entirely without merit. At the very least, it would allow him to wield his extraordinary strength more effectively. Thank you, Mikoto, Shen Ye expressed from the depths of his heart. No need for thanks, Mikoto replied. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she smiled gently. I'll see you tomorrow. Shen Ye waved at Mikoto and exited the ninja school. He felt in eager anticipation to find a suitable place to practice controlling his chakra and to unleash his extraordinary strength, curious to discover just how powerful he could become. Hey kid, halt. Not long after he had set off, a group of boys called out to Shen Ye with menacing intent. What do you want? Shen Ye came to a halt. What do you want? You have offended my sister Mikoto. You shall not leave today. The group of boys glared at Shen Ye, poised to strike. Get lost. Do not obstruct my path, or I shall show no mercy. Shen Ye expressed his displeasure, remarking that he could hardly be bothered with these mere children. After all, if he were to misjudge his strength, he could inadvertently render one of them severely injured or worse. What did you say? Are you being rude to us? The group of boys burst into laughter upon hearing this. This newcomer had just arrived at the school and likely had no understanding of how to control chakra. Even if he did, he would be utterly inept at ninjutsu and taijutsu. How dare he think he could be disrespectful towards them? Listen, I'm not trying to boast, but I could stand right here and allow you to strike me. If you manage to hurt me, I will not only let you go, but will also call you father. One of the boys, taller than Shen Ye by a head, looked down at him with disdain. He had been enrolled in the ninja academy the longest and had trained alongside Fuya, thus possessing considerable abilities. To him, Shen Ye, having never attended a ninja school, was akin to an infant. Not only would a single punch from Shen Ye fail to harm him, but even 10 punches would leave him entirely unscathed. Hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't help but chuckle. He raised an eyebrow and gazed at the young man, saying, Are you truly speaking the truth? Chapter 5 I have not seen your birthmark, declared Miyamoto Izumi with unwavering conviction. The tall, slender boy spoke with an air of arrogance. Get lost. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye broke into a grin and with a swift motion, unleashed a resounding slap. Miyamoto Izumi, brimming with confidence, stood tall and unyielding, unwilling to evade the impending blow. Just a moment prior, he exuded an air of invincibility, yet in the blink of an eye, his expression contorted in agony. Before he could even utter a cry of distress, his body was propelled through the air with astonishing force. With a resounding thud, he collided against a nearby tree, coming to a halt only after spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this be possible? Blood trickling from his lips. Miyamoto Izumi was engulfed in disbelief, rendered nearly speechless. How could someone who had never attended a ninja academy possess such incredible strength? Alas, he had clearly underestimated his opponent's might. Shen Ye sighed softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Miyamoto Izumi Kara. I beg your pardon, my son. He particularly emphasized the word son. Upon hearing those two words, a wave of shame and humiliation surged through Miyamoto Izumi Kara, igniting a furious blaze within him. Bastard! All of you, come at him together and make him pay. He roared in wrath. Shen Ye furrowed his brows upon hearing this and remarked, Your son is not only untrustworthy, but also disrespectful to his father. Eliminate him. Miyamoto Izumi roared once more. Instantly, his companions charged menacingly towards Shen Ye. Those who do not wish to engage may step aside. The expression on Shen Ye's face turned icy as he stamped his foot onto the ground. Crack! A web of fissures emerged across the surface. The boys who had just moments ago contemplated confronting him suddenly drained of color. Had this fellow truly never attended a ninja academy? Did he possess no ninjutsu or taijutsu? Yet, how could he exhibit such extraordinary strength? One must understand that such formidable power was typically reserved for at least a genin level. And here they were, still ungraduated, let alone possessing the prowess of a genin. Those boys stood there, frozen, their legs trembling slightly. Begone! Shen Ye, in a fit of rage, scolded once more. The group of boys suddenly came to their senses, scrambling away in haste. Miyamoto Izumi, realizing he was left without allies, was equally terrified of Shen Ye. Both, nursing their wounds, hastily retreated. These scoundrels truly compel me to take action. Shen Ye disdainfully curled his lips. Engaging with such a feeble child, he found it necessary to hold back, which rendered the experience utterly unsatisfying. He resolved to seek a more formidable opponent. With this thought, he exerted force beneath his feet and effortlessly ascended the tree. Just as he prepared to leap away, a voice from behind nearly caused him to lose his balance and tumble from the branches. Shen Ye, huh, Makoto, what are you doing here? Shen Ye was taken aback and offered an awkward smile. He had previously confessed to this little girl that he possessed no skills whatsoever. Now, revealing his true abilities felt exceedingly embarrassing. You can perform martial arts? Mei-chin regarded Shen Ye with a somewhat peculiar expression. No. It's thanks to your instruction on chakra control today that I am capable of this. I owe it all to you, Shen Ye replied with a flattering grin. Though Mei-chin's gaze sent a chill down his spine. But I can also control chakra, yet I cannot shatter the ground with a single kick. Has your martial arts always been this impressive? Mei-chin insisted, her fists clenched tightly, her excitement palpable. Perhaps I am a prodigy in martial arts. Shen Ye scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, somewhat puzzled by her fervent reaction. It wasn't Jiraiya-sama who was peeping yesterday, but you, wasn't it? Mei-chin suddenly remarked, her charming face tinged with a hint of crimson. Huh? Upon hearing the news, Shen Ye was taken aback. What kind of reasoning does this little girl possess? Just because she displayed a modicum of strength, she deduced that I was eavesdropping yesterday? This individual would surely excel as a detective like Conan. No, it truly wasn't me. Shen Ye swiftly waved his hand, unwilling to admit the truth. I recognize your eyes. It was undoubtedly you who was peeking yesterday. Makoto, her cheeks flushed and brows furrowed, gazed at Shen Ye and said, you did not showcase your martial prowess yesterday, so I was uncertain it was you. However, the ease with which you leaped into the tree just now, it must have been you who ascended to the rooftop of the women's bathhouse yesterday. Are you concealing your true abilities? Who exactly are you? I assure you, I truly lacked such strength yesterday. The divine knight seems to be weeping. That young girl, Makoto, possesses an extraordinary pair of eyes. Even from the rooftop, she can recall his gaze. Nevertheless, he did not entirely speak untruths. Had he possessed that level of strength yesterday, he would have fled long ago. Why would he linger to be captured? What did you witness? Makoto inquired, her cheeks flushed. Did you see me? Where exactly did you see me? I did not. Shen Ye's forehead glistened with sweat as he hastily waved his hands, declaring, I truly did not see anything. That small red birthmark on your dairy, I did not notice it at all. I am completely unaware. Yet, it was evident that he had indeed seen it. Mei-chin's face instantly flushed a deeper crimson. Her large, dark eyes threatened to brim with tears. As a girl, she had been raised to believe that her body should never be exposed to the gaze of other boys. Yet now, Shen Ye had not only seen her, but had gazed upon such an intimate part of her. He had even discerned the birthmark on her behind. How could she possibly face the world again? Mei-chin's lips trembled, on the verge of tears. Oh no, she had inadvertently let it slip. Shen Ye was taken aback and hurriedly clarified. No, this was conveyed to me by Lord Jiraiya. I was so anxious just now that I inadvertently revealed the details. It was also due to the profound impression left by yesterday's scene that I instinctively spoke out. You are still lying, Makoto retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. I did not. Shen Ye, feeling powerless to argue, glanced at Makoto's expression, a mixture of anger and grievance, and, somewhat sheepishly, said, by the way, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Without daring to linger, Shen Ye pushed off forcefully from the tree trunk and, with a swift motion, darted into the distance. This was disastrous. Shen Ye sprinted with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. If this matter were to be divulged by Makoto, he would undoubtedly be doomed. At that point, not only would the Uchiha clan seek his demise, but even Tsunade might also be compelled to eliminate him. Could it be that I have just settled in Konoha, only to be forced to seek refuge elsewhere? The knight weeps in sorrow. In this era, aside from the relative safety of Konoha, other places are fraught with peril, with only his extraordinary strength at his disposal. Venturing beyond the village would be akin to stepping into a labyrinth. Yet, he cannot resort to silencing Mikoto permanently, for she possesses an undeniable beauty that captivates him. He even harbors intentions of winning her heart and making her his wife. Oh, what to do? Shen Ye wore a distressed expression as he ran, pondering how to address the situation at hand. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Chapter 6. The Shadows of the Timber Industry. Shen Ye furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat perplexed. Just as he was about to escape the awkward situation of being discovered by Mei Qin, he encountered this unexpected circumstance. Moreover, the voice sounded strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the little one who had screamed in the women's bathhouse that day. A thought flickered through his mind, prompting Shen Ye to resolve to investigate what was truly happening. Without hesitation, he set off with a light and brisk pace towards the source of the commotion. From a distance, he discerned two figures in a corner of the woods. One was a masked individual cornering a young girl, seemingly intent on nefarious deeds. How brazen! In broad daylight, where is the law? The masked figure, drawn by the sudden sound, turned to find it was merely a child of a few years. Where did this wild child come from? How infuriating! To think that this body could be so scorned by such a wretch, truly a shared plight with Conan. Shen Ye, filled with a sense of resignation, shook his head gently, his hands clasped behind his back as he let out a couple of soft sighs. At this moment, he remained uncertain about the capabilities of this individual. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Shen Ye resolved to observe the situation further, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Noticing the attire of his adversary, he surmised that they belonged to the Umbu of Konoha. How audacious to lay hands on a girl from the same village. Did they not fear the repercussions from the Hokage? Repercussions for me? As long as I ensure that both of your lives are extinguished here, who would ever know it was I who committed the act? It appeared that this Umbu operative had thoroughly prepared for confrontation, leaving no trace of evidence behind. However, since Shen Ye had stumbled upon this affair, the inevitable outcome would be one of heroism, saving the damsel in distress. Otherwise, his journey into this world would be in vain. Were it not for his currently limited abilities, Shen Ye would have unhesitatingly struck this individual aside. The Umbu operative clearly underestimated Shen Ye, casually waving a hand to cast a binding jutsu that firmly ensnared the young girl before preparing to rise. As the masked man gradually stood, Shen Ye finally beheld the girl as visage, a naturally exquisite face adorned with a pair of pale, ghostly eyes. She was none other than the mother of the stunning Hinata. It was no wonder that Hinata possessed such beauty. In the depths of his heart, Shen Ye silently murmured, yet at that moment, the masked man was poised to launch an assault. A visible surge of chakra erupted around his form, saturating the air with a palpable tension. Concealed in the shadows, Hinata Tsukihoshi fixed her gaze intently on Shen Ye. She had recognized his identity as the very individual who had spied on everyone bathing from the rooftop that day. However, she could not fathom why this lecherous figure would choose to reveal himself at such a moment. Die, you wretched brat! The masked man shouted, his heart brimming with disdain for Shen Ye. He regarded him as merely a child, unworthy of unleashing his full power. A single shuriken would suffice to subdue him. With a swift whoosh, two shurikens sliced through the air towards their target. The corner of Shen Ye's mouth curled upwards ever so slightly. In truth, the moment this masked individual rose to his feet, he had already devised a countermeasure. Regardless of who it may be, anyone would inevitably let down their guard in the presence of his diminutive form, and this presented the perfect opportunity for retaliation. Unleash the formidable power. Shen Ye clenched his fists, channeling all his strength into a formidable strike aimed at the shuriken suspended in the air. A thunderous sound reverberated through the atmosphere, akin to a sonic boom, echoing in the ears of the masked assailant. I never expected you to possess such capabilities. Consider yourselves fortunate to escape today. But your luck shall not hold next time. After delivering this ominous warning, the masked figure swiftly fled the scene. Shen Ye let out a cold snort and leaped to the side of Hinata Ueshing, pulling her to her feet. Shen Ye glanced at his own fists, inwardly marveling at the natural strength bestowed upon him by Tsunade. Are you injured? He inquired. I am unscathed. However, I must ask, how did you unexpectedly arrive here? If my memory serves me right, you were with Mikoto. Shen Ye awkwardly scratched his head, determined to keep the recent unpleasantness with Mikoto from Hinata Tsukihoshi. Although Tsukihoshi was still young, she possessed a perceptive gaze capable of discerning the subtleties of matters, and she likely had some inkling of the situation. Indeed, why had that individual barred your path? Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a ninja from our village, Konoha. Hinata Tsukihoshi could not deny this and nodded. That person was indeed a member of the village, and his identity and status were far from ordinary. He belonged to the village's Umbu, a clandestine organization shrouded in mystery, often associated with some exceedingly avaricious individuals. Given this context, I can surmise his intentions. As he spoke, Shen Ye gradually shifted his gaze to meet the white eyes of Hinata Tsukuhoshi. Their eyes locked, and a searing sensation flooded Tsukihoshi's mind, prompting her to instinctively avert her gaze. Shen Ye chuckled softly, shaking his head without uttering much. As he scrutinized Hinata Tsukuhoshi from head to toe, a myriad of memories flooded his mind. At this moment, she was a 14-year-old kunoichi, ranking among the least talented in her family when it came to training. Nevertheless, within the confines of the ninja academy, Hinata Tsukuhoshi still managed to uphold the title of a skilled practitioner. What? Has he not yet had his fill of her? Shen Ye was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden words of Hinata Tsukuhoshi. With a wave of her hand, Hinata shook her head. I am merely curious as to how your strength has surged so dramatically. After all, not long ago, you were but a frail child. To be frank, I can only employ this technique once for a limited duration, Shen Ye replied. Hinata nodded, for through the ability of her Byakugan, she could perceive Shen Ye's current state, including the reservoir of chakra and the pathways of her body. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Had you not appeared so unexpectedly, that wretched individual might have succeeded. Seemingly attuned to Shen Ye's thoughts, Hinata took a step closer, positioning herself beside her. Their gazes met once more, and this time, Shen Ye found herself at a loss for words. Why have you suddenly come closer? She stammered. Tell me, were you the one spying on me from the rooftop that day? There was an undeniable intensity in Hinata's gaze as she fixed her eyes unwaveringly on Shen Ye. Under such scrutiny and proximity, Shen Ye's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She had never imagined that Hinata was aware of this incident. For a moment, Shen Ye was rendered speechless. There is no need for you to fabricate stories. My eyes are even more perceptive than Mikoto's. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was certain it was you. Chapter 7. Reporting to the Hokage, Shen Ye awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that he had no means to refute the situation. After all, the extraordinary ocular techniques found throughout the ninja world had all fortuitously manifested in Konoha, and he had encountered them successively. In truth, he harbored an unspoken dilemma. He did not genuinely intend to invade their privacy. Uchiha cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ye, recognizing that this was an unforgivable act, yet at that moment, she could not summon any resentment towards him in her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, this fellow had just rescued her, and by both sentiment and reason, she felt compelled to safeguard his secret. Observing Uchiha's expression, Shen Ye grew increasingly embarrassed, and he became aware that his face had flushed slightly. Why are you suddenly blushing? Rest assured, I will not expose you, he reassured her. We should depart swiftly. If that fellow realizes what has transpired, we will face dire consequences. Uchiha nodded in agreement, understanding that lingering here was not a viable strategy, and matters concerning the Umbu must be reported to Lord Hokage. Shen Ye, concerned that Uchiha might feel frightened due to the recent events, gently grasped her hand. Startled by the sudden sensation, Uchiha hesitated for a moment, but did not withdraw from Shen Ye's grasp. As they meandered through the forest, Uchiha's attitude towards Shen Ye gradually transformed, no matter how one perceived it. She could not equate him with the voyeuristic figure from before. Deep down, she wished that the individual from that day had been Jiraiya instead. Before long, Shen Ye and Uchiha entered the village, leaping directly toward the Hokage's office without hesitation. From a distance, Tsunade spotted the duo. How could they possibly be holding hands? I must follow them to uncover the truth. Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she stealthily trailed behind Shen Ye, too immersed in their own world. Shen Ye and Uchiha remained oblivious to Tsunade's close pursuit. Shen Ye, Uchiha? How could you two be together? The sudden voice from the left startled Uchiha, prompting her to quickly release Shen Ye's hand. Shen Ye awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to alleviate the embarrassment, and turned to discover that it was none other than the third Hokage. Honorable third Hokage, we have significant matters to report to you. Yet we did not anticipate finding you here. Oh, pray, enlighten me as to what has transpired, the third Hokage replied, taking a puff from his pipe. In his mind, he did not regard these two youngsters as possessing information of great importance, considering they were still pupils at the Ninja Academy. Shen Ye let out a long sigh, raising his gaze to the moon and stars above. Tsunade, who had been trailing behind the two, sensed that something was amiss and quickened her pace to join Shen Ye's side. Just outside the village, Moonstar had been ambushed by members of the village's Umbu. who sought to seize her Byakugan for themselves. Tsunade furrowed her brow, taken aback by the news she had just received upon her arrival. She glanced up at the third Hokage, only to find his expression inscrutable, as though he had anticipated such an occurrence. I am already aware of this matter. You three should return for now. I will handle it, he stated, turning away towards his office, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure receded into the distance, Shen Ye frowned. He had always known Sarutobi to be dedicated to the village. Yet he also recognized the man's selfishness in his approach. I cannot trust that this old man will manage it properly. We must seek out Danzo. Shen Ye led Tsunade and Uchiha towards the direction of the Umbu, entirely unconcerned about what might unfold next. Tsunade and Uchiha exchanged glances, believing that Shen Ye's approach was somewhat abrupt. Only the third Hokage could handle such matters with finesse. I have a premonition that we shall encounter the esteemed third Hokage there. That old fellow might already be in his office, eager to observe the unfolding drama. After all, the Umbu is of paramount importance to the village, and he would not be so foolish as to offend us. Uchiha furrowed her brow. Shen Ye's words held some merit. The Umbu is an organization that escapes the direct control of the Hokage while still serving the village. Yet here we are, the three of us restless youngsters, eager to witness the events firsthand. Ah, esteemed third Hokage, you are here as well. I have already spread the news of the rogue ninja within the Umbu throughout the village. Those who would turn against their fellow villagers are, without a doubt, unforgivable in my eyes. Shen Ye nodded thoughtfully, and the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed in his mind. He was no longer the cold, unyielding protector of the village. At that moment, Danzo, who had been overseeing the Umbu, suddenly emerged, striding forward to meet Sarutobi's gaze. The air was thick with tension, and Shen Ye felt a palpable pressure rising around him. On what grounds do you presume that a traitor lurks among my Umbu members? Based solely on the words of these two children? The third Hokage chuckled softly, channeling chakra to envelop Shen Ye and Tsukiyomi, alleviating their burdens. There's no need for such commotion. You are frightening the children. Danzo turned his gaze sharply towards Shen Ye, his eyes fixated intently upon him. It must be this boy who has brought the enemy into the village. Nothing occurred until his arrival. How absurd, Shen Ye retorted. He is merely a child. How could he possibly usher enemies into the village? Hearing of the incident involving Tsukiyomi, Tsunade had been concerned for Shen Ye's safety, and now, faced with Danzo's slander, her ire surged. Meanwhile, the third Hokage maintained a serene smile, stepping calmly between Shen Ye and Danzo. Since I have granted this child permission to reside in the village, I shall harbor no doubts about him. Moreover, he has just saved the princess of the Hyuga clan. Tsukiyomi nodded vigorously, stepping forward. At this moment, she might be the only one capable of vouching for Shen Ye's innocence. I bear witness. Shen Ye nearly got hurt while saving me. And that man has already admitted to being a member of the village's Umbu. In an instant, Danzo found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had already formed a conclusion in his heart, yet he was unwilling to be bested by a mere child. The corner of Shen Ye's mouth curled upward in a subtle smirk as he provocatively regarded Danzo. He was acutely aware that a confrontation with Danzo was inevitable. The outcome would hinge upon Danzo's capabilities. You insolent brat, there will come a day when I will crush you in the palm of my hand. Surrounded by numerous onlookers, Danzo could only harbor 1,000 resentful thoughts towards Shen Ye in silence. Chapter 8. The ruthless beating. With matters having been largely resolved, Shen Ye bid farewell to the third Hokage and prepared to return home. You youngsters need to exercise caution in the village. I have identified suitable personnel to handle the rogue ninja situation. I trust we shall see results soon. Let us go, Tsunade exclaimed, gathering Shen Ye into her embrace as they headed home, conveniently escorting Gitsuki to her doorstep. As he felt the warmth emanating from her grasp, Shen Ye sensed that all of this was worthwhile. The softness of Tsunade was something everyone yearned for, yet he could now experience it at will. Having grown accustomed to Shen Ye's little antics, Tsunade exhibited no sign of discomfort, openly accepting the sensation at her waist. This scene did not escape the keen gaze of Gitsuki, who, possessing the Byakugan, observed with clarity and could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Shen Ye. At the same time, she found it quite perplexing that Tsunade could tolerate Shen Ye's unruly behavior, yet upon reflection, she realized that in Tsunade's eyes, Shen Ye was merely a child. With his fair complexion, he was someone who would instantly captivate anyone who beheld him. What am I even thinking? He merely rescued me, Gitsuki chastised herself, shaking her head to dispel the odd thoughts. Gitsuki, we have arrived at your doorstep. Please remain vigilant. You are still in danger until the rogue ninja is apprehended. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I shall not allow that scoundrel to succeed a second time. Until we meet again. Shen Ye leaned against Tsunade's shoulder, waving his small hand, while Yuxing nodded and skipped into his home. The atmosphere here was filled with warmth and joy, yet upon returning to the Umbu, Danzo harbored a sense of unease. Despite Shen Ye being merely a child, he had already been placed on Danzo's blacklist, destined for elimination one day. Of course, Shen Ye remained blissfully unaware of this, feeling only the softness of his own hand and growing increasingly audacious in his actions. Tsunade furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent, attributing his behavior to the innocence of youth. At that moment, a frantic figure appeared before them. Tsunade focused her gaze and realized it was none other than Jiraiya. Hey, what urgent business drives you? You peeping Tom. Are you off to invade another women's bathhouse? Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Jiraiya halted, hastily waving his hands. Lord Third mentioned that rogue ninjas have appeared in the village and has dispatched me to apprehend them. I am on my way to gather more information. Tsunade pursed her lips, placing Shen Ye on the ground, and seized the opportunity to strike Jiraiya's face before he could prepare himself. A surge of strength erupted from Tsunade's fist, sending Jiraiya tumbling backward. After a few rolls, he looked up at Tsunade, confusion etched on his face. Cradling his slightly swollen cheek with his hands, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Why did you suddenly hit me? And you still have the audacity to ask what happened? Take this. Without further ado, Tsunade raised her fist once more and charged towards Jiraiya, the sound of clashing resonating incessantly in Shen Ye's ears. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Ye realized that this burden could only be borne by that fellow Jiraiya. After several rounds of bombardment, Jiraiya had transformed into a veritable pig's head. However, to Shen Ye, aside from a slight swelling on his face, Jiraiya seemed to be otherwise unscathed. Such minor injuries appeared trivial in comparison to his resilience. Now, having honed an impressive ability to withstand blows, Shen Ye found it rather unexciting. With a graceful departure, Tsunade clapped her hands and continued her journey homeward. Shen Ye glanced around, deciding to comfort the tender heart of Jiraiya, believing that this beating was, in some way, deserved. Brother Jiraiya, I have unwavering faith in your character. It must be that Sister Tsunade has made a mistake. A virtuous man like you would never stoop to such peeping. Indeed, he had been diligently crafting his romantic paradise at home, and even if he had indulged in a few furtive glances, Tsunade had not discovered his transgressions. Observing Jiraiya thoughtfully stroking his chin with confidence, Shen Ye suddenly felt that the recent thrashing was justified. Ding! Congratulations, host. Last night, you acquired Jiraiya's skill, Sage Mode. Remaining cooldown time, 3 hours. The system's voice unexpectedly echoed in Shen Ye's mind. Brother Jiraiya, you should head to the office alone. I have some matters to attend to. Farewell. Without further ado, Shen Ye dashed home. Being well-versed in the original text, he understood the immense power of Sage Mode, knowing that even his diminutive form could wield great potential. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was lock himself in his room, ignoring Tsunade's calls. What is that little rascal up to? Could it be that Jiraiya has sent him one of his little books? Sister Tsunade, you can have dinner by yourself. I have something of utmost importance to do. Shen Ye's voice echoed from the room, leaving Tsunade with no choice but to acquiesce. As she glanced at the food laid out on the table, Tsunade's appetite swiftly evaporated, and she slumped on the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. Inside the room, Shen Ye diligently practiced the chakra manipulation techniques that danced in his mind, as the scattered natural energy surged eagerly into his being. After several cycles, he wiped the sweat from his brow, marveling at the wonders of Sage Mode. Although he was not yet able to unleash Sage Mode like Jiraiya, he could continuously absorb its essence, thereby augmenting his chakra reserves. As the moon hung high in the sky, Shen Ye stretched his body before lying down on the bed, gradually closing his eyes. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. Shen Ye opened his bleary eyes to find a pair of clear, bright eyes merely centimeters from his own. Sister Tsunade, how did you suddenly appear at my bedside? I have been here for quite some time, watching you sleep peacefully. Reluctant to wake you, but I have school today. I'm almost out of time. Shen Ye sprang from his bed with a sudden jolt, disregarding even a morsel of breakfast as he hurriedly made his way towards the school. Throughout his journey, he was consumed by a singular concern, dreading that Mei Qin might expose his indiscretion of peering into the women's bathhouse to everyone. However, upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Shen Ye was relieved to find that his peers regarded him with a surprisingly amiable gaze, suggesting that the incident had not been revealed. Chapter 9. Seeking trouble, seizing the opportunity while the matter remained concealed, Shen Ye hastened to Meiqin's side, eager to offer an explanation. As he approached her step by step, Meiqin's face was etched with disdain, clearly uninterested in acknowledging him. Yet, surrounded by their classmates, she felt it inappropriate to articulate her feelings directly, opting instead to silently await Shen Ye's arrival. Regarding that day's incident of voyeurism, I still have some words I wish to share with you. In the face of undeniable truth, what more do you have to say? Shen Ye shook her head and cast her gaze towards the distant figure of Uchiha, who, due to her relatively modest experience in training, occupied a seat at the back of the classroom. Within the entire ninja realm, Konohagakure is recognized as a notably benevolent village. However, disparities in status persist. The principle of might over weakness is vividly manifested, even within the confines of this humble ninja academy. I swear that I was not the one who spied that day. Hinata Uchiha could readily attest to my innocence, as she possesses the Byakugan. I no longer wish to continue this argument with you. Mikoto gently nudged Shen Ye aside as she made her way to her seat. At this juncture, refraining from exposing the matter was the greatest act of mercy towards Shen Ye. Mikoto's unwavering certainty that it was indeed Shen Ye on that day stemmed, in part, from her first-hand experience of his condition, but more importantly, from her prior consultation with Jiraiya. On the day the voyeur appeared on the roof of the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya was at home, seeking inspiration for his paradise of affection. In the choice between a mere child who had recently emerged and a renowned ninja within the village, Mikoto opted to place her trust in the latter. Shen Ye, realizing that further explanations would be futile, chose to let events unfold naturally, gradually seeking opportunities for remedy. He continued to entangle himself with Mikoto, likely provoking her ire, thereby amplifying the rumors of his supposed voyeurism. The sharp sound of the school bell resonated, prompting Shen Ye to cast a lingering glance at Mikoto before hastily returning to his seat in anticipation of the teacher's arrival. Moments later, an unfamiliar figure entered the classroom, accompanied by a member of the Uchiha clan, whose gaze roamed restlessly as if in search of something. Shen Ye was momentarily taken aback. Was that not Uchiha Fugaku? How could he possibly find himself at the Ninja Academy, confronting mere children? Everyone, let us not get carried away. Today, we shall engage in an outdoor practical lesson, however. As Shen Ye has only recently arrived at the academy, he shall not be participating today. How outrageous. To think he would look down upon me. Every single one present here is no match for me. Shen Ye was engulfed in disdain, yet he displayed no outward signs of his sentiments, merely nodding gently. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, disapproving of his teacher's actions. My visit was sanctioned by the third Hokage, specifically to assess everyone's training progress, and more importantly, to offer guidance to our new classmates. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Shen Ye with a sly smile, and in that instant, Shen Ye comprehended that a plot was unfolding against him. I surmised that Fugaku had come specifically for Shen Ye, for how else could a genius like him find himself here? It seemed evident, especially since he had bullied Meiqin, a fellow member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku would not stand idly by. It mattered little to me. After all, calamity would not befall us, and I could simply enjoy watching this fellow make a fool of himself. The teacher shook his head in resignation. After all, Fugaku bore the third Hokage's orders, making it difficult for him to intervene. Furthermore, this teacher was rather naive and had not considered that this individual was here to stir trouble. For those yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, daily outdoor activities consisted of basic shuriken training. Under the teacher's guidance, everyone filed into the training grounds. The various wooden targets scattered across the field captivated Shen Ye's attention. He had only seen such things in anime before, and now they were vividly before him. Uchiha Fugaku sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Ye, as if viewing a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Some individuals were already whispering among themselves, remarking on Shen Ye's first visit to such a place and his foolish demeanor. Indeed, had it not been for Lady Tsunade, he would never have had the opportunity to be here in his lifetime. Just a pretty face, for in this world, strength speaks volumes. The teacher sighed deeply. Although the murmurs were soft, they reached his ears. As an educator, he could not condone any form of discrimination, so he promptly intervened to halt their discussions. Today's training was akin to previous sessions, with pairs formed for shuriken practice. Everyone effortlessly paired up, while Shen Ye stood contemplating before deciding to approach Uchiha. Among the crowd, only Uchiha was somewhat familiar to him. Seeking Meiqin would undoubtedly lead to yet another quarrel. However, another girl appeared beside Uchiha, causing Shen Ye to pause in surprise. At that moment, a genin approached him, displaying a somewhat indifferent demeanor. Let us pair up. It seems no one else wishes to train with you. Fortunately, I have some unique insights regarding shuriken techniques. Shen Ye shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his indifference. To him, the shuriken was hardly worth mentioning. Not a single victory in battle could be attributed to it. The time spent in training passed swiftly, yet during this period, Shen Ye refrained from even glancing at the shuriken, inciting discontent among his fellow lower-ranked ninjas. Are you not being a tad too arrogant? The shuriken is fundamental to a ninja's arsenal, and you don't even spare it a glance. I shall not. Shen Ye expressed his sentiments without a trace of concealment, candidly revealing his reluctance to engage with the shuriken. He did not perceive any shame in this, yet it inevitably provoked a cacophony of laughter from those around him. The notion that someone incapable of wielding a shuriken aspired to graduate from the ninja academy seemed utterly ludicrous. Indeed, it was the first time he had encountered an individual who could not utilize a shuriken. How amusing. I implore you, do not genuinely believe that the shuriken is the quintessential hallmark of a true ninja. Shen Ye embraced his chest with both hands, surveying the surrounding crowd, utterly perplexed by their thoughts. Yet, his words incited an even more fervent bout of ridicule, as the onlookers regarded him as if he were a grotesque creature. Chapter 10. Provocative battle in their eyes. Shen Ye was but a defenseless child, devoid of any fighting prowess. Thus, they felt emboldened to mock him without restraint. Several individuals were already itching to provoke him, though they refrained from action due to the presence of their instructor. How can you deride a child who harbors dreams? Uchiha Fugaku feigned concern as he approached Shen Ye, patting him gently on the shoulder as if to comfort a junior. Shen Ye curled his lips, having already discerned the scheming glint in his opponent's eyes. As anticipated, just as Uchiha Fugaku's words faded, the companion who had been teaming up with Shen Ye suddenly stood forth. Since he was merely a child with aspirations, it would be intriguing to witness just how formidable he could be, even without mastery of shuriken. Even the seemingly uncalculating teacher recognized the unfolding situation. This genin had always been a subordinate of Uchiha Fugaku, initially thought to be a partner meant to guide Shen Ye in his training. It became evident that this individual had ulterior motives, lying in wait to strike. Now, Shen Ye found himself in peril. Although his strength within the village was not particularly impressive, he had already attained the status of a genin. Indeed, any one of us would likely falter before him. Those who had just moments ago mocked Shen Ye now found themselves sweating profusely, for his victory or defeat bore significant implications for the reputation of the Ninja Academy. Their fates were intertwined. If by some fortunate turn of events he were to triumph, the spirits of these yet-to-graduate children would be ignited in an instant. Shen Ye helplessly shook his head. Trouble had already found its way to him. Without administering a severe lesson, it would be impossible to gain everyone's trust. What was once a fine outdoor training session had now transformed into a competitive arena, which was rather intriguing. Shen Ye stretched his body slightly and walked towards the center of the training ground, playfully beckoning to the lower ninja. The latter's face contorted with rage, unable to fathom that this individual would dare to provoke him. After all, he was a lower ninja. The most apparent distinction from those still in the academy was the forehead protector adorning his brow. Little brat, I shall take this seriously. The lower ninja began to weave hand seals, channeling chakra that surged into his palms. Wind style, gale palm. Before many could comprehend the unfolding scene, two whirlwinds erupted, hurtling towards Shen Ye. Indeed, as a lower ninja, he effortlessly unleashed such formidable ninjutsu, and it seemed that Shen Ye might struggle to withstand this attack. Nevertheless, a sense of unpredictability lingered about Shen Ye. Sensing the oppressive force in the air, he furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had mastered Tsunade's monstrous strength and Jiraiya's sage mode, he found himself unable to execute any substantial ninjutsu, resorting instead to intimidating the weaker opponents with these two abilities. However, he remained confident in his capacity to easily defeat the lower ninja before him. With a surge of monstrous strength, he shifted his right foot back slightly, maintaining a few centimeters of distance from his left foot to stabilize his stance. His body bent slightly, gathering all his might into his right fist. He struck the air ahead with ferocity. Boom! The two whirlwinds were shattered, and all eyes were fixed on the dissipating air. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Shen Ye effortlessly neutralized the lower ninja's attack, appearing to have reserves of strength yet untapped. This cannot be. You are merely a child. How could you possess such formidable chakra reserves? Who told you this was chakra reserves? Have you not yet discerned the difference between taijutsu and ninjutsu, even after becoming a lower ninja? Is it a daily routine to rely on monstrous strength? The trial had concluded. Today's lesson was over. You too, cease your actions. Very well, teacher. If there is nothing else, I shall return home now. Sister Tsunade must be thinking of me at this moment. The crowd, initially stunned by Shen Ye's prowess, erupted once more in indignation at his words, for Tsunade was the aspiration of every boy in the village, yet he spoke of her so flippantly. The teacher cleared his throat softly. He too held Tsunade in high regard, though his position as a teacher restrained him from expressing his feelings. Lord Fugaku, do you have anything further to say? The teacher hastily shifted the burden of this matter onto Uchiha Fugaku. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku felt a surge of anger towards Shen Ye for his actions today, yet he could only suppress his rage for the moment. The task assigned to him by the third Hokage had been completed, but he eagerly anticipated their next encounter. Although Uchiha Fugaku appeared outwardly amiable, his words betrayed an underlying animosity towards Shen Ye, even hinting at a desire to eliminate him. To Shen Ye, however, such threats were utterly inconsequential. I must take my leave, as I have no wish to endure the impotent roars of the weak. Uchiha Fugaku forcibly calmed his emotions. Engaging in conflict with Shen Ye at this juncture would ultimately lead to his own detriment. As it was often said, Tsunade would be the first to exact vengeance upon him. Despite being a prodigy of the village, he could not compare to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Furthermore, all of Konoha understood one fundamental truth. Tsunade was not to be trifled with. Disregarding the curious gazes of others, Shen Ye stepped away from the training ground, aimlessly wandering through the village. He knew that at this hour, Tsunade would certainly not be at home. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived before a magnificent edifice, raising his gaze to behold the grand estate of the Hyuga clan, which exuded an impressive aura. Indeed, it was one of the foremost clans in the village, rivaling even the Hokage's office in stature. Within the entire clan, Shen Ye was only acquainted with one young girl, Uchiha. Is this the extent of your abilities? Being from the main family? A harsh voice pierced through the air, causing Shen Ye to scratch his head in resignation. The troubles of a prominent family were indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. He initially intended to walk away and ignore it, but then he heard a familiar voice. I am aware that I still have much to improve upon, and it is my duty to train diligently. To bring shame upon my family is inexcusable. It was Uchiha. When had she returned from the training ground? Chapter 11. Unable to bear witness, filled with curiosity, Shen Ye approached the source of the voice, discovering a spacious area behind the Hyuga estate. There, Hinata Uchiha was practicing alongside another member of the Hyuga clan, and it appeared that she was struggling against her opponent. Shen Ye decided to lean against a grand tree for a while, intending to observe and ascertain the true strength of Yuxing. However, he gradually noticed some peculiarities. Yuxing's opponent displayed no signs of mercy during the battle, each strike capable of inflicting fatal damage. Hey, you, how can you be so devoid of compassion? Shen Ye's sudden voice interrupted the fierce clash, causing both combatants to turn their gazes towards him. Upon recognizing Shen Ye, a smile graced Yuxing's face, and although he wished to rush over, he hesitated for a moment before taking action. I've been aware of your training here for some time, so I wanted to secretly watch. After being abducted that day and bringing shame to my family, I am determined to train diligently and enhance my strength. What nonsense! Even if you seek to improve your abilities, you shouldn't harm your body in this manner. Who do you think you are, meddling in the affairs of the Hyuga clan? Shen Ye cast a sidelong glance at that individual, firmly grasping Yuxing's hand as they made their way toward a shaded area, intending to allow her a moment of respite before resuming her cultivation. However, this action thoroughly incensed the man, who leaped forward, positioning himself before the two, arms outstretched to block their passage. With a deep sigh, Shen Ye discerned the situation through the exchanged glances and brief communications between the two individuals. The slightly stronger individual hailed from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, destined from birth to be subordinate, forever bound to safeguard the existence of the main family. Although Hinata Getsuei lacked formidable strength, his birth into the main family granted him an innate distinction. Thus, following that incident, the branch members exhibited such an intense response, even more severe than their own failures. Within the branch, despite harboring a myriad of grievances, they were compelled to adhere to the customs of the clan. The family's honor was deemed more significant than that of the main house. Under the weight of these circumstances, the branch member could not restrain himself from intensifying the training of Getsuei, who by now bore numerous injuries. I do not wish to interfere excessively in your family's affairs, yet I shall not permit any further bullying of Getsuei. Shen Ye raised his hand and waved it aside, guiding Yuxing to a small chair in the shade. How do you feel? Are your injuries serious? Yuxing shook her head, yet there remained a faint glimmer of training fervor in her eyes, suggesting that the incident of her abduction had left a profound shadow on her heart. Hey, you wide-eyed one, you belong to the branch family, don't you? What did you say? Who are you calling wide-eyed? Apart from you and Yuxing, are there any other wide-eyed individuals here? Do you think I am addressing Yuxing? The branch family member twitched his lips, utterly surprised by Shen Ye's choice of words. All right, you've thoroughly provoked me now. It seems I must teach you a lesson. The wide-eyed one clenched his fists tightly, yet he suppressed his inner fury, aware of his position within the Hokage clan. Fighting was not permitted in the village, but he could offer an opportunity. The wide-eyed one's interest was piqued. The prospect of unleashing his pent-up anger on this individual was indeed enticing. What do you propose? I'll wager with you. If I win, Yuxing stays here to rest for a while. If I lose, you may do as you please. Deal. The wide-eyed one accepted without hesitation, his mind devoid of any notion of defeat. Yuxing widened her eyes in astonishment, fully aware of the strengths of both individuals. Based on Shen Ye's earlier performance, he seemed unlikely to have any chance of defeating the wide-eyed one. She attempted several times to rise and intervene, yet Shen Ye's gaze held her back. For some inexplicable reason, upon encountering Shen Ye's eyes, an unaccountable sense of security enveloped her entire being. Shen Ye gestured with an air of gentlemanly courtesy. Xiao Bai, unreserved, swiftly made his way to the center of the clearing, positioning his hands in readiness for action. Wide-eye, activate. Let us not linger. I have no desire to squander time on someone as worthless as you. Today, you shall learn precisely why we refer to this as a division. Shen Ye slightly parted his feet to steady his body, gazing intently at the Byakugan user before him. At this moment, the only offensive technique at his disposal was brute strength, which offered him no advantage against a member of the Byakugan clan, who could effortlessly evade his attacks. Thus, his only hope for victory lay in harnessing the Sage mode through the accumulation of chakra. The already furious Byakugan user, unable to contain his rage, charged toward Shen Ye, his fists imbued with formidable power. Renowned for their Byakugan abilities, the Hokage clan's powers are fundamentally geared towards taijutsu, making the strength of the Byakugan user a force to be reckoned with. Shen Ye curled his lips and unleashed a formidable punch, imbued with hidden strength. Xiao Bai, with a keen eye, immediately discerned the uniqueness of Shen Ye's fist. However, as a member of the Hokage clan, he refused to resort to evasion. Their fists collided, sending ripples through the air. Yuxing, seated nearby, could not tear his gaze away for a moment, fixated on the point of their clash. Who are you? How do you possess such immense power? In the entire village, I have only witnessed one person capable of it. Are you referring to Sister Tsunade? I am currently residing in her home. Shen Ye shook his fist lightly. Although the recent skirmish appeared inconspicuous, both individuals were acutely aware of the outcome. I have been defeated. My days of training have come to an end. Xiao Bai, with a somber expression, turned and walked towards the courtyard, as if this battle had left a profound impact on him. Shen Ye leapt gracefully to the side of Yuxing, summoning chakra into the palm of his hand, gently massaging the area atop hers. Yuxing's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, despite being rescued by him earlier. A part of her still regarded him as the lascivious voyeur who had spied on girls while they bathed. She had never anticipated that he possessed such a tender and considerate side, which completely shattered her previous perceptions. Chapter 12. Reluctance to admit I had always believed you to be an unrefined rogue lacking in education, yet I never expected you to exhibit such gentleness towards a girl. That day's intrusion was truly a matter of necessity, and there was no way to amend it. I had never encountered you in the village before. How could you have suddenly appeared atop the roof of that women's bathhouse? In a moment of bewilderment, Shen Ye found himself at a loss for words, struggling to elucidate the reason for his presence atop the rooftop. While his fair complexion might have charmed Tsunade, it held no sway over Hinata Moonstar of the Byakugan clan. Surely, he could not divulge the entirety of his extraordinary circumstance, revealing that he had traversed through realms. Even if he were indifferent to the prospect of becoming a mere experimental subject for the village, Moonstar would scarcely accept such an absurd explanation. You are aware of the incessant turmoil beyond the village, are you not? Just before this, I narrowly escaped death on a battlefield. A flicker of concern crossed Moonstar's gaze, as a wave of compassion for Shen Ye welled up within her. At a similar age to her own, while she still engaged in training within the sheltered confines of the greenhouse, Shen Ye had already faced the specters of life and death. He had inadvertently found himself in Konoha, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of enemies, which had led him to ascend to the rooftop, hadn't it? Shen Ye nodded repeatedly, initially contemplating how to elucidate the events that were about to unfold. To his surprise, a vivid image materialized in his mind in mere moments. The previous incident, during which Shen Ye had rescued Yuxing, had already outweighed any sense of intrusion in her heart. In this brief exchange, Yuxing's perception of Shen Ye subtly shifted once more, perhaps unbeknownst to her own self. Just as their gazes intertwined, Tsunade rushed to Shen Ye's side with great urgency. "Come with me to the Hokage's office. There is a matter of utmost importance that requires your confirmation." Shen Ye nodded, bidding farewell to Yuxing, and hurriedly followed Tsunade towards the direction of the office. In terms of physical prowess, Shen Ye naturally could not match Tsunade within mere minutes. She had outpaced him by several streets. Turning back to glance, Shen Ye could no longer see Tsunade's figure and, feeling helpless, had to wait in place. "Sister Tsunade, your speed is truly astonishing. Perhaps you could carry me there?" "You little rascal, I suppose that's the only option left." Tsunade wrapped one arm around Shen Ye, leaping gracefully from rooftop to rooftop. As he felt the gentle breeze brushing against him and the softness between his fingers, Shen Ye found himself somewhat entranced, even wishing to remain nestled in Tsunade's embrace indefinitely. Upon reaching the office door, Tsunade shot him a disapproving glance. "We're already here. Aren't you coming down? Now get down." Shen Ye scratched his head and descended to the ground, pushing open the door to follow Tsunade into the office. Within the room resided two individuals. Seated on one side was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, adorned with a conical hat, while on the opposite side sat Jiraiya, who had just returned from a mission. Shen Ye furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the situation was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Concerning the recent incident of voyeurism at the women's bathhouse, I had already inquired thoroughly with Jiraiya, who confirmed that he had remained in his room that day without stepping outside. Tsunade cast a shocked glance at Jiraiya, realizing that she had wrongfully accused him all along, and that the beating he received was, therefore, in vain. "Shen Ye, I ask you now, were you the one spying from the rooftop that day?" "Absolutely not," he replied. "In my attempt to escape the turmoil of war, I inadvertently wandered into Konoha village and happened to be spotted by Sister Tsunade while passing through that area." Tsunade nodded, affirming this detail. Although she could not clearly identify the individual on the rooftop, she was certain it was not Shen Ye. Such a delightful child would never engage in such behavior. However, it was evident that the third Hokage remained skeptical of Shen Ye, bombarding him with a series of questions. "In that case, please recount in detail the events of your journey through the war and your arrival in Konoha." Shen Ye nodded slightly, his mind racing to devise a response. After all, the turmoil within the ninja world could not be concealed, nor could it be fabricated. "That day, as I was with my family, an overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu suddenly descended upon our village. My parents clutched me tightly, frantically seeking shelter." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed on Shinya's face, attempting to discern any hint of the truth from his expression. However, Shinya's facade was impeccable, revealing no signs of weakness, as he articulated the situation with unwavering clarity. "The village, already small, was devoid of any ninja presence, leaving us no choice but to flee and abandon our home." Tsunade's expression was tinged with melancholy. She had initially perceived Shinya as merely a homeless child, yet she was taken aback by the weight of his experiences on that fateful day. "Where did our former existence reside?" That place did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, yet it was in close proximity to Konohagakure. Otherwise, I would not have sought refuge here. "What ultimately became of your father and mother?" As the third Hokage inquired, Shinya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if recollecting profoundly painful memories. "They had drawn the attention of those adversaries to protect me, and now I remain uncertain of their fate." Shen Ye secretly held a profound admiration for his own acting skills, confident that the three individuals in the room would be swayed by his words. "If you can ascertain that it was not you on that day, you may take your leave first." Shinai nodded slightly and turned to step outside, catching a glimpse of the third Hokage out of the corner of his eye, noting the gravity etched upon his face. Gently, he closed the office door, yet did not hasten away. Instead, he leaned against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation within. His instinct suggested that the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived, with certain undisclosed matters awaiting his attention. Why had the third suddenly inquired about him? He was certainly not an ally of that individual. It was now evident that he bore no connection to the enemy forces that had appeared in the village. From this day forth, they must remain vigilant, allowing not a single opportunity for the adversaries. "Rest assured, third Hokage, this matter shall be entrusted to the two of us," Tsunade said, casting a glance at Jiraiya, showing no hint of remorse for having misjudged him the previous day. "You can manage this alone. I must tend to Shen Ye," she declared before turning to exit the office. "Wait, Tsunade," Jiraiya interjected. "That individual is not as simple as we presume. He has evidently conducted some reconnaissance on the village. Otherwise, he would not impersonate me." Tsunade halted, her hand poised on the door, stunned into silence. Chapter 13. The System Unleashed. If that were the case, it was certain that he and Shen Ye had crossed paths. Otherwise, Shen Ye would not have so readily divulged that it was Jiraiya who was spying. Shen Ye, having overheard all the conversations outside, left the office with a faint smile gracing his lips. He did not linger outside for long, but instead returned home and secluded himself in his room. After all, the skills he currently possessed were quite limited. The only combat capability he had was Tsunade's extraordinary strength, while Jiraiya's Sage Mode served merely as a supportive ability. Nevertheless, continuing to cultivate Sage Mode and accumulate chakra would greatly assist in his future endeavors to acquire skills. As time passed, Tsunade returned home only to find Shen Ye hiding in his room, mistakenly believing he was still engulfed in sorrow. "Shen Ye, may I come into your room?" Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Shen Ye quickly withdrew from his meditative state, performing a swift roll to stand at the edge of his bed. Gently opening the door, their eyes met, and Tsunade paused for a moment, taken aback by Shen Ye's appearance. For reasons unknown, she noticed that Shen Ye seemed to have grown taller, a remarkable transformation occurring in merely a single afternoon. "Is something the matter? Tsunade, you seem to have grown a bit taller. Perhaps it is merely my illusion. Could it be a result of practicing Sage Mode?" In the depths of Shen Ye's mind, uncertainty began to stir. If that were indeed the case, it would be prudent to temporarily cease the absorption of chakra. Tsunade guided Shen Ye before a mirror, and as they gazed upon their reflections, Shen Ye nodded in disbelief. Previously, when standing upright, Shen Ye could only reach Tsunade's knees. Now, however, the height difference had significantly diminished, bringing Shen Ye closer to her thighs. "I am unaware of the trials you have endured, but should anyone inquire about your journey, be sure to attribute your progress to my assistance." Shen Ye nodded repeatedly, understanding that Tsunade was protecting him, and he felt a twinge of emotion in his heart. As the two engaged in playful antics, the day slipped away in the blink of an eye. The following morning, Shen Ye awoke, lifted his hand, and gently grasped at the air, watching as his fingers danced back and forth. "System, oh system, today you ought to bestow upon me some new skills," he mused. Glancing out the window at the sun hanging high in the sky, he suddenly remembered that he did not need to attend the Ninja Academy today. The weekly holiday had arrived. Meanwhile, Tsunade had already left the house, searching the village for the impostor masquerading as Jiraiya. Whether for the sake of the village or to protect the girls who had been spied upon, Tsunade was determined to deliver a severe punishment to this rogue. Feeling a sense of ennui, Shen Ye dressed and stepped outside, only to find the bustling streets devoid of any familiar faces, rendering them somewhat alien to him. "Shen Ye, what a coincidence to run into you here." A figure clad in yellow swiftly approached him. Shen Ye scrutinized closely and realized it was Minato Namikaze. Why would this fellow greet me with such enthusiasm when we had not exchanged a word prior? Shen Ye scratched his head, but upon recalling his son Naruto Uzumaki's affable nature, he felt a sense of relief. Should they arrange to enjoy a steaming bowl of Ichiraku ramen together? What a splendid idea! With a smile gracing his face, Shen Ye walked alongside Minato Namikaze towards Ichiraku ramen. Throughout their journey, Minato enthusiastically introduced Shen Ye to the various wonders of Konohagakure, treating him genuinely as a dear brother. Shen Ye did not interrupt Minato Namikaze, quietly listening and occasionally responding with agreement. However, a question lingered in Shen Ye's mind. How did this seemingly naive individual become the fourth Hokage? The vivid and expressive description caused Minato to instinctively place his hand on Shen Ye's shoulder. In the depths of his heart, Shen Ye silently activated the system's stealing skill. Compared to the three legendary ninjas, Minato Namikaze instilled fear throughout the entire ninja world, and only the Raikage could slightly contend with his speed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Minato Namikaze's skill, Flying Thunder God Technique. Remaining cooldown for Shen Ye's theft, 3 hours. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Shen Ye's excitement was palpable, as it was indeed the signature technique of Minato Namikaze. However, joy was accompanied by a tinge of sorrow. The shuriken, once dismissed by Shen Ye, now required diligent practice to master. "Shen Ye, why are you suddenly so happy?" I have long heard that Ichiraku ramen in Konoha is exceptionally delicious, and I am finally able to savor it, which brings me immense joy. Owner of Ichiraku, 2 bowls of the premium ramen, please. Ah, Minato. It has been some time since we last met. Have you been out on a mission? I too wish to undertake missions. But we have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, and many tasks are beyond our reach. On a tranquil night, Shen Ye sat beside Minato Namikaze, quietly observing the meticulous process of ramen preparation by Ichiraku. He committed the arrangement of ingredients to memory, envisioning a day when he might shatter the confines of time and space, returning to his original world, where he could contemplate opening a ramen shop, certainly destined for great acclaim. Even as he awaited the completion of the ramen, Minato continued to share his thoughts, although they had not previously exchanged words. Shen Ye had been quietly observing him for several days, noting his effortless ability to vanquish lower-ranked ninjas, a testament to his prowess that far surpassed their own. Deeply impressed, Minato couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this peer before him. Shen Ye smiled faintly. It was merely a stroke of luck that led to victory. That fellow had been overly complacent. As they enjoyed their ramen, the two engaged in conversation for quite some time, when suddenly, Shen Ye sensed a violent gust of wind approaching from behind. Be careful. In the dead of night, with a speed as swift as lightning, Kamaya gently nudged Minato Namikaze, causing a shuriken to fall upon the table between them. Minato instantly tensed, realizing that beneath the vast sky, an assailant was brazenly attacking. Evidently an enemy who disregarded the village's code. The two turned almost in unison, only to find themselves face to face with Kushina Uzumaki, her fiery red hair unmistakable, as she brandished another shuriken in her hand. This left Kamaya and Minato perplexed, unable to comprehend why this individual had suddenly launched an assault. You lecherous fiend. You dare to drag other classmates into your vile schemes. What? There were so many witnesses that day, it was not me. Before Kamaya could finish his retort, Kushina's shuriken soared through the air once more. With a cold snort, Shen Ye leaned slightly forward and surged forth, grasping the shuriken firmly in his hand midair. Seizing the momentum, he landed beside Kushina. Chapter 14. Exceptional skill, how astonishingly swift. Namikaze Minato believed himself to be among the fastest of his peers. Yet he had not anticipated that this individual was even more formidable. I have already stated that it was not me that day. Do not presume that your gender allows you to speak recklessly without consequence. At this moment, the shuriken held by Shen Ye was poised against Kushina's delicate neck, capable of leaving a mark with the slightest exertion. Unless you can genuinely demonstrate your sincerity to me, I shall continue to harbor doubts regarding your intentions. Shen Ye cast a perplexed glance at Kushina, unable to comprehend why this individual was so obstinate. Observing the situation, Minato swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two. He placed one hand gently on Shen Ye's wrist while using the other to softly push Kushina's shoulder away. Shen Ye had no intention of truly confronting Kushina. He merely took a couple of steps back, seizing the opportunity. With your remarkable agility, what further explanations could you possibly offer? That rooftop must be a mere trifle for you. Truly vexing, it seems, as this ordeal shows no signs of concluding. With a determined flick of his sleeves, Shen Ye stepped forward, only to be swiftly intercepted by Minato Namikaze, who positioned himself between the two. You both must cease this quarrel. I firmly believe that Brother Shen Ye is not of such character. Kushina, you must have mistaken him for someone else. It is impossible to be mistaken. His silhouette is strikingly identical to that of that man, she retorted. Have you not heard of the impostor in the village who masquerades as Jiraiya? The individual you encountered that day must have been him. Kushina scrutinized Shen Ye with a mixture of skepticism and hope, attempting to discern any hint of guilt in his gaze. Yet, she found nothing but a profound clarity reflecting back at her. Sensing the heavy tension in the atmosphere, Minato hastily guided them both to a nearby Ichiraku ramen, fearing a resurgence of conflict between them. Only the delights of culinary artistry could potentially mend their rift. Shen Ye had no intention of antagonizing Kushina. He merely wished to quell her unfounded accusations. As she savored her first bite of ramen, her expression transformed, blooming into a radiant smile that unmistakably conveyed her joy. Minato, resting his chin on his hand, observed as Kushina relished each mouthful. It was evident that he was already fond of her, and he resolved not to compete for her affections, recognizing that her fiery temperament was not to his taste. In the depths of her heart, Shen Ye felt a twinge of disdain for both feng shui men. With a gentle pat on his shoulder, she rose to leave, stating that she had other matters to attend to and that he should remain with Jiu Xi Nai. Shui men, wishing to persuade her to stay, found himself thwarted as Shen Ye effortlessly leaped away. Before long, Shen Ye found herself in an open space, clenching her fists. System, did you manage to steal any skills from Jiu-Xi and Nai? She inquired. Host, the system's skill theft is currently on cooldown. Thus today's acquisition is limited to Bo Feng Shui's Flying Thunder God technique. Came the reply. What? Is this some kind of trickery? She exclaimed. Ding. The cooldown period for the skill is still 10 minutes. The host may attempt to steal a skill again after this duration. In the depths of the night, Shen Ye let out a deep sigh. The reason he had rushed to Kushina's side at that moment was to surreptitiously seize her abilities. However, it turned out to be a fruitless endeavor. It was an inevitable circumstance, for all of this was the result of the divine system. For Shen Ye, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, so there was no rush. After all, the only attributes that attracted Yi Xian to Kushina were her formidable self-healing abilities and her vast reserves of chakra. Both of these powers could be gradually acquired from Tsunade and Jiraiya. It would be more prudent to seek out some offensive skills instead. With determination, Shen Ye hastened towards the outskirts of the village, where the forest was teeming with countless ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village honing their skills. What could Shen Ye possibly be seeking outside the village at this hour? Perhaps a leisurely stroll through the nearby forest, absorbing the training methods of his predecessors. The ninja guarding the entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village furrowed his brow in skepticism. Given the recent turmoil within the village, it was hard for him to believe that Shen Ye was merely an innocent child, and he was reluctant to let him pass. What are you two hesitating about? Tsunade's voice rang out from a short distance away, followed by her graceful figure approaching with an air of nonchalance. Lady Tsunade, Shen Ye wishes to wander in the forest near the village, but I believe it is too dangerous to let him outside. Let him go, should anything occur. I will take responsibility. The guard was about to voice further objections, yet Shen Ye nimbly turned and dashed out of the village. From beyond the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, he smiled and waved at Tsunade before disappearing into the forest. Tsunade shook her head resignedly and continued her patrol through the village, searching for the imposter posing as Jiraiya. The contrast between the village and the forest was indeed stark. Even before reaching the depths of the woods, he sensed the palpable aura of battle. Children should not appear here casually. It is extremely dangerous. A figure with Sharingan emerged before Shen Ye, the forehead protector on his brow signifying his identity as a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? Indeed. Today marks the annual clan hunt, and this forest is filled with members of the Uchiha. Hunt. I have never heard of such a thing. You are an outsider, and it is best not to discuss it further. I advise you to leave promptly. As Shen Ye stroked his chin, a cunning plan began to form in his mind. Just as he turned to depart, he patted the shoulder of the Uchiha clan member. The latter, though perplexed, did not dwell on it for long. With the silent invocation of his thieving skill, the system quietly activated, implanting one of the member's abilities into Shen Ye's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Uchiha clan's skill, the Sharingan. Skill cooldown time, 3 hours. Truly, divine providence has smiled upon me. To obtain the Sharingan within this time frame is nothing short of miraculous. A faint smile graced the corners of Shen Ye's mouth as he chose an alternate path back to the village. At this moment, the village of Konoha was devoid of any members of the Uchiha clan, which conveniently facilitated Shen Ye's forthcoming actions. After a series of agile leaps, Shen Ye arrived at the Uchiha compound, where he found a suitable outfit for himself. Returning to the woods, Shen Ye donned the attire of the Uchiha clan, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect any flaws at first glance. In Sage Mode, his chakra was sufficient to support the activation of his Sharingan, and the ensuing events promised to be intriguing. Chapter 15. The Uchiha Feast. As Shen Ye traversed the forest, he encountered not a single member of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that this individual had deceived me? Having reached this point without sighting them was perplexing. Suddenly, the sounds of battle reached Shen Ye's ears. Following the direction of the noise, he beheld 2 members of the Uchiha clan engaged in combat. One of them was a familiar face, Uchiha Fugaku. He was momentarily at a loss. If he charged in now, Fugaku would undoubtedly recognize his identity instantly. Even adorned in the Uchiha garb, it would be futile, serving only to mislead those unfamiliar with Yeshuan. However, the desire for combat stirred within Shen Ye, for this was the first genuine glimpse of conflict since his arrival in this world. Even if discovered, what of it? Uchiha Fugaku was merely a low-ranking shinobi at present, and Shen Ye felt entirely capable of handling the situation. Shen Ye's lips curved slightly upward, his gaze brimming with confidence as he leapt towards the scene, effortlessly landing atop the colossal tree trunk. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the two combatants engaged in their duel. The other individual from the Uchiha clan bore a forehead protector, yet he appeared to be overshadowed by Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, Shen Ye deduced that this opponent was also a genin, perhaps even inferior in strength to Uchiha Fugaku. Suddenly, a cunning smile crept across Fugaku's face, and his movements quickened significantly. His adversary failed to perceive when a shuriken materialized in Fugaku's hand, hurtling towards his forehead with alarming speed. Shen Ye let out a cold snort. The moment was ripe for him to deflect Uchiha Fugaku's assault. With extraordinary strength, a heavy force surged beneath him, propelling Shen Ye's entire body toward the ground, his fist striking precisely upon Fugaku's arm. The shuriken fell to the earth, and Fugaku hastily relaxed his grip, sliding his arm downward. The immense force dissipated in an instant, and he leaped back several paces, creating distance between himself and Shen Ye. Thank you for intercepting that attack. Otherwise, my forehead protector would have surely borne a mark, Shen Ye remarked. What brings you here, wearing our family's attire? You little thief. To hell with you. What I wear is none of your concern, Shen Ye retorted. The figure standing behind him furrowed his brow, realizing through the exchange between Shen Ye and Fugaku that the youth before him was not a member of the Uchiha clan. Although this is our family's hunting mission to delineate the disparity in our abilities, this young man just saved me. Please refrain from disrespectful remarks, he interjected. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, his heart seething with unbridled rage. He had merely questioned Shen Ye, yet it was Shen Ye who had been insolent. In that case, enjoy the feast of the Uchiha clan. From this moment on, I shall pretend not to know you. With that, Fugaku turned and strode away toward another part of the forest, leaving Shen Ye standing in place. Shen Ye scratched his head, perplexed by the true intentions of Fujiwara. Did he wish to utilize other family members to teach him a lesson? However, having chosen to partake in this contest, Shen Ye felt no fear. Even standing before the mightiest of the Uchiha clan did not intimidate him. Your name is Shen Ye, correct? Indeed, the host currently resides in Lady Tsunade's abode. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Shen Ye discerned that this fellow was not held in high regard within the Uchiha clan and might even be subjected to ostracism. Choosing not to linger with him any longer, Shen Ye hastened towards the direction of Uchiha Fugaku, eager to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, as dusk descended, Shen Ye no longer encountered any members of the Uchiha clan. The grand feast of the Uchihas? Not a single shadow could be seen, which explained their sudden fall from grace overnight. With a resigned shake of his head, Shen Ye donned his attire and made his way back to the village, preparing to conclude his day of thievery. Upon returning to the village entrance, he spotted groups of Uchiha clan members wandering about, among whom was a figure he recognized all too well. Uchiha Fugaku stood not far from Mikoto, his gaze often drifting towards her. In a corner of the gathering lingered the individual whom Shen Ye had rescued, appearing utterly inconspicuous. Fugaku and Mikoto simultaneously noticed Shen Ye, yet both displayed an unspoken understanding to refrain from any reaction. The annual Uchiha hunt was drawing to a close, regardless of their fortunes, from this day forth. Internal conflict among clan members was strictly prohibited. The esteemed elder, head of the Uchiha clan, stood at the center of the gathering proclaiming this decree. Shen Ye, uninterested, circumvented the assembly and entered the village. As he stepped into the village, he fortuitously encountered Jiraiya on patrol. Shen Ye, what brings you outside the village during this rare respite from the Ninja Academy? I heard today marks the Uchiha clan's hunting expedition. I ventured out to witness it. As the Uchiha clan is the most venerable family since the establishment of Konoha, Jiraiya said nothing further, a peculiar smile escaping his lips, as if he wished to convey something yet remained hesitant. Shen Ye harbored a hint of confusion, yet refrained from probing further. Dear Jiraiya, may I inquire about something? Shen Ye gradually leaned beside Jiraiya, exuding an air of mystery. Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued by Shen Ye's demeanor, as he attentively turned his ear to listen to the forthcoming narrative. I am curious to know if you have ever secretly glimpsed Tsunade's physique. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this matter to her. Jiraiya twitched the corners of his mouth, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the young one's mind. Observing his reaction, Shen Ye swiftly concluded that Jiraiya had not experienced such fortunate circumstances. Your expression alone reveals the outcome. By the way, what prompted your sudden growth spurt? Tsunade considers me her little test subject, experimenting with the ninjutsu she has just mastered on me. With a face full of grievance, Shen Ye shifted all the blame onto Tsunade. Jiraiya's expression shifted, and an immature thought suddenly crossed his mind. Jiraiya, You mustn't let your imagination run wild. Tsunade has already categorized this jutsu as forbidden and vowed in my presence never to use it again in her lifetime. In Chapter 16, the Flying Thunder God Technique. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiraiya's face as he waved his hand dismissively at Shen Ye and turned to leave the village. Watching Jiraiya's receding figure, Shen Ye shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Jiraiya's thoughts. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that all of this stemmed from the nurturing of Sage Mode. Jiraiya had merely outgrown that phase of life. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Shen Ye returned home. Tsunade was not present, as she was patrolling the village, taking advantage of the remaining daylight. It seemed that the third Hokage was quite concerned about that individual. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched two of the legendary Sannin to patrol continuously. If only he could locate him. It would dispel the prejudice that those individuals held against him once and for all. Shen Ye rested his chin upon his hand, deeply contemplating how he might locate that individual and bring him to justice. Lost in thought, he unwittingly leaned against the sofa and drifted into a light slumber. Shen Ye, how could you fall asleep here without a care for the chill? Tsunade grumbled, tiptoeing as she gently draped a blanket over him. Although her movements were remarkably delicate, Shen Ye still stirred and opened his eyes. Tsunade, when did you return? He inquired, noticing her presence as he had just entered the room to find him peacefully asleep. You ought to return to your room, after all. Shen Ye nodded, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he returned to his room. Before long, the dawn of the next day arrived. In pursuit of that elusive individual, Tsunade had left home early. Today marked the day to report to the Ninja Academy, a delightful holiday regrettably lasting only a fleeting day. Shen Ye, shall we go to school together? Hinata Yukihoshi's voice resonated at the door. Shen Ye was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she would so boldly make such a request. With the girl being so proactive, Shen Ye could hardly hesitate, promptly joining Yukihoshi as they walked side by side towards the Ninja Academy. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with numerous classmates, and Shen Ye's gaze quickly fell upon two particularly conspicuous figures, the red-haired Kushina and the yellow-haired Minato Namikaze, who stood out remarkably. Shen Ye, come sit over here. Shen Ye glanced at Yuxing, wishing to inquire about her thoughts. After all, Yuxing was notably more timid than others, and perhaps she felt a bit embarrassed sitting among everyone. Let us approach her. Q Sinai and I share a deep friendship. Shen Ye nodded, seizing the opportunity to approach the unoccupied seat beside the water gate, leading Yuxing along. Yuxing, it has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while. Kushina, your hair seems even redder than before. Kushina smirked, noting the unusual compliment, though their long-standing acquaintance rendered such details insignificant. By the way, Yuxing, have you heard about the recent appearance of an individual in the village impersonating Lord Jiraiya? Yuxing, evidently unaware of such news, instinctively turned her gaze towards Shen Ye upon recalling the connection between Jiraiya and impersonation. Did you forget that I mentioned this matter on our way here? I was summoned to Tsunade's office that day precisely regarding this issue. Even Yuxing, typically not the quickest thinker, grasped the situation at that moment, and thus, she engaged in light-hearted conversation with Kushina. The quiet night witnessed Shen Ye discreetly wiping the perspiration from his forehead. On that day, the incident at the women's bathhouse was well within his knowledge, and he nearly let slip the secret he had been guarding. In the quiet of the night, Shen Ye observed two girls engaging in playful banter, seemingly oblivious to his presence, as he leaned against the figure of Minato Namikaze. Before our teacher arrives, allow me to take you to a most extraordinary place, he proposed. But we still have classes today, where we are to learn new ninjutsu techniques, came the hesitant reply. Oh, never mind that. I can teach you something far more formidable, undoubtedly superior to what today's instructor will offer. Minato's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Shen Ye's suggestion. However, having never strayed from the classroom before, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of which path to choose. Shen Ye discerned the predicament of this individual at a glance. Having never experienced the joy of skipping class, there exists but a singular opportunity. I wonder if you harbor any curiosity regarding the name of the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us depart at once, for if we delay, the teacher will soon arrive. Shen Ye nodded slightly, leading Bo Feng Shui Min to escape the classroom without pause. Arriving at the training ground of the village. As all the students were at the Ninja Academy today, the training ground was devoid of any presence. Shui Min could no longer contain his excitement. When shall we commence? The Flying Thunder God technique sounds incredibly impressive. The foundation of this ninjutsu lies in the shuriken. And at this moment, you have already established a profound basis. It is sufficient to directly teach you the workings of chakra. Shui men focused intently on Shen Ye, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Flying Thunder God technique. Shen Ye hurled a shuriken towards a distant tree trunk, the sharp blade embedding itself deeply with a resounding clang. Simultaneously, he retrieved another shuriken from his pouch, joining his hands in prayer before him. With a swift motion, Shen Ye vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the very tree trunk he had targeted. Wolfing Shumen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a remarkable ability, neither in his own experiences nor in the village's ancient texts. Observing Shumen's surprise, Shen Ye couldn't help but smile. Little did Shui Men realize that the extraordinary skill he was being taught originated from Shen Ye himself, albeit at a stage in life yet to be reached. Having traversed to this era, Shen Ye considered it an opportunity, a chance for both teaching and learning to unfold within him. In truth, it was quite simple. With a modicum of practice, one could master it entirely. Yet, to the untrained eye, it appeared exceedingly challenging. I assure you, it is indeed possible, Shen Ye stated firmly. And remember this. Once you have mastered this ninjutsu, do not share it with anyone. Do you understand? Shen Ye's expression suddenly tightened, and he cast a cold, unyielding gaze at Shui Men. The latter recognized the gravity of the situation and repeatedly nodded, assuring Shen Ye that he would not divulge any information. Drawing the shurikens from the tree trunk, Shen Ye leaped gracefully to Shui Men's side. Observing the shurikens in his hand, Shui Men noticed certain unusual details, unlike ordinary shurikens. These two bore subtle markings. Could it be that the key to the Flying Thunder God technique lies within these markings? Indeed. Perhaps there is no need for me to instruct you further. Take these shurikens and study them diligently. Shui Men carefully accepted the shurikens, treating them as treasures as he placed them in his ninja tool pouch. He then glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Chapter 17, Traces. It seemed that not much time had passed, yet a closer look at the sun in the sky revealed it was already noon. The night was peculiar, as the classroom lacked the presence of two individuals. Had the teacher not noticed their absence? Perhaps, to the instructors of the Ninja Academy, the attendance of these students was of little consequence, for their primary duty was merely to impart knowledge. The morning hours had elapsed. It was time for us to return to the classroom, lest we provoke the teacher's ire. However, we still had a guest here, one who had been evading detection for quite some time. Minato furrowed his brow. Throughout this rigorous training, he had remained on high alert. Yet he had failed to discern the identity of the individual that Shinai had mentioned. I did not expect your senses to be so keen. Thus, I shall cease my concealment, echoed a voice from the training woods, which Minato found oddly familiar. Yet he could not for the life of him recall who this person was. The gaze of Shen Ye fixated upon the darkness within the woods, as a petite figure gradually emerged, her raven hair cascading behind her. Nara Shikahisa, what is your purpose in stealthily following us? I was merely curious after observing you both suddenly leave the classroom, so I decided to follow. Were you satisfied with the outcome? Although I was unable to discern your actions from a distance, I must say your prowess is quite remarkable. Seizing the opportunity while Minato and Shikahisa remained unresponsive, Shen Ye propelled himself forward with great force, landing before Shikahisa. An enigmatic smile graced Shen Ye's face as he concentrated a substantial amount of chakra in his palm, which he then directed towards Shikahisa. By the time Shikahisa registered the attack, it had already concluded. However, upon exploring his body, Shikahisa found no peculiarities, as if the entire incident had been merely a figment of his imagination. Do not be astonished. I had no intention of harming you. In truth, at the moment of contact with Nara Shikahisa, Shen Ye had silently invoked the skill-stealing system within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired Nara Shikahisa's skill, Shadow Imitation Technique. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. Patting Shikahisa on the shoulder, Shen Ye donned a friendly smile once more. After all, this individual might very well become a future ally, and it would be wise not to frighten him. Still reeling from the shock, Minato approached with a few strides, placing his hand reassuringly on Shikahisa's shoulder. Shen Ye is truly a good person. We will all be great brothers from now on. It seemed that Minato and Shikahisa often conversed, as Shikahisa appeared at ease in Minato's presence. Since the three of us have left the classroom together, why not indulge in some delicious Ichiraku ramen? Agreed. Agreed. Without a hint of hesitation, the trio set off towards Ichiraku. As they walked through the streets, various passers-by cast curious glances at the three, as if they were witnessing delinquent youths. After all, boys of this age, not found in the Ninja Academy, were often considered either lacking in any training ability or mere pests within the village. Nevertheless, The trio paid no heed to such stares. Their minds solely focused on the prospect of savoring steaming bowls of ramen. Gentlemen, I have a proposition for you. This could easily sustain your daily indulgences. Suddenly, a peculiar ninja emerged in the middle of the road. Despite the forehead protector adorned with the insignia of the hidden leaf village, he evoked no sense of fondness. Shikaku remained vigilant, instinctively positioning Shen Ye and Minato behind him. This small gesture did not escape Shen Ye's notice, stirring a gentle warmth within her heart. However, at that moment, the combined strength of the three might still fall short against this enigmatic figure, necessitating caution. Speaking of which, it just so happens that the three of us are devoid of funds for ramen. Within the Hokage's office, there exists a scroll, if you could procure it for me. Not only would we indulge in ramen today, but we would also enjoy it every day thereafter. Shen Ye curled his lips, amused by the fact that this fellow truly regarded himself as a naive child. Before Shen Ye could respond, Minato advanced a step and launched his attack. You, the traitor of this village, wish to enlist my aid in pilfering the secrets of the Hokage? You might as well surrender. Such an impulsive youth, indeed. The peculiar ninja shook his head in resignation, gesturing with his hand to cast a barrier around them, effectively obscuring the bustling crowds of the street beyond. In the depths of night, Shen Ye uttered a silent exclamation of dismay. At that moment, his theft skill was still on cooldown, rendering it exceedingly difficult to vanquish his opponent with only the abilities he had mastered. This individual was none other than the impostor masquerading as Lord Jiraiya. We must proceed with utmost caution. Shadow binding technique. Nara Shikaka disregarded the foe entirely, seeking to employ his ninjutsu to swiftly subdue the adversary, thereby facilitating the subsequent actions of Minato and Shen Ye. However, the individual before him was far from the simple adversary Shikaku had anticipated. You think such trivial skills can control me? Where do you see any shadows? Unbeknownst to him, this opponent had invoked some form of ninjutsu, summoning a vast expanse of ominous clouds that obscured all light within the barrier, rendering Shikaku's technique utterly ineffective. In the depths of Shen Ye's mind, strategies whirled rapidly, culminating in the decision to harness the combination of Sage Mode and immense strength to breach the barrier. You two, follow my lead and do not fall behind, he instructed. Watergate and Riku nodded in unison, directing their full attention towards Shen Ye, entirely disregarding the peculiar figure. The strange ninja furrowed his brow, his desire to obliterate the three youngsters within this barrier tempered by the necessity of maintaining the integrity of Konoha's foundation. Unleash the might, Shen Ye commanded, channeling the chakra cultivated through his Sage Mode training, concentrating it into his fists. Suddenly, the force surged uncontrollably, radiating chaotically in all directions. A sense of dread washed over him. He had forgotten that his diminutive form was ill-equipped to manage such overwhelming power. He could only hope for some effect. A thunderous roar echoed through the barrier as beams of sunlight began to pierce through the surrounding glow. The smile on Shen Ye's face revealed the success of their plan. Though it was regrettable that they could not apprehend that individual, they needed to promptly report this matter to the third Hokage, as they had encountered someone impersonating Jiraiya. It was hoped that they would witness his true identity, yet there was an unsettling feeling that he was concealing something. Chapter 18. Reporting truthfully. Minato and Jukyu shared the same concerns. As a member of the Nara clan, Jukyu had perfectly preserved the family's legacy, exhibiting progressive thinking. Nevertheless, it was imperative to report this issue to the third Hokage, for that individual had grown increasingly audacious within the village. The three exchanged glances, neglecting their ramen at Ichiraku, and hurried towards the Hokage's office. At the entrance, Shinai collided with Tsunade as she exited, causing him to tumble into her. Minato and Jukyu simultaneously swallowed hard. Had it been another male ninja, he would have likely faced Tsunade's formidable strength. However, upon recognizing Shinai, Tsunade softened, crouching slightly. Did I hurt you, little Shinai? This is not the time for such chatter. We have pressing matters to report to the third Hokage. Sister Tsunade, please listen in. Tsunade nodded, discerning the gravity of the situation from their expressions. She reopened the office door, only to find the room absent of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she noted that he had only been gone for a minute. Was the third Hokage still here before you left? Indeed. He departed in such a brief time, and we did not witness his exit, Jukyu replied. Is this the caliber of a Hokage? I still find it somewhat incomprehensible. Tsunade chuckled softly, playfully tapping Shen Ye's nose. What are you daydreaming about, little one? One day, you will become a formidable ninja. But tell me, what has caused such alarm among you three? We encountered the one impersonating Jiraiya, but he managed to escape. Instantly, Tsunade's playful demeanor vanished. This matter was not only significant for the third Hokage but for the entire village as well. Days of patrolling had yielded no trace of this individual, indicating he was a formidable adversary. Until this person was apprehended, the village would never truly find peace. The calmness observed was merely superficial. Beneath the surface lay tumult and peril. Be cautious, you three. Since that individual sought you out, he will not relent easily. Shen Ye nodded, fully aware of the rationale behind the situation. However, with his current strength, he lacked the absolute confidence to apprehend the target. Yet, with the assistance of numerous ninjas from Konoha, the outcome could be entirely different. Lady Tsunade, we shall take our leave for now. Please convey this matter to Lord Third, Watergate said, tugging at the corners of both Jukyu and Shen Ye's garments, signaling his intent. The latter immediately comprehended his thoughts. After bidding farewell to Tsunade with a wave, the trio headed towards the Ninja Academy, their journey marked by an absence of conversation. Among three astute individuals, a mere glance sufficed to convey their mutual understanding. Although they had only briefly engaged in battle, a profound synergy had already emerged. Upon returning to the classroom, they found it empty, the afternoon lessons yet to commence. It seemed the individual in question remained oblivious to their absence earlier that day. One could only hope that he would arrive here. Witnessing how their teacher would confront an unforeseen skirmish, Jukyu patted Shen Ye and Watergate on the shoulders, directing his gaze towards the window, where a familiar figure sat resolutely. The two followed Jukyu's line of sight, recognizing the uninvited guest of the village, his identity unmistakable despite his altered appearance. Watergate prepared to rise and announce the situation loudly, eager for the gathered crowd to confront him. However, Shen Ye restrained him with a firm grip on his shoulder, gently shaking his head. To declare it now would incite panic. Indeed, he was an exceedingly perilous individual, one their classmates could not withstand under his relentless assault. The entire afternoon passed in a state of restlessness, with both Jukyu and Watergate's gazes fixated on the stranger, fearful of an abrupt attack. Yet, until dismissal, he remained motionless, even more attentive than the other students. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his seat, leaving Shen Ye perplexed as he glanced at Jukyu and Watergate, only to find them equally bewildered. Despite their unwavering focus on him, they had failed to notice how he had slipped away. I suspect we have unwittingly fallen victim to his genjutsu, however. There is no need for concern. The village must surely intensify its search efforts. Shen Ye, what are you discussing? School is out. Shall we return home together? Yukahoshi said, appearing before the trio, his fiery red hair and pure white eyes standing out amongst the other girls. Jukyu cleared his throat softly to alleviate the tension, then walked towards the door alone. Shen Ye nodded and, accompanied by Uchiha, made their way home. To reach the Hyuga family's residence, they had to pass by Tsunade's house, making the journey seem remarkably fortuitous. Standing at the threshold of Tsunade's abode, Shen Ye gazed intently at Uchiha's silhouette as it gradually vanished around the corner. Today, he had only acquired a single skill, feeling as though he had squandered the divine abilities of the system. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye stroked his chin, contemplating where to seek his next target to perfect his ninjutsu. Just as he found himself at a loss, a figure adorned with a forehead protector passed by. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he hastily followed the individual, seizing the moment to tap her shoulder when she was unsuspecting. Skill acquisition. He silently activated the system's ability, donning a cheerful expression. Where are you headed, Red Sister? He inquired. It's Shen Ye. What brings you here alone? Isn't Tsunade at home? I was just about to enter my room when I spotted you passing by, so I thought I'd come over and say hello. I've missed you, replied the crimson-haired Yuhi Kurenai, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Ye. Her fair complexion, coupled with sweet words, made it clear why Tsunade held such affection for him. Even in that moment, Kurenai felt an irresistible urge to embrace Shen Ye, though his height rendered such a gesture impractical. Observing the eager anticipation on Shen Ye's face, Kurenai eventually succumbed to the moment, bending slightly to pat his small head. I've missed you dearly as well, but I have some important duties to attend to, so I cannot play with you this time. I promise we will next time. Chapter 19. Chakra sensation. A reluctant expression flickered across Shen Ye's face, yet his heart urged him to part quickly and ascertain what skills he had managed to acquire this time. As Yukumo took her leave, she gently placed a kiss on Shen Ye's forehead before turning to continue down the street ahead. System. What skill did I acquire from Yukumo this time? Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring Yukumo's skill. Chakra perception. Skill cooldown. 3 hours. Alas. Shen Ye was surprised to find that once again, He had obtained a supportive ninjutsu, which bore no enhancement to his current combat prowess. However, possessing this ninjutsu would at least allow him to sense that individual's presence in the vicinity beforehand. Upon reflection, Shen Ye realized that this day marked the most fulfilling experience since his arrival in this world. Although it lacked the visual delights of the first day, he was now able to appreciate the allure of this realm more profoundly. Nevertheless, it would be wise to engage in some training, as supportive ninjutsu often wielded a decisive influence in crucial moments. Shen Ye returned directly to his chamber, commencing his cultivation according to the insights gleaned in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside gradually darkened. However, he remained entirely engrossed in his practice, oblivious to the passage of time. A creaking sound interrupted his meditation, prompting him to glance warily towards the entrance. If Tsunade had returned home, such a sound would not have occurred. It was evident that someone was stealthily approaching. As the door to the room slowly creaked open, a beam of light flooded in. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye immediately discerned that the figure standing at the door was not Tsunade, but rather a male ninja, whose silhouette bore an uncanny familiarity. "Jiraiya, my old friend. What brings you here in such stealth?" he inquired. "Tsunade is still away on her mission, and fearing you might go hungry. She sent me to fetch you something to eat." Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ye exclaimed, "Then let's go to Ichiraku Ramen." Initially, he had intended to dine with Kakashi and Minato, but delays had thwarted those plans. Now, with this fortuitous opportunity, Shen Ye promptly followed Jiraiya from his home and soon found himself seated before the beloved ramen shop. "2 bowls of ramen, as usual, please," he ordered the proprietor. Jiraiya, contemplatively, turned to Shen Ye and asked, "What are your thoughts on that individual in the village? His strength seems comparable to yours, and he appears to be an experienced old spy." Nodding in agreement, Jiraiya regarded Shen Ye with admiration, impressed by the young ninja's keen insight at such a tender age, believing he would undoubtedly evolve into a remarkable shinobi. Before long, Ichiraku presented 2 steaming bowls of ramen before them. As the fragrant steam wafted through the air, Shen Ye felt the enticing aroma envelop him, compelling him to grasp his chopsticks and indulge heartily. Jiraiya chuckled and shook his head, swiftly following suit and devouring his own bowl. To the onlookers, it seemed as though these two had not eaten in ages, resembling famished souls returned from the afterlife. Ichiraku was taken aback by the scene and hastily prepared more ramen to place nearby for Shen Ye and Jiraiya. "There is plenty more. You two should take your time," he advised. "No worries, we've got this," Jiraiya replied with a grin, despite their cheeks being stuffed to capacity, rendering them nearly unable to utter a complete sentence. In mere moments, Shen Ye's bowl was nearly empty, and Jiraiya soon followed suit, finishing off his own ramen with impressive speed. With satisfied pats on their stomachs, they relished the fullness brought by just a single bowl of ramen. "Allow me to introduce you to a new friend. I believe you two will get along splendidly." "Oh." Shen Ye's curiosity was instantly piqued by Jiraiya. At this moment, he could scarcely fathom who could possibly capture Shen Ye's interest. Placing several gold coins upon the table, Jiraiya turned to head in another direction. Eager to uncover the mystery, Shen Ye hurriedly followed in his wake. Though it appeared that their course was set towards the outskirts of the village, Shen Ye furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Jiraiya before him was indeed an impostor, scheming to eliminate him while the surroundings were deserted. Channeling his chakra perception, he discreetly heightened his senses, thoroughly scrutinizing Jiraiya without any pretense. Even if discovered, it mattered little. If this truly were a counterfeit Jiraiya, his true nature would inevitably be revealed. As one of the legendary Shen Ye, Jiraiya sensed the anomaly at the very moment Shen Ye made his move, yet he chose to remain silent, intrigued instead by when Shen Ye had acquired the ninjutsu of Yakumo. After a careful examination, Shen Ye confirmed that the individual before him was indeed the authentic Jiraiya, who bore the latest edition of Ica Paradise at his waist. However, Shen Ye held no interest in the book. With a stunning beauty awaiting him at home, there was no need to indulge in fantasies over a novel. In the darkness of the night, it was clear that proceeding forward would lead him through the gates and out of the village, yet Jiraiya showed no intention of pausing. "Brother Jiraiya, where are you taking me in such a mysterious manner?" Shen Ye inquired. The gatekeeper was stationed there, and one could only meet him outside the village. Shen Ye's eyes flickered as he began to discern the answer within his heart. In the village of Konoha, no one guarding the gates could be deemed weak. Each individual was more formidable than the last. The only one capable of capturing Jiraiya's unwavering attention was the one known as the Little Uchiha, Yamakawa Aoi. He possessed the ability to wield the Uchiha clan's fire release, great fireball technique, while simultaneously commanding crows to launch attacks. Suddenly, a flock of crows darkened the sky, circling above Shen Ye and Jiraiya. Jiraiya halted, gazing upward with arms crossed, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is this how you choose to greet old friends and young ones alike? Appearing here at such a late hour, I suspect your intentions are far from benevolent. Amidst the swarm of crows, the silhouette of Yamakawa Aoi materialized, descending gracefully upon a swirling mass of shadow. Such an entrance was undeniably striking. What brings you, and this little one, to this place? The village is currently rife with unrest, with many unfavorable rumors targeting Shen Ye. Targeting me? Shen Ye, in a gesture of incredulity, pointed to his own nose. Could it be that the peeping incident still pointed to him? The young woman from the mountain city, Aoba, nodded in affirmation, producing a scroll from behind her and handing it to Shen Ye. She then leaped to Jiraiya's side to engage in casual conversation. With an impassive expression, Shen Ye unrolled the scroll, which bore the directive that he must not leave the village under any circumstances until that individual was apprehended. Chapter 20, 3,000 Crows. Having not yet perused the entirety of its contents, Shen Ye cast the scroll to the ground in frustration. Although the voyeur above the bathhouse was watching him, the notion of being linked to that individual was utterly preposterous. More importantly, despite having reported the appearance of that person alongside Rugio and Minato, Sarutobi Hizashi remained unconvinced of his innocence. It seemed that Tsunade was unaware of the situation. Otherwise, her temper would surely have caused a ruckus in the office. What if my scroll were to be damaged due to such force? Yamashiro Aoi cautiously picked up the scroll, dusted it off, and tucked it into his pocket. Sensing Jiraiya's gaze upon him, Shen Ye suddenly grasped the implications. Jiraiya's purpose for bringing him here was not entirely altruistic. He was probing, taking advantage of Tsunade's absence to thoroughly investigate his background. Should he be a spy, he would be eliminated. If not, it would create an opportunity for a warning. Brother Jiraiya, it seems you do not trust me, Shen Ye mused. For the sake of the village's safety, Tsunade has complete faith in you. Yet I require some form of proof. What nonsense! Must I prove my character to you? If I possess the strength of a spy, I would have already dispatched both of you. A subtle smile played on Jiraiya's lips as he observed Shen Ye in silence. Aoi, standing nearby, mirrored this sentiment. Though he appeared considerably more anxious than Jiraiya, this predicament left Shen Ye in a quandary. Under no circumstances could he afford to turn against the two of them at this juncture. If he were truly treated as a spy, all previous fabrications would dissolve into nothingness. Aoi, come over here. I can demonstrate my innocence to you. Yamashiro Aoi glanced at Jiraiya, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Aoi cautiously approached Shen Ye, his demeanor still rife with wariness. In the stillness of the night, a gentle pat was bestowed upon him. As he silently activated the skill of theft within his heart, a chime resonated, heralding the success of the host in acquiring the skill of the Mountain City's green leaf, the 3,000 Crows technique. The cooldown period for this stolen skill is 3 hours. Shen Ye nodded with satisfaction and then sprinted furiously in a particular direction. Shen Ye, momentarily taken aback, prepared to give chase but was halted by Jiraiya. As a ninja tasked with guarding the village entrance, he could not leave his post without permission. Let me pursue him. You stay here and maintain your watch, Jiraiya declared, twisting his neck before launching himself with great force towards the direction Shen Ye had fled. In just a matter of breaths, he closed in on Shen Ye's back. Jiraiya, your speed is astonishing. I had thought my initial advantage would allow me to create some distance. I trust you are not a spy, yet it seems that keeping up with you might lead me to him. With a resigned shake of his head, Shen Ye continued to sprint forward, his sole objective being a modest dwelling nestled within the village. During his attempt to probe Jiraiya's senses, Shen Ye had already discerned the location where that fellow was concealing himself. Jiraiya, my dear brother, when did you begin to fixate on me, hiding so adeptly? This remains a secret. However, I have always placed my trust in you. It was merely out of necessity that I resorted to such methods to locate that individual. Shen Ye also comprehended this truth. Although the spy roaming the village was universally recognized as an impostor of Jiraiya, only Shen Ye and Tsukuhoshi were aware that this individual had never engaged in such deceitful acts. As a child who had suddenly appeared within the village, it was entirely understandable for the spy to focus his attention on him. This very identity provided an impeccable guise. However, another question began to stir within Shen Ye's mind. If the intention was truly to cast blame upon him, why would the spy dare to reveal himself before the likes of Kakashi and Minato and engage in conflict? At this moment, there was no time for such deep contemplation, for for Jiraiya was already running alongside Shen Ye, occasionally glancing back with a cheerful smile. After a considerable period of travel, the two halted before an inconspicuous door, its entrance shrouded in a layer of dust, suggesting that it had not been entered for quite some time. Jiraiya could not help but doubt whether Shen Ye had accurately located the individual they sought. "Shoo, let us enter quietly," he whispered. Shen Ye had unleashed his perceptive abilities, only to discover that a barrier enveloped the room, preventing any insight into its interior. With Jiraiya present, there was no cause for concern. Even if they encountered that individual, their combined offensive would surely lead to triumph. Slowly, he pushed open the door, and a cloud of dust erupted into the air. Through the faint moonlight, he surveyed the room, finding it utterly barren. Wiping away the dust from the floor, Shen Ye deduced that it had indeed been a considerable time since anyone had entered, indicating no pretense. It appeared their search had taken a misguided turn. This was not the lair of that individual. A clever adversary had deliberately left behind a potent scent, leading them astray. Perhaps he was observing from the shadows. And from this day forth, he would be increasingly vigilant. Jiraiya nodded, waving his hand to disperse the drifting dust as he stepped outside, and after a brief moment, Shen Ye followed suit. The two stood in silence beneath the moonlight. Ultimately, it was Jiraiya who shattered the stillness, extending his hand towards Shen Ye. "I sincerely apologize for today's events. I not only failed to place my trust in you, but I also sought to manipulate you. I recognize that your every action is for the sake of the village, and that individual requires our united efforts for capture." Shen Ye extended his hand, firmly grasping Jiraiya's in a moment that dissolved the knot of tension within Jiraiya's heart. However, Shen Ye's mind was filled with disdain. Were it not for the fact that Konoha was the only safe haven in the current ninja world, he would have torn his relationship with Jiraiya asunder today. It was a rare instance for him, having never experienced such treatment throughout his life. "Just wait until I acquire a few more skills. I shall teach you a lesson." Of course, this was unbeknownst to Jiraiya, who firmly believed that there existed no rift between himself and Shen Ye. Yet, despite the events that transpired, Shen Ye's intention was merely to impart a lesson to Jiraiya, without harboring any feelings of animosity. The hour was growing late. Tsunade might have already returned. It was time for me to head home. Shen Ye turned gracefully towards his home, leaving behind a striking silhouette for Jiraiya. Suddenly aware of the peculiar situation, Jiraiya hastily pursued Shen Ye. In the entire ninja world, there is perhaps only one person who could instill genuine fear in Jiraiya's heart. Chapter 21. How beautiful you are. Only Tsunade possesses the power to command Jiraiya's respect, to the extent that even if he were to be unjustly beaten, he would harbor no thoughts of rebellion. "Shen Ye, you must never speak of this to Tsunade." Shen Ye could not help but burst into hearty laughter, finally witnessing a vulnerable side of Jiraiya. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Jiraiya acted out of concern for the village and to expedite his own exoneration, despite the impropriety of his actions. "Fear not, dear brother Jiraiya, for I shall keep this matter locked away in the depths of my heart." Jiraiya nodded, fully trusting the words that flowed from Shen Ye's lips. The crescent moon hung in the sky as Shen Ye meandered homeward, catching a distant glimpse of light still aglow in his room. Upon pushing the door open, he found Tsunade drowsily leaning against the sofa, as if she might succumb to slumber at any moment. "You little rascal, you've finally returned. I wonder what mischief Jiraiya has led you into. It is quite late, Sister Tsunade. You should retire for the night, having toiled throughout the day." Shen Ye gently guided Tsunade's weary form into her chamber before retreating to his own quarters, where he succumbed to a profound slumber. In the realm of dreams, Shen Ye harnessed the art of thievery bestowed by the system, ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja world, becoming a figure of aspiration for all. Upon opening his eyes once more, Shen Ye realized that it was already noon, and he had inadvertently missed the morning classes. If his memory served him correctly, today was the day the third Hokage was to personally visit the Ninja Academy for instruction. "It was all Jiraiya's fault for squandering so much of my time." Shen let out a deep sigh, quickly straightening his attire before hastening towards the Ninja Academy. In a hurried manner, Shen Ye failed to notice a young girl standing at the entrance of the academy, and inevitably, the two collided. "Ouch!" A painful wail echoed in Shen Ye's ears, prompting him to hastily stride over to assist the girl. Upon clearly perceiving her features, Shen Ye found himself momentarily captivated. Her fair complexion framed strikingly bright eyes, and her perfectly shaped lips accentuated her beauty. Shen Ye felt a sense of surprise. To her recollection, the world of ninjas had never witnessed her presence. "You are truly beautiful," Shen Ye blurted out, not even comprehending why he had uttered such words. Greetings, I am Misaki Nakata, and today marks my first day at the Ninja Academy. I appreciate your kindness in advance. Rather than becoming irate from Shen Ye's abrupt encounter, Misaki graciously inclined her body slightly, showcasing her profound humility. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ye felt as if he were enveloped by a gentle breeze. Allow me to escort you to the classroom. Unconsciously, Shen Ye grasped Mei Xiang's hand, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks, yet she made no attempt to withdraw from him. The two entered the classroom, drawing the attention of many, particularly the focused gazes of Uchiha and Mei Qin, which were fixed intently upon Shen Ye. Mizuki nudged Rikuji, an ambiguous glimmer in his eyes. In such a short span, Shen Ye had already acquainted himself with a new girl, truly living up to his fair complexion. It appeared that this enchanting girl was Nakata Mei Xiang, rumored to have a background similar to Shen Ye's. Mizuki stroked his chin, pondering the fate of this seemingly beautiful girl who harbored such a tragic story. Holding Mei Xiang's hand, Shen Ye made his way to Mizuki's side, who promptly cleared 2 seats for him. Uchiha let out a delicate huff and rose from her seat, striding toward Shen Ye. Mizuki wore an expression of amusement, ready to witness a grand spectacle. However, Shen Ye's countenance remained inscrutable, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. Shen Ye, who is this beautiful sister? She is our new classmate. You two should take this opportunity to get acquainted. I have yet to learn much about Mei Xiang myself. Classmates, please settle down. We shall now be graced with a lesson from the 3rd Hokage. A sudden hush fell over the classroom. Though these children often displayed unruly behavior, the mere mention of the 3rd Hokage rendered them obedient. The 3rd Hokage, adorned with a conical hat, stepped purposefully to the front of the classroom, casting a gentle gaze over each student. Some faces reflected dreams of aspiration, for the position of Hokage was a coveted goal for many, Mizuki included. Only Shen Ye bore an expression of indifference, curious about the sudden purpose of the elder's appearance. Sensing the fragrance emanating from Mei Xiang, Shen Ye felt he was beginning to comprehend something. You are the future of the village. I have grown old and cannot protect you for much longer, so your swift growth is imperative. As for the teaching of ninjutsu, dedicated instructors will be appointed for that. My presence today is to convey 2 important messages. Shen Ye embraced his arms across his chest, gazing at the 3rd Hokage with keen interest. If all proceeded as anticipated, that impostor of Jiraiya would undoubtedly make an appearance. Sure enough, the 3rd's gaze eventually settled upon Shen Ye, who gently waved his hand, releasing a surge of chakra. Shen Ye felt a warm sensation emanating from behind, causing him to rise involuntarily. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him, and Sandai slowly began to speak. You have all been misled about Shen Ye, accusing him of being the voyeur at the Celestial Maiden's bathhouse. I have conducted a thorough investigation into the circumstances of that day, and I can now affirm that he bears no connection to the incident whatsoever. Shen Ye widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by the 3rd Hokage's defense of him. In a moment of dazed contemplation, Makoto's mind flickered with doubt. If the esteemed 3rd Hokage had made such a statement, it could indeed substantiate that it was not Shen Ye who had been responsible that day. However, to completely dispel Makoto's suspicions towards Shen Ye, irrefutable evidence must be presented before her. Meanwhile, Tsukiyuki remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why the Hokage would assist Shen Ye in fabricating a lie, especially when it was evident that Shen Ye had been the one spying that day. I have already declared that I am not involved. Surely you must believe me now, Shen Ye asserted. Additionally, there was another pressing matter to address. Dangerous individuals had recently emerged within the village, and if you happened to encounter them, it was imperative to flee at the earliest opportunity. With that, the 3rd turned to leave the classroom, prompting the gazes of the onlookers to shift from Shen Ye to the Hokage, allowing Shen Ye to resettle into his seat. Minato was the first to react, hastily leaning towards Shen Ye to inquire, was it truly not you that day? If so, then the animosity from the other boys in class towards you was utterly unwarranted. Chapter 22. The Akimichi clan. Indeed, that is the case. However, I simply chose not to engage with those individuals, Shen Ye replied. As the 3rd Hokage's figure vanished, the classroom erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. Some of the younger students could not restrain themselves from approaching Shen Ye, expressing their apologies and asserting that their hostility over that incident was misplaced. Shen Ye waved his hand dismissively, turning to gaze at Mei Xiang. You are not a ninja from Konoha, are you? Might you share your tale with me? Through the previous exchange of glances with the 3rd Hokage, Shen Ye sensed an undeniable connection between him and the girl before him, one that could not be carelessly divulged. I am indeed not a ninja from Konoha, but rather hailing from a minuscule nation. Due to the ravages of war, my family has been shattered, leaving me utterly alone. Mei Shang, do you currently have a place to stay? Why not accompany me back to the Hyuga residence? Yu Xing, shedding his earlier demeanor, began to warmly extend an invitation to Mei Shang, a gesture that appeared wholly appropriate. A flicker of thought crossed Shen Ye's mind, contemplating inviting her to the Tsunade household as well, though he ultimately recognized the necessity of consulting Tsunade first. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have accommodations arranged. Lord Third has made suitable provisions for me. Shen Ye nodded thoughtfully, his earlier conjecture proving entirely correct. Mei Shang had indeed passed the trials of 3 generations, and perhaps the two had known each other long before this moment. The afternoon hours slipped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the joyous news of school dismissal arrived. A group of friends decided to venture to the village's hamburger joint for dinner, and thus, a lively procession made its way out of the classroom. However, a rotund figure obstructed the doorway, occupying the space of 3 individuals all by himself. You, blocking the way. How can anyone else get through? Shen Ye remarked. The corpulent individual turned, and in that instant, Shen Ye recognized him as a member of the Akimichi clan. I too wish to pass, but I indulged a bit too much this afternoon, so I require a moment longer, he replied. Shen Ye tapped his forehead. Perplexed by the peculiarities of this family, each member possessed a corpulent physique and displayed an acute sensitivity to food. Nearly an afternoon's indulgence could result in their bodies expanding several sizes. Allow me to assist you. It presents a perfect opportunity to showcase the ninjutsu I have recently mastered. Watergate retrieved a shuriken adorned with a distinctive mark from his pocket and tossed it outside, placing a hand gently on Akadu Dingswa's back. After taking a deep breath, Watergate began to channel his chakra. Since he had trained in the Flying Thunder God technique, this marked the first occasion he would genuinely employ it, inevitably stirring a sense of anxiety within him. Flying Thunder God technique. A surge of chakra erupted from Watergate, exceeding the reserves typical for someone of his age. With a swift whoosh, both Watergate and Akadu Dingswa vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the shuriken. However, Akadu Dingswa found himself wedged halfway through the door, his ample form creating 2 deep indentations in the space around him. I apologize, Akadu. I did not foresee this outcome. Shen Ye helplessly shook his head. At this age, it was already a considerable feat for Wave Wind Watergate to wield the Flying Thunder God technique, let alone while carrying the significantly heavier Akimichi. What a display of extraordinary strength. Without any forewarning, Shen Ye delivered a powerful punch towards Akimichi Dingswa, the tremendous force of his strike resonating upon impact. With a resounding crash, Dingswa was propelled through the doorway, crashing heavily onto the ground. Both Yueshing and Mei Shang instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. However, the sounds that reached their ears were vivid enough to conjure harrowing images in their minds, distorting their expressions into masks of horror. Strangely, Akimichi Dingswa appeared unfazed, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust with a cheerful demeanor as he approached Shen Ye. Brother Shen Ye, you have been a tremendous help today. Allow me to treat you. Let us dine freely and enjoy. As the night unfolded, Shen Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he prepared to indulge in some food. Without invitation, Akimichi Choza made his entrance, and Shen Ye, well aware of this food-loving companion, graciously welcomed him. Without a hint of formality, Shen Ye draped an arm over Choza's shoulder and strolled outside, while Watergate and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of resignation. The group huddled together and entered the establishment, where the owner promptly appeared to greet them. During his time running the shop, he had never witnessed such a gathering of patrons dining together. Moreover, he recognized the leader, Akimichi Choza, who, along with other members of his clan, were esteemed regulars. Simple fare could hardly satisfy their appetites. Every time the Akimichi clan's ninjas departed, the owner would quietly retreat to the back to count his earnings. Owner, as per our usual arrangement, we'll have one of each dish, charged to the Akimichi family's account, he declared. The owner nodded and turned to the kitchen to prepare their meals. The group settled into a spacious area, and Shen Ye gazed out the window, pondering a recent occurrence. System, what skill did I just acquire from Akimichi Choza? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stolen the skill partial multiplication technique from Akimichi Choza. Skill cooldown time, 3 hours. In the depths of his heart, Shen Ye felt a quiet satisfaction. Although the potency of this ninjutsu was not particularly formidable, it could certainly serve as an effective means of attack for him at this moment. The combination of the multiplication technique with the extraordinary strength he had pilfered from Tsunade could yield remarkable results. Shen Ye, what are you secretly laughing about here? Yuxing inquired, gently tapping Shen Ye on the shoulder, pulling him back from his reverie. Faced with the puzzled gazes of his companions, Shen Ye instantly donned an expression of bashfulness, scratching his head lightly. I am truly delighted to have the opportunity to become good friends with all of you, which is why I couldn't help but smile. Shen Ye felt a surge of gratitude towards the teachers from his previous world, had it not been for their guidance. He would not have been able to speak so nonchalantly. In his past life, whenever he made a mistake and was questioned by his teachers, he would conjure up various excuses to deflect their inquiries. Before long, the boss approached Shen Ye, pushing a cart laden with food. Is it possible for you to consume all this by yourself, Akimichi? While it may seem exaggerated, one could indeed devour such a feast with enough effort. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a formidable appetite, as Dingswa could consume in one sitting what would typically last others an entire week. Chapter 23. The Fusion of Ninja Techniques. I'm ready. Akimichi Dingswa clasped his hands together in reverence, gazing at the spread before him, before entering into a whirlwind of consumption. In the span of mere breaths, the delectable dishes on the table diminished at a visually perceptible pace. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Shen Ye no longer hesitated. He swiftly seized the nearest chicken leg and brought it to his lips, fearing even the slightest delay would deprive him of this delight. Similarly, Lu Jiao and Mizuki acted with equal fervor, while only Yueshing and Meishang, the two young ladies, leisurely selected morsels to savor with delicate chewing. It truly seemed serendipitous for these children to encounter one another in this place. Suddenly, a ninja adorned with the insignia of another village entered their line of sight. Shen Ye lifted his gaze, and memories surged forth in his mind. He recognized him as a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, notable in his recollections for being part of the group that abducted Kushina Uzumaki in the original narrative. The abrupt appearance of these individuals surely harbored ulterior motives. What connection could there possibly be among us, as we are strangers? Our leader desires to escort Miss Meishang away, so it would be prudent for you to refrain from interference. Konoha's very own Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, rising to position himself between Meishang and the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Do you even comprehend that this is the territory of Konoha? How dare you speak so arrogantly? The incessant chatter of the children here is becoming irksome. Without further ado, the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village extended a hand, intending to shove Minato aside, while the other reached out toward Meishang. Shen Ye emitted a cold snort, his body instantaneously appearing before the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, channeling his chakra into his fist. With the partial multiplication technique combined with immense strength, a series of resounding thuds followed as Shen Ye's arm swelled to the thickness of a tree trunk, unleashing tremendous power against the belly of the Hidden Cloud Ninja. With a thunderous crash, the adversary was propelled out of the house, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. The commotion promptly attracted the attention of patrolling ninjas from the Leaf Village, who swiftly surrounded the fallen foe. Simultaneously, a Leaf Ninja materialized beside Shen Ye. Is that the one you defeated? Who else could it be? You've seen it with your own eyes and still ask me? The Leaf Ninja scrutinized Shen Ye, unable to believe that such a diminutive figure could wield such formidable strength. Equally astonished was Akimichi Choza, who had a chicken leg dangling from his mouth. He recognized the partial multiplication technique. It was indeed a unique jutsu belonging to their clan. Before he could pose his questions to Shen Ye, they were all escorted by the patrolling ninjas towards the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, who had only recently parted from them, sat at his desk, carefully assessing the group before him, incredulous that they were responsible for such a significant disturbance. Third Hokage, might we discuss the situation regarding Meishang in detail? That individual intended to take Meishang away from the outset. Shinai paid no heed to the respect due to the third Hokage, leaning on the table as he locked eyes with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his presence exuding an aura that was by no means inferior to that of the Hokage. He chuckled, remarking that Meishang was merely a young one from the Hidden Cloud Village. However, should he remain there, he would inevitably face some inhumane experiences, which is why he was brought back to the village for protection. Shen Ye pondered deeply over Sarutobi Hizashi's words, which bore profound significance. On one hand, it indicated his intent to safeguard Misha, while on the other, it hinted at her possessing considerable research value, extending beyond the confines of the Hidden Cloud Village. As for the ultimate decision of Konohagakure, it shall depend on Misha's future development. Shen Ye turned to glance at Meishang, unable to discern any lurking beast or threat behind her visage. One could only hope that the village genuinely safeguarded her, rather than treating her as a mere laboratory subject. In response to Shen Ye's skepticism, the third Hokage displayed no sign of agitation. Rather, it was the anxious Watergate who made several attempts to intervene on Shen Ye's behalf. Regardless of the circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen held the esteemed title of the third Hokage, and such disrespect towards the Hokage was deemed unacceptable throughout the village. I am quite intrigued by the ninjutsu you employed today. Was it a remarkable fusion of innate strength and the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan? Shen Ye murmured in dismay, realizing that his unique ninjutsu had been discovered. Perhaps before he could adequately protect Meishong, he had unwittingly become a mere lab rat. With a swift glance, Shen Ye leaped back 2 steps, landing beside Akimichi Dingswa. The formidable strength was a chakra manipulation technique imparted to him by his sister Tsunade, while the art of multiplication had, of course, been taught to him by Dingswa. As he spoke, Shen Ye winked at Dingswa, who, despite his usual absent-mindedness, instantly grasped Shen Ye's meaning. Indeed, it was during their time at the Ninja Academy that I had shared the ninjutsu incantations with Shen Ye, albeit I had not anticipated his ability to comprehend them in such a brief span. The third Hokage offered a slight smile, choosing not to expose the ruse shared between the two. It was thanks to these young children that today's events unfolded, so speak now of what reward you desire. Contributing to the village is our duty. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Minato promptly ushered Shen Ye and the others out of the room. Exiting the Hokage's office without a moment's pause, the third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing down at the small figures racing below. His focus unwaveringly fixed on Shen Ye. Once their silhouettes vanished from his sight, he returned to his seat. The relentless pace had left Akimichi Dingswa breathless. Even as he attempted to halt Minato, leaning against a nearby tree to catch his breath. Why turn down a reward? We may have squandered a precious opportunity for training. Such opportunities will abound in the future. However, there is an unusual atmosphere in the office today. I sense it too. Let us all remain vigilant in the days to come. Shen Ye imparted a piece of advice before turning towards home. Yueshing glanced at the others and hurriedly caught up with Shen Ye, preparing to accompany him back. The pair, Lu Jiao and Shui Min, exchanged glances and shrugged, discussing their plan to escort Meishong home before returning to their own abodes, only to be met with Meishong's refusal. You two need not concern yourselves with me. Dingswa requires your assistance far more than I do. I can manage on my own. Thus, the group parted ways. Shen Ye entered his home, collapsed onto his bed, and gradually closed his eyes. His mind wandered to the various behaviors exhibited by Sarutobi Izashi in the office that day, an instinct whispering to him that a conspiracy awaited him. It was then that Shen Ye realized the world was far more intricate than he had previously imagined. Chapter 24. Teach us in the early morning. Before Shen Ye had the chance to open his eyes, a chorus of shouts erupted from outside. Shen Ye, the sun is already up, and you're still in bed. Indeed, Shen Ye, we're all waiting for you. Hurry and get up. Shen Ye rubbed his eyes, feeling quite irritable at being abruptly awakened from a delightful dream. However, given that he was surrounded by close friends, he refrained from expressing his annoyance. After a brief tidying up, Shen Ye donned his clothes and stepped outside. What brings you all here so early? He inquired. The Ninja Academy is closed today, so we thought we would invite you to join us at the training ground for some practice. With a resigned glance at the two miscreants, Shen Ye could only shake his head in exasperation. If you two are determined to be subjected to my relentless training, so be it. Stretching lazily, he made his way towards the training grounds, while Lu Jiao and Minato exchanged knowing looks and shrugged, following closely behind. Prior to encountering Shen Ye, the duo had already conspired to endure whatever brutalities awaited them, all in the name of learning from their esteemed friend. In the spirit of camaraderie, Minato had been forthright with Lu Jiao about his own endeavors in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. They had secretly devised a plan to seize this opportunity to best Shen Ye, aiming for substantial improvement. Before long, the trio arrived at the training arena, which was already teeming with people, making it quite a challenge to find a suitable spot to practice. Shen Ye, over here. Akimichi Dingswa waved from a distance, surrounded by a vast expanse of open ground adjacent to a copse of trees. Ah, so you three had this all plotted from the start, Shen Ye mused. Such a rare opportunity must indeed be cherished. Minato scratched his head sheepishly, having already tasted the sweet fruits of enhanced ninjutsu, thus valuing the moment even more. The three approached Akimichi Dingswa, and without warning, they unleashed a punch directed at his ample belly. Before he could react, The force of the blow surged through him. Though he remained stationary, he found himself utterly incapacitated, as if every chakra pathway in his body had been sealed. What just transpired? Such overwhelming power had manifested without a whisper. It was then that Lu Jiao and Minato's eyes gleamed with admiration, their hearts yearning to reach such formidable heights. After a few breaths, Akimichi Dings was suddenly regained the ability to move. Astonished, he flexed his arms, his expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. The precision with which Shen Ye controlled his chakra was unparalleled, even surpassing that of certain members of the Hokage clan, a testament to the sheer terror of his strength. Since you place such trust in me, allow me to impart some ninjutsu, he offered. Shen Ye turned his neck slightly and walked over to Rukyu, whispering a few words into his ear. Rukyu's expression transformed from shock to joy, and without acknowledging anyone else, he dashed into the forest to embark on a day of training. Noticing the envy etched on the faces of Akimichi Dingswa and Namikaze Minato, Shen Ye chuckled and approached Akimichi Dingswa's side. My understanding of your clan's ninjutsu is rather limited, so I can only guide you to exercise finer control over your techniques. This alone is sufficient, as the various ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan stem from a profound mastery of chakra control. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye placed his hand upon Dingswa, allowing the subtle flow of chakra to transfer into him. Gradually, Dingswa became aware of the transformation occurring within his body, settling down to independently absorb the sensation. Shen Ye, is it my turn next? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Perhaps you should reconsider and focus on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique first, Watergate replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Yet he obediently retreated into the woods to embark on a day of training. Compared to the Ninja Academy, this place was far more conducive to cultivation, offering a genuine experience of combat and a quicker adaptation to the battleground of life and death. Observing the chaotic movements of those around him, Shen Ye felt a wave of boredom wash over him. At that moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared before him, and an intriguing idea sparked in Shen Ye's mind. Jiraiya, shall we engage in a game? A game? What kind of game? It's merely a simple game of tag. If you can catch me, I shall bestow upon you all the money I possess, allowing you to indulge in revelry. Initially inclined to decline, Jiraiya's interest was piqued upon hearing the mention of indulgence, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. With a mischievous smile, Shen Ye exerted force beneath his feet and swiftly turned to flee, leaving Jiraiya, who stood in stunned silence, in his wake. He had not anticipated that this fellow would so quickly enter the fray. When Jiraiya glanced back at Shen Ye, his figure had already vanished from the training ground. This fellow certainly had a remarkable speed. After shaking out his limbs, Jiraiya leisurely pursued him. The chase was a lengthy endeavor, and Jiraiya was in no rush. Gradually, the scenes within Jiraiya's line of sight underwent a profound transformation. The surrounding buildings became increasingly sparse, making way for vast expanses of forest. Shen Ye stood atop the towering tree trunk, turning his gaze behind him, yet he found no trace of Jiraiya. Why is this fellow so slow? It seems he does not take this chase seriously at all. Shen Ye, what are you hesitating for? I am already before you. Shen Ye furrowed his brow, for Jiraiya's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him, despite the fact that he had not seen him pursuing all along the way. Even if you emerge victorious in this match, I bear no gold coin upon my person. Thus, the wager has reached its conclusion. Shen Ye shrugged nonchalantly, having already devised all possible strategies upon encountering Jiraiya, unconcerned even if he were to lose the match. Jiraiya smirked, inwardly cursing Shen Ye's audacity. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, the wind whispering ominously around them. The two exchanged a glance, instinctively drawing closer together. Such a disturbance suggested a formidable adversary. Perhaps it was the very individual they had long sought. Do you possess the confidence to vanquish that foe? Children, do not lag behind, Jiraiya remarked, as he propelled himself from the tree trunk, vanishing seamlessly into the lush foliage, leaving Shen Ye standing alone in the clearing. Chapter 25. A display of skill in the stillness of the night. Shen Ye silently released his chakra perception, yet he could not locate the whereabouts of Jiraiya. It seemed that the cunning plan to leave him here as bait was indeed a clever stratagem. Although Shen Ye scoffed at such behavior, he remained motionless upon the tree trunk. The sounds around him grew increasingly louder, drawing nearer to Yi Xian. Suddenly, two shurikens flew through the leaves, hurtling directly towards Shen Ye's face. Shen Ye let out a soft snort, gently twisting his body as a shuriken sliced through the air, a whirlwind tearing across his face. It truly stung. One could only wonder what tremendous force that fellow had exerted. Rubbing his slightly burning cheek, Shen Ye fixed his gaze upon a direction within the woods, discerning that the individual was lurking just behind. Come forth, you who only indulges in furtive antics. Have you already been discovered? It is a pity that your companion managed to escape. Otherwise, after having dispatched 2 ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, you could have returned triumphantly to report your success. A robust figure gradually emerged, adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Cloud Village. Shen Ye locked his brows in contemplation. Recently, individuals from Union Village had appeared one after another. Could it be that a conflict was brewing between these 2 villages? However, based on his understanding of the original narrative, it was precisely the time when all the ninja villages were poised for action. No one wished to be the first to shatter this unwritten rule. With another figure present, it would be most regrettable to let him escape. Jiraiya leaped gracefully to position himself behind that individual, with the 2 of them flanking the ninja from Union Village. All we need to do is to hold him off for a while. I have already disseminated the information, and reinforcements from the village will arrive shortly. Shen Ye nodded slightly, understanding that Jiraiya's words were merely intended for the ears of the Hidden Cloud Village ninja. In this desolate wilderness, given Jiraiya's current abilities, he was unable to convey any messages from afar. The ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village scoffed disdainfully, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. He was well aware of Jiraiya's identity as one of the legendary Sannin, possessing formidable strength. However, he held an unwavering confidence in his own abilities, believing that even if he were to be outmatched, he could still escape unscathed. As for Shen Ye, he regarded this individual with utter indifference. Out of the deepest respect for ninjas, I would like to know your name. As for me, my name remains unchanged, and I am known as the Nin Yuya of the Hidden Cloud Village. Shen Ye gazed at the individual before him with a peculiar expression. As the name Buluyu evoked no recollection in his mind, this character had not been mentioned in the original narrative at all. Merely an ordinary Nin. Yet his demeanor was more audacious than that of individuals of higher caliber. Water release, water bullet technique. Buluyu swiftly shifted his body to the side, while simultaneously forming hand seals to gather the chakra within him, accumulating it gradually in his mouth. Before he could complete his sealing motion, Shen Ye leaped nimbly to Buluyu's side and unleashed a powerful punch to his abdomen. The combination of his movement and the sealing action rendered Buluyu momentarily incapable of evasion, resulting in a solid impact from Shen Ye's fist. Initially, he had assumed Shen Ye's strike would lack force, yet he was taken aback by an unexpected surge of strength. A bitter taste surged in Buluyu's mouth, propelling his body backward a significant distance. Well done, Shen Ye. Your next attack could very well seal his fate. Heh, I truly underestimated you too. Even the children of Konoha can be so ferocious. Buluyu wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and, leaning against a nearby tree, gradually rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Shen Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that the punch he had just delivered had exhausted all the power he could muster within his being, yet it had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. Take a moment to rest, Shen Ye. The next part is mine to handle. Jiraiya descended directly onto the tree trunk, brandishing 2 shuriken that he launched straight at Buluyu's head. With a single hand, Buluyu struck the ground, rising to his feet in an exceedingly irregular stance. With such meager skill, you dare attempt to ambush me? Perhaps you should return to the village and train for a few more years. Water release, water bullet technique. The ninjutsu he had yet to fully unleash now flowed from Buluyu's lips, sending a torrent of water soaring skyward, with Jiraiya positioned precisely in its path. How could this guy react so swiftly? In a state of astonishment, Jiraiya hastily adjusted his position, the water column grazing his shoulder and tearing through his clothing. Meanwhile, Shen Ye, who had been observing the battle, swiftly appeared behind Jiraiya. With incredible strength, he placed his palm upon Jiraiya, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace towards Buluyu. With a resounding clash, the shuriken collided, revealing that Buluyu had grasped a long blade in his hand. Sparks flying in all directions. Shen Ye shook his head in resignation. It seemed that, for the time being, he could not subdue this fellow and would require a bit of assistance. Jiraiya, I am here to aid you. As the night concealed itself from Buluyu's gaze, Shen Ye's palm gently descended upon him, silently reciting the incantation for skill acquisition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Buluyu's skill. Water release, water bullet technique. Skill cooldown time, 3 hours. At last, a formidable offensive ninjutsu had been acquired. It would be intriguing to see how one could defend against their own technique. The moment Shen Ye learned the water release ninjutsu, He had already mastered its highest form, with an enhanced speed of hand seals. With a simple gesture, a water dragon materialized in the air behind Shen Ye, roaring furiously toward bullies. The latter stood frozen in place, stunned. Despite dedicating over a decade to mastering the water release technique, he was far surpassed by this mere child. In all his years within the ninja world, he had never witnessed such a level of ninjutsu. How could this be? You are but a child. How can you wield such a technique? There remains much yet unseen by you. From this day forth, ponder slowly within the confines of Konoha. Seizing the moment of Buluyu's astonishment, Shen Ye and Jiraiya charged toward him simultaneously, casting two ropes that ensnared him tightly. Realizing too late, Buluyu attempted to mobilize the chakra within him, only to discover it was utterly futile. The ropes binding him seemed to possess an extraordinary ability, sealing off the connections between his chakra points, rendering him incapable of forming any chakra. Shen Ye clapped his hands and nodded towards Jiraiya. Chapter 26. The Great Fireball Technique. This matter of public affairs shall be entrusted solely to you. Ensure that you inform the third Hokage that all the credit belongs to you alone. Though Jiraiya was utterly perplexed as to the reasoning behind this directive, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. After binding the troublesome Buluyu securely, Jiraiya gently bit his own lip with one hand before forming the necessary seals and striking the ground. Summoning technique. A diminutive toad materialized on the ground, opening its mouth wide to engulf Buluyu whole. Without further delay, I shall deliver this individual to the third Hokage and simultaneously ascertain whether the one impersonating me is indeed him. Shen Ye nodded slightly, glancing at the sky to note the lateness of the hour, and then proceeded in the opposite direction of Jiraiya. Even if this matter could not be publicly proclaimed, it was still essential to inform Tsunade for the sake of facilitating his subsequent actions. Without pausing, Shen Ye traversed the rooftops and came to a halt at his doorstep. A shadowy figure lurked at the entrance, pacing back and forth. Initially, Shen Ye paid it no mind, as the streets were bustling with people. Shen Ye, you have finally returned, came a familiar voice, the last one Shen Ye wished to confront. Uchiha Mikoto. Is there something you need from me? She inquired. I have some matters for which I seek your insight, and thus I have awaited your arrival here for quite some time. Shen Ye raised his hands in exasperation. Although Mikoto possessed an exceptionally sweet appearance, she harbored persistent doubts about being a voyeur, which led her to refrain from engaging further. Should this misunderstanding be resolved, it would undoubtedly transform the situation entirely. If there are any concerns, please voice them quickly, otherwise, others might speculate that you are associating with a voyeur. Shen Ye deliberately provoked Mikoto, anticipating a flurry of retorts. However, to his surprise, she suddenly fell silent. I am curious whether the sudden enhancement of Watergate and Shika's ninjutsu is in any way connected to you. If it is, how so? If it is not, what then? The Uchiha clan is set to hold a competition in the near future, and I aspire to attain a commendable rank in this event. Thus, I seek your guidance for a period of training. Shinai glanced at the time. It had only been about 10 minutes since he had employed his thieving skill, and he was not yet able to invoke it again. Come here early tomorrow, he instructed before pushing the door open and returning to his home. Tsunade was in the room, diligently organizing some documents. Upon seeing her adopted brother return, she set aside her tasks and turned to greet him, arms wide open, ready to envelop Shinai in a warm embrace. However, Shinai, with a stoic expression, pushed her away, leaving Tsunade utterly perplexed. Typically, Shinai would cling to her side, making this rejection of affection a first. What has transpired, Shinai? She inquired. Today, I encountered a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village while with Jiraiya, and we managed to capture him. Tsunade nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing her face as she affectionately ruffled Shen Ye's hair. Given her understanding of Jiraiya, had he faced that individual alone, there was a significant chance he would have let him go. It was undoubtedly Shen Ye's presence that provided the keen insights leading to their successful capture of the enemy ninja. This is a positive development for you. Experiencing combat prior to officially becoming a ninja is invaluable. However, I cannot ascertain whether that individual was an imposter of Jiraiya. Could it be that the enemies of Konohagakure are increasing? Tsunade paused, realizing that Shen Ye's earlier actions stemmed from genuine concern for the village's safety. She quickly bent down and enveloped him in her embrace. Rest assured, regardless of how many adversaries we face, I will protect you with all my might. Shen Ye nodded slightly, leaning against Tsunade's shoulder in a state of desolation, savoring the warmth emanating from her hands. The following morning, the voice of Uchiha Mikoto echoed from outside the room, abruptly rousing Shen Ye from his slumber. What had begun as a delightful dream nearly transformed into a nightmare due to Mikoto's call. This little girl is indeed punctual. It is best not to keep a lady waiting. Although Shen Ye often presented a roguish demeanor, he inherently possessed a gentlemanly charm. Our objective today is the training ground. If you manage to arrive there before me, I shall impart to you a formidable ninjutsu. Is this true? Mikoto's astonishment barely registered before she realized that Shen Ye had already dashed out, driven by her desire for self-improvement and a commendable performance in future competitions. Mikoto resolutely trailed behind Shen Ye as they raced towards the training area. However, as time passed, the distance between them began to widen. This fellow certainly holds a grudge, yet he seems somewhat unfamiliar with the layout of the village. Suddenly, Mikoto halted, pivoting to run sideways, weaving through the bustling streets, and soon found herself at the heart of the training ground. Shen Ye stood at the entrance of the training ground, gazing at Mei Qin with a hint of surprise, perplexed by how she managed to catch up with him. You have already lost this wager, so you are aware of the necessary course of action. With a sense of resignation, Shen Ye approached Mikoto, gently patting her shoulder. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully acquired the skill of Uchiha Mikoto. Fire release, great fireball technique. Skill cooldown time, 3 hours. Shen Ye felt quite pleased with this outcome. The great fireball technique not only holds renown within the Uchiha clan but also throughout the entire ninja world. Today, I shall impart the techniques of fire release and the great fireball technique to you. However, whether you can successfully wield them ultimately depends on your own efforts. Mikoto nodded repeatedly, fully aware that activating her Sharingan during the competition was unattainable. Thus, the great fireball technique remained her sole path to victory. On a serene night, Shen Ye guided Mikoto to the bank of a small river within the training grounds, where he demonstrated each intricate hand seal with precision. Mikoto watched intently, eager to jot down every movement in her notebook. This encompassed the entirety of the hand seals required for the great fireball technique, and she believed she had grasped them well. However, the ultimate mastery lay in the manipulation of chakra. Mikoto nodded repeatedly. She had previously attempted to perform the seals but encountered difficulties in channeling her chakra, which led to the failure of her ninjutsu. Once the chakra issue was resolved, she could effortlessly master not only the great fireball technique, but any ninjutsu. The distinction between a genius and a mediocre performer lies here. Some ninjas can easily master ninjutsu with mere basic instruction. Chapter 27. Watching the match time swiftly passed, leading to the moment of the Uchiha clan's tournament. Mikoto, utilizing the great fireball technique, advanced to the finals. As fate would have it, Shen Ye happened to pass by the Uchiha clan's premises and glanced inside, witnessing the fierce battle between Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku. At this juncture, only the two of them remained in contention for the ultimate victory. It was apparent that Fugaku was reluctant to engage in combat with Mikoto, his demeanor hinting at an intention to forfeit the match. Yet the steely gaze of the Uchiha patriarch extinguished such thoughts before they could take root. Mikoto, I am sorry, but you cannot win this match, he declared. The Uchiha clan had long been a bastion of male dominance, and today was the day to showcase the prowess of female ninjas to the world. Well said. One should indeed be so audacious. As Shen Ye clapped his hands and strode toward the competition arena, he eventually came to a halt at the edge, quietly observing the scene before him. Fugaku's lips twitched, and a surge of impulsive desire to take action welled up within him. However, he recognized the significance of this match and restrained himself from acting recklessly. Please, continue, he thought. I merely wish to remain a silent spectator, while I witness how the brilliant ninja, Uchiha Fugaku, meets his downfall at the hands of Mikoto. The head of the Uchiha clan furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, aware that his esteemed status rendered it unbecoming to engage in a contest with a mere child. The emergence of Shen Ye did not disrupt Mikoto's state. Yet Uchiha Fugaku was not as fortunate. Each time he channeled chakra, the figure of Shen Ye would materialize in his mind, and his voice echoed in his ears. Damn it! This guy's presence has completely unsettled my focus. Fugaku, do not lose your concentration during the battle. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Mikoto, keenly observing Fugaku's weaknesses, swiftly formed hand seals, channeling a significant portion of her chakra into her mouth. Should this strike succeed, it would decisively conclude the match. Conversely, if Fugaku managed to evade it, Mikoto's remaining chakra would be insufficient to sustain her in the fight. Shen Ye stood below, a faint smile gracing his lips, as the outcome unfolded in his mind. Under ordinary circumstances, Mikoto would never be a match for Fugaku. After all, The forehead protector adorning Fugaku's brow clearly indicated his status as a genin. How could a mere child, still ungraduated from the ninja academy, possibly contend with a genin? Yet, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished, with the exception of Shen Ye. A tiny flame descended upon Fugaku at an astonishing angle, a result even the clan head had not anticipated. It seemed the match had reached its conclusion, rendering further observation unnecessary. Shen Ye shrugged and turned to walk outside. The reason for entering at this moment to witness the match was twofold. On one hand, to exert psychological pressure on Fugaku, and on the other, to observe the expressions of these individuals upon witnessing the outcome. Shock and disbelief were etched on everyone's faces. Feeling the piercing gazes from outside, Shen Ye instinctively raised a hand to shield his face. Ah, Shen Ye, it appears you two are here to observe the Uchiha clan's competition. It has already concluded. You've arrived too late, Minato. Despite his efforts to hasten his arrival, he ultimately missed the results of the match. Of course, Mikoto emerged victorious, having endured my rigorous training beforehand. A look of contentment crossed Minato's face, as the battle between Mikoto and Fugaku subtly reflected the disparity between the young ninjas of the academy and the lower-ranked ninjas. Furthermore, Fugaku was not only renowned within the Uchiha clan but was also celebrated as a prodigious ninja throughout the entire village. To commemorate this conclusion, let us indulge in some Ichiraku ramen. As for ramen, I shall pass. I have other matters to attend to. My tasks for today remain unfinished. Tasks? What tasks? Minato inquired with a playful curiosity, edging closer to Shen Ye, mistakenly believing that he had been assigned an important mission by the village. Certainly, Shen Ye would not disclose that his intention was to pilfer the skills of a ninja, so he fabricated a reason to deflect the inquiry and turned to leave. Watching his gradually fading silhouette, Minato shook his head in resignation. He was aware that Shen Ye harbored some secret, yet as a good friend, he felt it was imperative to respect his privacy and refrain from prying. After parting ways with Minato, Shen Ye wandered aimlessly through the village streets, searching for his target for the day. However, amidst the throngs of people, he failed to identify anyone worth stealing from. Today, it seemed as though the ninjas had collectively vanished from the village, leaving only ordinary citizens and children in their wake, rendering his stealth skills futile. After much contemplation, Shen Ye settled on a target. Even though the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had vacated the village, that fellow would remain steadfastly at his post, ever watchful of the Hokage's throne. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ye proceeded toward the direction of the Hokage's office, entering the location of the Anbu directly. At that moment, Danzo was indulging in a leisurely slumber, exuding an air of indifference, while the Anbu was otherwise deserted. Danzo, you seem quite at ease here, Shen Ye remarked. As Danzo slowly opened his bleary eyes, he scrutinized the individual standing before him. Shen Ye, you've grown so tall. I can't believe I've only been away for a single day. Danzo was taken aback. In just a few days, Shen Ye had seemingly reached a height that would take years for most. What manner of creature was he? Even his chakra had multiplied exponentially. However, this shock was fleeting. As Danzo quickly regained his composure, what brings you here so suddenly? The third Hokage wooed T casually stroll in. A sinister expression crept across Danzo's face as he began to contemplate that a single misstep from Shen Ye could provide him the opportunity to strike. Should he perish here, no one would be the wiser. The Anbu was the most enigmatic organization in the village, beyond the reach of Tsunade or the third Hokage's authority to intervene. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye sensed an impending threat but remained composed as he gradually approached Danzo. Was he not simply drawn to his old comrade? As he spoke, Shen Ye placed a hand upon Danzo's shoulder, who remained completely oblivious to any unusual behavior. Lacking a suitable rationale, Danzo found it difficult to express his discontent, instead returning Shen Ye's greeting with a forced smile. Hearing such words from this insolent youth felt insincere. He should just speak plainly about what was troubling him. Indeed, there was a matter that required assistance, and only he was suitable for it. Danzo shot a glance at Shen Ye, fully aware that this individual was far from ordinary. Chapter 28. Ancient ninjutsu. You have surely heard of the impostor claiming to be Jiraiya, whose existence has been a source of great distress in my life. Is he harassing you? Danzo scoffed. Nonsense. Only by capturing him can I clear my name of being a peeping Tom, which is why I seek your help. This matter has long been pursued by Jiraiya, and I am at a loss to assist you. Danzo shrugged helplessly, his face betraying a look of discomfort. In truth, Danzo had no intention of aiding Shen Ye. If that rogue remained elusive, the misunderstanding would firmly ensconce itself upon Shen Ye. For Danzo, This was an enormous stroke of fortune, as it would unwittingly allow him to deal with Shen Ye. The night was deep, and Shen Ye let out a sigh, feigning great regret as he shook his head and contemplated stepping outside. Tuanzo leaned silently against the bed, watching Shen Ye depart until he vanished from sight, at which point a sinister expression replaced his facade. An immature notion took root in Tuanzo's mind. The members of the Umbu were countless. He could easily find a trusted accomplice to frame Shen Ye, thereby tarnishing his reputation within the village irreparably. At that moment, Tuanzo would not even need to lift a finger to achieve his objective, for often, the destruction of a person's reputation proves far more potent than their physical demise. Shen Ye stepped back into the light, casting a mocking glance towards Danzo's direction. You wish to trouble me? For now, I shall grant you a modicum of mercy. But next time, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Clenching his fists, Shen Ye sensed a surge of power within him, and even the circulation of his vital energy had significantly intensified. Consequently, he hastily inquired of the system regarding the skill he had appropriated from Danzo. If his suspicions were correct, such formidable vitality in a ninjutsu could only belong to the first Hokage's would-release techniques. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired Danzo's skill. Would release, root burial. Skill cooldown, 3 hours. In the shadows, Shen Ye subtly nodded. This time, not only had he successfully stolen an offensive ninjutsu, but he had also fortified his own physique. His curiosity regarding the potency of the ninjutsu acquired from Danzo, who had implanted the first Hokage's cells into his own body, was insatiable. After surveying his surroundings, Shen Ye exerted a slight force beneath his feet and leaped onto the rooftop, sprinting towards the distant forest, eager to test the capabilities of the ninjutsu. However, it seemed that Shen Ye had momentarily forgotten that his system's ability could maximize the power of the stolen ninjutsu, rendering extensive training unnecessary. With no one around, Shen Ye took a deep breath. Would release, tree root burial. Sensing the flow of chakra, he thrust his right arm forward with force, and his fair arm instantaneously transformed into a robust trunk. Countless plants before him were ruthlessly ensnared and annihilated by this trunk. As the trunk slowly fell to the ground, Shen Ye's delicate arm re-emerged, now even smoother and more flawless than before. Yet, at that moment, Shen Ye could only utilize the technique once, as the residual chakra would not permit a second deployment in the short term. Even drawing upon the Sage Mode chakra would require several hours before he could unleash it again. Thus, caution was imperative. Little one, you are capable of wielding the first Hokage's would-release ninjutsu. It seems Lord Danzo was not mistaken. You are destined to become a menace. A masked figure appeared before Shen Ye, arms crossed and leaning against a grand tree. Shen Ye scrutinized the figure before him, realizing that this was indeed the individual who had once taken Yuxing hostage. It became evident that Danzo's intentions had never been pure. As a ninja of Konohagakure, do you still choose to serve Danzo with unwavering loyalty? The orders bestowed by Lord Danzo were merely to observe you during this period. However, it appears that your life can no longer be spared. Since I am but a soul on the brink of death, might I be granted the privilege of witnessing your true visage? The masked figure nodded subtly and slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing his genuine identity. Shen Ye swiftly pondered the information regarding the figure before him, striving to uncover his most immediate weakness, unwilling to squander any more time with this individual. Having previously employed the would-release technique, the root burial, he had fully recuperated during this interval, yet he was still not at his peak condition. Aside from Lord Danzo, you are the second person to witness my true form. You may rest assured in your impending demise. By done, do you truly believe I am unaware of the workings of the Umbu? The enigmatic figure of Shen Ye chuckled softly, a smile gradually unfurling across his face as his expression softened. Now, it was Bai Dun's turn to feel the tension rise within him. In the entirety of the village, he bore only the codename associated with the Umbu. The name Bai Dun had been sealed away since the moment he entered this clandestine organization, never to be spoken of again. Who exactly are you? How do you possess such confidential knowledge? Perhaps you should descend below and inquire with the fallen ninjas. They might just reveal the answers you seek. In the depths of the night, Shen Ye stepped back with his right foot, channeling his strength into his left fist, and struck fiercely towards Bai Dun. This was the technique of amplifying monstrous strength. His colossal fist lingered in the air, generating a powerful gust that surged towards Bai Dun. The wind swept through Bai Dun's hair, causing it to billow backward, and he instinctively narrowed his eyes. Having already suffered once, Would I truly be intimidated by the same ninjutsu a second time? Water release, water flow wall. Bai Dun swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground, conjuring a towering wall of water that effectively blocked the oncoming gale. Shen Ye nodded slightly, recalling that the last time he managed to scare him away was due to a sudden ambush. It was evident that he had been observing him for quite some time. However, after a few breaths, a massive gash appeared in the water wall, a clear indication of the secondary attack's impact from his immense strength. Before Bai Dun could react, he was struck by the force, his body propelled backward over a considerable distance. In such a brief moment, your power has surged remarkably. Today, I shall ensure you do not leave this forest alive. As for you, my secret has been uncovered, so it would be prudent for you to meet your demise. Without intending to grant Bai Dun a moment's respite, Shen Ye charged forward, shuriken in hand, the metallic clang resonating through the air. Despite not having graduated from the Ninja Academy, Shen Ye engaged Bai Dun, a Chunin, in a fierce exchange. Were any other ninjas present, they would undoubtedly be incredulous at Shen Ye's ability to execute such attacks, with each strike compelling Bai Dun to exert his utmost effort. In Chapter 29, Chakra Consumption, Bai Dun's strength suddenly intensified as he forcefully repelled Shen Ye with his shuriken. Simultaneously, he discarded the shuriken on the ground, his hands rapidly forming seals. Shen Ye struggled to discern Bai Dun's movements. Retreating, he found himself unable to react adequately, resorting to channeling chakra beneath his feet to halt his backward motion. Wind release, gale palm. Bai Dun's palm manifested two visible whirlwinds, which, upon leaving his grasp, expanded tremendously, hurtling towards Shen Ye. This individual could indeed wield two different elemental ninjutsu. It was no wonder he had become a member of the Umbu. Shen Ye furrowed his brow tightly, realizing that he had consistently underestimated this individual. Now it seemed he lacked absolute confidence in subduing him. However, the situation had already unfolded. Releasing Bai Dun would cause his mastery of wood release to erupt instantaneously. The third Hokage, that old schemer, had unknown intentions. If he were to discover that the title of lab rat had been firmly affixed to his head. Chakra perception. He expanded his sensory range to its utmost limits, envisioning a vivid image of a tornado and its trajectory in his mind. The tornado, having detached from Bai Dun's grasp, still retained its chakra form, allowing Shen Ye to predict its forthcoming evasive maneuvers. Yet, merely avoiding the attack would not suffice to capture Bai Dun. A proactive offensive was imperative. Fire release, great fireball technique. He swiftly maneuvered to the side, narrowly skirting past the tornado, and opened his mouth towards Bai Dun. A torrent of flames erupted in the blink of an eye, engulfing Bai Dun's vision in an endless sea of fire. Even the Uchiha clan's techniques could be effortlessly unleashed. Was he truly a freak or merely concealing his true capabilities? Bai Dun hastily retreated, attempting to distance himself from the flames, but he was swiftly consumed by the inferno. The surrounding trees blazed with fierce flames, maintaining a safe distance while encircling Bai Dun's position. Water release, waterfall technique. Suddenly, a massive waterfall cascaded from above, blending fire and water into swirling clouds of mist. This obscured Shen Ye's line of sight, as if he were immersed in a fairyland. Partial multiplication technique. With a resounding bang, Shen Ye's arm grew colossal, and with a few powerful swipes through the air, he dispersed the dense fog. Bai Dun reappeared before him, his clothing marked with singed scars. It was evident that, at the outset, Bai Dun had not evaded the flames, sustaining a heavy blow. With his chakra perception activated, Shen Ye could clearly discern Bai Dun's condition. Half of his chakra had already dissipated. In contrast, Shen Ye, benefiting from the continuous absorption of Sage Mode, had gradually replenished the chakra expended by the wood release techniques. Nevertheless, Bai Dun's chakra still far surpassed Shen Ye's. After all, the disparity between a nin and an inexperienced child was vast. Enduring prolonged consumption was not a viable strategy. This individual possessed more techniques than Shen Ye had anticipated. Should an unexpected jutsu arise that he could not counter, the situation would become dire. The enigmatic figure of Shen Ye contemplated how to swiftly vanquish the adversary before him, yearning to bring an end to the relentless skirmish. Bai Dun, once indifferent, had undergone a transformation, now treating the encounter with meticulous seriousness, recognizing the merit in facing this opponent earnestly. In a flash, Bai Dun vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Shen Ye. The glint of the shuriken reflected upon the trunk of a nearby tree, prompting Shen Ye to deftly twist his neck, narrowly evading Bai Dun's lethal strike. In retaliation, Shen Ye raised his foot, aiming a powerful kick towards the rear, channeling formidable strength into the motion. However, to his astonishment, the kick met only empty air, the force nearly causing him to topple to the ground. Turning to face his foe, Shen Ye found Bai Dun perched atop a tree trunk, eyes gleaming with mockery. "Little brother," he taunted, "I am a seasoned ninja who has faced life and death. You are but a sheltered flower. How could you possibly contend with me? My experiences are ones you will perhaps never encounter in your lifetime, so refrain from belittling me with your Navi tales." In the enveloping darkness of night, Shen Ye moved closely to Bai Dun, his motions unfolding and closing with little regard for the intricacies of delicate strikes. Before the sheer might of his strength, all martial skills appeared futile. Bai Dun could barely evade, for should Shen Ye's fist land upon him, even survival would be a narrow escape. At that moment, he comprehended the fear that gripped the villagers toward Tsunade. Such monstrous power was insufferable for anyone. Of course, Jiraiya was the exception. In his youth, he had endured Tsunade's relentless beatings, his body long accustomed to such force. With a series of punches, countless tree trunks shattered under Shen Ye's might, yet none fell upon Bai Dun. Should a Chunin merely evade like a cornered rat? This thought ignited a fierce desire for combat within Bai Dun, prompting him to halt in place, awaiting the impact of Shen Ye's fist. As he witnessed the fist, imbued with the force of the wind, hurtling towards his abdomen, he crossed his shuriken in front of him as a shield. With a thunderous crash, Bai Dun was sent hurtling away, crashing through an unknown number of trees before finally coming to a halt, his shuriken warped beyond recognition. Coughing, he acknowledged the terrifying power of that punch. Fortunately, he had managed to mitigate it through the flow of chakra, having withstood one blow. Did he truly believe he could fend off a second? One wonders how much chakra remains within you. Such exquisite control sustained for this duration would surely exhaust even Tsunade herself. Shen Ye subtly nodded, realizing that this fellow had been calculating his chakra all along. In truth, Bai Dun had miscalculated. The moment Shen Ye harnessed his extraordinary strength, he was at the pinnacle of his power, exhibiting an exquisite control over his chakra with barely any expenditure. Bai Dun's remarks inadvertently presented Shen Ye with an opportunity. He intended to feign exhaustion to provoke an attack, thereby eliminating him swiftly. Did you truly perceive all of this? Yet, do you genuinely believe that lacking chakra could lead to my defeat, or even my demise? A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Shen Ye's forehead, accentuating his exhaustion to the utmost degree, solely for the sake of a blunt assault. Unexpectedly, he executed a most astonishing maneuver. Chapter 30, The Desire to Flee. Sensing Shen Ye's fatigue, Bai Dun turned and sprinted towards the village, entirely relinquishing the baseline of dignity and respect that one ought to uphold among the masses. In a fleeting moment, Shen Ye found himself bewildered by the antics of this individual. Just as the pale figure was on the verge of vanishing from sight, Shen Ye finally grasped the situation. How audacious for a distinguished Chunin to declare a retreat so brazenly, utterly disregarding any semblance of dignity. Shen Ye hastily pursued, for if this individual were to escape, his secrets would inevitably be exposed. Observing the direction in which Bai Dun fled, Shen Ye swiftly hurled 2 shurikens, marked with his insignia, the whooshing sound slicing through the air near Bai Dun's ears. This fellow's shuriken skills were indeed as clumsy as the rumors suggested. It was no wonder he had become the subject of his classmates' ridicule. Divine Thunder Technique. With both hands clasped upon his chest, Shen Ye manipulated his chakra and instantaneously teleported to the location of the shuriken marked by his seal. Before Bai Dun could even react, Shen Ye stood before him, a taunting smile gracing his lips. Weren't you preparing to flee? How is it that you ended up right in front of me? Before Bai Dun could utter a word, Shen Ye's palm expanded to an enormous size, ensnaring him within its grasp, and with a flick of his wrist, hurled him towards the spiked tree in the distance. A gruesome sight unfolded before Shen Ye's eyes, causing him to inhale deeply as he turned away from the forest and departed. Throughout his journey home, the image of Bai Dun's demise lingered in his mind. Although he had steeled himself for life and death battles since his arrival in this world, the reality of personally eliminating a ninja left an unsettling weight in his heart. Lost in thought, he returned home, exchanged a brief greeting with Tsunade, and retreated to his room, shutting the door firmly behind him. Tsunade regarded the direction of Shen Ye's room with a puzzled expression and shook her head in resignation. What on earth had this brat experienced outside to cause such a sudden plunge in his spirits? Perhaps it was best to leave him be. As days swiftly passed, Shen Ye gradually emerged from that melancholic state, attending classes at the Ninja Academy as if nothing had transpired. Sunlight poured into the classroom, and Shen Ye languidly leaned against the window, on the verge of dozing off. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, jolting him awake as he turned his gaze towards the door, recognizing a familiar silhouette. "Shen Ye, come out here. Don't think I am unaware of your misdeeds," Danzo shouted as he stormed into the classroom, only to be intercepted by the teacher at the front. Despite Danzo's formidable prowess, the duties of each role were distinct, and the leader of the Umbu could not extend his reach into the confines of the Ninja Academy. Shen Ye scratched his head. The revelation of Baidun's demise had inevitably pointed the finger at him. After all, Baidun's mission was to covertly observe Shen Ye. Thus his death must be intricately linked to him. "Teacher, I shall step outside, in broad daylight. Can he truly dare to take my life? Should any trouble arise, I can swiftly return to the classroom to ensure your protection." Shen Ye nodded gracefully and departed from the classroom, leaving the others within to gaze at his receding figure with incredulity. What could possibly provoke such ire from the leader of the village's Umbu? Had Shen Ye recently embroiled himself in some significant trouble? Riku and Minato exchanged knowing glances, mentally preparing themselves to spring into action at any moment. "Shen Ye, you possess immense audacity, daring to take the life of an Umbu member. I shall have you apprehended," declared Danzo. "Spare me your threats, old man. The demise of an Umbu member bears no consequence to me," retorted Shen Ye, leaving Danzo momentarily speechless. He could not possibly disclose his covert dispatch of White to observe the situation. With the severance of their connection, White's death could not be attributed to Shen Ye, rendering any attempt to detain him futile. "Wait for me," Danzo spat, before exiting the Ninja Academy with a determined stride, seemingly en route to the Hokage's office to seek clarification. Shen Ye, however, felt no trepidation. The third Hokage, with his cunning mind, would likely refrain from taking any action even if suspicions were cast upon him. After Danzo's departure, Shen Ye chose not to return to the classroom. He intended to enjoy a peaceful slumber under the warm sunlight, yet Danzo's interruption thwarted his plans. "Teacher, my spirit has been somewhat rattled. May I return home to rest?" he inquired. "Riku and Minato, accompany Shen Ye. I fear there may be dangers along the way," the teacher instructed, fully aware of Danzo's vengeful nature, thus enlisting Riku and Minato to ensure Shen Ye's safe passage home. Once outside the academy, Riku and Minato could no longer contain their curiosity and eagerly pressed Shen Ye for the details of the unfolding events. Shen Ye recounted the demise of the Umbu members to these two individuals, meticulously omitting any reference to his own entanglement with that man, clarifying all his connections. It appears that the actions were indeed instigated by that individual. How could the old stalwarts of the village fail to comprehend this? It was a matter that could have been resolved with such simplicity. Indeed, the adversary we encountered remains at large, and now, tragically, even the Umbu members have fallen victim. However, this development may prove beneficial, as Danzo will surely join the ranks in pursuit of him, thereby affording us a considerable amount of time. The embodiment of the Divine Knight nodded, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Who exactly was the individual he had encountered that day? In his recollection, he had crossed paths with that person more than once. Aside from a genuine confrontation, that individual remained remarkably tranquil, though their gaze consistently lingered upon him. Could it be that the enigmatic system within his mind had been uncovered by that person? Surely, such a being could not exist in this world. You both must exercise caution. That individual has yet to be apprehended. I shall take my leave now. Shen Ye lingered at the threshold of his home, watching as Riku and Minato vanished around the corner of the street. Rather than entering his chamber, he turned and walked towards the forest. The specter of death had already unveiled its presence, and the third Hokage was dispatching ninjas to seek out any traces left behind. Shen Ye felt compelled to guide them with a subtle touch. Indeed, the perimeter of the forest was encircled by several ninjas, their faces obscured by masks, suggesting they were members of the Umbu. Observing from a distance, Shen Ye refrained from approaching recklessly. Under Danzo's leadership, these individuals had already marked Shen Ye as their primary adversary. Even within the village, they would not treat him kindly. It appeared that he would need to devise an alternative method for guidance. Pondering what the old man of the third Hokage was up to. Chapter 31. Traces having departed the forest, Shen Ye made his way directly to the office, intent on gauging the third Hokage's sentiments. Upon pushing open the door, he found the third standing quietly by the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, unaware of Shen Ye's presence. "Third Hokage, what occupies your thoughts?" "Oh, it is Shen Ye," the third replied with a warm smile, his expression revealing nothing, as if no ninja had perished in the village at all. Shen Ye took a few steps forward and seated himself at the table. Today, Danzo unexpectedly appeared at the academy, alleging that his Umbu members had been slain and pointing all evidence towards me. Is such a situation truly possible? It seems I must seek out that individual for a thorough discussion. Does the third Hokage remain unaware of this matter? I have already dispatched personnel to cordon off the area and am currently searching for evidence. Have there been any discoveries? The third elder appeared hesitant to speak, then gently shook his head. In the depths of Shen Ye's heart, there lingered a concealed affection, a sentiment so profound that even upon uncovering evidence, he would refrain from directing suspicion toward himself. After all, the only traces of ninjutsu discernible were those of wood release. Yet, within the vast expanse of the ninja world, practitioners of wood release were predominantly found among the Umbu, leading to the conclusion that the issues lay within their ranks. That individual had grown increasingly audacious, making appearances in public and even commencing assassinations of ninjas within the village. The third Hokage nodded, acknowledging that, for now, the deaths of Umbu members could only be attributed to that elusive figure who remained untraceable. The objectives of Shen Ye have been achieved. Apart from Danzo, no one harbors suspicions regarding him. After all, to everyone else, Shen Ye is merely a child. Even though he once triumphed over Uchiha Tami, a lower-ranking ninja. In some training sessions, this does not imply he possesses the capacity to defeat a Chunin. Historically, no individual has ever transcended 2 ranks in combat. Jiraiya has intensified his search efforts, believing that it will not be long before this individual is apprehended. One can only hope that no further dangers befall the village. With that thought, Shen Ye rose and prepared to leave the office, having attained his goal, rendering any further presence unnecessary. Just after exiting, a suspicious figure darted past him. Strikingly familiar, the audacity of this individual to eavesdrop here raises questions about the village's defenses. Initially inclined to pursue and ascertain the situation, Shen Ye reconsidered and abandoned the idea. In this moment of urgency, it only reinforced Danzo's conviction that he is indeed the adversary responsible for the death of Hokage. Remaining composed is essential. Shaking his head, Shen Ye strolled leisurely towards home and fortuitously encountered Jay by the roadside. Shen Ye, has Danzo been giving you trouble? How is it that you have heard about this matter? Has it already spread throughout the village? Indeed, members of the Umbu have come to investigate within the clan, discovering traces of ninjutsu in the forest. Shen Ye waved his hand, surprised by Danzo's evident concern for the casualties this time. It seemed he was determined to act against him. However, had it not been for the prior animosity between Danzo and Shen Ye, he would hardly have cast his gaze upon such a young child. After all, he was a formidable Chunin, and if it were him who had eliminated others, he would not have concealed his actions. Dings stroked his chin, wholeheartedly agreeing with Shen Ye's perspective. To eliminate a Chunin during their time at the Ninja Academy could indeed be deemed a mark of genius among geniuses. The village would not turn against a prodigious ninja over the loss of a mere Umbu member. Such is the harsh reality of the ninja world. The two walked side by side, united by a common goal, to savor a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Dings, concerned that Shen Ye might bear a psychological burden, took the initiative to treat him, believing that there was nothing that could not be resolved through the simple act of eating. Coincidentally, Shen Ye felt a pang of hunger and quietly accepted Dings' offer. As he gazed upon the steaming bowl of ramen before him, Shen Ye intended to challenge Dings to a contest of speed, but upon turning his head, he found Dings contentedly patting his own belly. Noticing Shen Ye's perplexed expression, Dings sheepishly scratched his head and set down the bowl of ramen he had just taken from Ichiraku. Do not be astonished by my speed. This is simply how I am. I shall accompany you slowly for this bowl. It is quite all right. Feel free to indulge quickly if you wish. I can keep pace. In the depths of the night, Shen Ye took a deep breath and swiftly devoured all the ramen. Savoring each bite, Dings' eyes sparkled with admiration as he gave Shen Ye a thumbs up. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could match his pace so closely, further deepening his respect for Shen Ye. The scene of the two indulging in ramen was rather peculiar, reminiscent of fierce bandits. Were it not for Yi Li's extensive knowledge, he might have mistaken these two for oddities obstructing his business. Dings, have you kept up with your recent training? Control of chakra must never wane. Even for a day. Rest assured, Shen Ye, as I have been diligently practicing every day as you suggested. The Akimichi clan is poised to flourish under my guidance. Shen Ye nodded slightly. In the original text, the ninjutsu of the Akidu clan did not possess formidable lethality. However, Upon direct engagement, it became clear that their understanding of their own techniques was insufficient. The body duplication technique, when executed with precision, could yield unexpectedly remarkable results. Shen Ye was prepared to gradually impart this knowledge to Accusation, thereby strengthening both the clan and the village, while simultaneously acquiring a capable ally by his side. "Have we met somewhere before?" inquired a figure devoid of any ninja insignia as he approached Shen Ye and Dingsua, extending a friendly greeting to the pair. Dingsua tilted his head slightly to glance at Shen Ye, as he had no recollection of this individual, which indicated that the stranger must have been addressing Shen Ye. Shen Ye furrowed his brow. Although the countenance of the individual before him was utterly unfamiliar, he recognized his identity, disguised with a different visage. "Do you comprehend how desperately the village yearns to capture you? What nonsense are you spouting, little one? I merely passed by and noticed the two of you looked somewhat acquainted." "Oh, is that so? Yet we have never crossed paths with you." Shen Ye nonchalantly shrugged, his gaze fixed upon the individual before him, intrigued to discover how long this fellow could maintain his fade. Chapter 32. I have found you at this moment. Ninjas were dispersed throughout the village, comprising both ordinary shinobi and members of the Umbu. Their purpose was twofold: to apprehend the enemy that had infiltrated the village and to surveil Shen Ye on behalf of Danzo. The man standing before Shen Ye seemed oblivious to the unfolding events within the village, displaying a restless demeanor. "Dingsua, do you think if we were to engage in a brawl right now, the surrounding ninjas would apprehend us?" Dingsua scratched his head, perplexed by Shen Ye's sudden inquiry, yet instinctively nodded in agreement. "Little one, are you bringing this up to remind me of something?" The man patted Shen Ye's head, straightened his posture, and began to move toward the less populated areas, preparing to assume another identity to continue his observations within the village. The expression on Shen Ye's face shifted, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Should that fellow be discovered at this moment, there would be no way to absolve himself, for the act of patting someone's head was undeniably too intimate. Dingsua, curious, inquired about the events that had transpired, but Shen Ye merely shook his head, reluctant to divulge such matters to the naive Dingsua. However, Dingsua unconditionally trusted Shen Ye, knowing in his heart that he would not wish him harm, thus refraining from probing further. After giving Dingsua some advice, Shen Ye noticed the sky darkening and prepared to return home, certain that Tsunade was already aware of the death of the Umbu member. As expected, upon opening the door, he found Tsunade seated at the table, perusing scroll after scroll. "Tsunade, today Danzo nearly captured me." "What? You weren't injured, were you?" Tsunade quickly rose and approached Shen Ye, inspecting his body from head to toe. "I'm fine, but it seems an Umbu member was eliminated in the village. Are we on the brink of war?" As he spoke, Shen Ye's body trembled slightly, as if recalling some ominous memory. Feeling the urgency of the moment, Tsunade enveloped Shen Ye in her embrace, fully aware of what war signified for him, and wishing only to comfort him. "I'm all right, Tsunade. I have become much stronger now. I believe in you. Our Shen Ye is the strongest person in the world, and I will protect you well." Without further discussing the village's affairs, Tsunade carried Shen Ye back to his room and gently kissed his forehead. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight filtering into the room, Shen Ye soon drifted into a light slumber, the day's experiences sufficient for him to digest in due time. Days passed, and that individual finally revealed himself. The third Hokage dispatched numerous ninjas to apprehend him. In an instant, Shen Ye joined the ranks of the capture team. If they could apprehend that individual, it would entirely dispel the village's misconceptions about him. The Ninja Academy has informed us that our presence is unnecessary for the next few days, perhaps out of concern that we might become a burden. For us, this presents an excellent opportunity to showcase our capabilities. Minato glanced at Shen Ye, observing his eager desire for battle, and seemed to grasp a deeper understanding of the situation. Shen Ye, accompanied by Minato, arrived directly at the Hokage's office, where a multitude of ninjas had already gathered, among them several familiar faces to Shen Ye. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present. That individual is located not far from the village, in the forest. I hereby command you to form a temporary ninja alliance to bring him back. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yes, Hokage-sama. The assembly responded in unison, swiftly leaping from the office, leaving only Shen Ye and Minato standing there, exchanging glances. The third Hokage turned to face the two. "Do you have something to discuss? During such a critical time, it would be prudent for you to return home. How could we possibly sit idly by? We request Hokage-sama's permission to join the mission. It is far too perilous. We are still unaware of the true extent of that individual's power." The fact that he has remained concealed within the village for such an extended period indicates that he is not an adversary you two can confront. Shen Ye raised his hands in resignation, fully aware that this outcome was inevitable. It had all unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The purpose of bringing Minato here was merely to ensure that everyone understood his involvement in the proceedings. Capturing that individual with his own hands would have been the pinnacle of success. He patted Minato on the shoulder before turning to exit. Following the traces left by those individuals, Shen Ye urged Minato to pursue them outside the village, only to be confronted by Yamashiro Aoi at the entrance. It's perilous outside. You two should not venture out carelessly. Yamashiro, while others may be oblivious, do you intend to hinder me as well? Yamashiro Aoi furrowed his brow. Recalling the previous attempt he and Jiraiya had made to gauge Shen Ye's capabilities, the outcome had already been conveyed to him by Jiraiya. Exercise caution. After considerable deliberation, Yamashiro Aoi slowly stepped aside, permitting Minato and Shen Ye to pass. Without pausing for a moment, the two plunged into the depths of the forest, determined to locate that individual at the earliest opportunity. Shen Ye believed that he would encounter the likes of Jiraiya before the others, for he had already sensed an ominous presence that seemed to manifest before him. The tranquil forest harbored hidden dangers as Minato and Shen Ye advanced, their vigilance unwavering as they scrutinized their surroundings. Suddenly, a shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling directly towards Shen Ye's head. Minato let out a cold snort, leaping into action to deftly kick the shuriken aside. The two forces collided, embedding the shuriken deeply into the trunk of a tree. So soon it has arrived. Shen Ye came to a halt, quietly observing the direction in which the shuriken had been launched. A figure emerged gracefully, moving with deliberate steps, yet adorned with a mask that obscured any glimpse of their true visage. This peculiar attire momentarily startled Shui men, the forehead protector signifying their affiliation with the Hidden Leaf Village. Was this an operative from the village's Umbu, or merely an impersonator? Such thoughts were of little consequence now. He needed to muster his resolve, for if he did not, the prospect of their future encounters would be bleak. Shui men nodded. Seizing the moment while the figure remained complacent, he dashed forward, hurling several shuriken towards the airborne target. Such trivial theatrics should not be displayed to invite ridicule. The figure made no move, the shuriken suspended in midair, unable to advance a single inch. Shen Ye furrowed his brow and hurriedly reached out to pull Shui men back, continuing to advance. Perhaps he had sustained grave injuries by now. Chapter 33. Identity Confirmation. What has transpired? How could this be? A formidable chakra magnetic field enveloped that individual, who was now in complete control of his surroundings. Are we, then, utterly devoid of any opportunity to approach him? Shen Ye did not respond to Watergate's inquiry. Instead, he took a few steps forward, standing a mere centimeter away from the magnetic field, his arms crossed over his chest as he quietly observed the figure before him. At present, he was solely intent on discerning the identity of this individual. Should this person prove to be a member of the Umbu, Shen Ye would immediately seize Watergate and report the matter to the third Hokage. Conversely, if this were the one who had been lurking within the village, both would need to prepare themselves for a formidable confrontation. It seems you have been watching me all along. You appeared the moment I stepped into the forest. Of course, in order to fulfill the mission entrusted to me by Danzo, my gaze has remained fixed upon you. Shen Ye furrowed his brow, for such words did little to convince him. His discord with Danzo was no longer a secret within the village. Are you not aware that your comrade was vanquished by a concealed figure lurking within the village? What does it mean to cast all blame upon me? I am merely executing Lord Danzo's orders. The deaths of others bear no consequence to me. Shen Ye's lips curled slightly upwards as he nodded towards Shen Ye before turning and dashing in another direction. Although Mizukage was unaware of the unfolding events, he remained steadfastly close behind. The Umbu operative stood frozen in place, bewildered as to why Shen Ye had suddenly chosen to flee. Their journey was marked by an absence of conversation, until the figures of Konoha's shinobi came into view, prompting the duo to gradually reduce their pace. Shen Ye, what transpired? He inquired. As a subordinate of Danzo, engaging in combat with him would yield no advantages for either of us. It appears that I must seek the third Hokage to advocate for justice on my behalf. Shinai and Minato quickened their pace to join Jiraiya and Tsunade. How did you two little ones end up here? The third Hokage clearly instructed you not to involve yourselves in this battle. Tsunade sighed, knowing full well Shen Ye's stubbornness. Even if she urged him to return to the village now, it would be futile. On the contrary, Straying away from the main forces of Konoha would only render the two children more perilous. Stay close. In the tense atmosphere of war, Tsunade issued a few reminders before the team pressed onward. According to intelligence, that individual was not far ahead. As time passed, everyone remained on high alert, prepared to engage in combat at any moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, prompting Tsunade to raise her hand, signaling the team to halt. They spread out, encircling Minato and Shen Ye. It appeared to be a barrier. Evidently, their opponent had made ample preparations for them. Leave the barrier to me. As long as I locate the core, I can easily dismantle it. A seemingly unremarkable ninja emerged from the crowd. Shen Ye had no recollection of this individual. Yet the enormous pack he carried piqued his interest. With a few agile leaps, he reached the edge of the barrier and retrieved several small devices from his backpack, arranging them meticulously. Ninjutsu, barrier destruction technique. The silent battle commenced quietly, as the air around them trembled. Within Shen Ye's perception, the barrier appeared to be gradually dissipating. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya remained intensely focused on their surroundings, their expressions betraying no signs of concern, even as the barrier neared its end. Was this the composure that a true ninja ought to possess? Unruffled in the face of adversity, it seemed there remained much for them to learn. This was hardly the time for self-aggrandizement. Learning was paramount. Minato nodded, initially believing that Shen Ye's fervent desire to prove himself stemmed from a need for vindication. However, he now realized that such a notion was overly simplistic, and he couldn't help but hold Shen Ye in higher regard. The ninja with the pack returned to the group, and the barrier finally vanished. Tsunade organized the team to continue their advance. Based on Shen Ye's understanding of the area, they would soon emerge from the forest and enter the territory of other factions. Should they indeed trespass into the domain of another power, their efforts to capture their target would undoubtedly become more complicated. At the edge of the forest, a figure stood quietly atop a tree, arms crossed, eyes fixed intently on the ninjas of Konoha. After concealing himself for so long, he finally awaited their discovery. Between Konoha and Hokage, there seems to be no conflict. Are you attempting to incite war? I have severed ties with that inconsequential village. Remember my name, Wu Tian. Tsunade furrowed her brow. The ultimate judgment for such a rogue ninja would not be left to Konoha. By both sentiment and reason, it should be delivered by a Hokage. Wu Tian, a name previously unheard of. Even his defection had not been announced by a Hokage. I understand now. This individual must be an unremarkable ninja. Thus there is no cause for concern. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Shen Ye's words. While underestimating the enemy is inadvisable, one must not excessively elevate their adversary either. Everything must be grounded in the most recent realities. However, in Shen Ye's view, Wu Tian possessed no chance of victory. Faced with a team composed of numerous ninjas, not even this nameless rogue could contend, even that Hokage would find himself challenged here. Earth-style, Earth-flow river. Without granting anyone a moment to ponder, Wu Tian swiftly formed hand seals and summoned a mire beneath Shen Ye's feet. In an instant, Shen Ye sensed a feeling of weightlessness beneath his feet, causing him to stumble precariously. Fortunately, Sui Min reacted swiftly, grasping Shen Ye's arm, and together they steadied themselves. Tsunade and Jiraiya leaped gracefully onto a nearby tree branch. Glancing down at the spot where they had just been, their assault was decisive, indicating they had encountered a formidable adversary this time. Having partnered for such a lengthy period, they had faced countless opponents. What was there to fear? Tsunade shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance before propelling herself forcefully towards Wu Tian. Chapter 34. The outburst of chakra. Shen Ye stroked his chin, pondering that for the ninjas of Hokage, the forest was not an ideal battleground. However, Wu Tian's choice of this location must be driven by his own rationale. With nothing else to occupy our time, we would only be a hindrance. Charge. Watergate nodded, creating distance between himself and Shen Ye as they rushed towards Wu Tian's position through the trees. Flanking him from both sides, Tsunade and Watergate effectively surrounded this individual, leaving him with no option but to flee either forward or backward. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye perched quietly upon a tree trunk, attentively observing Wu Tian's every movement, poised to strike at any moment. Wu Tian shrugged, his body crashing to the ground with reckless abandon, simultaneously channeling chakra through his meridians without a moment's hesitation. A thunderous roar reverberated within Wu Tian's being as the flow of chakra reached its zenith. Shen Ye exhibits certain peculiarities. This individual must possess extraordinary experiences, for otherwise, he would not wield such formidable chakra. Watergate and Tsunade approached Wu Tian almost simultaneously, their fists aimed directly at his crown. Wu Tian's lips curled into a smirk as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards Shen Ye, his lips moving silently. And in an instant, he vanished from his position. Did he truly imply that he would bring everything to a conclusion? What could this possibly signify? In the dark of night, Shen Ye deciphered Wu Tian's silent words. However, at that moment, the fists of Tsunade and Minato were about to collide. Sister Tsunade, quickly restrain your strength, or you will surely send Minato flying. Understood. At a critical juncture, Tsunade contracted the muscles in her fist, sealing her chakra within her arm. The fists met with a muted thud, emitting not a single sound. Minato exhaled deeply, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Had he truly been struck with Tsunade's full force, he would have likely soared into the air, his body shattered to pieces. You reckless youth. Lady Tsunade. Now is not the time for such remarks. Our utmost priority is to eliminate that individual. Shen Ye and I will assist you wholeheartedly. Just don't hinder us. We have no time to protect you two kids. An untimely voice emerged from the crowd, and Shen Ye turned to locate its source, a member of the Umbu. He shook his head in resignation. It seemed that the death of Bai Dun had irrevocably intertwined him with the Umbu. Even if it were ultimately revealed that Wu Tian had slain Bai Dun, it would do little to mend their strained relations, as long as Danzo remained. Shen Ye's reputation within the Umbu would remain tarnished. Then go fetch that individual instead of shouting here. Tsunade shot a glare at the speaker before plunging into the depths of the forest. Although Umbu members could disregard certain village rules, the principle of not provoking Tsunade held true within the Umbu as well, and he dared not utter another word. Shen Ye pursed his lips and followed Tsunade deeper into the forest. As he navigated through the scattered tree trunks, he once again caught sight of Wu Tian. At that moment, he was enveloped in a ghostly blue radiance, an appearance that was undeniably eerie. Had he employed some extraordinary technique? This fellow had transformed so suddenly, as if he might explode at any second. The chakra within him was in a state of utter turmoil, undoubtedly a result of using some forbidden jutsu that enhanced his abilities for a fleeting moment. Shen Ye nodded slightly, adopting a combat stance as he quietly observed Wu Tian. Watergate, positioned not far from Shen Ye, swiftly cast two shurikens marked with symbols, yet Wu Tian effortlessly evaded them, causing the projectiles to embed themselves into the trunk of a nearby tree. Extraordinary strength. With a powerful surge, Shen Ye charged towards Wu Tian, leaving Tsunade unable to intervene in time. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ye stood before Wu Tian, fist raised, ready to strike at his chest. Wu Tian merely snorted, making no move to defend himself as Shen Ye's punch descended upon him. The formidable force of Tsunade, akin to a tempest, met the blue aura surrounding Wu Tian. Yet it failed to stir even a ripple. A strange gravitational pull emanated from Shen Ye's fist, and despite his efforts to retract his arm, he found himself utterly powerless. Observing this, Tsunade swiftly leaped to Wu Tian's side, launching a similar attack in an attempt to divert his attention. Seizing the opportunity, Minato dashed behind Shen Ye, mustering all his strength to extricate him from his predicament. In the stillness of the night, Shen sat in place, striving to restore his physical form. In a fleeting moment, a considerable amount of chakra had been drawn from his body, rendering him somewhat weakened. Fortunately, the Sage Mode continuously absorbed the natural energy from the surrounding air, aiding in the replenishment of his chakra. Observing the fierce clash between Tsunade and Wu Tian, Shen finally comprehended the sheer terror of powerful ninjas. Should he encounter Wu Tian alone, if that man were to harbor lethal intent, there would be no means of escape for him in his current state. It appeared that only by seeking an opportune moment could he hope to strike. Otherwise, he risked falling victim to Wu Tian's ruthless hand. At that moment, only the three of them remained, as the reinforcements from the Leaf Village's ninja forces had yet to arrive, making the situation somewhat arduous. Who says we are absent? Leave the rest to us, Jiraiya declared, perched atop a tree, his back laden with a massive scroll. Arms crossed over his chest as he quietly observed the battle unfolding between Wu Tian and Tsunade. Under the moonlit night, Shen Ye cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, urging him to abandon his vain posturing and join the fray. Jiraiya, my dear elder brother, it seems Tsunade cannot withstand the onslaught any longer. With a scratch of his head, Jiraiya suddenly plunged down from the treetops, landing deftly between Wu Tian and Tsunade in the blink of an eye. Noticing the flickering azure flames that surrounded them, Jiraiya realized that they were embroiled in a formidable battle that could not be resolved swiftly. one after another. More shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village joined the fray, encircling Wution with a formidable contingent of over a dozen warriors. Shen Ye and Minato exchanged a glance and settled down against a nearby wooden post, absorbing the dazzling spectacle of battle while meticulously etching the combat techniques into their memories. Suddenly, Wution broke through the encirclement formed by Tsunade and Jiraiya, charging swiftly towards Shen Ye and Minato. "Be cautious," Shen Ye warned. "He's heading straight for us." "Let him come," Minato replied confidently. "We are not so easily captured." Flying Thunder God technique. With a firm grip on the shoulder of Minato, Shen Ye performed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing with a swift whoosh. Not only Wution, but even Tsunade stood momentarily stunned. Chapter 35. The principal contributors until this moment. Tsunade had never witnessed Shen Ye employing such a ninjutsu. In her memory, only the second Hokage had mastered it. Those from later generations who perused ancient texts had gleaned some insights into the training techniques for the Flying Thunder God technique, yet none had truly succeeded. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Has it truly transcended space? Am I not mistaken? A flurry of questions surged among the ranks of Konoha's ninjas, but they were quickly shattered by Wution's furious roar. "Those two good-for-nothings only know how to flee. I realize I cannot escape unscathed today. I must take at least two with me." Wution lightly tapped his right foot on the ground, and after a swift pirouette in midair, he surged toward the direction where Shen Ye had appeared. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya were afforded enough time to react, ensuring that he could not close in on Shen Ye and Minato. Once again encircled by Konoha's ninjas, Wution appeared overwhelmed. The prolonged expenditure of chakra had taken its toll. Earth-style, rock collapse. Wution rapidly formed hand seals, causing the ground to tremble ominously as massive boulders erupted from the earth, hurtling toward every ninja of Konoha. Senjutsu, Thousand Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair swelled to an enormous size, enveloping all the Konoha ninjas beneath its protective canopy, including Minato and Shen Ye. The stones struck the resilient hair, shattering upon impact and cascading to the ground as mere pebbles. Seizing this opportunity, Wution pivoted and charged toward Shen Ye, his desire to eliminate these two lingering fiercely in his heart. Shen Ye, who had been suppressing his rage, now felt an eruption of fury as he beheld Wution approaching. "You truly think me an easy target? Prepare to experience the wrath of a king." Sensing Shen Ye's fervor, Minato's own fighting spirit ignited. He retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Wution, striving for a brief reprieve. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Shen Ye concentrated all the chakra within him, taking a deep breath before exhaling a colossal flame that erupted just as it was about to reach Wution. The sky was momentarily illuminated as the fire blazed fiercely. Wution, surrounded by a radiant blue glow, advanced gradually towards the periphery of the flames. Observing this, Jiraiya hastily released a breath that conjured a fierce wind, merging with the flames to completely envelop Wution. "Earth release, Earth prison," he declared, as fragments of stone cascaded from the sky, descending intermittently into the inferno. All the stones converged, forming a protective shell that encased Wution within its embrace. Shen Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual, after unleashing a surge of chakra, could wield ninjutsu far surpassing his own capabilities. He must seize the opportunity to acquire it for himself. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, as all gazes were fixated on the flames, until they gradually began to dissipate. Wution leapt forward, breaking through his protective barrier, and lunged towards Shen Ye. Technique of enhanced strength. In the blink of an eye, the fist of Shen Ye grew colossal, striking towards Wution in the heavens, accompanied by an extraordinary force that tore through the air with a cacophony of sound. Tsunade stood in stunned silence, astonished that her younger brother, whom she had long sought to protect, had matured to such an extent. The partial multiplication technique, typically requiring extensive training even for the ninjas of the Akimichi clan, was already wielded with finesse by Shen Ye. Suspended in midair, Wution had no means of evading the enormous fist. His body received the full brunt of the strike. Success. Shen Ye hoped this blow would severely injure Wution, ideally resolving this troublesome matter in one fell swoop. Yet, Wution's words pierced through Shen Ye's mind, igniting profound doubt. Having defected from a Wagakure and become a rogue ninja, what then was his purpose in lurking within Konoha? If it were not to relay information back to his village, he need not endure the humiliation of remaining here. Jiraiya and Tsunade shared this question, both instinctively pausing their movements to regard Wution with calm scrutiny. "Now that you are a rogue ninja, what do you seek within Konoha?" What could possibly warrant such an extended stay? This is my secret. If I divulge it to you, I fear that every individual here would betray Konoha in search of the truth. The truth? What truth? Seek it for yourselves, ha ha ha. Wu Tian's demeanor was resolute, showing no inclination to reveal even a fragment of his intentions. Once captured, Ibiki possessed myriad methods to extract the information from him, and then all would be revealed. Come at me, then. Shen Ye, Minato, you two stand ready to deliver the most lethal strike. Understood. With that, Tsunade and Jiraiya stealthily advanced toward Wu Tian, while the other Konoha ninjas each prepared for the net to be cast. Having been entangled for so long, Wu Tian's body teetered on the brink of collapse, sustained only by the resolve within his heart. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye expanded his chakra sensing, envisioning the silhouettes of all present. Each movement was decelerated to a fraction of its original speed, allowing him to effortlessly deduce the subsequent actions. Tsunade was the first to engage, once again embroiled in a close-quarters battle with Wu Tian, gradually forcing him down towards the ground. Jiraiya coordinated with Tsunade, guiding Wu Tian towards a meticulously prepared trap. Although Wu Tian was reluctant to acquiesce to the whims of these two, he soon realized that he had lost control over the battle. Shen Ye, now is the moment. Multiplication technique. In a sudden burst, the arm of the divine knight expanded to an enormous size, capturing Wu Tian, who was on the verge of plummeting to the ground. At this moment, the blue radiance emanating from Wu Tian's body was nearly extinguished, rendering him powerless to resist the immense grip of the divine hand, leaving him to struggle feebly. Well done. At last, we can bring this fellow back. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya wore expressions of relief and joy. Minato took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for a few days of much-needed rest upon returning home, allowing himself to process the myriad experiences of this battle. Jiraiya unfurled a massive scroll upon the ground, gently biting his fingertip before pressing it against the scroll's surface. Sealing technique. A powerful suction emanated from the scroll as Wu Tian shouted, his body contorting as he was drawn within its confines. Jiraiya then closed the scroll and secured it on his back. Chapter 36. Mistaken Identity. It is time to return and report to Lord Third. You two little ones are the principal contributors. Shen Ye nodded slightly. This matter, which pertained to his reputation, was one he certainly would not relinquish the title of principal contributor. The group retraced their steps along the same route, returning directly to the Hokage's office, where they presented the scroll to the third Hokage. The hidden dangers within the village had finally been resolved, and your contributions were indeed invaluable. Feel free to request any rewards you desire. However, all the elite shinobi, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, shook their heads and turned to leave, leaving only Minato, Shen Ye, and the third Hokage together. Minato tugged at Shen Ye's sleeve, indicating a desire to depart without pursuing any rewards. Yet, Shen Ye had already formulated a request for a reward that he believed would be entirely reasonable in the eyes of the third Hokage. Then I shall not be modest. I hope that Lord Third can grant me an opportunity for a private audience with Wu Tian. The third Hokage furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend why Shen Ye would desire such a reward, which seemed to others hardly a reward at all. Various speculations swirled within Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, yet he did not let them manifest on his face. I can accommodate you. Minato, what reward do you wish for? I will answer for Minato. It's time for him to properly appreciate the forbidden jutsu sealed away by the first Hokage. The third Hokage hesitated momentarily, knowing well Minato's prodigious talent for training. Perhaps those seemingly perilous jutsu could indeed be entrusted to him. I promise you both. However, we must first attend to certain village matters before we can proceed. Though Shen Ye yearned to meet Wu Tian privately before the village's judgment commenced, it appeared that the third Hokage would not grant him such an opportunity, as it could arouse suspicion. Departing from the Hokage's office, Minato returned home, leaving Shen Ye to wander aimlessly through the streets. The Ninja Academy had suspended classes due to the recent events in the village, and it remained uncertain when they would resume. After capturing Wu Tian, Shen Ye would finally shed the label of a voyeur, as the female ninja in the bathhouse felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards him. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Shen Ye discovered an abundance of food and small gifts piled by the window, each accompanied by a note expressing apologies. With nothing else to do, he read through all the notes, only to find that there was no letter of apology from Uchiha Mikoto. What was the matter with her? After having taught her ninjutsu and helping her secure first place in the family competition, she had seemingly forgotten about him. Shen Ye curled his lips, but chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, The imposter posing as Jiraiya had already been apprehended, transforming the falsehood into a reality. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter the house, he noticed a familiar figure standing not far away, arms tightly crossed, leaning against a street lamp. Uchiha Makoto, what are you daydreaming about here? Shen Ye, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you here for quite a while. Is there something on your mind? I was wrong that day. I mistook you for the one who was spying on us. I should not have harbored such doubts. That incident is long past. There is no need to bring it up again. Besides, I never held it against you otherwise. I would not have taught you how to cultivate. Makoto nodded vigorously, the burden in her heart finally lifted, gazing at Shen Ye with innocent eyes. If there is nothing else, you should head home. The village has yet to fully regain its tranquility. Makoto waved her hand at Shen Ye and skipped merrily towards the Uchiha clan. Observing her jubilant figure, Shen Ye shook his head helplessly, feeling that his reputation had finally been restored. Upon returning home, Shen Ye reclined comfortably on the sofa, contemplating matters concerning Wu Tian. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and Shen Ye received the latest news from Tsunade. Wu Tian had confessed to everything. Not only had he admitted to impersonating Jiraiya and spying, but he had also taken responsibility for the murder of the Umbu member. Shen Ye found this incomprehensible. This individual had clearly not committed those acts, yet still chose to acknowledge them. By the way, Shen Ye, the third Hokage has requested that you find a time to meet him soon. He may wish to inquire about Wu Tian. I shall go at once. Shen Ye leaped with grace, springing upright on the bed before flinging open the window and effortlessly vaulting to the street below. He strolled leisurely towards the Hokage's office, eliciting a resigned shake of the head from Tsunade. As Shen Ye approached the office step by step, the third Hokage revealed not a flicker of emotion on his visage, vanishing in a mere flash from the office. Shen Ye, over here, echoed the third's voice above him. Shen Ye glanced around, realizing he was perched atop the Hokage rock in the Hidden Leaf Village, standing upon his own nose. Shen Ye let out a soft sigh and gracefully leaped to the side of the third Hokage's statue, following the contour of the statue's nose. Sarutobi Hiruzen guided Shen Ye towards the depths of its eyes. In that moment, Shen Ye realized that the shadows concealed profound mysteries. Each statue's eye served as a distinct chamber, perhaps housing significant adversaries within other hidden rooms. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor, Shen Ye encountered Wu Tian, whose hands were bound by iron chains, restricting his movement to mere shifts of his body. The visible injuries on him spoke of severe torture endured. The third Hokage cast a knowing glance at Shen Ye before turning away, positioning himself by the eye to prevent Wu Tian's escape. It is indeed a pity that I could not dispose of you, granting you the opportunity to humiliate me here. There are several inquiries that perplex me, and I hope to find some answers from you. A mocking laughter escaped Wu Tian's lips, yet Shen Ye remained unfazed. Why do you insist on acknowledging deeds that were clearly not your own? The methods employed by Konohagakure compel my admiration. I had never envisioned such cruel tortures prior to this moment. My intentions are not for your sake. Shen Ye furrowed his brows, realizing that this individual was indeed aware that all those deeds were his own doing, yet under the weight of such punishment, he resolutely admitted to them. Had it merely been the third Hokage, Wu Tian might not have sustained such grievous injuries. It was evident that Danzo sought to extract desired information from him, employing the authority of the Umbu to coerce confessions through intimidation. In Shen Ye's understanding, among Danzo's subordinates, there existed one particularly adept at such methods, capable of shattering the mental fortitude of a captured ninja. Chapter 37. Forbidden Techniques. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude for your assistance in clearing my name. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall endeavor to rescue you. Shen Ye took a few steps forward, gently resting his hand on Wu Tian's shoulder, while silently activating the system's theft skill. A chime echoed, heralding the success of his endeavor. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stolen Wu Tian's skill, Chakra Turmoil. Theft cooldown, 3 hours. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile involuntarily graced Shen Ye's lips. The Chakra Turmoil employed by Wu Tian possessed an inherent flaw, namely, it exacerbated physical weariness, allowing only for a brief duration of use. However, following the system's acquisition, all adverse effects vanished, enabling Shen Ye to execute ninjutsu with virtually no chakra expenditure. Coupled with Sage Mode, he felt assured that, should he encounter by Dun again, he could dispatch him in a fleeting moment, leaving no trace behind. Having obtained what he sought, Shen Ye turned to leave the cave, as its dim atmosphere was stifling. Watching Shen Ye's silhouette gradually fade into the shadows, Wu Tian shifted his lips. Tomorrow, I shall be sent back to Awagakure. As for saving me, Perhaps it is best to refrain. If you possess any semblance of conscience, burn a few of my little secrets for me." Shen Ye casually waved his hand, for he had already pledged to rescue him, and thus he must fulfill his promise, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, Shen Ye's heart resided not solely in the Hidden Leaf Village. This place merely served as a stepping stone towards greater heights, as he aspired to traverse the entire ninja world one day. Observing Shen Ye's spirited demeanor, the third Hokage discerned that he had gained considerable advantages here. However, as the Hokage and the supreme leader of the village, it was beneath him to seek validation from a child, as it would tarnish his status and image. Once out of the third Hokage's sight, Shen Ye could hardly contain his eagerness to test the power of the chaotic chakra. Unlike Wu Tian, there were no visible changes on Shen Ye's exterior. Yet, he felt a profound transformation within. The flow of chakra had accelerated significantly, invigorating every meridian in his body. Indeed, this was an extraordinary ninjutsu. The formidable strength he was now manifesting likely surpassed even Tsunade's. Shaking his fist, he could sense the immense energy contained within. Yet he found no outlet on the streets around him to unleash it. The benefits he sought were already secured in his heart, but he wondered how things were faring over at Minato's place. Having reined in all his ninjutsu, Shen Ye dashed towards Minato's home, knocking on the door several times without eliciting any response. Could it be that this fellow had been ensnared by forbidden techniques, rendering him unable to extricate himself? Shen Ye, concerned for the safety of the water gate, forcefully kicked it open, only to discover that Shui Min was utterly engrossed in the scroll he held. Not even the shattered fragments of the door that flew into his face elicited a reaction from him. Shen Ye could only shake his head in exasperation. Shui Min, must you be so enraptured? There will be plenty of time for learning ahead. It was clear that Shui Min, lost in his fascination, had failed to notice Shen Ye's arrival. The scroll was now in your possession. There was no need to rush into cultivation. Perhaps a steaming bowl of ramen would help alleviate the pressure building within. Shinai could distinctly perceive the aura that emanated from Shui Min, while simultaneously detecting a profound weariness in his gaze. It seemed that he had maintained this state since the previous night, and it persisted even now. After stretching languidly, Shui Min concealed the scroll in a secluded corner of his home, preparing to depart with Shinai. However, after taking only a few steps, he hurried back inside to retrieve the scroll once more. Standing in the room, Shui Min's eyes reflected uncertainty. He was apprehensive that someone might covet the scroll, and even carrying it on his person did not alleviate his unease. Shen Ye sighed and snatched the scroll from Shui Min's hands. You should find solace in the fact that the scroll is in my possession. With such suspicion, how do you expect to become Hokage? Your argument is valid. Therefore, let us place it openly upon the table. Shinya smirked, questioning whether this fellow had a peculiar way of thinking. It was indeed strange to find it ostentatiously displayed on the table, especially after having just returned from enjoying ramen. The forbidden techniques conceived by the second Hokage represent the unfulfilled aspirations of countless ninjas, mere dreams of unattainable love. After much deliberation in the room, it was ultimately Shinya who decided to carry it with him, knowing that in the future, Minato would seek him out for training. A single bowl of Ichiraku ramen could not suffice to celebrate today's achievements. Let us invite Dingzu to join us. What an excellent idea. Let us gather everyone along the way, for it has been a while since we last convened. Perhaps we should split into two groups. The two quickly reached an agreement, with Shinya taking the two girls to the small bridge, while Minato gathered Riku and Dingzu. The group ultimately decided to indulge in a hearty feast to unwind. Following the familiar path, Shinya effortlessly scaled the wall into the Hyuga clan's courtyard, where he found Suki practicing diligently in the open space. Suki, come join us for some fun. I happen to have Meishang here. Let us go together. Shinya nodded, relieved to save himself considerable effort. The trio departed from the Hanada residence, making their way directly towards the small bridge, only to discover that the few individuals they sought had long been awaiting their arrival. Your actions are rather sluggish. We three have been here for quite some time, one of them remarked. Observing the scattered snack wrappers on the ground, Shen Ye quickly deduced the situation. Dings was sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that he had devoured all the snacks he had brought within just a few minutes. The group meandered along the village's streets, their eyes flitting between the shops on either side. Takayaki, shall we go there? Mei Shang exclaimed, her gaze illuminated by the promotional poster in the window, and drool unconsciously trickled down the corner of her mouth. Shen Ye chuckled softly, surprised to discover that beneath Mei Shang's seemingly tranquil exterior lay a true gourmand. Before Shen Ye could respond, Yu Xing had already leaped up with exuberance. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ye even questioned whether these two had conspired beforehand. The group entered the establishment with great enthusiasm, and upon seeing the proprietor and his wife, Shen Ye experienced a wave of nostalgia. Ding Zhuo is here, as per tradition. It was evident that Ding Zhuo was a regular, well acquainted with the owners. I need double the portions today. I am exceedingly hungry. The proprietor guided the group into a cozy little room, perfectly suited for their gathering. Chapter 38. Within the room, only Shen Ye and his companions remained. The door securely shut. Ding Zhuo, you seem to possess an intimate familiarity with this place. Indeed, not only here, but every culinary delight in the village bears my imprint. Under the enchanting night, Shen Ye instinctively gave a thumbs up to Ding Zhuo, for it was evident that the Accusation clan possessed an immense affection for delectable cuisine. The proprietor here appeared somewhat familiar. Do you have any insights about them? Indeed, the familiarity is not misplaced. The two individuals exude an aura belonging to the Uchiha clan. Yet, unable to practice ninjutsu, they have opted to establish a delightful octopus meatball establishment. Shen Ye suddenly realized the reason behind the extraordinary aura he observed in the two individuals. Even without the ability to practice ninjutsu, one could effortlessly discern the distinction between a member of the Uchiha clan and an ordinary person. Minato appeared somewhat distracted, his mind preoccupied with the forbidden techniques inscribed on the scroll. The temporary crisis within the village had been averted, and now we were poised to confront the impending graduation from the Ninja Academy. Each of us must diligently strive towards this goal. Rest assured, Shen Ye, with your assistance, our success in graduating is all but assured. Just as the group engaged in fervent discussion, the proprietor gently pushed open the door, entering with a cart overflowing with delectable dishes. Mei Shang and Yu Xing's gaze was irresistibly fixed upon the small octopus atop the cart, and before it could be securely placed on the table, both had already scooped it into their bowls. Ding Zhuo's eyes sparkled with delight. For him, anything that could be consumed was of utmost importance. The simple gathering continued until nightfall, with everyone contentedly patting their bellies. The streets had grown quieter, with only a few hurried ninjas making their way along the paths. The formidable entourage of Shen Ye undoubtedly commanded attention on the streets. It was they who stirred the atmosphere. In a shadowy corner, a faint sound emerged, completely unnoticed by Shen Ye and his companions. What shall we do? Should we rush in now? The scroll on Minato's person is an invaluable treasure. Are you out of your mind? There are two individuals from the Hokage and Accusation clans present, and Shen Ye is not one to be trifled with. Even facing Minato alone, our chances of victory are slim. It would be wiser to retreat. After much hesitation, the three ultimately melted back into the darkness, planning to await a more opportune moment to seize the forbidden scroll from Minato's grasp. At this juncture, Minato remained blissfully unaware that he had become a target. However, the scroll was always in Shen Ye's possession except during training, so there was little cause for concern. As the moon gradually replaced the sun in the sky, Shen Ye escorted the two young ladies back to their respective homes. Suddenly, three masked figures appeared, blocking Shen Ye's path, each brandishing a shuriken. If you wish to pass, surrender the forbidden scroll, otherwise, you will face dire consequences. How dire? If it fails to capture the attention of every girl in the village, I certainly won't agree. The response from Shen Ye left the three individuals momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. In truth, Shen Ye had discerned their identities at a glance. They were merely fellow students from the same classroom, momentarily ensnared by the allure of forbidden techniques. He harbored no desire for excessive retribution. A simple lesson would suffice. Fire release, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson flame erupted in the night sky, dazzling in its intensity. The masked trio, having never before witnessed such a spectacle, stood frozen in place. The flames vanished mere centimeters from them, yet the searing heat caused them to break into a profuse sweat. From now on, devote yourselves to diligent training. Forbidden techniques are not to be trifled with. With that, Shen Ye leaped gracefully into the night, bounding across the rooftops until he returned home. The forbidden scrolls, rare and elusive, awaited him. With unwavering resolve, he unfurled the scroll upon the ground. It was as though he had opened a gateway to a new realm, for within lay the myriad ninjutsu recorded by the second Hokage. One by one, Shen Ye committed these techniques to memory. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. Shen Ye stretched languidly, emerging from his reverie as if from a scroll. Remarkably, he felt not a shred of fatigue. The immortal mode had activated automatically, with an endless flow of natural energy alleviating his weariness. Indeed, it was a splendid ninjutsu. What are you murmuring to yourself? Have you forgotten what day it is? Today? Oh dear. Shen Ye hastily tucked the scroll into his pocket, casually donned his attire, and swiftly leapt through the window, making his way towards the Ninja Academy. The comfortable and warm holiday had come to an end, and he was once again faced with the monotonous routine of academic life. Without pausing for a moment, Shen Ye sprinted to the entrance of the academy, arriving just a second before the bell rang. Shen Ye, you're late. Uchiha Makoto strolled up beside him, seemingly unconcerned about his tardiness. How can you be so composed? Aren't you worried that today's teacher might impose additional tasks on those who are late? I've already inquired, she replied nonchalantly. Today's instructor is also renowned for his habitual lateness, so there is no need for concern. Shen Ye subtly twitched the corners of his mouth. Indeed, those from illustrious families at the Ninja Academy often receive tidings ahead of others. However, he was exceedingly curious about who today's teacher would be, a figure notoriously dubbed the King of Tardiness. The two of them entered the classroom side by side when an icy, piercing gaze fell upon Shen Ye, akin to a harbinger of death. From a distance, Uchiha Fugaku spotted the pair approaching, and an overwhelming sense of indignation surged within him. Minato raised his hand, beckoning Shen Ye to take a seat. Shen Ye, over here. Coming. After exchanging a gesture with Uchiha Makoto, Shen Ye made his way to join Riku and Minato, both equally eager to learn about today's instructor. It was rumored that today's teacher was rather exceptional and someone with whom they were quite familiar. It appeared that the moniker of the King of Tardiness was indeed fitting, as the appointed time had passed without any sign of their arrival. Shen Ye raised his hands in exasperation and then rested his head upon the table. Although the sage mode continuously alleviated his physical fatigue, he could not resist the overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. In a hazy state, Shen Ye drifted into the realm of dreams. Suddenly, he became aware of someone fervently shaking his arm, prompting him to slowly open his bleary eyes. The look of astonishment on Minato's face was unmistakable as he gazed ahead, his grip only tightening. Please, stop shaking me. I am already awake, Shen Ye murmured. Look, it's indeed a ninja we are quite familiar with. Though I never anticipated it would be him. Chapter 39. Instruction. Shen Ye lifted his gaze towards the podium, only to find that it was none other than Jiraiya. How could it be this fellow? Was he about to impart lessons on how to spy on girls while they bathe? Nevertheless, Lord Jiraiya was undoubtedly one of the foremost ninjas in the village, and he would surely bestow upon me some truly formidable ninjutsu. Shen Ye turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, reflecting on their shared battle from that time. It seemed that Watergate began to harbor a growing admiration for Jiraiya in his heart, subtly igniting a desire to become his disciple. In the original narrative, Minato Namikaze became Jiraiya's apprentice after graduating from the Ninja Academy, and it appeared that Shen Ye's presence would not alter that trajectory. Within a mere few minutes, Shen Ye had completely regained his composure. Since it was Jiraiya, the esteemed elder, he resolved to attentively listen to the wisdom he would impart. Watergate nodded repeatedly, then focused intently on the front, eagerly awaiting Jiraiya's words. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiraiya stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the classroom before finally resting on Shen Ye. Greetings, students. Today, Lord Third has entrusted me with the honor of instructing you, but I will require the assistance of one student. Shen Ye silently lamented the situation. For Jiraiya's gaze was imbued with intent that was unmistakable. Unless destiny intervened, it appeared that he would be the fortunate student in question. Yet, Shen Ye was reluctant to acquiesce to Jiraiya's desires. Alas, the multitude of classmates surrounding him brimmed with anticipation, compelling Shen Ye to resign himself to fate. Minato cast an envious glance in Shen Ye's direction, pondering how splendid it would be if he were the one chosen to collaborate with Lord Jiraiya. Though he acknowledged that Shen Ye was equally remarkable, true to form, Jiraiya swiftly approached Shen Ye, remarking, I perceive that this student possesses an extraordinary physique, a promising candidate for cultivation. Shen Ye awkwardly smiled, following Jiraiya as they made their way to the podium, waving to the other classmates. A brief exchange of glances between the two indicated to Shen Ye that the forthcoming events would not unfold smoothly. Jiraiya, my dear friend, I advise you to act kindly. Should Tsunade discover that you have been bullying me, you are surely aware of the consequences. Rest assured, today will undoubtedly yield significant gains for you. Let us hope so. Jiraiya nodded lightly, reaching into his pocket to produce several unknown trinkets, which he scattered throughout the classroom. Barrier, activate. As Jiraiya gestured, each object emitted a violet glow. When all the lights converged, the classroom was enveloped in a protective barrier. From the outside, it appeared as though a shroud of purple mist obscured any view of the interior. Simultaneously, a faint blue barrier formed around Jiraiya and Shen Ye, enclosing them both. Lord Jiraiya, why have you suddenly set up so many barriers here? Yu Xing, concerned for Shen Ye's safety, mustered the courage to inquire about the situation. Jiraiya raised a finger, gesturing for everyone to remain unperturbed. Today is specifically designated for your instruction, so the ninjas outside the barrier will not witness what transpires here. It is a means of safeguarding your experience. In that case, our barrier seems unnecessary, does it not? Do you intend to resort to force against me to prevent any accidental harm to others? Congratulations, Shen Ye. You are absolutely correct. Shen Ye slightly curled the corners of his mouth, realizing that one could speak so nonchalantly about self-harm. Indeed, he was a shameless individual. The book Intimate Paradise was crafted by the hands of Jiraiya, and Shen Ye finally comprehended the reason behind it. Even though the two did not manage to control their voices, thanks to Jiraiya's mastery, those outside could not discern a word of their conversation. The only indication of their exchange was the subtle movement of their lips. Ahem, as a ninja, the paramount skill lies in the control of chakra, so you all must pay close attention now. Jiraiya's voice resonated throughout the classroom, as if it existed in the ears of every individual present. Shen Ye, with arms crossed over his chest, quietly observed Jiraiya, eager to discern what remarkable feat he might conjure. Was it genuine enlightenment he sought to impart? Or was he merely preparing to exact a subtle revenge upon her? Shen Ye had already contemplated how she would admonish Jiraiya once all was said and done. Her naturally striking visage was no trifling matter. A mere display of charm before Tsunade could easily shatter Jiraiya's esteemed image. All eyes were fixated upon Jiraiya, awaiting the next move he would make. Rasengan. Suddenly, a swirling orb of azure chakra manifested in the palm of Jiraiya's hand. Shen Ye gaped in disbelief at the astonishing events unfolding before him. Jiraiya had actually unleashed such a formidable jutsu against him. After all, he was still but a child, and this was rather excessive. Come on, Jiraiya, have you gone a bit too far? If that orb were to strike me, it would take half my life away. He chuckled, but fear not, I shall learn to temper my abilities. Shen Ye felt a sense of unease as he observed the malevolent smile on Jiraiya's face. Swallowing hard as he quickly assumed a fighting stance. The chakra perception enveloped the entire barrier, yet Shen Ye discerned that the blue orb exhibited no trace of chakra fluctuations. It was merely a superficial blue sphere. Come on, my friend, I shall assist you splendidly. As the night unfolded, Shen Ye extended his arms and slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the impact of the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hands upon his chest. Jiraiya, with a determined expression, propelled the Rasengan forward, directly pressing it against Shen Ye's torso. Yu Xing gasped, instinctively shutting his eyes, while everyone else felt a wave of anxiety for Shen Ye, fearing an unforeseen mishap. However, no sound emerged. The Rasengan gradually dissipated at the point of contact with Shen Ye's chest. Do not panic, I will not harm you, Shen Ye reassured. My earlier actions were merely intended to illustrate the significance of chakra control. Indeed, Jiraiya's personal instruction had imparted profound insights, emphasizing the necessity for exquisite mastery over chakra in any ninjutsu. Jiraiya discreetly gave Shen Ye a thumbs up, having long harbored concerns about Shen Ye's willingness to cooperate. He had even envisioned all manner of adverse scenarios, preparing meticulously for them. With his hands crossed over his chest, Jiraiya whispered, seal. The barriers at the classroom's periphery and around the two gradually faded away, and he turned to Shen Ye with a nod of appreciation. Thank you immensely for your cooperation. My dear student, our lessons conclude here for the time being. I look forward to the day you graduate from the Ninja Academy. Chapter 40. Self-created ninjutsu. What? Is it over just like that? Yes. I have yet to grasp what truly transpired. Presently, only Shen Ye seems to comprehend the situation fully. It appears we must inquire further. However, perhaps it is best to refrain. Jiraiya's focus seems solely on Shen Ye, with us merely as background figures. The cacophony of voices encircled Shen Ye's mind, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Jiraiya, that rascal, truly knows how to attract trouble. His efforts to refine his image crumbled in an instant. Now, not only the male ninjas harbored hostility towards Shen Ye, but even some female ninjas regarded him with skepticism. Only a few close companions of Shen Ye understood that what Jiraiya imparted today paled in comparison to Shen Ye's previous teachings. Amidst the clamorous debates, the day swiftly passed. Shen Ye, shall we grab a bite after class? No, I have some matters to attend to. Without waiting for the bell to ring, Shen Ye leapt through the window, landing gracefully on the ground. He raised his hand in farewell to Minato and the others before striding away with confidence. Once again, a tempest of excitement surged through the classroom. Shen Ye's name was thrust into the spotlight. This fellow must have gained something of great significance. Hence, he prefers to flee rather than share it with us. Some individuals began to stir restlessly, contemplating departure alongside Shen Ye, only to be deterred by the fierce gaze of a nearby instructor. Upon exiting the academy, Shen Ye swiftly chose a direction and raced forward. Based on his understanding of Jiraiya, he was certain that at this hour, he would be able to find him and inquire thoroughly about the nature of the Rasengan. In the original narrative, this ninjutsu was developed by Minato Namikaze over 3 arduous years, yet Jiraiya mastered it in a mere few days. However, at this moment, Minato had yet to ascend even to the rank of a chunin and had not interacted extensively with Jiraiya. Following a familiar path, Shen Ye arrived near the bathhouse where he had descended into this world. After circling the bathhouse, he fortuitously spotted Jiraiya, who was crouched against a wall, peering with a mischievous grin. I knew you would be here. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye silently stood behind Jiraiya. So engrossed was Jiraiya in his keen observation that he remained utterly unaware of the presence encroaching upon him, his attention unwaveringly fixed on his surroundings. The power of strange might converged. Shen Ye summoned the chakra within him, swiftly concentrating it on his right foot, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck Jiraiya squarely on the backside. Ouch! Who kicked me? Exclaimed Jiraiya, clasping his rear as he leapt up. The patrons of the bathhouse, startled by the commotion, quickly donned their garments. Their essay peeping Tom. Ladies, let us rush out, shouted the stout bathhouse proprietor, brandishing a broom as he dashed outside. Jiraiya, caught off guard, hastily made his escape. Shen Ye stifled a laugh, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson on the fellow who had dared to tease him at the ninja academy. Hey, little one, did you happen to catch a glimpse of who was peeking here? The individual scurried away, evidently not a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. A group hurriedly pursued the direction Shen Ye indicated, while Jiraiya leaned against a grand tree, exhaling deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped a predicament. As the surroundings fell into a profound silence, Jiraiya leaped down from the tree to join Shen Ye. Thank you, my young friend. Without your intervention, I would have been in quite a bind. I happen to have something quite significant to inquire of you. Let us find a quiet place to sit for a moment. Jiraiya nodded, recognizing the serious expression on Shen Ye's face, indicating that the matter at hand was of considerable importance and warranted a thoughtful response. Silence enveloped them, unbroken until they settled into a secluded corner. How did you come to master the spiral sphere technique? Oh, are you referring to that blue orb? I was able to execute it long ago. Jiraiya shrugged, taken aback by Shen Ye's earnestness regarding such a matter. During a previous mission, a sudden epiphany had struck Jiraiya, leading him to swiftly solidify the spiral sphere technique. Shen Ye furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that my mere presence has altered certain rules and events in this world? It eludes my understanding. Jiraiya meticulously reflected on the process of his creation of ninjutsu and unexpectedly stumbled upon a few clues related to Shen Ye. Coincidentally, it was on the very day you appeared in the village that such a mysterious thought emerged in my mind. Could it be that you were my lucky star? Shen Ye cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, entirely devoid of interest in continuing the conversation with this fellow. However, Jiraiya's remarks inadvertently validated Shen Ye's suspicions, confirming that his presence had indeed altered certain aspects of the ninja world. With a dismissive wave of his hand towards Jiraiya, Shen Ye rose and prepared to depart. Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion, still unable to comprehend why Shen Ye had suddenly posed such questions. Was he perhaps eager to learn? Having left Jiraiya behind, Shen Ye strolled leisurely towards his home. Shen Ye, what occupies your thoughts? You appear rather preoccupied. At that moment, coincidentally, the Ninja Academy had just let out, and the girls, Yuxing and Mei Shang, were walking home together when they happened upon Shen Ye along the way. As Shen Ye gradually regained his senses and lifted his head, he discovered that a street lamp loomed merely a few centimeters away. Had it not been for the ethereal voices of the moon and stars, he would have collided with it. Was school already over? Indeed. You were just moments away from crashing into the lamppost. Fortunately, I roused you in time. Were you pondering matters concerning Lord Jiraiya? Shen Ye smiled and shook his head. In truth, his mind had been incessantly occupied with thoughts of Minato Namikaze. By the way, how are those fellows faring? They have been clamoring and yearning to find you, eager to receive the teachings of Lord Jiraiya from your lips today. Shen Ye let out a long sigh, gently tapping his forehead. During that time, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the Rasengan, completely forgetting the multitude of troubles that Jiraiya had brought upon him. Otherwise, he would never have assisted him in escaping from the women's bathhouse. Having encountered two young ladies, Shen Ye, embodying the spirit of a gentleman, graciously escorted each of them back to their respective homes. As the sky gradually darkened, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to hasten homeward. Chapter 41. The disordered room. The light in the room flickered brightly as Shen Ye furrowed his brow and silently pushed open the door, tiptoeing inside. The illuminated area revealed no sign of Tsunade, yet there was no indication of anything amiss. Nevertheless, an instinctive sense of unease lingered. If Tsunade had returned home early, she would undoubtedly not have entered his room. As he cautiously approached his own quarters, Shen Ye could distinctly hear someone rummaging about inside. Damn it. Where could that person have hidden him? Could it be that he has been carrying him all along? Perhaps there might be some clues at Minato's place. No, that can't be. I have observed for several days now. After parting ways at the Ninja Academy, the scroll has remained firmly in my possession. Shen Ye stroked his chin, realizing that these were the same three individuals who had recently besieged him in an attempt to acquire the Forbidden Scroll. Truly, they were three foolish thieves, oblivious to the wisdom of leaving one sentinel at the door. Shen Ye had nearly concluded their identities. They were merely children from the same classroom, and a simple lesson would suffice. Ahem. Pretending to cough twice, the room erupted into chaos, and the three hurriedly flung open the window and attempted to leap out. However, in their haste, they failed to land securely on the ground, and their cries of pain abruptly ceased. With a resigned smile, Shen Ye recognized that falling would undoubtedly bring immense pain, yet he dared not utter a sound for fear of drawing attention. Upon pushing open the door, he discovered his room in a state of utter disarray, clothes carelessly strewn in the corners and disheveled blankets scattered about, with cabinets left ajar. Every corner bore the marks of having been ransacked, yet Shen Ye felt not a flicker of anger. If he were to cease his actions now, he might consider granting them leniency. Otherwise, should he unleash his wrath, it would be beyond the capacity of the three to endure. As he tidied his room, he established a personal rule to refrain from being provoked repeatedly. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer emanated from the corner of the room, ephemeral yet captured by Shen Ye's keen gaze. Furrowing his brow, he approached, and beneath a pile of countless garments, a scroll made its presence known. He picked it up and examined it in his palm, but could discern nothing about its contents. He contemplated unsealing it, yet his current abilities were insufficient to break the binding restrictions. So he reluctantly placed it in his pouch of ninja tools, intending to seek an opportunity to investigate further in the future. The scroll, which had unexpectedly appeared in his room, might have been inadvertently dropped by those three miscreants. After all, they were habitual offenders, and he could only speculate which clan's young scion it belonged to. Shen Ye helplessly shook his head, continuing to tidy up the disordered room. Before long, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from outside, and Tsunade slowly entered the room. Had a thief invaded their home? It appeared to be in such disarray. Sister Tsunade, this is your house, after all. Which fool would dare to steal from you? What do you mean by that, you brat? Are you implying that I am violent? Tsunade waved her fist playfully, her expression tightening. It seemed as though a tempest was about to descend upon Shen Ye, who swallowed hard and quickly shook his head. What a joke! Even a playful reprimand from Tsunade, under the guise of affection, would be beyond what I could endure. Though I may escape unscathed, the pain would linger. In terms of chakra control, no one in the village could compare to Tsunade, and Shen Ye was equally hesitant to test the waters. All right, let me handle the cleaning. You, being a boy, are rather clumsy, Tsunade declared, snatching the task from Shen Ye's hands. Shen Ye opened his arms and embraced Tsunade's neck, gently pressing a kiss upon her forehead. Sister Tsunade has always treated me with utmost kindness. Is Shen Ye at home? Shen Ye, are you there? Suddenly, a hurried knocking echoed from outside, causing Shen Ye to furrow his brow and quicken his pace towards the door. Upon opening it, he discovered Lu Jio standing outside, his breath rapid and uneven, indicating he had arrived in a great rush. As Shen Ye attempted to pull Lu Jio into the room, he was met with resistance from Lu Jio's actions. The third Hokage has assigned us a task on short notice. Minato is already waiting for us at the village entrance. Shen Ye nodded lightly, turned, and acknowledged Tsunade before following Rikuju towards the village entrance. The chakra perception quietly unfurled, revealing the chaotic state of Rikuju's chakra, evidently a result of prolonged travel. As a ninja, becoming breathless after merely a short journey could lead to significant disadvantages in future battles. It was not surprising. Given that the third Hokage's notification had come rather abruptly, Rikuju had just exhausted all his chakra training at home. Before long, the three gathered at the village entrance, where Minato looked anxiously at Rikuju and Shen Ye. However, Shen Ye did not harbor great aspirations for this mission. As to the third Hokage, they were merely inexperienced youths yet to graduate. Hence, the assigned tasks would not be overly challenging, merely urgent. You two have finally arrived. Let us depart swiftly, Minato urged. Why the haste? Rikuju requires time to recuperate. Otherwise, he will be at a severe disadvantage in combat. However, our time is limited, and the third Hokage is exceedingly anxious. What exactly is the mission? Merely reconnaissance. Not far from the village, the ninjas of Konoha have detected the presence of some humans and confirmed the absence of any ninja there. The third Hokage wishes for Shen Ye and the two of us to conduct a thorough examination and bring those individuals back to the village for further inquiry before dawn. Having absorbed the entirety of this information, Shen Ye turned to Rikuju, noting that such a task did not necessitate full recovery. For this mission, you must adhere strictly to my command. We cannot afford any unforeseen circumstances. Both Minato and Rikuju expressed no dissent. They had long regarded Shen Ye as their leader and as the target they aspired to pursue. After making sufficient preparations, the trio set forth towards their destinations, leaping seamlessly through the treetops. In an effort to save time, Minato expended chakra to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, distancing themselves further from the village. Unbeknownst to them, significant variables awaited in that unknown realm, and only through battle could they truly grow. Sensing the fluctuations in Minato's chakra, Shen Ye hastily halted Minato from further utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, urging him to focus on recuperating his chakra for the remainder of the journey. Chapter 42. The first mission. It is merely a matter of bringing those individuals back to the village, conserving the chakra for the journey ahead. The situation is far from the simplicity one might imagine. What you two must do now is follow my lead. Have you forgotten the promise you made upon leaving the village? The expression on Shen Ye's face was grave, resembling that of a formidable monarch. Leaving no room for rebuttal from Mizumon and Rikuju, both understood that this was for their own benefit, and thus acquiesced without protest. The trio gradually slowed their pace, while Shen Ye activated his sage mode, channeling the natural energy that permeated the surrounding air. This energy not only surged into his own being but also flowed into the bodies of Rikuju and Mizumon. After several hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. With Shen Ye's assistance, Rikuju and Mizumon managed to restore a significant portion of their chakra, enabling them to handle any sudden turmoil that might arise. Amidst a vast expanse of forest, a solitary wooden cabin stood, enveloped by the embrace of towering trees. Shen Ye concealed himself amidst the trees, observing for a considerable duration, and indeed found no traces of chakra emanating from the cabin. Commence. With this command, Lu Jiao and Minato simultaneously leapt from the tree trunks, landing beside the small wooden house, while Shen Ye descended directly onto its roof. The trio exchanged brief glances, and almost in unison, they sprang into action. Minato pushed open a window and nimbly entered the room. Lu Jiao followed suit through the door, while Shen Ye unleashed his extraordinary strength, crashing through the roof and landing inside. The modest cabin was devoid of any presence, with only the three of them casting their gazes about, searching for signs of life. Where were the inhabitants? The dust upon the table indicated that no one had set foot here in years. Could it be that the information relayed by the village ninja was false? Surely Lord Third would not deceive us. No. It seems we have all been duped by the inhabitants of this place. Shen Ye gradually crouched down and discovered an incongruous stone in the center of the ground, a type of rock that seemed entirely absent from the surrounding forest. Lu Jiao and Shui Min exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend Shen Ye's unwavering certainty. In that moment, Shen Ye finally grasped the reason for the absence of any trace of chakra flow and why the dust was so thick. As if no one had set foot here for years, the crux of the matter lay with this small stone, and Shen Ye was convinced that it harbored a powerful sealing force. If he brought this stone back to the village and presented it to the third Hokage, perhaps all of this would be resolved. The absence of anyone here, did it signify the failure of our mission? This was our very first assignment, after all. Shen Ye shook his head. In truth, the mission had only just commenced. Departing from the wooden cabin, he dashed towards a direction within the forest, Although Lu Jiao and Shui Min were perplexed by the situation, they nonetheless followed closely behind Shen Ye. As anticipated, there were indeed other dwellings nearby, and from a distance, one could discern the presence of individuals coming and going. This was the location we were seeking. The previous site was merely a ruse. They appeared formidable, indeed. The individuals entering and exiting the houses were quintessentially burly men, none of whom bore a feeble appearance, even if they were unable to practice ninjutsu or wield chakra. The inherent strength they possessed seemed extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what Shen Ye and his companions could contend with. Lu Jiao, it's your turn now. Lu Jiao nodded. Through their brief acquaintance, a tacit understanding had developed among them. Shadow binding technique. Lu Jiao leapt over several fallen branches and halted at a close proximity, extending the shadow beneath his feet to ensnare the two outermost figures. Shui Min and Shen Ye exchanged a glance, then simultaneously approached the edge of the dwelling, their feet lightly touching the ground as they surged into the house. The several large men inside had yet to react when Shen Ye unleashed his immense strength, entangling them together. Shui Min produced rope from his pocket, binding all of them securely. The three of them formed a perimeter, encircling these individuals. How many of you are there? You've all been captured here. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Shouldn't we be the ones asking you? One of the captives retorted. What is your purpose in suddenly appearing within the vicinity of Konahagakure? Upon hearing the name of the village, the leader's expression visibly shifted for a moment before reverting to normal. We are unaware of where this place belongs. We are merely hiding here to escape from pursuers. Any further discourse should await our return to the village, for we are but a few children. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Shen Ye emphasized the fact that he was merely a child, thereby lowering the guards of his adversaries. Simultaneously, he recognized their underlying ambition, which was evident despite their adept disguises. However, a new dilemma arose. The five burly men appeared unwilling to cooperate, making it impossible to escort them back to the village. Minato marked them with the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing the two of them to alternate in teleportation while Rugio stood watch. Minato nodded, fastening a shuriken to a rope, and forcefully hurled another shuriken towards the direction of Konahagakure. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the group vanished from the premises, only to reappear several miles away in the woods, where Minato's shuriken was embedded in a tree trunk. Without lingering, Shen Ye and Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, drawing closer to the village. Suddenly, the leader of the group emitted a furious roar, unleashing a tremendous force that allowed him to break free from the ropes, prompting the five men to scatter in different directions. Minato and Rugio intended to pursue them, but Shen Ye halted their advance. Let us return to the village. We are only 3 against 5. We cannot capture them all. However, the ninjas within the village would manage the situation. After all, they were merely students yet to graduate, not yet true genin, and no one would hold them accountable. Minato hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced to Shen Ye's judgment, trusting that Shen Ye would not deceive him nor lead him astray. By the way, did you bring back the small stones? They have been in my pocket all along. Let us deliver them to the third Hokage now. We shall receive results before dawn. We can wait in the office. Without the 5 hulking men, Shen Ye and his companions traveled swiftly, returning to the village in mere minutes. The village was shrouded in darkness, with not a soul to be seen on the streets. Chapter 43. The awkward Mikoto. The 3 burst into the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage was anxiously gazing out the window. Upon opening the door, he looked expectantly at Shen Ye and his companions, only to find them empty-handed. Did you not bring those individuals back? They escaped, but we have other findings. Oh? The third Hokage's expression shifted with curiosity. Just some ordinary individuals not documented. Yet you still managed to uncover unexpected discoveries. It seemed that the intelligence relayed by the ninjas ahead was not entirely accurate, with numerous circumstances left unacknowledged. Shen Ye nodded slightly at Lu Jiao, who retrieved an object from his ninja tool pouch, vanishing it from the table's surface. The third Hokage's gaze was instantly drawn to the small stone, occasionally furrowing his brow as if lost in contemplation. It bore an immense sealing power, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Recognizing these peculiarities, he had decided to bring it back for your examination. You all should return and rest. It appears this task necessitates the involvement of the village's nin, as it may prove quite challenging. Originally intending to await the final outcome here, Shen Ye suddenly altered his course and turned to exit. Minato and Lu Jiao, understanding from the third's words that this matter was beyond their intervention, chose to accompany Shen Ye in departing. At the very least, none of them would bear the title of failure, and everything required careful deliberation. The trio headed in different directions homeward, parting ways at the foot of the Shadow Rock. Hours passed, and with the dawn of the following morning, Shen Ye stretched his languid arms. Shen Ye, you're awake. Someone is looking for you outside. Tsunade appeared before Shen Ye with a mischievous grin, her expression decidedly suggestive. Shen Ye, perplexed, scratched his head. The fact that someone was seeking him had prompted such an expression from Tsunade. Who could this remarkable individual be? Adjusting his attire, he strode out of his room, only to find a familiar, charming voice seated gracefully on the sofa, awaiting him. It was Mikoto, who had come to see him so early. What could possibly be the matter? Shall we step outside to converse? She suggested cautiously, gesturing toward the door, her eyes brimming with anticipation. This only deepened Shen Ye's confusion, as the usual brazen and audacious Uchiha Mikoto seemed transformed, exhibiting an unexpected timidity. Shinya nodded gently, taking Meichin by the hand as they stepped out of the room. They halted only when they reached a secluded corner. Meichin cast her gaze downward, fixating on the tips of her shoes, her hands clutching the hem of her clothing as she subtly twisted her body, appearing quite bashful. Now was a moment when she could speak freely with no one else around. I am truly sorry, Shinya. I have wronged you for so long. Haven't I already apologized? Meichin continued. Moreover, I have never harbored any blame towards you. Yet, her cheeks suddenly flushed with a deep crimson hue, and she buried her face further, daring not to meet Shinya's gaze. Shen Ye helplessly shook his head, bewildered by the unfolding events. Please refrain from prolonging this discussion. If there is something you wish to convey, I would prefer you to express it directly. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. I kindly ask that you keep the mark upon my posterior a secret. It has been my closely guarded secret all along. Shinya's lips twitched slightly, initially believing it to be a matter of great significance. Even if Mikoto did not seek him out, he would never publicize such affairs. Upholding gentlemanly decorum has always been a principle Shinya adhered to, especially considering that Uchiha Mikoto is indeed a cherished friend in this world. Betraying a friend is an act that Shinya could never contemplate. I promise you. Thank you, Shinya. May I treat you to a bowl of Ichiraka ramen tonight? Shinya nodded, understanding that Meichin had significant training to attend to, thus he refrained from detaining her. As he watched Meichin bounce away, he realized that she had fundamentally unburdened herself of a long-held knot in her heart. Neither of them noticed the diminutive figure lurking in the shadows of the corner, who had overheard their entire conversation. Choosing a path contrary to Meichin's, Shinya made his way toward the Hokage's office. Although the third Hokage had already dispatched more advanced ninjas for the mission, Shinya felt an overwhelming curiosity about that small stone. Pausing below the window of the office, he caught the gaze of the third Hokage. The third smiled and gently pushed open the window, then turned his body to walk towards the desk. Under the cover of night, Shen Ye slightly arched his body, channeling chakra beneath his feet. After a series of nimble leaps, he landed beside the window of the office. At that moment, only the third Hokage occupied the room, and the small stone remained prominently displayed on the desk. Was there any revelation from the stone? The third Hokage shook his head. Indeed, the stone possessed formidable sealing powers, yet once unraveled, it revealed itself to be merely an ordinary pebble. Perhaps such seals were merely illusions, a ruse that had misled us for far too long. What truly transpired? Further observation is required to draw a definitive conclusion, and ninja have already been dispatched to investigate those individuals. Shinya nodded slightly, picking up a pebble to scrutinize it carefully in the palm of his hand. Indeed, it revealed no extraordinary qualities. He had anticipated that this diminutive stone might harbor an entire world within, yet it was merely this. Even the first generation would not dare claim the ability to achieve such a feat effortlessly. Meanwhile, the eavesdropper, who had been listening to Shinya and Mikoto's conversations, hurriedly made his way to the Uchiha clan, anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance. Before long, Fujitake emerged, clad in a light, airy garment. Lord Fujitake, you have finally appeared. I just overheard that despicable Shinya conversing with Mikoto. He even knows about the mark on Miss Mikoto's backside. Fujitake furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation, as he had been unaware of such a detail himself. Were it not for the current informant's disclosure, Fujitake would have remained oblivious to the innate mark on Mikoto's body. His already unfavorable impression of Shinya darkened further, his hands clenching into tight fists. The snitch trembled, fearful of provoking Fujitake's wrath. Striving to calm his emotions, Fujitake took a deep breath. I owe you one for this. Consider it a reward. He retrieved a small gray pill from his pocket and handed it to the informant, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 44. Hokage Tsukumo. Upon returning home, Fugitake's anger simmered. The girl he had long admired had been seen in her entirety by that scoundrel Shen Ye. He could not swallow this indignity. However, the children at the Ninja Academy were key protected figures of Konohagakure, and any aggressive action would undoubtedly incite the village's displeasure. In Fugitake's mind, despite Shen Ye's involvement in apprehending the enemy, he remained nothing but worthless. For now, he would allow Shen Ye to revel in his arrogance. But when the time came for graduation from the Ninja Academy, he would ensure a thorough lesson was imparted, perhaps even leading to an unfortunate demise due to negligence. The expression on Uchiha Fugitake's face grew increasingly sinister as he envisioned Shen Ye lying helplessly on the ground. Unbeknownst to Shen Ye, he had become the target of another's ire. Days passed, and the village still had no news of the capture of the 5 men. Shen Ye gradually forgot about this task. One day, a new face emerged at the Ninja Academy, with striking white hair that gleamed brilliantly. This newcomer appeared rather formidable, and there had been no prior mention of him. Shen Ye stood quietly, his arms crossed over his chest, listening intently to the discussions around him. In truth, he had already discerned the identity of that individual. Despite his youth, the sharp angles of his face revealed his identity. Hokage Tsukumo, who would later be known as Konoha's White Fang, ultimately met a tragic end after forsaking his mission to save his comrades, burdened by the responsibilities of his village. Minato, though he appeared aloof and distant, was, at his core, undeniably akin to those around him. It was difficult to perceive any semblance of warmth or intimacy in his demeanor. Shen Ye gently shook his head, offering no explanation, and rose to his feet, striding a few steps to the side of Hokage Tsukumo, extending his palm in greeting. Greetings, I am Shen Ye. Hello. I am Hokage Tsukumo, aspiring to become the Hokage. What? You dare to vie for my position as Hokage? I refuse to concede. Minato suddenly surged forward, brandishing his fist in midair, his expression a challenge directed at Hokage Tsukumo. In Minato's eyes, anyone seeking to contest the Hokage position was a rival. Fortunately, Shen Ye and Jukyu harbored no such ambitions. Shen Ye welcomed Flagwood Tsukumo into his team, taking a seat not far from the window. The teacher's entrance interrupted the murmurs within the classroom, offering a brief introduction for Flagwood Tsukumo and ushering in a new day of instruction. However, neither Shen Ye nor Minato seemed to have any inclination to remain in the classroom. They were already eyeing the window with growing restlessness. Are you all contemplating an escape from the classroom? Perhaps we should join forces, since you have already discerned our intentions. Flagwood Tsukumo stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation for a moment, before solemnly nodding in agreement. In the depths of Shen Ye's heart, his admiration for Hokage Tsukumo grew a few notches. On the very first day of entering the Ninja Academy, he was able to join the ranks of those who dared to skip class. Both Minato and Jukyu instinctively gave a thumbs up to Hokage Tsukumo, confirming Shen Ye's assertion that he was not a straightforward individual. Seizing the moment when the teacher turned away, the 4 of them swiftly leaped through the window and landed on the playground. However, Tsukumo's movements were noticeably less graceful than the others, stumbling awkwardly as he nearly lost his balance. It appeared that he still required some practice. Such escapades occurred almost daily. I am curious, without the Academy's guidance, how do you intend to refine your ninjutsu? Jukyu and Minato turned their gazes toward Shen Ye, wearing knowing expressions. Tsukumo, still perplexed, shook his head, showing no concern about missing out on his education by fleeing the academy. You will come to understand this in due time. We have a very important task to undertake today. Do you still remember those 5 burly men we attempted to escape from? Of course. We have been eager to recapture them. It has been quite some time since we heard any news, and it seems the village is gradually forgetting about the incident. Now, it is our turn to take action. The 4 of them were in perfect agreement, swiftly making their way along the village's exit path. Tsukumo followed behind the trio, uncertain of what had prompted their urgency, but feeling an inexplicable familiarity with Shen Ye since their first meeting. Had Shen Ye not appeared before him, Tsukumo might have approached him and sat down beside him in the next moment. Before long, the 4 arrived at the woods outside the village. With so much time having passed, tracking any traces was no longer feasible. They would have to return to the site for observation. Minato nodded, taking the initiative to lead the way, leaping forward along the route mapped in his mind. As Shen Ye surveyed the surrounding forest, he noticed something amiss. The previous night's darkness had obscured details that were now glaringly apparent. The trees along the path had suffered varying degrees of damage. Moreover, this destruction followed the very route they were about to traverse. In the depths of Shen Ye's mind, a profound sense of bewilderment lingered, as if some unseen signal was guiding him onward. We slowed our pace, for the path ahead appeared treacherous. Watergate nodded, pausing atop a tree trunk to survey the surroundings and ensure there was no danger before continuing at a cautious speed. Following the ravaged path, we ultimately arrived at a house nestled within the woods, yet it was devoid of any inhabitants. The imposing figures we had anticipated had not returned. The absence of life here was evident. We had uncovered this place, and those miscreants would likely not return. A careful observation might yield unexpected discoveries. And this task was entrusted to Kiki Tsukumo. Nodding in acknowledgement, Kiki descended to the ground, beginning to search for any traces. He had heard whispers of this mission even before entering the Ninja Academy, though he hadn't paid it much heed. Little did he know that within a day's time, he would find himself deeply invested in it, igniting an even greater curiosity about Shen Ye. Despite being fellow students at the Ninja Academy, Shen Ye exhibited a level of intellect far surpassing that typical of his age. Upon entering the house, Tsukumo immediately discerned that a brief altercation had transpired here, one that had been decisively one-sided, lacking any form of resistance. Chapter 45. Who are you? Just as all eyes were fixated on the house, a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, silently observing these young ones. The audacity of these intruders to return here had thwarted my plans and nearly led to the capture of my offering. The words seemed to be squeezed from between clenched teeth, revealing a palpable enmity. Unbeknownst to Shen Ye and his companions, they expanded their search area, opting to explore their surroundings. Shen Ye, I have made a new discovery, Watergate exclaimed as he leaped to the treetops, gesturing in all directions. Upon hearing his call, the others turned and rushed toward him, quickly regrouping. As they gazed upon the altar, shrouded by an uncountable number of shrubs, Shen Ye furrowed his brow. Had it not been for their indiscriminate search at that very moment, the altar's existence would have remained concealed, underscoring its obscurity. Its hidden nature suggested that its creator wished to remain undetected. Perhaps those 5 individuals were merely pawns in a larger scheme. I possess some knowledge regarding altars. Allow me to examine this one closely. Kakashi Hatake gradually knelt down, channeling the chakra within him, gathering it meticulously in the palm of his hand before gently placing it upon the altar. The altar emitted a faint glow, and a sudden force appeared at its center, causing Minato and Jukyu to stagger perilously close to being drawn in. However, Shen Ye remained untouched, merely sensing the gust of power swirling past his ears. Kakashi hastily ceased his actions and turned to face Shen Ye. Observing the expression on his face, Shen Ye realized trouble was imminent. The altar had transcended the realm of their comprehension. The requirement of 5 sacrifices to augment one's strength rendered such an altar unacceptable in Konoha, and it would undoubtedly face condemnation throughout the entire ninja world. It would be prudent to return to the village and report this matter to the 3rd Hokage, for their current capabilities were insufficient to handle the situation. It seemed that the chance of escape had slipped away. Given the revelation of this secret, it would be wiser to remain as sacrifices, a fate that the 4 young ones might reluctantly accept. From the shadows, a figure, unable to contain his agitation at the exposure of the altar, stepped forth into the light before the group. Shen Ye shook his head in resignation. Ultimately, he would have to endure battle. It was evident that this task was far from straightforward. We shall observe your prowess, he remarked, for you stand alone while we are 4. For mere fledgling ninjas. And you dare to challenge me? Am I to believe I have stumbled upon the most absurd of jokes? Shen Ye clasped his hands before his chest, lost in thought. Shui Men approached, intending to confront the adversary, but was swiftly pulled behind Shen Ye. With a few strides, Shen Ye positioned himself in front of everyone, lifting his chin to address the figure before him, his lips parting. Who are you? Who am I? I am the enemy of Konoha Village, the harbinger of death who shall end your lives today, little ones. I merely inquired about your name, so that I may mark your grave after your demise. Shen Ye scratched his head, utterly unfamiliar with the name that had just been mentioned. Neither in the original narrative nor since his arrival in this realm had he encountered such a designation. Confronted with an unknown adversary, Shen Ye refrained from launching an immediate assault, recognizing the necessity of cautiously probing the opponent's capabilities. However, Grease, impatient and eager, propelled himself towards Shen Ye with remarkable speed. Shen Ye, be cautious, Mizuki shouted as he rushed to Shen Ye's side, but he arrived a moment too late. Grease had already positioned himself directly in front of Shen Ye. With hands poised like a vice, he aimed to seize Shen Ye by the throat, Yet Shen Ye merely tilted his head with effortless grace, evading the strike. Grease exhibited a surprising agility for one so young, a skill that caught Shen Ye off guard. At that moment, Mizuki's had reached Shen Ye's rear. Fists clenched as he unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Grease. Forced to retreat, Grease maneuvered away from Mizuki's onslaught. Each of Mizuki's punches met on the air, prompting Shen Ye to gently pat Mizuki's shoulder while signaling to Rukyu and Kiki with a knowing glance. Though he had only recently joined the fray, Kiki grasped Shen Ye's intent immediately and, alongside Rukyu, began to encircle Grease. The four of them now surrounded their foe, which only seemed to delight Grease further. Had they remained closely knit, they might have faced difficulty in subduing him, yet their scattered formation presented an opportunity to dismantle him one by one. Earth release, earthquake technique. Grease intoned, his hands forming seals as the ground beneath him trembled ominously. Suddenly, a vast chasm erupted from the earth, splitting the surface wide open. The ground beneath the feet of the few individuals in the Divine Night gradually began to rise into the air, exhibiting a tendency to converge. Extraordinary power. Shen Ye swung his fist, striking the earth beneath him with tremendous force, causing the energy to gradually disperse from the point of contact, accompanied by a resounding rumble. The stones shattered into countless pebbles as Shen Ye deftly leaped and landed on the ground. The other three individuals lacked Shen Ye's exquisite control over power and similarly chose to leap away from the falling debris. Humph! Grease let out a soft snort, hastening his movements. The stones ultimately collided, yet instead of the anticipated thunderous noise, they amalgamated into a larger boulder hurtling towards Shen Ye. Through his covert observation, he had already discerned that Shen Ye was the leader of this group, for as the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Shen Ye curled his lips in disdain, realizing that this fellow's true objective had always been himself. All of his previous actions were merely a prelude. Such a colossal boulder could not be resolved even with extraordinary strength and some enhancement techniques. The only recourse was to evade its might. Watergate. Understood. Watergate responded promptly, casually flinging a chakra-infused shuriken in a particular direction. Flying thunder technique. Before the shuriken could settle, Shen Ye's form vanished from the spot, reappearing mid-air, where he grasped the shuriken that Watergate had tossed, letting it plummet to the ground. The immense stone crashed onto the earth, causing the ground to tremble around it. Who would have thought that you, young man, could flee so swiftly? However, you shan't be so fortunate in the next encounter. My offering is indeed the one you have abducted, is it not? Chapter 46. And so what? Yes, it is indeed us, so what of it? Shen Ye stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at Greek Bai. Although this individual appeared formidable at that moment, there remained a possibility of overcoming him. It seemed we needed to adopt a different approach. Watergate nodded, recognizing that conventional combat methods would indeed be insufficient to deal with this adversary. The technique of amplifying monstrous strength. In a breathtaking display, Shen Ye leaped into the air, his right arm instantly transforming into an enormous appendage, descending directly upon Grease Bai. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a formidable strike. Grease Bai, having grossly underestimated Shen Ye's strength, did not evade. Instead, he boldly met the attack head-on. The collision of their diminutive fist against the titanic one sent Grease Bai hurtling back to the ground like a bullet. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth fractured, creating a vast chasm, leaving Grease Bai motionless within it. Surely, this could not be the end. That would be far too mundane. Shen Ye stood at the edge of the chasm, gazing into its depths, while Zalabi, after a brief writhing, gradually rose to his feet. His eyes blazed with fury. He was astonished that such a diminutive form could unleash such formidable power, leaving him at a disadvantage. Amidst his anger was a tinge of incredulity. It seemed that a more serious approach was necessary, for such immense strength to be exhibited was truly remarkable. 1,000 years of pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Hatake Tsukumo silently appeared behind Zalabi, his hands drawn together, save for 2 fingers protruding outward. In an instant, Zalabi's expression tightened. To Shen Ye's eyes, Zalabi appeared as though he were standing in a cauldron of oil, his face flushed, on the verge of eruption. Ah! A startled cry escaped his lips as he soared into the air, only to crash back down to the ground. In the chasm remained the smug visage of Hatake Tsukumo, maintaining a half-crouched stance, embodying the valor of his technique. Zalabi paced back and forth, clutching his posterior, acutely aware of the excruciating discomfort, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, ready to fall. You are finished. Such humiliation you have inflicted upon me. It was a privilege to experience the pinnacle of physical prowess, and it was the first time it had been applied in actual combat, yielding quite the impressive effect. Although Zalabi was their common adversary, Shen Ye and the others could not help but feel a chill, instinctively hiding their backsides behind Hitaki Tsukumo. Shen Ye slightly curled the corners of his mouth, utterly unprepared for Shikamaru's audacious use of the 1,000 years of pain technique at this moment. Well done, Shikamaru. Such a trivial matter, yet to be defeated outright is a fate even more unbearable. Both Minato and Jukyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Shikamaru, their hearts overflowing with admiration. Simultaneously, they silently vowed never to provoke Shikamaru, for after all, the chrysanthemum is exceedingly delicate. Time seemed to stretch on, and eventually, Hebe regained his composure, rubbing his rear before pointing a finger at Shikamaru. You young rascal, you have successfully captured my attention, initially intending to apprehend the leader first. The humiliation inflicted by Shikamaru compelled him to shift his focus. Water release, water bullets technique. Hebe formed hand seals, channeling his chakra into his mouth. At that moment, his sealing movements appeared strangely awkward. His legs were tightly pressed together, resembling a woman more than a combatant. Suddenly, a jet of water erupted from his mouth, surging toward Shikamaru, who stood in the ravine below. The speed was astonishing. Shikamaru found it too late to evade, his gaze consumed by the oncoming torrent. Earth release, earth return. Shikamaru crouched low, slamming his hands onto the ground. The earth before him began to stir, rising to form a wall several centimeters thick. The water column crashed against the earthen barrier, the tremendous force nearly breaching it, yet ultimately it was thwarted. Just a couple more hits. But the fortune would not last much longer. This is precisely what we needed to convey to you. Shen Ye and Shui Men exchanged a glance and nodded, then swiftly dashed towards Zalabi from two distinct directions. Within mere moments, they found themselves beside him. Almost simultaneously, both launched powerful punches aimed at Zalabi's head. Zalabi let out a cold snort, abruptly retreating to evade the assault, while simultaneously extending his hands to grasp the arms of the two attackers. Sensing the force emanating from his arms, Shen Ye understood that if he could not break free swiftly, he risked being crushed by this individual. The three of them formed a triangular formation, remaining stationary, with only the force exerted through their hands attesting to the ongoing struggle. Listen well. If you wish to avoid death, you would do well to become my offering. Living is far more advantageous than the aftermath of demise. How naive. In the depths of the night, Shen Ye firmly planted one foot on the ground while the other leg soared through the air, delivering a strike to the abdomen of Greek Bai. Ultimately, mere fists could not contend with multiple hands after several rounds. Greek Bai realized that persisting would only lead to his own detriment, thus opting to create distance from the fray, seizing the moment as he retreated. He was unaware that a trap had long been laid in wait for him. Shadow binding technique. Lu Jiu had been patiently seeking an opportunity to unleash his ninjutsu, knowing that only one chance would grant him success. Otherwise, should this individual become vigilant, it would be nearly impossible to regain control. The shadow beneath his feet surged forward, extending across the ground towards Greek Bai's feet, while the inky tendrils entwined around his arms and body. How infuriating. To be outmaneuvered by you two little tricksters. It's unacceptable. Yet what could he do? Could he truly break free from this confinement and continue to battle us? Surrender is the only option, even with the most seamless collaboration. You will only find yourself on the receiving end of injuries. The Divine Knight gently tapped the head of Greek Bai, a mocking expression adorning his face. After all, this individual before him appeared to possess strength surpassing that of a Ch-Nin, yet was effortlessly captured by four mere youngsters who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Greek Bai's eyes flickered as he suddenly altered his demeanor. I now recognize your formidable prowess. At such a tender age, your potential is boundless. Are you trying to deceive us into releasing you by teaching us how to utilize the altar? How did you know? Greek Bai's face lit up with surprise, momentarily believing he had a chance to regain his freedom. At that point, he thought, if he merely divulged the secrets of the altar, he could silently turn them into offerings, ultimately benefiting himself. However, what awaited Greek Bai was indeed a resounding slap from Divine Knight, the sound echoing throughout the forest. Chapter 47. Escorting back to the village, I see you are lost in foolish thoughts, seeking to entice us with such underhanded tactics? Underhanded tactics? Do you comprehend the extent of power one can absorb from the altar? I could ascend to the rank of J-Nin in an instant. Do you understand? Shen Ye curled his lip in disdain. A ninja who relies on the power of the altar to attain the rank of Jonin is truly worthless. His strength, akin to Greece, would stagnate indefinitely, as there would be no further opportunity to activate the altar again. The escape of those 5 burly men might, in fact, be a blessing, for otherwise, they would have surely become mere souls beneath the altar by now. Very well. Let him be taken back to the village to await the judgment of the third Hokage. Such actions have already crossed the line of a ninja's honor, warranting his execution 1,000 times over. Shen Ye deliberately sought to intimidate Greek by, in truth, he himself was uncertain how the third generation would ultimately deal with this individual. Perhaps, after extracting the desired information from him, Greek by would become entirely obsolete, left to languish in the confines of Konoha for the remainder of his days. However, how are we to bring him back? None among us possesses the ability to employ sealing techniques to restrain his chakra. Indeed, it is impractical to continuously rely on shadow binding techniques to entangle him. Alternative methods are necessary. Shen Ye stroked his chin, realizing that he had not contemplated such matters previously. It seemed imperative to devise a foolproof method. After much deliberation, Shen Ye resolved to employ the most primal and forceful tactic to curb Grease's urge to flee. As he approached with a mischievous grin, Grease swallowed nervously, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Indeed, Shen Ye raised his fist high, skillfully amplifying the chakra within, and brought it crashing down upon Grease's head. With a resounding thud, Grease's body twisted, gradually leaning against the shadow that bound him. The ninjutsu could be retracted. He was confident that this fellow would remain unconscious all the way to the Hokage's office. Truly, sheer strength proved to be an exceptionally effective form of ninjutsu. Shen Ye shook his fist, admiring it with great satisfaction. Minato felt somewhat at a loss. Both Shen Ye and Kakashi appeared quite formidable, entities not to be trifled with lightly. Fortunately, he was allied with these two intimidating figures. Had they been adversaries, his fate would surely have been dire. Let us depart. There were still matters to attend to before they left, and the altar could not be left intact. Minato nodded and swiftly leaped to the side of the altar, gazing thoughtfully at its flickering glow, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Kakashi, perhaps you should handle the destruction. I lack the necessary experience, he suggested. Kakashi shot a glance at Minato, then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it directly into the altar's center. The stone landed precisely in the middle with a resounding crash, causing the light within the altar to cease abruptly and visible cracks to spread outward from the epicenter. After brushing off his hands, Kakashi turned and followed closely behind Shen Ye as they made their way back to the village, with Minato shrugging and trailing behind them. Having traveled a considerable distance, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the altar. A subtle smirk graced Kakashi's lips. A true man never turns back to witness an explosion. You must be in awe of me now. Shen Ye slightly curled his lips, confirming that he had not misjudged the fleeting figure of Hatake Tsukumo. Once familiar, he would transform into someone akin to Minato Namikaze. However, the atmosphere had indeed lightened considerably. The burdensome task that had weighed heavily on everyone's hearts had come to a definitive conclusion, and it was he who had personally brought it to an end. Glancing at the figure of Hirabi resting on Riku's shoulder, Shen Ye felt an unfamiliar sensation swell within him, realizing that he had truly integrated into this world. After a considerable journey, the group finally returned to the village. Standing at the village entrance, Eluyuki Yamashiro regarded the sudden appearance of the small figures with a curious gaze, particularly noting the unfamiliar individual perched upon Minato's shoulder. What are you little ones doing outside the Ninja Academy? Where have you ventured off to? Brother Yamashiro, do you not comprehend the significance of the person Minato carries? We have accomplished a vital mission for the village. Aoyuki nodded, scrutinizing Hirabi closely. He noticed a distinct mark on the top of his head, revealing a striking bruise, which elicited a look of surprise. Without further ado, Shen Ye and his companions dashed towards the Hokage's office, intent on delivering Hirabi to the third Hokage for further action. The office was already occupied by several ninjas from the village, seemingly summoned by the third for a meeting. Upon entering, all eyes converged upon Shen Ye, who awkwardly scratched his head and stepped aside. Today is not my day to shine. You should direct your attention to this individual, Minato said, gently placing the unconscious Hirabi on the floor and wiping the sweat from his brow, having expended considerable strength in carrying him back. What is the meaning of this? Who is this person? The 5 burly men who had fled earlier were linked to him. They were sacrifices for this individual. Sacrifices? The third furrowed his brow, taken aback by the severity of the situation. The involvement of living sacrifices was an abomination that the ninja world could no longer tolerate. Shen Ye nodded slightly and recounted the entire process. Everyone in the room raised their thumbs in approval, gazing with satisfaction at the young ones before them. This was the future of Konohagakure. Despite their tender age, they had already demonstrated the ability to work in unison to subdue foes several times their strength, promising boundless potential ahead. However, the third Hokage's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes betraying a hint of reproach. Do you comprehend the peril of your actions? If you encounter an even more formidable enemy, you may not return to the village today. Do you understand? Rest assured, third Hokage, we are mindful of our limits. It is an honor for us to contribute to the village. This individual is our responsibility. While such actions are undeniably reckless, your successful completion of the task deserves commendation. Minato's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having tasted success once, he was no longer hesitant, already contemplating the rewards that awaited him. However, the third Hokage merely retrieved 4 scrolls from a corner of the room and handed them to Shen Ye. These are 4 ninjutsu tailored for you, serving as a reward for this mission. In the future, refrain from such risks without the village's orders. Understood? Understood, Lord Third. We shall diligently adhere to the village's commands henceforth. After the young ones departed, laughter filled the room, and the third Hokage's expression softened in an instant. These youngsters have indeed lived up to my expectations. The third Hokage nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the foresight in placing Kakashi in the ninja academy. His gaze then shifted to Hirabi, laced with disdain. At that moment, Shen Ye remained oblivious to the fact that their operation had unfolded under the scrutiny of many. Had there been an unforeseen incident during the battle with Hirabi, the ninjas of Konohagakure would have promptly intervened to rescue them. At a street corner, 4 individuals parted ways, each taking a different route. Upon returning home, Tsunade had already prepared a lavish feast, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Welcome back, Shen Ye. What treasures did you bring today? Shen Ye suddenly tapped his forehead, realizing that he had placed all the scrolls entrusted to him by the third Hokage into his pocket, having forgotten to distribute them among everyone during their parting. However, since they had all returned home, it would be best to wait until their next meeting to deliver them personally. There was indeed a sense of accomplishment. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of the ninjutsu contained within the scrolls given to them by the third Hokage, rest assured, they were surely crafted specifically for each individual, tailored to suit their unique paths of cultivation. Shen Ye nodded, feeling the pangs of hunger after a long day of toil, and promptly began to feast heartily. As she observed Shen Ye devouring his meal with such fervor, Tsunade found herself momentarily entranced, her thoughts drifting involuntarily to her own brother. Lost in these reflections, she felt the corners of her eyes dampen with unshed tears, unaware that her emotions were slipping beyond her grasp. As the night deepened, Shen Ye slowly raised her head and noticed the unusual expression on Tsunade's face. She hurried over to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Sister Tsunade, are you troubled by some unpleasant thoughts? With me by your side, there is no need for sorrow. Tsunade replied, No, it's just that seeing you brings me joy. Time flew by, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Shen Ye pushed open the door and lay down on the bed, closing her eyes. Before long, the soft sound of her breathing filled the room. The next morning, Kakashi stood half-squatting by Shen Ye's window, gently tapping on the glass. Shen Ye, it's time for school. As she opened her sleepy eyes, Shen Ye immediately perked up at the sight of him, then shook her head in resignation upon realizing it was Kakashi. This peculiar method of waking someone was a first for her. Surely, only Kakashi would choose such a way. While pondering Kakashi's agile movements, a thought suddenly surged in Shen Ye's mind, perfectly aligning with the original narrative. Kakashi, the prodigious ninja of the village, had ascended to Jonin at a tender age and became the captain of an Umbu team, executing countless missions. Yet now, he was placed in the ninja academy by the third Hokage, limiting his growth and abilities. As they walked toward the ninja academy, Shen Ye decided to probe Kakashi's aspirations. What are your plans for the future? Are you aiming to steadily become Hokage? Kakashi responded thoughtfully, becoming Hokage is my dream, but I know it ultimately won't be me. Compared to me, Minato is far more suited for that position. Shen Ye nodded, sensing that Konoha Shikaku was acutely aware that he was not suited for the role and harbored no intentions of vying for the position of Hokage against Minato. With your abilities, departing from the ninja academy could lead to greater opportunities. Are you not intrigued by the enigmatic organization within the village? Oh, you must be referring to the Umbu. Shen Ye nodded slightly. In truth, he harbored his own ulterior motives. The inclusion of Hatake Tsukumo in the Umbu could serve to curtail some of Danzo's interference in his actions, although he did not truly fear such obstacles. Suddenly, Hatake Tsukumo halted his steps, gazing in the direction of the Hokage's office, where not only the Hokage resided, but also the Umbu's headquarters. My fate is not for me to determine. Even my arrival at the Ninja Academy was orchestrated by the third Hokage. The third? Shen Ye furrowed his brow, for it was the first time he had heard Chimu Shua Imo mention this matter. Indeed, everyone had long been aware of the existence of the Greek comparison, which is why I was sent to the Ninja Academy to be close to you as we undertook missions together. Shen Ye found himself increasingly perplexed. That old codger from the third generation had clearly stated that the mission was beyond his capabilities and required the deployment of more advanced ninjas. Yet, he was secretly orchestrating these petty maneuvers. Upon reflection, however, it became apparent that all these actions ultimately benefited his own group. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye found himself grappling with the complexities of the third generation's intentions. It seemed that everyone was already privy to the truth, and he too was no exception. Hokage Tsukumo nodded, revealing no hint of concealment. He had initially believed this was merely a task assigned to him by the third generation. However, through their interactions over time, Tsukumo had come to regard these individuals as his closest friends. His presence at Shen Ye's window that morning was solely to embark on the journey to the Ninja Academy together. Even if Shen Ye did not inquire about his future plans, Tsukumo would still lay everything bare. He wished for no secrets between them. During this period, he had found immense joy in collaborating with them, and perhaps this would be their final mission together. Shen Ye couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the fellow. Yet in the depths of his heart, he had already regarded him as a friend in this world. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to embark on a mission alongside him. What words are necessary? True friends ought not to utter such disheartening remarks. You should personally relay this news to Minato and Riku. Shen Ye gently draped his arm over Chimu Tsukumo's shoulder, playfully delivering a few light punches on his back. Tsukumo felt a warmth in his heart, finally experiencing the sensation of being valued. As they stepped through the academy's gates, they spotted Minato and Jukyu waving to them from a distance. Their eyes met, and they quickened their pace towards their friends. Once gathered, Shen Ye unfurled the scrolls bestowed by the third Hokage, laying them flat on the ground. I have yet to examine these scrolls. Each of you may select the ninjutsu you deem most suitable to take with you. Please, go ahead. Then I shall not be modest, Minato replied, perusing the scrolls before selecting one to place into his ninja tools pouch. Jukyu and Tsukumo also chose the ninjutsu scrolls they found appropriate, tucking them into their own pouches. Chapter 49. A new addition. Tsukumo shared his intention to leave the academy with Minato and Jukyu. The latter expressed deep reluctance, yet acknowledged that one person's choice should not interfere with another's destiny. Hoping to enjoy their final day together, they were unexpectedly met with the sight of another peculiar figure among the faculty. At first glance, Tsukumo's gaze was drawn irresistibly to him. Shen Ye could distinctly sense the surging chakra within this individual, brimming with untamed energy, ready to erupt at any moment. Curiosity piqued. Shen Ye wondered what kind of person could provoke such a profound reaction from Tsukumo. Turning his attention in that direction, he observed a figure clad in green, standing at the classroom door with a vacant stare, glancing uncertainly into the room. Is that Might Guy? Shen Ye asked. You know him too? Minato replied. We are indeed very close friends. Shen Ye twitched the corners of his mouth. The grimace on Hokage Tsukumo's face belied their close friendship. One might even believe them to be lifelong adversaries. However, Shen Ye was well acquainted with their past, as clearly delineated in the original narrative. Before Shen Ye could fully process the situation, Hokage Tsukumo charged forward, instantly engaging in a fierce struggle with Might Guy. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye observed the two combatants exchanging fierce blows, realizing for the first time the remarkable prowess of Hokage Tsukumo, whose strength rivaled that of the taijutsu specialist, Might Guy. Just as their battle reached a fever pitch, a masked ninja descended between them, abruptly separating the two. Enough of this folly, the ninja declared. Lord Danzo has instructed me to escort you back. Your mission at the Ninja Academy is complete. With a lingering gaze at Shen Ye, Hokage Tsukumo reluctantly followed the Umbu member away from the academy. Might Guy stood momentarily in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events that had led to his opponent's abrupt departure. Shen Ye gently shook his head and took a few steps to stand beside Might Guy. You two are good friends, and from this day forward, you shall also be our good friend. The inability to practice ninjutsu is of no great consequence. Do you know me? Might Guy exclaimed, pointing incredulously at his own nose, as he had never encountered this individual before. Indeed, in the future, you will become an exceptional ninja. In truth, I am merely a straggler, forced to leave the Ninja Academy due to my inability to cultivate ninjutsu. I returned solely to graduate. However, your abilities already surpass those of many still within the academy. Have a little more confidence in yourself." Might Guy nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the distinctions that set him apart from others. Since he could not engage in the practice of ninjutsu, he resolved to dedicate himself to physical techniques, proving that one could become an outstanding ninja through sheer physical prowess alone. At that moment, Minato and Kakashi had already entered the classroom, unaware that a new member had joined their ranks. Shen Ye gently patted Might Guy's shoulder, exchanging a knowing glance as the two made their way toward the classroom. Meanwhile, Shen Ye silently activated the system's theft skill within his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Might Guy's technique, the 8 Gates of Bypass. Cooldown time for the stolen skill, 3 hours. The seemingly interminable 3 hours stretched ahead, and Shen Ye could not help but inwardly inquire when the system might shorten this duration. Yet, no response came, and his questions seemed to vanish into the depths of silence. The monotonous and tedious life in the classroom commenced, with only Might Guy attentively listening to the teacher's explanations, occasionally jotting down notes on paper. The 3 individuals gazed intently at the landscape outside the window, their hearts yearning to escape and revel in the splendor of the world beyond. Just then, 3 pieces of chalk flew through the air, landing precisely on each of their foreheads, leaving faint white marks. "You 3 rascals, behave yourselves. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your little schemes. Leaving my classroom is simply out of the question. Rest assured, dear teacher, we have no intention of departing." Shen Ye raised his hand in assurance. Yet his gaze remained fixed outside the window, contemplating when he might finally graduate from this place. Becoming a true genin would open the floodgates to countless assignments awaiting him. It would be the moment he attained absolute freedom. "Shen Ye, I believe it is prudent for us to take today's lesson seriously. Perhaps from this day forth, we may roam freely from the academy," he mused. "Oh, what makes you so certain?" Minato inquired, a mysterious smile gracing his face. He had already ascertained that today's lesson revolved around the shadow clone technique. Mastering this technique with ease would allow him to create shadow clones for school, while his true self could revel in unrestrained play outside. Truly, why not indulge in such a delightful prospect? Shen Ye gently tapped his forehead, realizing why he had not contemplated this ninjutsu sooner. However, having just utilized the system's thievery skill, he would need to await a period before employing it once more, hoping for the chance to acquire the shadow clone technique. The time remaining until your graduation is scant, and the sole evaluative criterion is the ability to execute a complete shadow clone technique. Today, I shall impart this ninjutsu to you. The teacher stood at the podium, disseminating all pertinent information regarding the shadow clone technique. Might Guy swallowed hard, feeling quite overwhelmed. He possessed no innate talent for ninjutsu, and the shadow clone technique seemed insurmountably difficult, verging on the impossible. Could it truly be the shadow clone technique? Would I forever be unable to ascend to the rank of a genin? How unjust fate can be. I shall assist you in overcoming this dilemma. Such ninjutsu is hardly a sufficient measure of one's true strength. Shen Ye rose with a grave expression and approached the podium. Throughout his daily life, Might Dai had endured countless disdainful glances and ridicule for his inability to perform ninjutsu. Shen Ye was determined to prevent such occurrences from continuing. Thus, he chose to whisper his concerns to the teacher, seeking to avoid the merciless mockery of his peers. "Shen Ye, if you have a question, you may simply speak from your seat. There is no need to come over here," the teacher replied. "It is imperative that this matter is discussed quietly, as I fear I may lose my temper otherwise." Despite the faint smile on his face, there was an unmistakable firmness in Shen Ye's words. The teacher sighed softly, refraining from further comments, and awaited Shen Ye's approach, curious about what matter he wished to disclose. Chapter 50. What a coincidence. "Teacher, do you know Might Dai?" Shen Ye spoke in a whisper so delicate that it barely reached the teacher's ears. The classroom was enveloped in silence, so profound that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. The others could merely observe the subtle movements of Shen Ye's lips, unable to discern the words spoken. The teacher's expression shifted slightly, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the individual clad in a green combat outfit. The shadow clone technique would not serve as the sole evidence. Ultimately, numerous methods would be employed to verify the truth, thus there was no need for concern. Shen Ye nodded reassuringly, relieved that he no longer needed to worry about Might Dai's graduation, for his abilities would effortlessly qualify him as a genin. The day swiftly passed, and Shen Ye shook his head, feeling an unexpected wave of fatigue. The school bell chimed, and Minato and Jukyu burst out of the classroom like untamed steeds, waiting on the playground for a while, yet Shen Ye failed to make an appearance. Curiosity piqued. They wondered why Shen Ye, who usually raced out first, seemed transformed today. Let us head back. Perhaps he is waiting for Might Dai, who is also yet to emerge. Retracing their steps through the throngs of people, they returned to the village. Discovering Shen Ye reclining in a chair, eyes closed. Nearby, Might Dai was intently focused on something, his head bowed in concentration. As they approached, Minato discerned the faint sound of snoring escaping Shen Ye's lips, astonished that he had fallen asleep in such a short span of time. Might Dai, what are you engrossed in? He inquired. I still have numerous questions regarding today's lesson that I wish to ask Shen Ye, but alas, he is asleep. Where you are unclear, I can assist, Might Dai replied, nodding as he handed Minato his notes, having circled all the areas of confusion. Upon inspecting the contents, Minato couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. What he presumed to be intricate queries turned out to be a large circle encompassing all the material in the center. It was perplexing how Might Dai could be so oblivious to ninjutsu. Nevertheless, as a good friend, Minato patiently elucidated each point for him without a hint of impatience. As dusk descended, the trio's stomachs collectively grumbled, prompting Might Kai to gently rub his belly. I'm a bit hungry. Should we wake Shen Ye to grab a bite? Unbelievable, he has managed to sleep so long in that position, Minato sighed, giving Shen Ye a few nudges. Opening his eyes, Shen Ye regarded his friends with a look of surprise, not realizing he had dozed off in that spot. Why didn't you wake me sooner? I resolved some of Might Dai's academic dilemmas, and we only called you once we all felt famished. Stretching lazily, the group made their way toward Ichiraku Ramen. Just as they exited the academy, Might Dai leaped onto the rooftop, performing several somersaults before balancing on his fingertips atop the building. I cannot waste a moment of training. We must complete 5,000 handstands today to fulfill our mission at Ichiraku Ramen. Shinya was aware of Maidai's diligence and chose not to comment, instead stepping forward with purpose. Meanwhile, Shuemin and Lugio gazed at Maidai with admiration. Both secretly pondered within themselves whether they could ever reach such a level of discipline. The answer was unequivocally clear. They could never exhibit the same self-control as Maidai, and even their efforts would pale in comparison. Amidst the laughter and joviality, their figures gradually faded into the obscurity of the dimly lit street. The following morning, Shinya was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Upon opening it, he found Kiki Tsukumo standing there, panting heavily. What could possibly be so pressing? Had he been bullied in the Umbu? Shinai rolled up his sleeves, clearly intent on standing up for Tsukumo Hatake. However, the situation was not as one might envision. There was a pressing task that required your assistance. As a member of the Umbu, I can only mobilize upon receiving orders from Danzo. Shinai nodded, comprehending the intentions of Hatake Tsukumo. After clarifying the specifics of the mission, he departed from his home. In truth, this task was neither an assignment from the Umbu nor one delegated by the third Hokage. Rather, it was an opportunity that Hatake Tsukumo had inadvertently encountered. As for the mission's reward, it involved a ninjutsu that was entirely unfamiliar, at least within the scope of Hatake Tsukumo's experiences. Shen Ye directly brought together Watergate and Lugio, and the three of them appeared at Might Guy's residence, only to find the room completely devoid of occupants. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise in the sky. Had it not been for Shen Ye's appearance in search of them, Watergate and Lugio would still be lost in slumber. Might Guy had already ventured out for training, had he not? With such determination, he is bound to become an exceptionally formidable ninja in the future. We should hasten to find him. Otherwise, if the task is preempted, we shall forfeit our rewards. The three exchanged nods and split into three distinct directions, each in pursuit of Might Guy's presence. In contrast to the monotonous rigors of training, true combat fosters swifter growth, which is precisely why Shen Ye was so insistent on bringing Might Guy along. After an extensive search, they still could not locate him and reconvened. They had scoured both the rooftops and the training grounds, yet his figure remained elusive. Where could this fellow have wandered off to? Suddenly, a dark green silhouette swayed into view from a distance, gradually coming into the trio's line of sight. It seemed that the search was not in vain. As he appeared rather inexplicably, Watergate, too, was taken aback, for he had already searched the area in the opposite direction and had indeed failed to uncover any trace of him. Watergate, have you checked the Ninja Academy? Why does it feel as though this fellow has just emerged from there? His gait unmistakably suggests he has undergone rigorous training, remarked Shen Ye. Watergate shook his head. During the search, he had naturally overlooked the Ninja Academy, as one would not typically venture to such a place so early in the morning. The three of them could not help but marvel at Might Guy's eccentricity, their curiosity regarding him intensifying. "Ah, it is you, Shen Ye. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you all here." Chapter 51. The passion of youth. Shen Ye's lips curled slightly upward as he gently clasped his fists together and strolled toward Might Guy. At that moment, Might Guy remained oblivious to the unfolding events and hastened his steps to greet Shen Ye, only to be met with a sudden thump on the head. With a resounding thud, Watergate and Rugio instinctively raised their hands to shield their heads at the sight of Might Guy being struck. "How could you have gone to the Ninja Academy so early in the morning? Should I commend your ambition or deem you a fool?" Might Guy scratched his head, perplexed as to why he had been hit. After all, it was their first encounter of the day, and he had done nothing to provoke these individuals. Observing his innocent expression, Watergate could not help but step forward to explain. "Is that so? The opportunity to unleash our youthful vigor is right before us. Yet here I am, foolishly attending class all alone. How tragic and lamentable." Accompanying Might Guy's animated gestures, Shen Ye erupted into hearty laughter, though it was not meant to mock. "Very well, since that is the case, let us set forth at once, so we may reach our destination before nightfall. Everyone, hold on to me. I have already left marks of the flying thunder god outside the village, which will allow us to teleport across great distances." Shen Ye gave a thumbs up to Minato Namikaze, recognizing the foresight that could one day lead him to become the fourth Hokage. Moreover, in terms of both identity and status, Minato was exceedingly suitable for the role. Flying thunder god technique. He executed the technique and vanished from the village, reappearing in the forest beyond its borders. This area was somewhat unfamiliar to Yi Xian, as it was his first venture into these woods since his arrival in this world. "You are more acquainted with the terrain of the ninja world than I am. Please be my guide." Minato nodded, unfurled a map from his satchel, and meticulously examined it to ascertain their current location. He then marked their intended destination and set off in a determined direction. After a day's journey, the four of them finally arrived at a completely unfamiliar locale, one that Shen Ye had never encountered in the original narrative. A massive stone gate bore the inscription Little Mountain Village, its crooked letters suggesting it had weathered numerous trials. As they entered the village, the bustling crowd injected a lively atmosphere that uplifted the spirits of Shen Ye and his companions. After a full day of travel without encountering others, their interactions had been minimal, each conserving energy for the journey ahead. Rather than hastening to seek out clients for their services, they meandered through the village, in search of a place to satisfy their basic needs. "Let us find a less populated area. After all, this is not our home turf, and it would be wise to remain inconspicuous." Shikaku nodded in agreement with Minato's sentiment, pondering whether this unassuming village might harbor hidden talents or unreasonable, formidable figures. A busier location could prove advantageous, as they now possessed sufficient means for self-defense. Thus, gathering intelligence about their surroundings was of paramount importance. Shen Ye had identified a particular location, displaying remarkable leadership as he lifted his foot and proceeded in that direction. Shuemin had no choice but to follow suit, contemplating the validity of Shen Ye's assertions, ultimately concluding that a more ostentatious approach would indeed be preferable. The attire of the few individuals did not significantly differ from that of the locals, and lacking the headbands of Konohagakure upon their foreheads, they attracted no undue attention. A signature dish was served, accommodating our party of four. Despite the bustling restaurant filled with patrons, the proprietor delivered the meals with impressive promptness. Famished after a day of hunger, the four of us indulged heartily, obliterating every morsel within mere minutes. "Have you heard about the peculiar occurrences in the small village of late? Indeed, it is said that strange sounds emanate from the home of the Shurjia family at night. Yet numerous investigations have yielded no results. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. If those bizarre entities were to visit your abode at night, I wonder if you would still be able to laugh. Surely, they would be inclined to visit your home. What concern is it of mine?" Shen Ye and Shui Min exchanged a glance, recognizing that Shi Jiao was indeed the individual who had initiated the request to Konohagakure. It appeared that this peculiar matter required the attention of several individuals. Let us proceed, for the hour grows late, and this presents an opportune moment to thoroughly investigate the situation. After placing their gold coins down, the four departed from the location, making their way along the narrow paths that wound deeper into the village. Shinya resolved to visit Shurjiao early the following day, yet chose to remain vigilant at the village's edge that night, seeking to ascertain the situation. The previously clear and cloudless sky suddenly darkened, and the throngs on the streets hurried along, as if anticipating a significant event. A peculiar sensation of having been deceived washed over them. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek Shen Ye directly. Fear not, for I have acquired some understanding of this place. This night appears rather unremarkable. In response to Shen Ye's words, Shui Min and Lu Jiu chose to place their unwavering trust in him, while Might I harbored no particular thoughts, content merely to channel his youthful fervor. Suddenly, a cascade of raindrops began to fall from the heavens, prompting Shen Ye and his companions to quicken their pace towards the village's periphery. Fortunately, they found a sheltered spot at the edge of the village, where the four of them gathered, silently observing as the village descended into a profound stillness. With the impending deluge, the village revealed no signs of life, save for Shen Ye and his companions. It struck them as odd that such a commonplace rain could compel all residents to retreat into their homes. Shen Ye shook his head in confusion, pondering the situation, perhaps believing that after this night, all issues would be resolved. Suddenly, the rain intensified, its rhythmic patter echoing in the ears of those present. The few young men did not appear to be villagers of this hamlet. A window nearby creaked open, and a man with a full beard leaned out, inquiring about their presence. A protruding rock above the window shielded him from the downpour. "How did you ascertain that we are not from this village?" he asked, noting the desolate streets devoid of life during the rain. Only those unfamiliar with the area would seek refuge outdoors, an indication that something serious was amiss. Chapter 52. The eccentric individual. Sir, may we seek shelter in your room? This is our first visit here, and we are utterly bewildered. The bearded man nodded in response, gently opening the door to his room. Shen Ye and the others exchanged glances and swiftly entered, shaking off the remnants of water from their heads. How could these young men have suddenly appeared in such an inconspicuous village within the vast ninja world? It was unlikely that anyone passing through would choose to linger here. To be candid, we have come here on a mission as part of an assignment, Shen Ye admitted, observing that the man did not seem like a local. The bearded man erupted into hearty laughter, but his demeanor abruptly shifted to one of cold scrutiny, fixing his gaze intently on Shen Ye. "How did you discern that I am not a native here?" "Your aura," Shen Ye replied. "No matter how one attempts to mask it, one's innate essence cannot be concealed, leading me to conclude that you are not from this place." The bearded man clapped Shen Ye on the shoulder, his expression inscrutable. Whether admiration or disdain remained uncertain. Ultimately, he refrained from taking action against the young intruders. On one hand, children capable of accepting missions were not to be underestimated, and any confrontation might yield unfavorable consequences. On the other hand, having lived in seclusion here for many years, he was reluctant to expose himself, especially since Shen Ye and his companions did not seem to share his objectives. The sound of rain thundered outside the room, and Shen Ye peered through the dim window, realizing that this small village was far more complex than he had initially surmised. "Since you have already uncovered my secret, allow me to share my story with you." Shen Ye nodded slightly, raising his ears to listen intently, and Shui Min and Lu Jiu followed suit. However, at that moment, an untimely sound emerged. Mighty Dai's stomach rumbled audibly. Embarrassed, Mighty Dai scratched his head and cast an apologetic glance at the bearded uncle, who, with a resigned shake of his head, stood up to rummage for some food to offer him. "Many years ago, when I was of a similar age to you, I arrived in this place and have made it my home ever since. Yet, I am quite curious about what peculiarities this village possesses that led you to choose to remain here. I was being pursued, and those individuals had no desire to enter the village, so I stayed here to seek refuge." Shen Ye stroked his chin, suddenly becoming more intrigued by this village, eager to discern what events would unfold next. The sound of rain outside gradually diminished. After the torrential downpour, the village succumbed to an eerie silence. "Although the rain had ceased, I still advise you to seek shelter here, for the nights in the village are not easily endured. To fulfill our entrusted mission, we must take our leave." Shen Ye rose and clasped his fist towards the bearded uncle, then turned and walked out of the room. The rain pattered beneath his feet as the four individuals hurried in the direction indicated by the bearded uncle, which led to Grandma Shijiao's abode. Taking refuge in a shadowy corner, they remained concealed in the darkness, quietly awaiting the emergence of peculiar sounds. Howling and yowling filled the night. Had my furry companions already succumbed to slumber? A tall figure gradually came into view, swaying as it approached Grandma Shijiao's dwelling. The night was shrouded in mystery as Shen Ye and Mizumoto exchanged a fleeting glance, vanishing from their original position. When they reappeared, they had already positioned themselves behind the towering figure. Oblivious to their presence, the imposing individual continued to sway forward. It seemed we could not afford to wait until morning. Action was imperative. Mizumoto nodded, his body propelling forward in a sudden burst of energy, retrieving a shuriken from his pouch. Without any hindrance, the shuriken plunged into the figure's back, yet no blood emerged. Shen Ye, something is amiss with this being, Mizumoto observed. I have discerned it. It is merely a puppet. Let us eliminate it first. Then we shall seek answers at Granny Shikaku's abode. Mizumoto nodded in agreement, leaping from the figure's back to confront it face to face. This creature is truly grotesque. Do not dwell on it. We must act decisively, he urged. Mizumoto nodded once more, swinging the shuriken again, driving it into the figure's skull. A thunderous sound erupted from within the creature, its massive form collapsing into a heap upon the damp ground, leaving only a single talisman drifting in the air. The talisman shimmered with a pale blue light, mirroring the hue of chakra. Shall we retain this artifact? One pondered. Let it be. There is surely someone orchestrating its movements from behind the scenes, and we must avoid alarming them. The four watched as the talisman gradually floated away from the small village, following the narrow path along the street. Without hesitation, they approached Granny Shikaku's door and knocked. Knock, 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 knock. Inside, Granny Shikaku stirred from her slumber, her bleary eyes opening as she pulled back the door. Upon recognizing four unfamiliar faces, her demeanor brightened considerably. What brings you four little ones to linger outside the village at such a late hour? Come inside and take refuge. Shen Ye and a few others exchanged glances before stepping into the room, surveying the decor around them. It appeared that only Granny Shurjiao resided here. The room was simple and unadorned, lacking any hint of novelty. Granny Shurjiao, we are ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves, and we have come here post-haste in response to your request. Ah, it is indeed you, she replied. Given the long journey you have undertaken, you must be quite weary. Fortunately, nothing unexpected is scheduled for tonight, allowing you the opportunity to rest well. Shen Ye nodded slightly, refraining from further objections, for she would likely spend the forthcoming days here with the elderly lady. Shurju slowly rose to her feet, and at that moment, Shen Ye noticed the subtle stoop in her back, an evident testament to the passage of time etched upon her figure. After tidying the bedding, Shen Ye lay down and closed her eyes, soon succumbing to slumber. Let us all retire for the night. Tomorrow awaits unknown challenges, so we must replenish our spirits. I have yet to complete my tasks for the day, so do not mind me. Maida twisted her arms and waist before stepping out of the room, seeking a secluded corner of the street to commence her daily rigorous training. 1, 2, 3, 4, 171. Chapter 53. The Puppeteer. The night passed swiftly, and upon opening her eyes, Shen Ye found that the sky was already brilliantly illuminated, the sun indicating it was likely midday. The other three were absent from the room, and as Shen Ye rubbed her sleepy eyes, she ventured outside. She discovered that Shui Min and Rujio were assisting Shurjiao in clearing the weeds from the yard, while Maida was nowhere to be seen. Shen Ye, you are awake. Why did you not call me, allowing me to sleep soundly in the room all alone? Such trivial matters we can handle without your assistance. There was no need to disturb you. With a resigned shake of his head, Shen Ye willingly joined the ranks of Watergate and Rouge, quietly assisting Granny Shurjiao in clearing the weeds. Before long, Might Dai entered the courtyard, arms laden with a bucket filled with water, striding directly toward the massive water tank. The heavy rain from the previous night had sullied the tank's contents. Thus I endeavored to replace it with fresh, clean water, seizing the opportunity for some cultivation. Observing the bustling figures in the yard and the serene Granny Shurjiao reclining in her rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, Shen Ye experienced a fleeting moment of reverie. Wasn't this idyllic existence precisely what he longed for before his journey across realms? To his astonishment, he found himself living this very moment. Yet, such blissful instances are seldom prolonged. After all, the world of ninjas is ultimately one of conflict and strife, rife with battles and confrontations. Shortly thereafter, Granny Shurjiao, leaning on her cane, rose to make her way inside the house. In merely a few minutes, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the window into the courtyard, prompting Shen Ye to inhale deeply. Children, it's time for dinner. This afternoon, I shall take you to explore the village. Received. Shinai set down the tools in his hands and was the first to rush into the room, closely followed by Shui Min and Lujio. Poor Might Guy was still on his way back from fetching water. Just as they were about to indulge in a sumptuous feast, they were met with a sharp crack as Granny Shurjiao struck Shen Ye's hand with her cane. Shen Ye cast a pitiful glance at Grandma Shurjiao, whose face bore no expression. Yet her demeanor conveyed an undeniable authority. There remains one child who has yet to return. You must wait for him before proceeding. Shen Ye shrugged, undeniably captivated by the delectable aroma, momentarily casting aside thoughts of Mai Tai. With hands propped beneath his chin, he patiently leaned against the table, awaiting his return. Where could Mai Tai be? If he delayed any longer, they would miss out on these delightful scents, which were already beginning to wane. Indeed, the anticipation of savoring his grandmother's culinary skills was becoming overwhelming. Observing the eager expressions of the little ones, he silently counted to 3, knowing that soon enough, the little one would make his appearance. As the night descended, Shen Ye gradually closed his eyes, silently counting to 3 in his heart. Sure enough, the unmistakable voice of Might Guy echoed in the courtyard. What could possibly be so delectable? His previously measured steps hastened significantly, as he swiftly poured the water from the bucket into the basin beneath him, propelling himself forcefully into the room. Within mere breaths, Might Guy found himself seated before Shen Ye, poised to lift his chopsticks and bring the exquisite dishes on the table to his lips, only to notice the peculiar gazes of others upon him. What is amiss? Why do they regard me in such a manner? Ignoring the atmosphere, let us commence our feast. Shall we? Granny Shijiao gently moved the cane from Shen Ye's grasp, allowing everyone to finally indulge in the sumptuous spread before them. Time was not wasted. In fact, within what felt like the blink of an eye to Granny Shijiao, the table lay bare. How utterly satisfying! Such delectable fare was unattainable in the village of Konoha. Minato patted his slightly distended belly, reclining languidly in his chair, gradually closing his eyes in pure enjoyment. Both Rukyu and Might Guy mirrored his contentment, while Shen Ye, with a gaze as clear as crystal, remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. After a while, the room was filled with the sounds of slumber, and a subtle smile graced Shen Ye's lips as he glanced at Granny Shijiao. Now, it seems time to reveal the truth of the matter. These individuals have succumbed to your soporific concoction. Little one, why are you unaffected? I had been on guard against you all along. I simply could not trust you, even though you entrusted us with this mission. Granny Shijiao shook her head in resignation, her meticulously crafted plans thwarted by Shen Ye at this juncture, leaving her with a tinge of dissatisfaction. In truth, she had previously encountered the individual who controlled that colossal monster, and she had been utterly terrified. However, the puppet master had offered a tantalizing proposition to deliver several children from the village into his hands. In exchange, he would cease all disturbances to the small village. All the children in this village were regarded by Granny Shijiao as her own grandchildren, making the thought of relinquishing them a heavy burden. Thus, she resolved to deliver the request to Konoha, intending to rely on the rightful power of the shinobi to vanquish him and restore peace and stability to the small village. The unexpected arrival of several little ones has disrupted all of Grandma Shijiao's plans, compelling her to consider using these children in exchange for the tranquility of the small mountain village. Although her heart aches deeply, she finds herself devoid of any alternatives for the sake of the village, reluctantly resigning herself to the plight of these children. Yet, it is not merely a matter of sacrifice. Perhaps what is at stake is their very lives. Shijiao shrugged, with events having escalated to this point. There was no room for de-escalation, and she could only grit her teeth and press on. However, how could an elderly woman, already advanced in years, hope to contend with the likes of Shen? Shen Ye slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon Shijiao. I do not hold you responsible for this matter. You acted with the village's best interests at heart. Hand over the antidote, and we shall eradicate the puppeteer on your behalf. However, with your limited capabilities as mere children, it is utterly impossible for you to achieve this, especially since you are not even ninjas at this moment. The night deity revealed a mocking smile. Although this elder had not graduated from the ninja academy, he was utterly oblivious to the prowess of both myself and my companions. Even if he stood before a formidable adversary, we would undoubtedly triumph through our collective efforts. After all, we had prior combat experience. Back then, we were under the watchful eyes of many, ready to act should the situation turn dire. Rest assured, we will handle this. I know you are a remarkably kind old lady. With a deep sigh, Granny Shijiao realized she had no choice but to rely on the fair-skinned youth before her. She would never risk her frail body to attempt to abduct the night deity. Chapter 54. The exquisite cave. Even if she attempted to seize the night deity, it would likely end in failure, and she might even sustain some injuries. Retreating to the depths of the room, Granny Shijiao handed the antidote to the night deity, then leaned back on the bench and slowly closed her eyes, prepared to leave everything in his capable hands. With a few swift strides back to the table, The night deity dissolved the antidote in water and administered it to the three individuals. Cough, cough. One by one, they opened their eyes, feeling an uncomfortable sensation in their throats. What transpired? How did we suddenly fall asleep? Nothing happened. You were simply too fatigued and inadvertently dozed off. Granny Shijiao still wishes to take us on a tour around the village. Shen Ye refrained from revealing the truth, apprehensive that the three individuals might harbor peculiar ideas upon discovering it, and within his heart, he harbored certain reservations towards Grandma Shijiao. After stretching lazily, Mightiest stood up and made his way outside. The day's cultivation tasks remained unfulfilled. Meandering about was better left to you all. Shen Ye, feeling helpless, shook his head and turned to enter the room, intending to summon Granny Shijiao to embark on their journey together. However, he discovered that she had already fallen asleep on the long bench. Shuaimin tugged at the corner of Shen Ye's garment, gesturing subtly towards the window. Let us take a stroll and investigate the situation ourselves, without disturbing Granny Shijiao's rest. The three of them stepped out of Granny Shijiao's yard, making their way toward the heart of the village, just passing by the doorway of the bearded uncle. At that moment, the bearded uncle was gently swaying his body in front of his door, his eyes half closed as he basked in the warm sunlight, appearing to be in a state of utter contentment. Shen Ye did not greet the man, as he knew that he would gain no valuable information from the bearded fellow. Having chosen to settle here to evade capture, he maintained a certain wariness towards anyone outside the indigenous inhabitants of the village. By day, the small hamlet appeared serene, concealing the bizarre beings that emerged after dusk. Remarkably, despite the torrential rain last night, no strange occurrences or eerie sounds had transpired. It was indeed perplexing. On rainy nights, one would expect the creature to be most active, yet the leisurely villagers chatted about the tranquility of the night with great curiosity. Having traversed a short distance, Shen Ye had already gleaned numerous insights. The puppet that had been dispatched by the water gate last night was familiar to many in the village, yet none had suffered its wrath. After wandering around the village, Shen Ye resolved to return to Granny Shijiao's abode, patiently awaiting the onset of night, intent on tracing the entity that controlled him through the talisman. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the previously clear heavens were once again shrouded in clouds. Granny Shijiao, does it rain here every night? The clouds always gather at this hour, he mused. It was strange that rain had become so frequent in the past 2 days, as it had been months since the last downpour. Shen Ye stroked his chin, pondering whether their presence was the cause of the incessant raindrops. This quaint mountain village still harbored some peculiarities. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the rain cascaded down in torrents. It was time to set off. Mighty would remain behind to guard Grandma Shijiao. Nodding in agreement, Mighty took a few steps closer to Grandma Shijiao and began some physical training, seemingly idle. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Shen Ye and his companions encountered the familiar figure, its massive form swaying as it approached. However, despite being within the creature's line of sight, it showed no reaction, continuing on its solitary path. This being appeared merely as a mindless automaton, devoid of thought or awareness. They must eliminate it. Minato and Luca exchanged glances and, armed with shurikens, charged at the creature. Drawing from their prior combat experience, Minato showed no hesitation as he launched a shuriken, embedding it in the creature's chest. Meanwhile, Luca leaped onto its back, driving his shuriken deep within. As the sound of rain gradually diminished, the colossal figure collapsed, leaving a faint blue talisman floating in the air. Following this talisman would lead them to the puppeteer behind it, thus fulfilling their commissioned task. The three moved silently in pursuit of the talisman, making their way out of the village. Even as the rain continued to fall, the talisman emitted a gentle glow. They were nearing the village's edge, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection by the creature. Unconsciously, they slowed their pace, ensuring the talisman remained just within the fringe of their vision. Gradually, Shen Ye sensed something amiss. They had ventured quite far from the village, yet the talisman showed no signs of halting. The rain had ceased, and the night felt eerily still, the floating talisman creating an unsettling atmosphere. Where could this entity be hiding? Despite the late hour, it showed no inclination to stop. Soon, I felt the presence of that being, lurking within the cave ahead. At the break of dawn, Shen Ye extended his chakra perception to its fullest range, attentively monitoring the surroundings. It was not long before he detected something amiss in a cave ahead. Both Minato and Rika heightened their awareness, quickening their pace. Soon, the trio surpassed the talisman and positioned themselves quietly at the cave's edge. The moment the talisman drifted into the cave, Shen Ye and his companions would rush in, aiming to subdue the individual within swiftly and avoid unnecessary complications. To return so swiftly, when did this small village spawn someone capable of challenging Du Zhuang? It seemed prudent to have a word with that old fellow. With the talisman in tow, Shen Ye was the first to dash into the cave, only to be rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before him. Expecting a dark and damp environment, he was instead greeted with a surprising expanse that offered a sense of enlightenment. As Minato and Riku followed suit, their expressions mirrored the astonishment of Shen Ye, for the cave's walls were adorned in a manner that belied its cavernous nature. "Minato, this place is more splendid than your own abode," Riku remarked. Indeed, one could hardly encounter such lavish decor even in Konoha. It was almost too exquisite to mar. Luring that individual out for a confrontation seemed plausible, and it was likely he too would be reluctant to tarnish such an enchanting space. Chapter 55. The Encounter in an Instant. The three reached a consensus and ventured deeper into the cave. "Who dares to approach this cave?" a voice echoed ominously. "The one who seeks your life. We have been entrusted to safeguard Granny Ishikaku, so you would do well to surrender peacefully. The old man still harbored doubts about me. Yet it seems these younglings will remain here to keep me company." Suddenly, an immense force of suction erupted within the cave, causing Shen Ye and his companions to be drawn uncontrollably toward the depths, as if they were ethereal blue talismans. Shen Ye nodded towards the water gate, instantly adopting a posture of combat, preparing to confront the impending events. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he finally laid eyes upon the entity that had long posed a threat to Granny Shijiao. With mid-blue hair and a fair visage, he appeared to be of a similar age to Jiraiya, utterly unrecognizable as the creator of that grotesque behemoth. "Since the village children are not here to accompany me, you shall remain and play with me," the puppet master said with a cheery smile, his words laced with an undeniable authority, as if he had already determined the fate of Shen Ye and his companions. Shen Ye helplessly shook his head, pondering how to make this fool realize he was merely daydreaming. "Attack!" With Shen Ye's command, Mizumoto and Lugio simultaneously hurled their shurikens, sending them hurtling directly towards the puppet master's face. The latter furrowed his brow, taken aback by the swiftness of the assault, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from the side, intercepting the shurikens with their body before crashing heavily to the ground. "Afei, please don't scare me," the puppet master exclaimed in anguish. Cradling the fallen puppet in his arms, his gaze fixated upon it with intense sorrow. Shen Ye couldn't help but glance at the corner of his mouth. This seemingly youthful individual was surprisingly peculiar, displaying such astonishment over the disappearance of a puppet. Clearly, in the very next moment, he could restore the puppet's movement. Yet he chose to make a grand spectacle of it. Indeed, in that fleeting second, the puppeteer's voice abruptly ceased, instantly replaced by a feigned, insincere smile directed at Shen Ye. "You've damaged my toy, so you shall remain here to play with me. How delightful you must think that is." In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye let out a cold snort and suddenly advanced several paces, focusing intently as he concentrated his strength into his fist, striking out towards the air. With a force like no other, a circular wave rippled through the atmosphere, surging towards the puppeteer. In that instant, the puppeteer stood upright, firmly planting his feet on the ground as he summoned a puppet to shield himself. With a resounding crash, the puppet was shattered into fragments by the wave of air, leaving behind a small talisman that floated delicately in the air. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye found himself pondering the true extent of the talismans possessed by the individual before him. The puppet was merely a vessel, while the real source of trouble lay within those enchanted symbols. Meanwhile, Minato had come to the same realization. He swiftly cast a shuriken inscribed with a mark toward the puppeteer. After successfully shattering 2 puppets in succession, he opted to evade the brunt of the assault by sidestepping the trajectory of the shuriken. With a resounding clang, the shuriken collided with the wall behind the puppeteer, rebounding instantaneously. This outcome took Minato by surprise. He had not anticipated that there would be a wall impervious to his shuriken, especially in what appeared to be an inconspicuous little cave. It was evident that this place had undergone meticulous enhancement, rendering it impervious to ordinary force, which would leave no trace. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. In the stillness of the night, a subtle smile graced the corners of Shen Ye's lips. The purpose of Minato's thrown shuriken was to leave behind a mark for teleportation. The next move was for the two of you. Minato and Rika nodded in unison, both dashing towards the puppet master. Shadow binding technique. The elongated shadow slithered from beneath Riku's feet, winding its way towards the puppet master. Unfazed by Riku's ninjutsu, The puppet master remained oblivious to the encroaching shadow, his eyes filled with derision. You think to control me with mere shadows? How naive. The puppet master carelessly stepped onto the shadow, completely disregarding the potential troubles it could bring. Prepare to face our judgment. You have no means of escape now. Riku's shadow climbed up the puppet master's body, swiftly binding him until he was completely immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Minato rushed to the puppet master's side and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Dezhuang. The puppet master suddenly bellowed, and the fragmented puppets reassembled, encircling him tightly. Shen Ye could perceive the immense fluctuations of chakra oscillating between the puppet and its master, causing him to furrow his brow. Exercise caution. One cannot predict the tricks this individual may employ. Flee. The ethereal voice of the puppet master resonated throughout the surroundings, and upon glancing again, he noticed that Dezhuang and the puppet master had exchanged positions. Bound by the restraints was the colossal puppet Dezhuang, while the puppet master had effortlessly extricated himself. Appearing utterly unfazed, there exists no ninjutsu within the entirety of the ninja world capable of confining me. You should cease your futile struggles and obediently remain to entertain me. Shen Ye meticulously pondered the words of the puppeteer, who had consistently repeated the phrase of playing with him. The puppets, devoid of any capacity for aggression, appeared to be mere creations for companionship. Moreover, Dezhuang had resided in the small village for an extensive period without causing harm to anyone. The aspect of extraordinary strength was indeed a manifestation of multiplication. In the depths of night, Shen Ye enlarged his right fist, channeling immense strength into it as he struck towards the puppet master. A blue talisman swiftly flew forth, intercepting Shen Ye's formidable punch just in time. As Xiaobai re-emerged to block the impending attack, this individual appeared distinctly different from those we had encountered previously. His intent did not seem to be the annihilation of his adversary. I shared this sentiment, sensing that what he truly sought was companionship. In the depths of Shen Ye's mind, a cunning scheme began to take form, yet it was swiftly dismissed by his own judgment. The puppeteer's various behaviors indicated a desire for companions reminiscent of children. Granny Shijiao had already reached an advanced age and could hardly endure the puppeteer's antics. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to threatening Granny Shijiao to abduct the village's children merely for the sake of companionship. Chapter 56. A proposal. I have a proposal that could circumvent our impending conflict. I am aware of your thoughts, however. It appears that the quaint village is unable to accommodate outsiders. It remains a mystery how the bearded uncle managed to enter the village during those times. Shen Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating that sending the puppet master into the small mountain village was not a sound strategy. After all, the villagers had already developed a deep-seated fear of this individual. Should they discover that the eerie occurrences at night stemmed from him, he might not survive even the first night. Observing Shen Ye, the others ceased their actions, while the puppet master calmly regarded the trio before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity, reminiscent of a child newly introduced to the world. What is your name? I am known as Ji. Do you yearn for companions to play with? Ji nodded vigorously. He had lost track of how long he had lived in this cave, accompanied solely by 2 puppets. Yet, these puppets were not inclined to cause harm, nor would they act aggressively even at Ji's command. Recently, he had discovered a nearby village inhabited by children much like himself, and he longed for them to join him and play. However, every time they encountered him, they would scream in terror and flee, with only Granny Shijiao offering him solace. The notion of instilling fear through his puppets to compel Granny Shijiao to surrender some children gradually took root in Ji's mind. To his dismay, not only did this plan fail, but it also earned him Granny Shijiao's disdain, and he had not seen her since. Just obey me, and I will grant you many companions. I will listen to you. Shuaimin cast a glance at Lugio, and together they began to retreat from the cave, inching toward the outside as Shen Ye directed. Ji followed closely behind them. Upon exiting the cave, Ji instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. Clearly unaccustomed to the outside world, Shen Ye could not help but wonder what sustenance had allowed Ji to endure this passage of time, and how he managed to navigate each day. Upon observing the 2 talismans fluttering behind him, a moment of clarity washed over Shen Ye. Perhaps these were the remnants of warmth that his parents had bestowed upon him. You all stay here with Shi. I shall go retrieve my Te-Dai, and we will prepare to return to the village. Following the path they had taken, it wasn't long before they arrived back at Grandma Shijiao's home. Grandma Shijiao, the crisis in the village has been entirely resolved. From this day forth, there shall be no more nocturnal disturbances. We will take our leave for now. Grandma Shijiao quickly rose to her feet, rummaging through a corner cabinet until she unearthed an ancient scroll, which she handed to Shen Ye. I came into possession of this by chance, yet no one in our small village can comprehend its contents. As a token of gratitude for your assistance, I present it to you as a reward. Shen Ye did not stand on ceremony with Granny Shijiao, promptly stowing the scroll into his pocket before turning to give Might Dai a knowing glance. After bidding farewell to Granny Shijiao, the two set off in search of Mizamon and Rukyu. Has that fellow been dealt with so swiftly? I hadn't even had the chance to intervene. To be precise, we have not resolved the matter. There remains an issue that troubles us, which you will comprehend once we meet Mizamon and Rukyu. Might Dai scratched his head, bewildered by Shen Ye's words. However, such cerebral matters were beyond his contemplation. Both Mizamon and Rukyu were highly resourceful individuals, and as long as they followed these three, success was assured. Observing the growing camaraderie within their group, Might Dai was momentarily taken aback, eventually recognizing the profound connection between this new member and the puppet he had encountered that night. Return to the village. You must keep pace with us, otherwise you will be left behind. Understood. Mizamon guided the way ahead, while Rukyu and Might Dai flanked Ji to prevent him from falling behind and to ensure he knew where to go. After all, in their eyes, once they departed from the cave, Ji was akin to a child newly entering the world, and Shen Ye was greatly concerned for him. After a day of travel, Ji finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, escorted by Shen Ye and the others. Gazing at the vast entrance, he felt momentarily disoriented. It was his first time witnessing such a large village and encountering so many people. Furthermore, within his perception, each individual in sight possessed considerable strength, rendering his own capabilities insignificant in comparison. Yamashiro always appeared before Shen Ye as usual, his gaze fixed upon Shi, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It is indeed rare to see someone from the Ninja Academy out on a mission. By the way, brother Yamashiro, why are you so fixated on me instead of watching the gate properly? Haha, I make it a point to greet every person entering and exiting the village. Yamashiro always sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling as he returned to his post, no longer obstructing Shen Ye and his companions from entering the village. Meanwhile, he had already relayed the situation back to the Hokage's office, as a new face had emerged, one that appeared rather timid. Having never encountered such a bustling street before, Ji clung tightly to Mizamon's leg, his expression fraught with anxiety as he surveyed his surroundings. Without lingering on the road for too long, Shen Ye led the group through the doors of the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage sat upright, his hands resting on the table. What findings did you acquire during this mission? Grandfather Third, you were aware that we were secretly executing a mission outside? I thought we had managed to keep it from everyone. The third Hokage shook his head helplessly. If it were not for his own consent, how could the mission handbook have ultimately found its way into the hands of Shen Ye? Did they truly believe that Kakashi had stumbled upon a treasure? Observing their spirited demeanor, it seems they have accomplished the task with commendable success. They have resolved the crisis in that village and even garnered some unexpected gains. Yet, it remains uncertain how the third Hokage will address this matter. You must be referring to this young boy by your side, are you not? Shen Ye nodded, recounting the events that transpired in the small mountain village with utmost candor, leaving no detail concealed. In truth, this quaint village was nestled within the Land of Fire, a place that the third Hokage was well acquainted with. Not a single falsehood could elude his discerning gaze. I wish for the village to offer refuge to Ji, a pitiable child whose heart, despite his circumstances, harbored an innate goodness. Chapter 57. System Upgrade. The third Hokage stroked his chin, his expression suddenly turning grave. The village already harbored you and Mei Shang, and that suspicious fellow, Danzo, had begun to harbor distrust. Should Ji make his appearance, it was likely that Danzo would erupt in fury. Shen Ye discerned the predicament faced by the third generation. It was an impossible task to compel the villagers to accept Ji. Should others catch sight of his puppet, they would inevitably harbor peculiar thoughts, even casting unusual glances at Ji. I have come to a resolution. Since the village cannot embrace Ji, I must seek alternative solutions. Shen Ye shrugged nonchalantly, feigning a turn to depart. Yet, the moment he turned his back to the third generation, a cunning smile betrayed his deceitful intentions. The third generation shook his head repeatedly, raising his hand to channel chakra, firmly sealing the door. There remains much to discuss. There is no need to rush away, for there is nowhere else to go. Thus, a satisfactory response is imperative. Shen Ye turned around, shrugged his shoulders, and took a few steps to sit quietly on a nearby chair. His arms crossed over his chest as he patiently awaited the response from the third generation. From this day forth, he was to remain in the village. However, he would be placed within the shadows of the dark department, lest his presence stir discontent among the villagers. Shen Ye nodded slightly. Although he yearned to execute this task flawlessly, he recognized the limitations of his current abilities. He resolved to heed the advice of the old man, for it was possible that they might not cross paths for some time. With a dutiful nod, he regarded Shen Ye as the closest person in his heart, cherishing every word spoken by him deeply within. After departing from the Hokage's office, Shen Ye bid farewell to his companions and returned home. Early in the morning, Kakashi Hatake had already been informed that the rewards for this mission were quite substantial, though at that moment, he was unaware that it would be a scroll. For a ninja, possessing a ninjutsu scroll signified a successful mastery of that technique, barring a few exceptionally rare ninjutsu that were notoriously difficult to learn. Secluded in his room, Shen Ye carefully unfurled the scroll across his bed, silently reading each word inscribed upon it. As he moved his lips, the chakra within him began to circulate gradually, unconsciously enveloping his body in a faint blue chakra aura. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the opportunity for a system upgrade. The sudden voice reverberating in his mind disrupted Shen Ye's focused endeavor, leaving him momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. System, what just transpired? Please reiterate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the opportunity for a system upgrade. Is it merely an opportunity? Indeed, a small test is required to genuinely complete the system's elevation. Could you not articulate this more clearly? Must I persist in my inquiries to receive clarity? What a frustrating system. Shen Ye curled his lips in deep concern over encountering such an artificial intelligence, fearing that one day he might be reduced to tears by its foolishness. The host is to engage in a spirited contest with Mighty Dai. Achieving victory would bestow upon him the opportunity for a system upgrade. What a ridiculous competition this is. Shen Ye lightly tapped his forehead, utterly unprepared for the absurd competition that this individual had compelled him to undertake. The phrase youthful fervor was seldom uttered by anyone other than Might Guy, yet it flowed naturally from the system's lips. Although he was quite reluctant to engage in this contest, the allure of a system upgrade was undeniably tempting to Shen Ye. Days swiftly passed, and Shen Ye did not rush to seek out Might Guy for the competition, as he still had new ninjutsu to study. Having not seen Shen Ye for several consecutive days, Yu Xing and Mei Xiang felt a growing concern for him. It had also been a few days since Minato had last laid eyes on Shen Ye. What could he possibly be up to? I haven't seen him either. Perhaps we should check on him after school, Minato suggested. Yu Xing and Mei Xiang nodded in agreement, their thoughts already drifting to Shen Ye's home, rendering them distracted throughout the afternoon. As time ticked away, they finally endured the long afternoon and made their way to Minato, intent on heading straight to Shen Ye's house to ascertain his situation. Upon opening the door, they found Shen Ye lying on his bed, sound asleep, completely oblivious to their presence. Yu Xing turned to Minato, at a loss for what to do next. Minato sighed deeply and gently nudged the slumbering Shen Ye. Despite his efforts, Shen Ye showed no signs of waking, causing Minato to grow increasingly anxious. Could something have happened to him? Since when did you little ones arrive? Tsunade's voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Lady Tsunade, we haven't seen Shen Ye for several days, so we were worried and came to check on him. He just fell asleep not long ago. I doubt even a massive explosion outside would rouse him. Tsunade chuckled lightly. Minato nodded and took a few steps toward the door. In that case, let us not disturb his rest. It is a relief that there appear to be no unforeseen issues. Tsunade escorted the young ones outside the room and turned back, shaking her head in exasperation at the sight of the peacefully sleeping Shen Ye. Only Tsunade understood what Shen Ye had endured over the past few days, tirelessly delving into the contents of the scrolls, striving to refine his mastery of ninjutsu. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and the following morning, Shen Ye awoke early, gazing out of the window as the sun began to ascend the horizon. Stretching his neck, he rose from his bed and departed towards the Ninja Academy. It had been several days since he had last seen those youngsters. He wondered if they had missed him. This would be an opportune moment to observe the might of ninjutsu without relying on the system's abilities. In recent days, Shinya has thoroughly comprehended the scroll entrusted to him by the Stonehorn nurse, having experimented with the workings of chakra countless times within his mind. However, he hesitates to unleash any jutsu, uncertain of his ability to achieve absolute success. Should he inadvertently fail, he possesses the system as a final safeguard. capable of effortlessly appropriating the jutsu inscribed upon the scroll. At this moment, within the Ninja Academy, only one industrious figure can be seen scurrying back and forth. Through diligence, he seeks to compensate for his inherent deficiencies in ninjutsu, laying a foundation with his sweat to become the strongest in taijutsu within the ninja world, Might Guy. Chapter 58. A new jutsu. Might Guy, you are as diligent as ever, arriving here early to engage in rigorous training. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, thus it is essential to utilize every precious moment for practice, otherwise you may be left behind. Shen Ye shook his head. For in the realm of physical prowess, no one dared to claim a talent that surpassed that of Might Guy. Seizing the opportunity before the others arrived, he proposed to assess the strength of his current abilities. You must allow me this, he insisted. Although Might Guy spoke with a hint of trepidation, his body had already assumed a stance of readiness, poised to engage in combat at any moment. Shen Ye gently shook his head, for this was hardly a place for combat. If one intended to truly test their newly acquired ninjutsu, it was imperative to do so in a training ground. If you can catch up to me, then you have already claimed half the victory. As Shen Ye turned and dashed towards the training ground, Might Guy stood momentarily stunned before suddenly snapping back to reality. A powerful surge of chakra erupted within him, propelling him to pursue Shen Ye. The distance between the two gradually diminished, prompting Shen Ye to furrow his brow, realizing that Might Guy was indeed extraordinary and that he needed to take this seriously. With a burst of strength, Shen Ye concentrated the circulating chakra within his body into his feet, instantly elevating his speed to an extraordinary level. Like a fierce gust of wind, the grasses in his wake bent away from his path. In mere minutes, Shen Ye accurately arrived at the center of the training ground, while Might Guy still remained some distance away. With his arms crossed over his chest, Shen Ye patiently awaited Might Guy's arrival. Shen Ye, it is seldom that one witnesses your training, yet your strength surpasses mine effortlessly. How can this be? Might Guy pondered. The essence of one's power does not lie in the duration of training, but rather in the precise control of chakra. Might Guy nodded repeatedly, humbly absorbing every word of Shen Ye's wisdom. At that moment, he understood that Shen Ye was not merely engaging in combat with him. More importantly, he was imparting invaluable techniques of cultivation. Just as Might Guy contemplated how to harness his chakra, Shen Ye abruptly unleashed a punch directed at Might Guy's face. Caught off guard, Might Guy was struck down, sprawling backward onto the ground. This is your first lesson today. As a ninja, one must never let their guard down, no matter the circumstances. Might Guy took a deep breath, performing a swift recovery to stand upright, stepping back several paces to create distance from Shen Ye. A fierce wind swirled around them, causing Shen Ye's garments to flutter, while Might Guy attentively sensed the subtle changes in the surrounding air, gradually closing his eyes. Be cautious. In the blink of an eye, the enigmatic Shen Ye found himself before Maitadai, executing a swift kick while still suspended in midair, aimed directly at Maitadai's shoulder. Maitadai, with a subtle twitch of his ears, discerned the movement of air around him. He deftly shifted his body to the side, allowing Shen Ye's foot to graze past him and land forcefully on the ground, leaving a profound imprint in its wake. Seizing this momentary lapse, Maitadai rolled and lunged forward, his fist poised to strike at Shen Ye's abdomen, positioned directly above him. If left unimpeded, his punch would undoubtedly connect with precision in the next heartbeat. A ninja specializing in physical prowess, Maitadai's strength was not to be underestimated. A blow could instantaneously diminish a significant portion of one's combat effectiveness, and Shen Ye was no exception. Wind release, floating technique. Shen Ye swiftly formed hand seals, causing the circulation of chakra within his body to reach its zenith. His fist was a mere 0.1 centimeters from Shen Ye's abdomen, and in that moment, everything within his line of sight appeared to slow down dramatically. With an extraordinarily uncanny angle, Shen Ye evaded Might Guy's punch. Losing its target, the fist ultimately struck the air, generating a series of sonic booms that resonated throughout the training ground. Might Guy truly showed no mercy. That punch was intended to obliterate me. Shen Ye wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the past few days of training had not been in vain, as he ultimately managed to employ the ninjutsu inscribed on the scroll. I have lost, Shen Ye. Initially intending to continue the battle, Shen Ye was taken aback, gazing at Might Guy with a mixture of confusion. The fight had only just begun, yet his defeat was declared merely because the force of his punch had been countered by his own ninjutsu. This left Shen Ye utterly perplexed. Sensing Shen Ye's bewilderment, Might Guy helplessly shook his head. That strike has exhausted all my chakra. I did not hold back in the slightest, and thus I am incapable of continuing this fight. Is that so? Then this spirited contest of youth culminates in my victory. Youth? Spirited? A cascade of questions echoed in Might Dai's mind, as if he were entranced. The air around them began to tremble ever so slightly, prompting Shen Ye to release his chakra-sensing abilities, realizing that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the chakra within Might Dai, previously diminished, surged forth like molten lava, rapidly replenishing the recently lost energy. Shen Ye swallowed hard, finally realizing the most effective way to motivate Might Dai. A fervent outpouring of youthful passion was sufficient to sustain him throughout his entire ninja career. A bucket of cold water poured over you ignites a fervor within. Partial multiplication technique. In an instant, the hands of Shen Ye grew colossal, seizing Might Dai and hurling him towards a nearby pond. With a resounding splash, Might Dai sank into the water, his once boisterous demeanor subdued. Like a drenched chicken, he stood silently in the pond, gazing at Shen Ye, fully aware that he had already lost this contest. All that remained was a futile struggle. Indeed, Shen Ye was as formidable as ever. Even unleashing my own small universe could not match his prowess. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, we prepared to return, knowing that they should already be in the classroom by now. Might Dai nodded, leaping from the pond and swiftly making his way into the secluded depths of the forest to don a brand new green combat uniform. Meanwhile, Shen Ye closed his eyes, engaging in a dialogue with the system within the recesses of his mind. System, I have triumphed in this youthful and fervent contest. It is time for you to reveal what the upgraded system entails. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the opportunity for a system upgrade. However, the functionalities of the upgraded version will require exploration by the host. Chapter 59. Early graduation. At this moment, the classroom was already bustling with numerous students. Shen Ye immediately spotted several familiar figures leaning against the window, not only Minato and Rikuju, but also a radiant classmate, Makoto, who had joined them. Shen Ye noticed some discrepancies. The usually solitary Mei Qin had unexpectedly joined his team, appearing to get along splendidly with Yu Xing and Mei Shang. Shen Ye, come over here quickly. Significant news is about to unfold. Significant news? Indeed, it is said that today, among us, a fortunate individual will be selected for immediate graduation, officially becoming a genin of Konohagakure. Shen Ye stroked his chin, contemplating that this was indeed significant news. However, it held no allure for him whatsoever. In this fleeting period before his true graduation, Shen Ye yearned to indulge in merriment, relishing his youthful identity. He harbored a sense of anticipation regarding who would ultimately claim the prize. Shen Ye had initially intended to indulge in a restful slumber in the classroom after experimenting with a novel ninjutsu. Yet he found himself intrigued by which individual in the room had been bestowed with such an opportunity. As time gradually slipped away, the figure of the third Hokage quietly emerged into the collective gaze of the assembled crowd. The once boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence. With all eyes fixated upon the third Hokage, their expressions tinged with a glimmer of anticipation. How delightful it would be if I were the fortunate one. Such an event would undoubtedly bring me a step closer to the esteemed position of Hokage. Shen Ye cast a sidelong glance at Watergate and raised his hand to deliver a light rap on his forehead. To ultimately become a ninja, one must remain grounded. If you seek shortcuts, I shall be the first to oppose your aspirations. Watergate, feeling aggrieved, nodded in agreement, hastily abandoning his earlier thoughts. As his hopeful gaze gradually transformed into indifference, should he inadvertently become one of the fortunate few? Watergate had already resolved in his heart to resolutely reject the third Hokage and demand a re-evaluation of his choices. Likewise, Lugio harbored similar sentiments. The influence of his family made him indifferent to titles, for he believed that as long as he could contribute to the village, that sufficed. The third Hokage's gaze swept slowly across each individual in the classroom, ultimately resting upon Shen Ye. Surely not. This old fellow has fixated on me once again. Shen Ye, whom do you believe is suited for this position? It is undoubtedly Might Dai, he replied. Might Dai looked at Shen Ye in astonishment, never having anticipated that Shen Ye would advocate for him to be the fortunate one to swiftly escape the ninja academy and become a true genin. Shen Ye, you are merely making a recommendation. The final decision rests with the third Hokage. The third Hokage regarded Might Dai with a knowing look, stroking his chin without immediately revealing his stance or decision, opting instead to initiate a contest. Since Shen Ye has already made a recommendation, let those who desire this opportunity step forward and challenge. Shen Ye let out a cold snort, rising from his seat and striding to the front of the classroom. The diminutive figure stood beside the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a grave expression as he gazed resolutely ahead. Those who dared to challenge him were granted the opportunity for promotion, should they succeed in surpassing him. With an air of arrogance, a robust youth stood up, clearly having nurtured his discontent towards Shen Ye for quite some time. This challenge was merely the catalyst for his long-held frustrations. With nonchalance, Shen Ye shrugged and lifted his gaze to the third Hokage. "What is your perspective on this matter, Lord Third?" he inquired. "Let us proceed to the training ground." In an instant, the classroom erupted into a frenzy, with not only the eager challenger brimming with excitement but also onlookers buzzing with anticipation. As if they themselves were about to step into battle, the throng of students drew the attention of those nearby, who whispered among themselves, speculating whether something significant was occurring in the Hidden Leaf Village. Within mere minutes, the classroom was vacated. Rather than allowing challengers to approach one by one, it would be more efficient for all who wished to challenge him to confront him simultaneously. Shen Ye should not assume that his past achievements afforded him the right to be so arrogant. Today, I, Wei Lingtai, shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a ninja. Shen Ye nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, completely disregarding the individual before him. Dealing with you requires but a single hand. Kumito, am I correct? Kumito's lips twitched, his heart seething with anger at Shen Ye's provocation, his chakra restless and on the verge of eruption. With a sudden burst of energy, Kumito stepped forward, his formidable frame embodying immense power, yet still coiled tightly, not yet unleashed. The third Hokage's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having never witnessed the combat prowess of these younglings before, now, he found himself pleasantly surprised. Kumito's strength was already sufficient for him to ascend to the rank of a genin. He merely needed to patiently await the moment of his graduation from the Ninja Academy. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye stifled a yawn, casting a languid gaze upon the taut figure of Wei Lingtai before him. With deliberate slowness, he raised a hand, suspended in midair. An extraordinary force surged forth. Another wave of even greater power enveloped Wei Lingtai, who felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon him. His body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even before a true clash occurred, Wei Lingtai found himself at a disadvantage. This individual remained unabashedly arrogant, showing no intention of concealing even the slightest fraction of his strength. The sparring had yet to commence, yet his opponent was already under immense pressure, though confident in Shen Ye's abilities. The third Hokage was acutely aware that he would not acquiesce to an early graduation from the Ninja Academy, thus refraining from announcing his departure outright. The third had little familiarity with the children of the academy, which led to Shen Ye selecting a suitable candidate for recommendation. Taking a deep breath, Wei Lingtai forcefully shattered the oppressive feeling within him and charged toward Shen Ye. However, his anxiety rendered his movements clumsy and full of gaps. Shen Ye merely shifted his fist slightly, effortlessly sending Wei Lingtai sprawling to the ground. It had already been stated that it was better for you all to approach together. One by one, you stand no chance against me. The audacious arrogance of the figure in the night ignited instantaneously, stirring the onlookers who were eager to witness the spectacle, each one teetering on the verge of intervening to teach this insolent individual a lesson. However, following Wei Lingtai, none were willing to step forward and face the impending punishment, as they were all acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Chapter 60, Successful Advancement. Sensing the restless energy of those around him, none dared to approach and confront him directly. Shen Ye turned around to gaze at the third generation, pondering if this outcome signified his triumph, allowing Might Dai to embark upon the path of the lower ninja. He stood alone, having proposed that they all join forces. What were they waiting for? Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, none other than that rascal, Minato. The one who relished in chaos was now instigating a stir around him, a testament to Shen Ye's unwarranted confidence. In Minato's mind, even if these individuals united, they would still prove no match for Shen Ye. The same held true for himself and Rikuju should they join the fray. Very well, let it be so. Let us see just how formidable he truly is. An increasing number of onlookers began to echo Minato's sentiments, gradually encircling the arena. Minato and Rikuju exchanged a glance, retreating alongside Tsukiyomi and Mei, wary of being caught in Shen Ye's attack. Mei-chin observed the unfolding scene from a distance, her eyes darting as she too distanced herself from the throng. At long last, has it arrived? The monstrous strength. Shen Ye raised his fist and struck the ground with great force, a resounding sound reverberating outward from the point of impact. Suddenly, the earth beneath him gave way, causing the children rushing towards him to fall into the collapsing ground, losing their opportunity to continue the battle. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Such exquisite control of chakra was far beyond what one could expect at this age, truly a rare prodigy. However, gifted youths often possess their own convictions. And Saratobi Hiruzen found himself unable to sway Shen Ye's thoughts. I have already won. Might Dai can be promoted to a Jinin now, can't he? Yet, the training ground has been left in such a state of ruin. Surely, some form of restitution is in order. Shen Ye's eyelids twitched in disbelief. How could the esteemed third Hokage of Konoha have the audacity to demand compensation for the damaged training grounds? Was he not the very architect of this chaos? As he sensed the mischievous grin on the third Hokage's face, Shinai momentarily felt as if he had been duped by this old rascal. Every individual in the classroom now possessed the qualifications to become a Jinin, yet all he desired was a mere refurbishment of the training facilities. Lord Third, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I'll leave the restoration of the training grounds in your capable hands, he declared, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture before dashing away, offering the Hokage no chance to respond. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for Shinai, who left the training grounds with unwavering focus, heading toward Ichiraku Ramen, his stomach beginning to grumble with hunger. In the distance, he spotted a figure clad in a green combat uniform seated at Ichiraku Ramen. Shen Ye stroked his chin, suddenly recalling that he had not encountered this fellow in either the classroom or the training grounds. Yet here he was, indulging in a clandestine feast. Might Guy, why was I unable to find you in the classroom? He inquired. I have come to realize that the classroom is not suited for me. Only through relentless dedication to my training tasks can I gradually refine my physical prowess. Thus, I have been training outside all this time. I bear good news for you. Something you missed during your absence from the classroom. Shen Ye, have you lost your senses? When the third Hokage asked you to make a choice, I was seated right beside you. This revelation deepened Shen Ye's confusion. He could not fathom when Might Guy had departed to train alone. Was it perhaps on the way to the training grounds? Shaking his head in resignation, Shen Ye resolved to dismiss such thoughts, for at this moment, Might Guy had truly become a genuine lower-ranked ninja. Tomorrow you must report to the third Hokage's office. You are now a lower-ranked ninja. I knew you would emerge victorious. Your blind confidence is evident. You didn't even bother to watch my match, did you? You and Minato are both in need of a thorough reckoning. Shen Ye flexed his fists and approached Mighty Dai with a mischievous grin, eliciting a continuous wail from the latter. After a brief release of pent-up frustration, Shen Ye felt a surge of joy, albeit at the expense of Mighty Dai's already swollen head. In that moment, Mighty Dai bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiraiya, exuding an amusing charm. Shen Ye, you are increasingly embodying the essence of Lady Tsunade. Even your ability to deliver a thrashing is remarkably composed. Trembling, Mighty Dai raised his thumb in a gesture of approval towards Shen Ye. Subsequently, with a head adorned with lumps, he grasped his chopsticks and brought the ramen to his lips. At that instant, a sudden uproar erupted in the surroundings. Shen Ye furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the source of the noise. This was a tranquil area that the village had tacitly designated for peace, and it was inconceivable that anyone would raise a ruckus near the Ichiraku Ramen. A group of individuals, adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden cloud village, huddled together in fits of laughter. Yet, only he and Might Guy were present in the vicinity, leading him to conclude that the laughter was directed at the sizable bump on Might Guy's head. Hey, you lot, quiet down. What are you brats shouting about? Even if your village's ninjas were standing here, they wouldn't dare speak to us in such a manner. Do you understand? Shinai curled his lips, unwilling to engage with these ignorant individuals. After all, this was Konohagakure, and one must maintain a semblance of decorum when faced with visitors from other villages. However, observing Shen Ye's silence, the young ninjas from Kumogakure mistakenly believed he was too intimidated to retort, prompting them to become even more brazen. Hey, you two little brats, step aside. I've heard tales of the exquisite Ichiraku ramen here, and today I finally have the chance to savor it. One of the Rain Village ninjas shoved Shinai, not anticipating that he would remain utterly unmoved, as steadfast as a rock in his seat. The leader of the group recognized that this was a formidable obstacle and shifted his gaze toward Might Dai. This fellow, with his bruised head, must surely be an easy target, otherwise he wouldn't have been so thoroughly beaten. Yet, before his hand could rest on Dai's shoulder, Dai's body flickered, appearing behind the group in an instant. With style, whirlwind, with a slight exertion of his legs, he leaped into the air, executing a sweeping kick that felled all the ninjas from Kumogakure. Do you think my youthful vigor is something you can toy with? Causing chaos in Konohagakure will lead to your demise. Just as Might Dai prepared to launch another attack, the figure of Aoyama from Yamashiro caught Shen Ye's eye, waving his hands frantically. Spare them, spare them. They are envoys from Kumogakure. Do not harm them. Aoyama gasped for breath, leaning against a nearby tree. Having sprinted from the village entrance at full speed, leaving him somewhat exhausted and panting heavily, Shen Ye waved his hand to halt Might Dai's impending actions. His curiosity piqued by the sight of the mountain city's verdant leaves. It was truly unexpected that these few oblivious individuals were guests from Konoha village. Indeed, they had been invited by the third Hokage, and owing to some exchanges between the two villages, their presence was known. Hurry and escort them away from here. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee Might Dai's temper will remain in check. Shen Ye of the mountain city wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing that if anything untoward were to occur to these individuals, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Konoha village. These intruders were indeed a dampener on the mood. I shall take my leave first. As the night descended, Shen Ye rose and made his way along the village streets towards the home of the Namikaze family. The inhabitants of the Cloud Village were all too familiar to him. While they claimed to maintain friendly relations between the two villages, the ninjas from the Cloud Village harbored ulterior motives. They had set their sights on the heir of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. Publicly proclaiming their intentions would not only fail to garner the approval of the third Hokage, but also risk alarming their quarry, revealing their true intentions. A rhythmic knocking echoed through the air, prompting Minato to hastily stride to the door and swing it open. Shen Ye, it's you. Come quickly. I have a chance for you to be a hero. Minato scratched his head, puzzled by the notion of a heroic rescue, yet he followed closely behind Shen Ye. The two unwittingly arrived at the foot of the Hokage's office, where Shen Ye tugged Minato aside to a secluded spot, quietly surveying their surroundings. What is truly unfolding? Shen Ye pondered. The presence of several individuals from the Cloud Village suggested a sinister agenda, one that warranted their vigilance. Minato nodded in understanding, aware that he was currently engaged in safeguarding the village and mitigating potential threats. Shen Ye refrained from disclosing the matters concerning Uzumaki Kushina, believing it was essential for him to uncover the truth himself, with the meticulous heart of a Hokage discerning the underlying issues. As the twilight deepened, those individuals remained ensconced within the office, yet to emerge. At such an hour, could it truly be that they were engaged in discussions of amicable exchanges between the two villages? In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye found himself grappling with doubt. Yet, in his memory, those individuals were unmistakably the ones who had abducted Kushina. Eventually, as the moon ascended high in the sky, several members from the hidden Cloud Village departed from their office, making their way towards the outskirts of the village. Minato and Shen Ye discreetly trailed behind, careful to conceal their presence while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on the movements of these figures. However, they soon left the village, prompting Shen Ye to pause at the village entrance, a frown creasing his brow. At that moment, he observed Aoyama standing at the village's threshold, gazing intently at the departing envoys from the hidden Cloud Village. If he were to follow them now, he would undoubtedly be intercepted. Perhaps you are overthinking it, Shen Ye. These individuals are clearly prepared to depart. I hope that is the case, yet I must remain vigilant, he replied. Minato nodded in agreement, and the two resolved to convene promptly should any situation arise, thereafter parting ways in opposite directions. As Shen Ye ambled along the path, a growing sense of unease compelled him to alter his course towards Kushina's residence. Upon discovering a suitable vantage point, he recognized a familiar silhouette leaning against the shadowy wall, prompting an exasperated shake of his head. This individual, despite claiming that there was nothing amiss, had still come to this location out of concern. Quietly approaching, Shen Ye placed a hand on Minato's shoulder. Startled by the sudden sensation, Minato swiftly turned, adopting a defensive stance, only to release a relieved sigh upon recognizing Shen Ye. You didn't return home. Instead, you found your way here. I was worried that those individuals might pose a threat to Kushina, so I thought it wiser to observe from here for the night. I can manage on my own. You should return and rest properly. You cannot handle those individuals alone. And as luck would have it, this night seems relatively uneventful. Minato nodded, conceding to Shen Ye's determination. He understood that resisting Shen Ye's resolve would be futile and thus acquiesced. As the minutes slipped by, the streets of the village grew desolate, leaving only Shen Ye and Minato, cloaked in darkness, silently observing. Suddenly, a rustle in the surroundings heralded the arrival of several figures who descended upon Kushina's doorstep. Shen Ye furrowed his brow as he cast his gaze in that direction. It was indeed those individuals from the hidden cloud village he had encountered during the day. However, they were now clad in dark combat attire, and the forehead protectors that once identified them had been removed. In this state of sufficient disguise, it was impossible for anyone to discern that they were ninjas from the hidden cloud village, allowing them to act with impunity. He steeled himself for the confrontation. Yet he knew better than to engage here, for it would surely provoke the ninjas within the village, thwarting any chance of eliminating them. As the corners of Shen Ye's mouth gradually curled into a cruel smile, Watergate gazed at him with a hint of surprise. It was unclear when Shen Ye's demeanor towards his adversaries had undergone such a profound transformation. Now, his singular focus was on annihilating the enemy rather than merely defeating them. Under the cover of night, a group stealthily pried open the door to Kushina's home. It was perplexing how Kushina exhibited no resistance at all, as one of the burly men hoisted her over his shoulder and began to carry her away from the village. Observing this, Watergate felt a surge of urgency. But Shen Ye restrained him. Do not rush, maintain your distance, and follow them. Once we are outside the village, we will act decisively. It was only when the figures from Yunin village began to fade from view that Shen Ye and Watergate set off in pursuit, ensuring they remained at a safe distance. However, as they departed the village, Shen Ye quickly realized that he could no longer discern the presence of those men. Even the faintest trace of their passage had vanished. This was troubling. It appeared they had adequately prepared for their escape, allowing them to disappear with ease. Shen Ye, what do you see here? Watergate leaped down to the ground, discovering a strand of red hair caught in a low shrub. Picking it up for inspection, he found it to be the distinctive red hair unique to the Uzumaki clan. This is a mark left by Kushina. We can follow these red strands to find her. Chapter 62. Rescuing the captive. Watergate nodded, his gaze resolute as he looked ahead, seemingly anticipating the impending conflict. The two did not leap onto the branches to hasten their journey. Instead, they followed the trail of red hair left upon the bushes, searching for signs of the fleeing individuals. The distant sky began to lighten with dawn, yet they still had not caught up to the assailants. Continuing forward would take them beyond the borders of Konohagakure. Should a battle ensue there, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for them. They needed to quicken their pace. However, searching for the hair while traveling was a considerable waste of time. If only there were a method to expedite their journey. In a moment of inspiration, Shen Ye's eyes flickered as a thought flashed through her mind. She then retrieved a shuriken marked with a distinct emblem from her ninja tool pouch, delicately entwining her hair around it. Minato stroked his chin, already aware that Shen Ye was about to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for their journey. However, could relying on her crimson locks truly enhance their speed? He sought to discern any peculiarities about the shuriken. As Minato accepted the shuriken, he gently closed his eyes, envisioning several nearby markers of red hair, albeit limited to a specific area, preventing a comprehensive understanding of all locations. Nevertheless, this knowledge would significantly shorten the time required to catch up. With a resolute invocation of the Flying Thunder God technique, they selected the most distant hair mark, and in an instant, their forms were transported to the edge of a thicket, where indeed lay a strand of Kushina's hair at their feet. Concurrently, new images flooded Minato's mind, revealing yet more red-haired markers, though this time the range was considerably reduced. Perhaps they were on the verge of catching up. Once again, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato grasped Shen Ye's arm, and they vanished from their original location, reappearing directly before a group of Cloud Village ninjas. The sudden appearance of the two startled the Cloud ninjas, who paused momentarily, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance as they scrutinized Minato and Shen Ye. At that moment, Kushina had awakened, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she beheld Shen Ye and Minato. Her marks had finally been discovered, leading to her rescue. You stealthy few. I had long suspected that your intentions were not merely to foster camaraderie. It seems the lesson I imparted to you is insufficient. You dare meddle in our affairs. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes as he observed the 5 ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village, who stood before him, too intimidated by Might Guy to retaliate, yet audacious enough to provoke him at this moment. The 5 exchanged glances, their minds already concocting a plan. 4 of them would face Shen Ye and Minato, while one would carry Kushina and hasten towards the village, hoping to delay them for merely a moment. However, such a scheme was swiftly discerned by Shen Ye, who sidestepped 2 paces, effectively blocking all potential escape routes. I shall handle these 5. Your focus should be on rescuing Kushina. Shen Ye stretched his neck, having not engaged in any vigorous activity for quite some time. At last, he could loosen his limbs and unleash his full potential. Moreover, he was now far removed from the village, free from the worry of any interruptions during this battle. Although he had yet to fully gauge the abilities of the 5 individuals before him, it was entirely possible that their previous displays in Konoha were mere acts of cunning. Minato nodded in agreement and proceeded to hurl several shuriken at the surrounding tree trunks, each inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. This would allow him to transport himself at will, ensuring that he could rescue Kushina from any direction. Do you truly believe that the two of you can impede our advance? Such naivety is rather amusing. Shen Ye nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, having no intention of stopping these individuals. Rather, he aimed to ensure that their lives would be forever entwined within this forest. Extraordinary strength. Shen Ye did not pause for a moment. A tremendous force propelled him towards the crowd, intent on swiftly eliminating one before they could react. However, these individuals remained ever vigilant, responding instantly to Shen Ye's every movement. Formation. 5 individuals spread out in a precise sequence, forming a star-like configuration to withstand Shen Ye's onslaught. His powerful fist struck the stomach of the foremost figure, only to find it felt as though hitting a sponge, utterly ineffective. Shen Ye furrowed his brow. Although the 5 individuals appeared to possess modest strength, when united, they were capable of merging their chakra. Shen Ye felt a sense of caution. These individuals had suddenly augmented their prowess significantly. Shen Ye nodded slightly. Perhaps this was what was known as chakra fusion. While the strength of an individual may be insignificant, the combined release of ninjutsu could unleash a formidable power. Nevertheless, even in light of this, Shen Ye remained unperturbed, believing that defeating them was merely a matter of time. Once these 5 individuals joined forces, Minato would have ample opportunity to rescue Kushina, thereby fulfilling both of their missions. You stand alone. While we 5 united can unleash a power that far surpasses yours, even considering the depletion of chakra, you would still be no match for us. However, if you 5 believe you have encountered a worthy adversary, let us engage in a contest of chakra reserves. Shen Ye leisurely shook his wrist, his face adorned with an air of disdain. For the nameless ninjas of Yunin village, this was an immense humiliation, and the corners of their mouths curled into mocking smiles, as if they had already envisioned the scene of Shen Ye's downfall. Lightning release move. The 5 of them formed identical hand seals, maintaining a perfectly synchronized motion. The slowness of their hand signs would have meant certain death against any other opponent. However, they were fortunate to have found someone willing to indulge them in their folly. Shen Ye stood with arms crossed over his chest, patiently awaiting the release of the ninjutsu. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of lightning enveloped the bodies of the 5 individuals. In unison, their palms struck the ground, unleashing an innumerable torrent of electricity that surged towards Shen Ye. In stark contrast to the earlier momentum, the speed of the lightning dramatically accelerated upon hitting the ground, reaching Shen Ye's feet in the blink of an eye. Chakra perception. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes and expanded his chakra perception to its fullest extent, causing the speed of the lightning to appear significantly diminished within his line of sight. Taking 2 steps back, he effortlessly evaded the lightning striking the ground. The leader of the group furrowed his brow, realizing that the ninjutsu he had always taken pride in had been easily neutralized in such a short span, rendering it entirely ineffective. Chapter 63, The Return Home, the Multiplication Technique of Extraordinary Strength. Acknowledging that these 5 individuals could only unleash their formidable power when united, Shen Ye resolved to dismantle their cohesion, targeting them one by one. Without warning, a colossal hand descended upon one of the individuals, grasping him effortlessly within its palm. This sudden act left everyone stunned, as a person without even a forehead protector displayed such immense strength. The one ensnared within the grip exerted all his might, but could not break free, despair creeping into his heart. Boss, save me. I can barely move, and I'm struggling to breathe. Be quiet. If he eliminates you, we won't escape either, the leader admonished, acutely aware of the vulnerabilities shared by him and his comrades. While their combined efforts could yield some results, the absence of even one member rendered them powerless. The strength of an individual was no different from that of an ordinary genin, perhaps even inferior to a slightly more talented common ninja. The reason for their formation as a 5-man squad was rooted in their shared concerns about finding their place in the future ninja world. Do you still wish to save him? Perhaps you should prioritize your own safety instead. At this moment, Minato had safely delivered Kushina to a secure location and returned to assist Shen Ye in the fight, only to be met with this scene. With a sigh, Minato quickly fixed his sights on the leader of the group. In a series of swift movements, he traversed through the crowd, landing directly behind the leader, his shuriken poised threateningly against the man's throat. Speak another word, and I shall take your life." The man gulped nervously, daring not to utter a sound, fearful that a mere shift in Minato's grip could spell his end. "Your leader is now under my control. I hope you possess enough self-awareness." In a state of exasperation, Shen Ye shook his head, realizing that his amusement had come to an abrupt end. He released his grip, allowing the object in his palm to fall to the ground. "Speak. What is your purpose in bringing Kushina here? If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer, then prepare to meet your demise. I confess. We have long coveted the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and thus we abducted Kushina for the sake of conducting research, hoping to attain it for ourselves." With a cold snort, Minato swiftly drew out a shuriken, its razor-sharp edge slicing through the throat of the man before him, crimson blood cascading downwards. Shen Ye let out a soft sigh, recognizing that his beloved was in peril. No one could remain calm under such circumstances. 5 adversaries had been vanquished, yet the remaining 4 were no match for the formidable Minato, who undoubtedly faced a brutal slaughter. Gazing at his blood-stained hands, Minato felt somewhat disoriented, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his actions. Taking a few steps forward, Shen Ye gently patted Minato's shoulder. He could empathize with Minato's emotional turmoil. It was during his first true encounter with murder, in a confrontation with a member of the Umbu, that he had also grappled with disbelief at having taken a life. With that ordeal behind them, they began their journey home with Kushina. Minato, in a daze, nodded absently, trailing behind Shen Ye. However, Shen Ye did not immediately lead him to Kushina's side. Following the path etched in his memory, Shen Ye guided Minato to the bank of a small stream, intending for him to cleanse the blood from his body before seeking Kushina. Minato inhaled deeply and leaped into the stream, submerging himself for several minutes before resurfacing. "It's time to return," he thought. Is this truly the world of ninjas? Can a world devoid of slaughter be considered whole? Shinya did not respond to Minato's message. Instead, he handed Minato a pristine garment and turned to hasten towards the direction where Kushina had sought refuge. Before darkness enveloped the sky, the trio returned to the village, where Kushina stood at her doorstep, her face illuminated with gratitude as she gazed at Shinya and Minato. "I am immensely thankful to you both. Had it not been for your efforts, I might have met my demise by now. In truth, it is Minato's diligence that saved me. For it was he who astutely noticed the strands of hair you left behind. Be sure to express your heartfelt gratitude to Minato." Shinyu winked at Kushina and Minato before turning away and departing. Minato scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Shen Ye suddenly attributed all the accolades to himself. As he walked, Shen Ye pondered, Minato must seize this opportunity, otherwise, my efforts to create this chance for him would be in vain. Gradually, night deepened, and instead of heading directly home, Shen Ye made his way towards the Hokage's office. He harbored little doubt that the third Hokage was aware of the situation, without the third's tacit approval. It would have been exceedingly difficult for the 5 of them to infiltrate the village so effortlessly. Gently pushing open the door, he found the third Hokage seemingly anticipating his arrival, seated quietly at his desk. Had the third foreseen my appearance, prompting him to remain awake so late? Undoubtedly. I witnessed the performances of both you and Minato, and I must say, they greatly pleased me. Shinai furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had once again fallen prey to the machinations of that old fool. Everything had transpired right beneath his very eyes. So, was the abduction of Kushina something you tacitly approved of, allowing outsiders to run amok around the village? Do you truly believe you are worthy of the title of third Hokage? In the end, did the outcome not prove favorable? What does it matter to make a few minor sacrifices for the sake of the village? I hold great promise for you, Shinai. Your approval is unnecessary. With that parting remark, Shinai turned on his heel and departed. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, the calm acknowledgement from Sarutobi Hiruzen left Shinai feeling quite displeased, as if he had once again been reduced to a mere tool. However, as he was still but a child, he lacked the standing to argue with the third Hokage. In the future, he vowed to ensure fairness throughout the entire ninja world, forbidding such occurrences for anyone. Shinai, where are you headed at this late hour? Of course, I am returning home to sleep. Who would wander aimlessly in the dead of night? Shen Ye did not lift his head to acknowledge the person greeting him. He merely waved his hand dismissively and prepared to continue on his way. However, that figure positioned themselves directly in his path, refusing to let him pass. Chapter 64. Arrogant Confrontation. Reluctantly, Shen Ye halted his steps to discern who was so bothersome as to obstruct his advance. Slowly raising his gaze, a familiar silhouette emerged before him. It was Uchiha Makoto, standing with her hands on her hips. Despite this, Shen Ye's expression remained unchanged, strikingly fearsome. Yet, Uchiha Makoto seemed unfazed. Continuing to gaze at him. Shen Ye, why do you bear such a countenance? Has someone provoked you? I shall go teach that individual a lesson right away. As she spoke, Uchiha Makoto shook her fists, appearing as if she were genuinely prepared for action. With a resigned sigh, Shen Ye found himself in a state of exasperation. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since resorted to a fistful of inquiries. Yet, considering that Makoto was a young lady, he resolved to uphold his gentlemanly demeanor and exercise a measure of patience with her. Why are you wandering about at such a late hour? Are you perhaps headed towards the Hokage's office? Makoto shook her head, her once proud demeanor suddenly giving way to shyness as she lowered her gaze. I thought I might take a chance and see if I could encounter you since I noticed you walking this way earlier. And if you do encounter me, what then? I was hoping you might escort me home. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth in disbelief at the unfolding circumstances. With a resigned shake of his head, he gently grasped Makoto's shoulder and began to lead her towards the Uchiha clan's abode, determined to escort her home. The streets were devoid of any passers-by, leaving only Shen Ye and Makoto in their solitary company. Yet, unseen eyes remained fixated upon them. In the shadows, an individual stealthily trailed behind Shen Ye, a presence he had long since detected but chose to remain silent about. Through his chakra perception, Shen Ye confirmed that this person was none other than a lackey of Uchiha Fugaku, who had been surreptitiously observing him at the Ninja Academy as well. Their journey was marked by a lack of conversation, and before long, they arrived at Makoto's doorstep to bid farewell. Days slipped by, and Maito-dai was preoccupied with the pursuit of his promotion to the rank of genin, making it several days since Shen Ye had last seen him. On this particular day, as was his custom, Shen Ye arrived early at the Ninja Academy to secure his preferred spot while reserving several adjacent seats. Maito-dai, clad in his distinctive green combat attire, appeared before Shen Ye, standing tall and proudly gesturing to the forehead protector adorning his brow. Shen Ye, I am now officially a genin. Starting today, I can undertake missions independently. Therefore, might we leave this dreary classroom today to assist you in fulfilling a task? Shen Ye, having seen through Maito-dai's words, caught him off guard, causing a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Indeed, there was a recently accepted mission that required Shen Ye's assistance. Having grown weary of being confined to the classroom, Shen Ye was eager to venture beyond the village and stretch his limbs. This time, let's invite Minato along. He is already waiting for us at the village entrance. I spoke with him last night and clarified the details of the entire situation. Shen Ye nodded and directly left his position, making his way towards the village entrance. At that moment, Mizukage was yawning, leaning against the stone pillar at the village's edge, swaying as if he could fall asleep at any moment. It's time to get to work. Let's muster some energy, he said. You two are quite swift, so let us set off immediately. I have long been eager to take action. Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. It seemed that after the previous incident, Shui Min had developed a similar flaw. Unable to resist the urge to engage in conflict. With practical experience under his belt, he looked back upon the theoretical knowledge from the Ninja Academy and realized how naive those teachings were, hardly worth mentioning. My guy led the way ahead, while Shui Min and Shen Ye quietly followed behind. What was the specific nature of this mission? To which destination were we bound? It was the village hidden in the rain, where it was said a colossal water creature had emerged, a problem no one had been able to resolve. Thus, assistance was requested from Konoha village to help quell the disturbance. Shen Ye stroked his chin, pondering that rain-hidden village was not devoid of ninjas. In fact, the caliber of its shinobi was remarkably high, with nearly each one being a master of assassination techniques. If they were incapable of vanquishing the aquatic monster, how could they expect the ninjas from Konohagakure to succeed? Moreover, Might Guy was merely a freshly promoted genin. Even if he were to undertake a mission, it would require the prowess akin to Jiraiya's to accomplish it. A cascade of questions flooded Shen Ye's mind, yet having ventured beyond the village, he was eager to witness the extent of the water creature's might. After a considerable journey, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of rain-hidden village. Gazing up at the clear sky outside, they were met with a starkly different scenario upon entering the village. It was indeed a marvel. It was said that this peculiar phenomenon was caused by a certain ninjutsu, which explained the extraordinary sights before them. Without further ado, they decided to proceed, not wishing to waste any time lingering outside. Exchanging glances, the trio stepped into the village, but the damp atmosphere left Shen Ye feeling quite uncomfortable. The incessant rain was truly off-putting, leading him to regret not having materialized in a different village. Upon their arrival, An elderly man, moving with a slow gait, approached the trio from Konohagakure, halting before Might Guy. "You must be the ninjas from Konohagakure," he stated. "Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to observe the aquatic monster. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the representative dispatched by this village to assist you, and I shall remain at your side until the matter is resolved." Shen Ye nodded slightly as he surveyed the seemingly feeble old man before him, only to discover that he was not as weak as he appeared. Through the heightened perception of chakra, he sensed that this elderly gentleman harbored a formidable energy within, one that could potentially rival his own in a confrontation. "Dear elder, I am quite curious about one matter. While the village hidden in the rain may not rival Konoha in size, it is certainly not devoid of ninja. If you cannot resolve this issue, how could one expect Konoha to succeed? To be frank, it is not a matter of our capabilities, but rather a tradition passed down through our village that forbids us from approaching that body of water. Such a situation exists?" The old man nodded, unfolding the complete tale. Chapter 65. A gaze across the void. Listening to the legendary stories of the village hidden in the rain, Shen Ye could not help but smirk. Only in a village led by the likes of Hanzo the Salamander would one persist in believing such fanciful tales. The ninja of the Rain Village were no different from those of other villages, yet they were not permitted the same freedom of access to that body of water. "All you need to do is provide us with a general location of the water. There is no need for you to venture there yourself." The elder cast a grateful glance at Shen Ye. In truth, he had already resigned himself to the fate that awaited him. Yet he was taken aback by the open-mindedness of this young Konoha ninja. Producing a scroll from behind, he handed it to Shen Ye, nodded slightly, and turned to depart. "Are these fellows truly leaving the entire task to us? Are they not concerned that we might be directionally challenged?" As Shen Ye gently shook his head, he unfurled the scroll upon the ground, observing several locations marked in crimson. It appeared that this had been a meticulously planned endeavor. These markings had not been inscribed on the same day, suggesting that the scroll itself might be of greater antiquity than either of us. Watergate nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings and affirm his current location. Subsequently, he traced a few lines on the map with his shuriken. "It is right here. Let us embark at once." Shen Ye tucked the scroll away and ventured deeper into the village, aiming to reach the water's edge by traversing the entire settlement. However, the prospect was met with some trepidation by Shui men. It was not merely the incessant rain cascading from the heavens that troubled him, but also the unsettling gazes of the villagers that weighed heavily upon him. Although the journey was brief, it felt as though centuries had elapsed in Shui Men's mind. Enduring the pressure within, he eventually arrived at the fabled waters, guided by Shen Ye. Yet, the lake lay tranquil and undisturbed, offering no sign of the rumored creature. It appeared utterly devoid of any monstrosity. "No, that's not right. Shen Ye, look over there," Might Guy exclaimed, pointing towards the distant surface of the lake, where an enigmatic object floated, gazing back at them across the vast expanse of air. Shen Ye squinted his eyes, yet still could not discern what that object was. Gradually, a layer of mist, pale and ethereal, began to rise from the surface of the water. The technique of amplifying monstrous strength. With a cold snort, the deity effortlessly enlarged his hand, wielding immense power to stir the lake's surface. In a short span of time, he dispersed the mist that shrouded the area. Gradually, the scene before him took on a vivid reality, revealing a statue of a dragon, strikingly lifelike, standing majestically in the center of the lake. Its eyes sparkled with a spirited vitality, as if it were poised to shatter its restraints and soar into the heavens, upheaving the very fabric of the world. Truly, it was a colossal entity. Could it be that the villagers' long-held belief in a water monster was, in fact, a reference to this magnificent creature? If so, the completion of the task would prove to be remarkably effortless, allowing him to return to the village and claim his reward. Shen Ye shrugged his shoulders and turned to face Might Guy, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him regarding the reward for this particular mission, which seemed far from ordinary coins. Sensing Shen Ye's gaze, Might Guy bashfully scratched his head and retrieved a scroll from his pocket, presenting it to Shen Ye. The scroll bore a prominent character for fire, unmistakably indicating its origin from the village hidden in the leaves. Recognizing its shape, Shen Ye understood that the specific details and rewards of the mission were inscribed within the scroll. Mission reward, a high-level taijutsu scroll. Shen Ye, seemingly deep in thought, nodded subtly. It was no wonder that Might Guy was so anxious. He sought to refine his skills further. Taking advantage of this task, I shall impart to you a brand new ninjutsu, one that will undoubtedly captivate your heart instantly. However, Exercise caution in its use. Do you understand? Might Guy nodded earnestly, having not witnessed such a serious expression on Shen Ye's face in quite some time, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Shen Ye, I shall heed your words with utmost diligence. He began to attune himself to the flow of chakra within, while simultaneously observing my chakra, following my instructions meticulously. Might Guy fixed his gaze upon me, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. 8 gates release technique. Open. Shen Ye harnessed the flow of chakra to stimulate the acupoints throughout his entire being, cleansing each point one by one. As the acupoints were activated, a faint aura of chakra gradually enveloped Shen Ye's body, and even an ordinary observer could sense the burgeoning strength within him. Might Guy, possessing a more acute awareness, perceived Shen Ye's transformation with keen clarity, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Konoha's Minato, observing the intricate workings of chakra, discerned that this particular ninjutsu was ill-suited for his own capabilities. Without a robust physique to support it, the activation of the 8 gates would only lead to his own downfall. After demonstrating the initiation and conclusion of the 8 gates technique, Shen Ye retracted his state. Given his current physical condition, he could only manage to achieve this much. Persisting further would inflict considerable harm upon his body, rendering the effort counterproductive. Had he known of such extraordinary abilities, he would not have insisted on bringing the 2 of them along to undertake this mission. Engaging in missions serves as a form of training. This endeavor would undoubtedly prove more complex than it appeared, as the current calm was merely superficial. Minato nodded in agreement, sharing a similar sentiment. The water beast may well epitomize the village of Amigakure, yet the true peril had yet to reveal itself. However, having arrived at this juncture, returning without any substantial gain would seem rather unremarkable. Both Shen Ye and Minato contained their feelings, an undercurrent of restlessness stirring within them. I shall search here. Perhaps I will uncover something noteworthy. Shen Ye nodded, walking along the riverbank in the opposite direction of Mizamon, while Might Guy remained in place. Savoring the teachings imparted by Shen Ye, time passed gradually, and the surrounding environment underwent subtle changes, unnoticed by anyone. The sky began to darken, and Shen Ye's stomach growled. Having gone a day without sustenance. Grilled fish. Agreed. Might Guy, it is time to put you to the test. Go dive into the water and catch a few fish. Might Guy set aside all his belongings on the shore, stretched his limbs, and plunged into the water. The fish, which had been swimming leisurely, immediately became agitated at his entrance, frantically evading his approach. The water was not Might Guy's domain. He was teased by several fish, and a considerable amount of time passed without him catching a single one. What did I just teach you? Why are you not applying it? Chapter 66. Unity of Waist and Horse. Might Guy surfaced, taking a deep breath, and once again sank to the bottom, contemplating Shen Ye's recent words. In an instant, his movements in the water became remarkably nimble, his speed rivaling that of the fish themselves, and with a swift motion, he seized a large fish in his grasp. He flung it towards the shore, and Shen Ye nodded in satisfaction. Mizamon had gathered some firewood and piled it on the bank, constructing a makeshift grilling rack. However, lacking the ability to utilize fire release techniques, he resorted to the most primitive method of fire starting, rubbing 2 sticks together. With an air of resignation, Shen Ye shook his head and pushed away the divine night. Fire release, great fireball technique. With meticulous control over his chakra, he expelled a small flame from his mouth. Igniting the pile of wood, the flames gradually ascended, and before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. After catching several fish, Might Guy returned to the shore, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar voice interrupted the tranquility. It has been ages since I have encountered such a delightful fragrance. Might I trouble you for a taste of those grilled fish? Shen Ye turned his head towards the source of the voice, revealing a middle-aged man whose face was etched with displeasure. No one paid him any mind. Yet he seemed quite at ease as he took a seat beside Shen Ye, nonchalantly extracting some seasonings from his pocket to sprinkle over the grilled fish. Indeed, a sprinkle of seasoning is essential for enhancing the flavor of grilled fish, especially in a place where catching fish has become a rarity. Sir, you certainly are quite forward. Aren't you afraid my fish might be toxic? Shen Ye remarked. It is you who should be concerned about the quality of my seasonings. I wonder how you little ones came to be in this place. Surely, you are not the youths from Rain-Hidden Village? Shen Ye could not help but nod in acknowledgement. The ancient, forsaken legends rendered the inhabitants of Yuin village rather audacious for daring to venture here. The elder's eyes flickered with understanding. Seemingly grasping the reason behind the arrival of these young souls, merely to resolve the peculiar occurrences that had recently transpired, as per someone's request. Yet, it was evident that no water monsters lurked here. Alas, it seemed their journey would be in vain. Given your profound knowledge of this place, you cannot possibly be a villager from Yuan, Shen Ye remarked, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice. The elder was momentarily taken aback. It had been years since anyone had posed such a question, causing him to momentarily forget the answers he once knew. Noticing the elder's hesitance in responding, Shen Ye shook his head in resignation and offered the roasted fish to him. In truth, the instant the sound emerged, Shen Ye had expanded his chakra perception to its utmost extent, confirming the elder's lack of any hostile intent. Even someone of formidable strength exhibited no trace of aggression. Appearing rather affable and gentle, the elder, unceremoniously accepting the fish, devoured it with a ravenous appetite, as though he had not feasted in centuries. As time passed, both Shen Ye and the peculiar elder eventually patted their bellies in satisfaction. Having indulged in your fish, I shall regale you with some tales of this place. Perhaps they may prove beneficial to you. Shen Ye lifted his gaze towards the elder, whose words resonated with greater conviction than those of the villagers from Rain-Hidden Village. For he had lived here all his life. Both Minato and Might Guy also leaned in attentively, eager not to miss a single word. Long ago, this place was merely an ordinary pond, frequented by the villagers of Rain-Hidden for fishing. However, everything changed with the arrival of that individual. That individual? Indeed. It was the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander, whose presence irrevocably altered the very essence of Rain-Hidden Village. Shen Ye stroked his chin, contemplating the enigma of the figure who had steadfastly guarded the Rain-Hidden Village without launching any aggression towards the surrounding territories. This individual had engaged in countless battles, each resulting in undeniable victory. Watergate found himself perplexed by the emergence of Hanzo the Salamander and the designation of this place as a forbidden zone, for they appeared to coexist in a state of non-interference. Hanzo, with his body infused with a highly lethal venom, rendered any approach to this area perilous. Hence the edict forbidding the villagers from venturing forth. Such tyranny was indeed remarkable. However, these were merely preliminary observations. The recent appearance of the water monster bore intricate connections to Hanzo, as it was a manifestation of his summoned beast. Just as the discussion unfolded, the once tranquil surface of the lake was suddenly beset by a tempest, undergoing a dramatic transformation. With a soft sigh, the elder propped himself up with one hand, gradually rising to his feet, and turned to retrace his steps, seemingly disinclined to partake in the unfolding events. Shen Ye did not compel him to stay, instead nodding towards Minato and Might Guy before taking a leap. Despite the turbulent winds and swirling clouds, the source of the chaos remained elusive. How could Hanzo's summoning beast be present in these waters? I suspect that old man is deceiving us. Regardless, it matters not. He must be eliminated. Minato assumed a battle-ready stance, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface, while Might Guy remained ever vigilant. With our bodies in perfect harmony, we might soon find ourselves engaging in combat atop the water, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a plunge. These challenges, trivial in the realm of the Ninja Academy, pose no real concern for us. The three of us leaped onto the water's surface, the undulating waves making it difficult to maintain balance as our bodies swayed with the currents. After a brief moment, the water calmed once more, prompting Shen Ye to furrow his brow. What is happening? Over there. Minato pointed towards the distant lake, where a colossal shadow flashed beneath the surface. Shen Ye hurriedly dashed over, eager to discern the situation, only to discover that the figure had vanished without a trace. In a matter of mere minutes, it was as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Shen Ye could not help but entertain doubts. Could it be that the old man was playing tricks? His earlier remarks seemed nothing but a ruse to deceive everyone. The true catalyst behind the aquatic monstrosity might very well be that individual, who had merely approached earlier under the guise of sampling grilled fish to gauge his response. We have been duped. And now I know precisely where to seek a resolution to this predicament. Shen Ye hastily returned to the shore, pursuing the direction in which the old man had vanished. Watergate and Might Guy exchanged a glance before following suit. After traversing through layers of forest, Shen Ye finally beheld a quaint cottage nestled among the trees, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. The release of his chakra perception enabled him to distinctly sense that the individual within the cottage was none other than the old man who had suddenly appeared earlier. Yet he exhibited no sign of hostility. Chapter 67. The battle commences. Charge in. With a command from Shen Ye, three individuals leapt into action. encircling the small dwelling and securing all the windows and doors. Almost simultaneously, they surged through the openings, charging into the room where the uncle lounged leisurely in a chair. A smile adorned his face, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Shen Ye and his companions, as he continued to indulge in his own enjoyment. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Ye raised his hand and subsequently took a seat on a nearby chair, positioning himself directly across from the elder, their gazes locking in a silent exchange. Watergate and Might Guy, with a hint of resignation, shrugged their shoulders. The previously serious atmosphere suddenly shifted, leaving them somewhat disconcerted. "Why deceive me, old man?" Shen Ye inquired. "I had hoped to dissuade you from this path, as I harbor no desire to harm you, mere children. Do you truly think that Hanzo the Salamander intends to intimidate me? Such a notion underestimates the prowess of the shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village. If that is the case, allow me to impart to you a glimpse of genuine terror, so you may reconsider your resolve to linger in this place." Shen Ye shrugged indifferently and turned to exit the room, determined that no battle would unfold within those confines. In a mere handful of breaths, the four individuals found themselves in a clearing within the forest. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ye initiated the assault, channeling chakra and unleashing a colossal flame towards the elder. Even the renowned great fireball technique employed by the prodigious Uchiha Fugaku paled in comparison to the potency of Shen Ye's attack, which was a testament to its formidable strength. Yet, the elder remained unmoved, his arms crossed defiantly even as the flames enveloped him completely. As time passed, the fire gradually subsided. It was perplexing to discern the method he employed, for the elder bore not a single mark, nor was there any indication of harm upon him. "Now you understand the chasm that lies between us," he remarked, "a divide that is insurmountable." Shen Ye curled his lips slightly, his chakra perception perpetually activated, allowing him to discern the rapid fluctuations of chakra within the uncle's body. Despite appearing calm and unperturbed, he was evidently enduring immense pressure. As the beads of sweat dotting his forehead betrayed him, it was not as simple as it seemed. Shen Ye smiled faintly and took 2 steps back. The uncle furrowed his brow, sensing an intangible scheme at play, yet he could not pinpoint anything amiss. In the blink of an eye, Watergate and Might Guy appeared simultaneously at his sides, their formidable fists hurtling towards his face with great force. At this moment, the uncle could no longer maintain his nonchalant demeanor. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the impending blows, just narrowly evading the attack. The uncle finally comprehended that these 3 youngsters were far from trifling. A moment's carelessness could render him eternally ensnared here. Water release, water bullet technique. The uncle swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into his mouth, and directed it towards Shen Ye. He understood that the leader of this group was Shen Ye, and if he could eliminate him in one fell swoop, the subsequent battle would become considerably easier. However, Shen Ye's prowess was not mere bravado. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, he posed a significant threat to the uncle, especially with Watergate and Might Guy coordinating their attacks. In an instant, a column of water surged towards Shen Ye, whose lips curled into a slight smirk. Unlike the uncle, he would not choose to endure the assault head-on, pretending to be unfazed in the face of his adversary. Partial multiplication technique. Shen Ye enlarged his arm, shielding his body before him. The force of the impact struck his arm, propelling him backwards for a considerable distance. Once he steadied himself, Shen Ye shook his arm, though no lasting harm was evident. The pain was undeniably real. Seizing the opportunity while the uncle was preoccupied with his attack, Might Guy dashed a few steps to the uncle's side, engaging him in a physical confrontation. The uncle proved no match for Might Guy, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be subdued with ease. Water release, water prison. The uncle delivered a fierce kick to Might Guy while swiftly forming hand seals, conjuring a pale blue glow in his palms and thrusting it towards him. Unfamiliar with ninjutsu, Might Guy raised his hand to meet the energy. The pale blue light expanded instantaneously, enveloping him in a colossal water sphere, rendering him immobile. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained trapped. Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato, furrowed his brow. Such an advanced technique could not possibly be wielded by a mere genin, indicating at least J-nin-level prowess. Shen Ye, this situation has become rather troublesome. His strength far exceeds ours. We must find a way to rescue Might Guy. Minato nodded, creating distance from the uncle, poised to intervene at any moment near the water sphere that imprisoned Might Guy, with Shen Ye drawing the uncle's attention in the forefront. Might Guy, unleash your strength. A formidable force manifested beneath Shen Ye's feet, propelling him forward like a bullet, and in an instant, he stood before the elder. with a clenched fist. He aimed a powerful blow at the elder's abdomen, certain that a direct hit would incapacitate him in no time. The elder squinted, sensing the immense power contained within the fist. Water release, water barrier. The elder swiftly brought his hands together before spreading them apart, conjuring a curtain of water that met Shen Ye's fist, causing a spectacular splash. However, this maneuver allowed the elder to evade the impact of the overwhelming force, as he twisted his neck in preparation for a counterattack. Hey, what is the meaning of bullying a few children at your age? Aren't you ashamed? A familiar voice echoed from behind Shen Ye. Without turning, he knew it was the mischievous Jiraiya, though he was puzzled by his sudden appearance. The elder tilted his head, diverting his gaze from Shen Ye to the source of the voice, discovering a figure with a massive scroll strapped to his back, perched upon a tree branch, looking down. The forehead protector revealed nothing about his village, save for a prominent character for oil. I say, Jiraiya, why do you show up now? The village had misjudged the situation regarding this mission. Fortunately, you are not in any danger. Otherwise, Lord Third would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Chapter 68. It's up to you. Luckily, your timely arrival prevented me from having to deal with this fellow myself. Shen Ye cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, feeling fortunate to have him by his side for this mission. Otherwise, the strength of the village's ordinary genin would scarcely suffice to contend with the formidable uncle. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. Upon receiving the news, he had hurriedly made his way here, anxious to prevent any potential mishaps from occurring. However, it appeared that everything was still under control, as, apart from Might Guy's somewhat disheveled appearance, no one had sustained any injuries. Jiraiya, I leave this to you. I shall escort these two back to the village to claim our reward. Do your best. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. Before departing from the village, the third Hokage had already instructed him to send Might Guy and his companions directly back to the village upon their arrival, regardless of how the mission had fared. Ultimately, the rewards for this mission would be bestowed upon Might Guy. Having left the pond of the Hidden Rain village, the group returned to their own village in the span of a mere half-day. The third Hokage awaited them at the village entrance, his expression one of palpable anxiety. Upon catching sight of Shen Ye and the others, the tension in his face dissipated instantly. Shen Ye, over here. Let us proceed. The third Hokage has been anticipating our arrival. The three responded and hastened their pace, soon finding themselves by the side of the third Hokage. My lord, you were waiting for us here. I was concerned for your safety. Fortunately, we identified the issue in time. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered tremendous losses, including the fall of 3 prodigious ninjas. Shen Ye could not help but cast a disdainful glance at the third Hokage, questioning the rationale behind the belief that he could falter at the hands of that elder. It was unfathomable to doubt his own strength. Moreover, from the third's tone, it was evident that he was not genuinely concerned about the lives of Shen Ye and his comrades. His sole focus lay on the interests of the village, viewing death merely as a loss to the community. The nascent goodwill he had felt dissipated in an instant, and with a gentle wave of his hand, Shen Ye departed. The third, with a resigned shake of his head, handed the scroll to Might Guy and then strolled towards his office, leaving Minato and Guy momentarily stunned in place. Having acquired more advanced ninjutsu, Shen Ye resolved to train diligently, eager to test whether his skills would indeed sharpen by their next encounter. With that, the two parted ways. Upon returning home, Shen Ye consumed a modest meal before reclining on his bed, contemplating the enigmatic elder from the Rain Village. Such formidable strength would render anyone a significant presence within any village, yet he had chosen to reside in a secluded cabin within the woods, seemingly having not ventured far from it for quite some time. As he pondered, sleep overtook him, and upon awakening, he found it was already the dead of night. However, in this quiet hour, whispers emanated from outside his door. Curiosity piqued, Shen Ye rose and approached the door to listen intently. This matter was one that should never involve him. Why had so many ninjas fixated on Shen Ye? Only his identity aligned with the demands of this task, although it would entail a lengthy process. It promised growth and experience. Why the aversion? He is my brother? Do you not realize I have already lost one brother? As Tsunade spoke, tears streamed down her face, and the outside fell silent, leaving only the sound of her weeping. Shen Ye furrowed his brow and resolutely pushed the door open, stepping outside. Tsunade and the individual with whom he had been conversing gazed at him in astonishment, as they had believed he was still engaged in a mission beyond. The person embroiled in a dispute with Tsunade was none other than a member of the Umbu, his visage adorned with a painted mask. Do enlighten us on the specifics of the matter, otherwise you shall not depart so easily. Shen Ye sat imperiously to one side, his gaze steeped in the essence of mortality, fixed intently upon the members of the Umbu, for reasons unbeknownst to him. The individual under Shen Ye's scrutiny felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him, a compelling urge to withdraw manifesting within. It was thus that Lord Danzo had issued a directive, instructing you to infiltrate the adversarial village as a spy, with no one ever suspecting your origins from Konohagakure. Allow me to suggest a more suitable candidate for this task, one who would serve your needs far better than I could, enabling you to return with satisfactory results. The masked man nodded repeatedly, utterly astonished that Shen Ye not only refrained from anger, but instead sought a more fitting alternative to shield him from Danzo's ire upon his return. Tsunade wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Now that Shen Ye was aware of the situation, she need not fret over the ensuing developments. Should Shen Ye truly wish to depart from Konohagakure, there would be no stopping him, and if he desired to remain, her involvement would be unnecessary. Simultaneously, Tsunade felt a profound curiosity regarding whom Shen Ye would endorse for the Umbu's endeavor. Any individual chosen from your ranks could easily assume the role of the spy, and they would have already been effectively indoctrinated by your Lord Danzo, thus posing no threat of betrayal against the village. In that moment, the masked man found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster even the slightest rebuttal. Entrusting Shen Ye with the role of a spy appeared fraught with peril, as he might very well choose to betray Konohagakure upon witnessing the allure of other villages. After all, Shen Ye was not genuinely of Konohagakure, but rather a product of its legacy. I shall return to report. The masked man nodded, turning to leave without further exchange with Shen Ye. Sister Tsunade, should these individuals trouble you again, I shall ensure they are driven away. Today serves as a lesson for them. Tsunade smiled gently, enveloping Shen Ye in her embrace. Saying nothing, simply holding him in quietude. Shen Ye gently patted Tsunade's back, receiving no resistance, and slowly savored the softness of her form. Time passed gradually, and the two embraced throughout the night, until Shen Ye eventually noticed that Tsunade had fallen asleep. Concerned about disturbing her slumber, Shen Ye refrained from any movements. At dawn, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, realizing she had dozed off in such a predicament, her cheeks flushing slightly. You have finally awakened, Sister Tsunade. You must be utterly exhausted after last night. Releasing his hold on her shoulder, Shen Ye quickly twisted his body a few times, like a rusty machine. His body emitted cracking sounds, yet accompanied by a delightful sense of relief. Shen Ye, do you have anything planned for today? Perhaps we could venture out together for some leisure, as it has been quite some time since we last relaxed. Chapter 69, An Unexpected Encounter with Shizune. Shen Ye smirked, reluctant to expose Tsunade's urge to gamble, which was the true reason behind her proposal. Accompanying this notoriously unlucky gambler, Shen Ye was apprehensive about being left as collateral in some unknown place. Yet, for Tsunade's happiness, she consented. In preparation for their outing, Tsunade rummaged through the room, gathering everything she could possibly take, thus burdening Shen Ye with her belongings. After departing from the village, Tsunade led Shen Ye through various bustling casinos. In a mere half-day, Tsunade had lost all the gold coins they had brought, leaving only a few coins in Shen Ye's pocket, sufficient for sustenance. However, observing Tsunade's insatiable demeanor, Shen Ye felt a twinge of concern. Sister Tsunade, we have already lost all the gold coins we brought with us. We cannot continue gambling. Tsunade shrugged helplessly, indicating that her interest had only just begun. Since they had no coins left, she suggested they borrow some from outside. In the stillness of the night, Shinobu cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade, realizing that this was hardly an outing for enjoyment. As they passed through a quaint village, Tsunade paused her steps. I am well acquainted with the proprietor of the casino here. Surely, I can procure some funds. With determined strides, Tsunade approached the village's sole casino, her formidable presence palpable even before she arrived. The long-awaited patron had finally graced them with her presence. It had been ages since she had brought warmth to our establishment. The casino owner promptly abandoned all endeavors, appearing at the entrance with great fanfare to welcome Tsunade. You are being overly gracious, my dear proprietor, to personally come and greet me. Not at all, Tsunade. You are our esteemed client. It would be remiss not to extend such a welcome. In the eyes of those present, it was evident that Tsunade had been regarded as a plump sheep, destined to be sheared regardless of the wealth she possessed. Fortunately, prior to arriving here, she had squandered all her gold coins. As long as the proprietor refrained from lending her any coins, she would be safe. Today, fortune had eluded her, and she had lost every last coin on her journey here. Therefore, she implored the owner for a loan, hoping to recoup her losses. The proprietor gulped, his hands anxiously rubbing together, seemingly envisioning the prospect of countless gold coins filling his pockets. Shen Ye could not help but step forward to offer a few words of caution to her employer. After all, she was seeking a loan, and should she falter? The illustrious name of Lady Tsunade is renowned throughout the ninja world. It is unequivocally a certainty that the casino would extract every last penny, and regarding this matter, I remain exceedingly confident. Shen Ye twitched the corners of her mouth, realizing that there was indeed no way to deter a natural gambler like her companion. All she could do was hope that fortune would smile upon her. Shen Ye felt no inclination whatsoever towards the gambling that surrounded them. Sister Tsunade, I shall meander around the village for a while. You enjoy yourself here, she declared. However, Tsunade, completely engrossed in the allure of gambling, paid no heed to Shen Ye's words, merely waving her hand dismissively as a token of acknowledgement. Without further ado, she followed the proprietor into the casino. Embarking on a journey of unbridled joy and fulfillment, Shen Ye placed his belongings within the casino and began to wander through the village, pausing occasionally to admire the picturesque scenery. Although the village appeared modest in size, fully appreciating its charm would require a considerable amount of time, if circumstances permitted. Retiring in such a beautiful place would indeed be a delightful choice. His own world? Did charming young boys possess their own realms? A figure clad in a black cloth robe, cradling a small piglet, approached Shen Ye. This individual seemed to be of similar age to Tsunade. However, in contrast to Tsunade, the girl standing beside Shen Ye lacked a significant degree of softness. Gazing at her face, Shen Ye was struck by a sense of familiarity and took a few steps closer to scrutinize her more intently. Is that you, Shizun? Do you recognize me? Shizun pointed at her own nose, seemingly perplexed, for she had never encountered this boy before. She had merely come to tease him due to his fair complexion. Shen Ye stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He was not at all surprised that Silent did not recognize himself. He simply wondered whether she would recognize Tsunade. I shall take you to meet someone, and then you will understand. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye resolutely grasped Jing Yin's hand, leading her towards the casino. As they advanced, Jing Yin's intuition began to piece together the unfolding mystery. Upon reaching the entrance of the casino, the cacophony within confirmed her suspicions. It was indeed her. Shen Ye furrowed his brows and rushed into the casino, concerned that Tsunade might be bullied by the individuals present. However, it soon became evident that his worries were unfounded. The cacophony of noise merely stemmed from the fervent gambling taking place. Tsunade, rolling up her sleeves, was boldly engaging in fierce competition with others. Observing the pile of coins before her, Shen Ye realized that during his absence, Tsunade had not won a single game. Lady Tsunade, did you not promise me that you would refrain from setting foot in this casino again? He, with an expression of astonishment, gazed at Tsunade, her eyes filled with disappointment. Shen Ye wore an expression of intrigue, suggesting that Jing Yin and Tsunade were not only acquainted prior to this moment, but had even made a prior agreement. However, Tsunade failed to honor her wager and would inevitably face the consequences of her gambling addiction. Yet, she was so lost in her own world that she completely disregarded Jing Yin and Shen Ye, continuing her gambling unabated. Everyone, please be quiet. In an instant, the petite figure of Shen Ye leapt onto the table, exclaiming twice, and the room fell into an immediate silence, with every gaze fixated upon him. Tsunade's expression was one of evident displeasure. She raised her head, ready to unleash her ire, only to discover that it was the mischievous Shen Ye standing atop the table. You little rascal, cease this commotion. I shall soon conclude my work, she admonished. Perhaps it would be wise to turn your attention to the figure standing at the door. I suspect you are far less eager to encounter her than you are to face me. Shen Ye pointed towards the door, and Tsunade followed his gaze, momentarily stunned. She never anticipated encountering Shizun here, and for a fleeting instant, she wished to slip into a crevice to avoid facing her. Tsunade-sama, it's been a while. Shizun greeted with a smile, though anyone could perceive the scheming lurking behind her cheerful facade. Chapter 70. Remaining by one side indeed. It has been a long time, Shizun. I never imagined you would be here, Tsunade replied. After our last parting, I worried you might return to gambling, so I stayed behind, and lo and behold, we have the chance to meet again. She waved dismissively at the throng in the casino, pulling Shen Ye and Shizun away, disregarding the gold coins abandoned on the table. Following Shizun, Shen Ye and Tsunade arrived at a residence, a quaint little house ensconced in vibrant flora, exuding elegance that perfectly suited Shizun's disposition. By the way, Shizun, since Tsunade has promised not to gamble here, has something transpired before? Tsunade hastily shook her head, winking fervently at Shizun, wishing to prevent her from recounting past events. However, Tsunade had already breached their mutual vow, and naturally, Shizen would not continue to conceal this matter, for it was indeed their true agreement. Shizen kept Tsunade's secret, while Tsunade was forever barred from gambling in this village. Years ago, during our travels in the ninja world, Tsunade was already a renowned gambler. Yet I never expected her to be cheated here. In a fit of rage, she resorted to violence against ordinary folk, a fact known only to you. As though she struck, dared not speak of it. Shizen glanced at Shen Ye, surprised that he had deduced everything without requiring her to elaborate. Tsunade lowered her head, hesitant to utter another word. Resorting to violence against ordinary people was intolerable in any village. In the days that followed, Tsunade felt profound guilt towards those individuals. Preparing numerous gold coins for Shizen to deliver and instructing her to travel for a time. Shizen, from today onward, please stay by Tsunade's side, lest she succumb to endless gambling. Shizen raised her gaze towards Tsunade. In truth, she wished to remain with her, for her medical ninjutsu was still in its infancy and required honing. Moreover, Tsunade was her only remaining family in this world, and only by her side could she feel a semblance of warmth. The day had already slipped away, and what was meant to be a shared outing had devolved into Tsunade's solitary gambling escapade. At this moment, Shen Ye was filled with regret for having been deceived by Tsunade's appearance in the morning. Otherwise, he might have been joyfully seated before Ichiraku Ramen, eagerly awaiting his meal. Come back. Your heart has undergone sufficient training. From now on, stay by my side and diligently learn the art of medical ninjutsu. Ino nodded repeatedly, finally anticipating the day of her return, though she had not expected it to unfold in such a manner. It is getting late. We should return, Sister Tsunade. Shinai gazed at Tsunade, a wry smile gracing his lips, as he found himself relegated to the role of a mere laborer for the day, nearly surrendering all the gold coins from his pockets. Tsunade, stroking her chin, cast an embarrassed glance at Shizen. In response, Shizen shook her head in resignation. She had witnessed such a countenance years prior and instantly grasped the situation at hand. After rummaging through the room for a while, Shizen produced a bag filled with gold coins. Shen Ye's eyes widened as he beheld the coins within the bag. Even Tsunade, after scouring the room for every coin she could carry, could not match the wealth contained in this one pouch. The seemingly delicate and fragile Shizen turned out to be quite the affluent lady. Had Shen Ye known earlier, he would have deceived her into parting with some coins for himself, leaving the remainder for Tsunade to settle her debts. Noticing Shen Ye's gaze, Shizen helplessly shook her head. After all, they were about to leave this place, and the coins would serve no purpose. Thus, she produced another bag. This pouch is for you, she declared. There's no need for such envious looks. Shen Ye swiftly grasped the situation in his hands. After all, who would willingly oppose wealth? Once they had meticulously organized their belongings, the trio embarked on their journey back to the village. It was not until they finally stepped into the Leaf Village that Shen Ye truly comprehended a profound truth. Tsunade had not only lost the gold coins she had taken with her, but had also accumulated debts at every gambling establishment they visited. At each casino along the way, Tsunade would produce some coins to settle her debts, leaving even Shen Ye's pockets utterly barren by the time they returned to the village. As diligent ninjas, we must recognize a vital principle. It is our own strength that holds paramount importance, while gold is merely a transient possession unworthy of excessive concern. Shen Ye smirked, for it was the first time he had encountered such an audacious expression on Tsunade's face, one so brazen that she could effortlessly spew forth a plethora of fallacies. Suddenly confronted by a stranger in Konoha, Tsunade felt compelled to verify Shizen's identity in the Hokage's office. However, Shen Ye had already grown weary of Tsunade's company. He waved his hand dismissively and departed alone towards Ichiraku Ramen. Shen Ye, it has been 2 days since I last saw you. Have you been off on yet another mission? Aoyama from Yamashiro leaned against the stone pillar at the entrance, a blade of straw perched in his mouth. What mission? I wish I could enjoy the leisurely pace like you, Aoyama. He shook his head. Almost everyone he encountered would express envy over such a comfortable assignment. Yet no one comprehended his innermost thoughts, though he too was contributing to the village's welfare. Standing guard at the gate left him pondering when he would ever see the ravages of war. Only during an attack on the village would he truly make an impact. Go and indulge in your ramen. You look rather haggard, Aoyama urged. Shen Ye scratched his head, feeling the weariness that stemmed from a day spent under Tsunade's relentless scrutiny. However, a sudden shift in his thoughts led him to decide to return home for a much-needed rest, as his stomach was, in fact, not hungry at all. Following a familiar path, he soon arrived at his doorstep, only to find it surrounded by a throng of villagers. Everyone, What has transpired? Why are you all gathered at my door? At last, you have arrived, Shen Ye? One wonders what you and Tsunade have been preoccupied with. A grave matter has arisen at your home. The crowd parted for Shen Ye, yet from the outside, nothing appeared amiss, leaving him perplexed by their ominous words. What could be the matter? I cannot discern what has happened inside. One can only discover the truth by stepping through the door. Shen Ye furrowed his brow and gently pushed open the door, only to discover the interior of the room in disarray, resembling a scene of a robbery. How could anyone dare to pilfer from Tsunade's abode? Chapter 71. Orochimaru. An increasing number of onlookers had gathered, their disbelief palpable at the thought that Tsunade's home had been violated. Throughout the entirety of Konoha, not a single soul would dare provoke Tsunade, let alone stealthily intrude upon her home to wreak havoc. Shen Ye surveyed the chaotic disarray that filled the room, furrowing his brow as he pondered the identity of the individual capable of such an act. Yet, despite his contemplation, no conclusions emerged. Everyone disperse. Do not linger here any longer. The enigmatic figure of Shen Ye beckoned, dispersing the crowd with a sweeping gaze, endeavoring to discern the individual responsible through mere eye contact, yet found each face to be utterly innocent. At that moment, Tsunade entered the office alongside Shizune, still oblivious to the turmoil back home. Had she been aware, her fury would have been uncontainable. Third Hokage, Shizune has been training outside for an extended period. She can now accompany me once more, Tsunade remarked. The third nodded in acknowledgement, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of resignation, leaving him at a loss for words in the presence of Tsunade. Upon leaving the office, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, intended to return to her residence, only to find Shen Ye lingering at the entrance, inexplicably absent from the confines of the room. What troubles you, Shen Ye? Why are you not inside? Tsunade inquired. Sister Tsunade, you may find it hard to believe, but something significant has transpired at home. It would be best for you to see it for yourself, Shen Ye replied. With a sense of foreboding, Tsunade pushed open the door, and upon witnessing the scene within, she stood frozen for a brief 2 seconds. Then, a roar erupted, reverberating throughout the village. Who did this? In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye swallowed hard, catching sight of the flames flickering atop Tsunade's head, a clear indication of her extreme anger. However, the passers-by around them seemed accustomed to Tsunade's fiery demeanor. They merely glanced her way before returning to their own affairs. My lady Tsunade, I believe I may have an inkling as to who is responsible, Shizune whispered, her voice laced with concern over provoking Tsunade's wrath a second time, a burden she felt ill-equipped to bear. Who? Observing the remnants left in the room, I deduced that Orochimaru had returned, undoubtedly presenting you with a rather unwelcome gift. Orochimaru? That detestable scoundrel. Tsunade fumed, turning sharply towards the office. Shen Ye, blinking innocently, chose to follow closely behind her, apprehensive of any rash action she might take in her fury. Shizune, shaking her head in resignation, entered the room to methodically tidy up the chaos. Wasting no time, Tsunade and Shen Ye swiftly made their way into the office, where they found Orochimaru standing before the third Hokage, his pallor evident. Orochimaru, you wretched fiend! Tsunade exclaimed, channeling a significant amount of chakra into her fists, launching a fierce assault toward him. Yet Orochimaru, well versed in Tsunade's fighting style, deftly evaded her strikes, his sleeves releasing a multitude of small snakes that coiled around her arms. In the blink of an eye, their skirmish concluded without a decisive victor. The third Hokage wore a jovial smile. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were once his students, with Orochimaru having been favored by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that Orochimaru had returned, it was only natural for the third Hokage to feel elated. Lord Third, I trust that after such a lengthy period of training outdoors, Orochimaru must be devoid of any funds. Thus, I believe it falls upon you to bear the losses incurred at home. With a faint smile gracing the corners of Shen Ye's lips, he seized the opportunity to strike hard, knowing that the third Hokage would undoubtedly acquiesce to his demands, perhaps even boasting in the process. After a few moments of tranquil silence, the third Hokage slowly parted his lips, precisely as Shen Ye had anticipated. He assured that any needs could be presented to the village, promising to fulfill all their requests. Shen Ye shrugged, having achieved his objective, and saw no reason to linger in the room any longer. He decided it would be best to return home to assist Jing Yin in tidying up. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the system ability he had not employed in quite some time, which presented a perfect opportunity to experiment on Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, this is my first encounter with you since my arrival in this village. Truly, The legendary Sannin exude an extraordinary presence, he remarked as he approached Orochimaru. To Orochimaru, Shen Ye was merely a child, a youngster relying on the reputation of the Sannin. He had grown accustomed to the countless children in the village who idolized himself, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, viewing the Sannin as their ultimate aspiration. This little one is Tsunade's little brother, isn't he? He appears quite suited for training. Would you like to follow big brother Orochimaru for some practice? Orochimaru suggested. Perhaps not. I doubt Sister Tsunade would entrust me to you, Shen Ye replied. As the conversation unfolded, Shen Ye reached Orochimaru and raised his hand to pat him, silently activating his system's stealing ability. Orochimaru regarded Shen Ye with curiosity, pondering if this was merely the innocent inquisitiveness of a child, leading him to perform such an action. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Orochimaru's skill, Serpent's Shallow Hand. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. Shen Ye was pleased with the outcome. Serpent's Shallow Hand not only offered offensive capabilities, but also possessed commendable control, making it well suited for his current needs. After the system upgrade, it was Shen Ye's first time utilizing the stealing ninjutsu ability, and he was pleasantly surprised to find the cooldown reduced to merely 1 hour. Sister Tsunade, I shall return to assist Sister Jing-in with the room, he announced, waving goodbye as he departed the office. Before long, he found himself back home. Jing-in was remarkably swift in her cleaning, transforming the room into a pristine state, leaving no trace of the earlier disarray. Sister Jing-in, it seems I am of little help to you now. Who said that? There's a bag of trash that I'll leave to you, she replied. Shen Ye nodded and picked up the trash at the door, proceeding to walk outside, though the distance was quite considerable. The sun hung high in the sky. Shen Ye, how are things at home? Watergate inquired. I have heard rumors that there seems to be a thief in the house. A thief? It is merely Orochimaru, a good friend of Tsunade, returning to play a prank, Shen Ye replied. Watergate scratched his head, recalling that he had heard long ago that the great deity had defected from the village to become a rogue ninja, yet now he suddenly reappeared, suggesting that the previous information was inaccurate. By the way, we should refrain from going out for the time being. Chapter 72. Graduation approaches. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Watergate asked. We have received accurate news that we are about to graduate soon, so it would be prudent to stay within the village for now. Shen Ye nodded, finally preparing to depart from the mundane confines of the Ninja Academy and step into the true world of ninjas, a realm rife with battles and the clash of life and death. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the village celebrated a grand graduation ceremony, where numerous ninjas gathered at the academy to partake in this momentous event. As the protagonist of the graduation, Shen Ye and his companions were naturally present, surrounded by countless classmates awaiting the announcement from the third Hokage at the center of the training field. Previously, there had been talk of an assessment involving the shadow clone technique as a prerequisite for graduation, yet it seemed that such measures were no longer necessary. The candidates deemed worthy had all assembled here, while those denied graduation could only watch enviously from the audience. Minato glanced around, recognizing many familiar figures standing amidst the throng of ninjas, their faces etched with expressions of envy. Although these individuals shared the same classroom experience, they faced a delay of 1 more year before graduation, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Under the auspices of the third Hokage, the graduation ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, within the crowd, a pair of eyes remained fixated on Shen Ye. Uchiha Fugaku had long harbored disdain for Shen Ye, biding his time with pent-up anger until this day of graduation arrived. Once Shen Ye became a true genin, Fugaku would possess ample justification to engage him in combat, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as genin of Konohagakure, embarking on a journey fraught with greater hardships and challenges, where danger intertwines with opportunity. Shen Ye was not inclined to endure the incessant chatter of the third generation any longer. He eagerly anticipated the conclusion of the ceremony, so he could finally receive his forehead protector and ascend to the rank of a true genin. However, the ceremony persisted for an extended duration, and before they knew it, the sky gradually darkened, approaching the depths of night. All the children were invited to step forward and receive their forehead protectors, for once adorned with this symbol, they would no longer be mere children. Shen Ye, with unwavering determination, swiftly approached the third generation, seizing the protective headband before departing from the training grounds, eager to return home for a well-deserved slumber. However, en route, a familiar figure emerged, blocking his path. In a flurry to return home, he wondered if he had truly been forgotten. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Uchiha Fugaku standing before him, prompting a resigned shake of his head. The persistent presence of this individual was indeed bothersome. Even during their time at the Ninja Academy, Shen Ye had faced trouble from this man, and now, as an equal-ranking Genin, Fugaku's audacity had only intensified. Initially, he had merely dispatched his subordinates to provoke Shen Ye at the academy, but now, Uchiha Fugaku was prepared to take matters into his own hands. Even if he sought out Shen Ye for a challenge, none would accuse him of bullying. He could openly defeat him, demonstrating to Uchiha Mikoto who the man she ought to gravitate towards truly was. Shen Ye shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom. In terms of combat, Fu was hardly his match, merely setting himself up for humiliation. Therefore, is there something you wish to discuss? I am rather preoccupied at the moment. I, Uchiha Fu, hereby extend a challenge to you for a duel at the training ground 5 days hence, where fate shall determine our lives. Shen Ye smirked, realizing that although Fu often appeared somewhat annoying, he never anticipated that he could be so melodramatic, uttering such phrases as life and death are predestined. Even though he consented to this duel, he believed that the village would never allow the two to truly risk their lives in combat. For the village, the demise of either Shen Ye or Fu would constitute a significant loss, depriving them of a combatant capable of influencing the future. I accept your challenge, but your life or death is your own concern, not mine. Faced with Shen Ye's merciless mockery, Uchiha Fu's composure faltered. His face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, yet he could not afford to retaliate at that moment. All his grievances had to be buried deep within, to be unleashed during the duel, demonstrating to Shen Ye's true prowess. After parting ways with Shen Ye, Uchiha Fu made his way directly to the office of the third Hokage. Although the office was currently unoccupied, he knew that placing the strategy on the desk would ensure it caught the third's attention. This fellow is truly tiresome, he mused. Yet, with my current strength, defeating him would be a trivial matter. It remains to be seen, however, how much psychological pressure he can withstand. Shen Ye harbored deep concerns about the possibility of this individual being defeated before the crowd, fearing that such a humiliation could lead to immense psychological distress, potentially culminating in a tragic resolution. However, this dilemma alleviated Shen Ye's worries, for henceforth, no one would seek to trouble him idly. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku was inherently the type to invite suffering upon himself. Only through a genuine lesson would he come to comprehend the distinction between himself and his adversaries. Having been indoctrinated with the title of Genius Ninja, Uchiha Fugaku regarded his peers, even those older than himself, with disdain, let alone viewing Shen Ye as merely a child. Time passed swiftly, drawing closer the moment of their duel. Uchiha Fugaku dedicated himself to rigorous training, often practicing late into the night before returning home. Despite his disdain for Shen Ye, he resolved to confront the battle in his most formidable state. In contrast, Shen Ye experienced a far more relaxed existence. Recently promoted to a lower ninja rank, he faced no assigned missions from the village, and his attendance at the Ninja Academy was no longer required, leaving him with an abundance of idle time each day. On one particular day, Minato learned of the impending duel between Shen Ye and Uchiha Fugaku and hastened to Shen Ye's home to inquire about the situation. Shen Ye, how prepared are you? That fellow possesses formidable strength. He was already renowned as a genius ninja during his time at the academy. Completely unprepared, yet I trust he is not my match. Do you lack confidence in my abilities? Minato shook his head vigorously, possessing unwavering faith in Shen Ye's prowess. However, in recent days, he had observed Uchiha Fugaku exuding an air of assured victory. Apart from a few acquaintances of Shen Ye, few believed he could stand against Uchiha Fugaku. Even among former classmates of Shen Ye, some began to secretly revel in the thought that Uchiha Fugaku would deliver a sound lesson to Shen Ye, effectively curbing his arrogance. It was rumored that this individual trained diligently well into the night, relentlessly striving to enhance his abilities. Chapter 73. The battle commences. Shen Ye shrugged indifferently. He found it hard to believe that Uchiha Fugaku could elevate his prowess from a mere genin to the rank of jonin in such a brief span of time. As 2 days swiftly passed, countless individuals began to make their way toward the training grounds. Among them were several elite ninjas from the village, with chunin and genin in abundance. After all, Uchiha Fugaku's name was well known to nearly every villager, and the prospect of him personally issuing a challenge to a freshly minted genin piqued everyone's curiosity regarding the nature and strength of Shen Ye's character. Only a select few were truly aware that Fugaku's challenge stemmed from his own selfish motives, as he merely sought to impart a lesson to this overconfident youth. Shen Ye, it's time to rise. Isn't today the day you have that scheduled duel with the Uchiha scion? Tsunade gently shook Shen Ye, who was still in the depths of slumber, growing increasingly anxious about his tardiness, knowing that the entire village would be watching. A late arrival would undoubtedly cast a negative shadow. However, Shen Ye feigned ignorance, rolling over to resume his peaceful sleep. You little rascal, how dare you disregard me? Tsunade grinned mischievously, seizing Shen Ye's ear and giving it a sharp tug. The sudden pain jolted Shen Ye awake. He sprang upright, gazing innocently at Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, you're hurting me. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade couldn't help but soften at Shen Ye's innocent expression, pulling him into her embrace for a comforting hug. This duel is of great importance to the village. You must give it your all and show the Uchiha clan the prowess of my little brother. Rest assured, Fugaku is not a match for me. Now fully awake, Shen Ye quickly tidied himself and headed towards the training grounds, where the throngs of spectators had already filled every available space. Shen Ye scratched his head, utterly astonished by the grand spectacle before him. A gathering more populous than the ceremony marking his promotion to Ch. Shen Ye has arrived. Someone in the crowd called out, and in an instant, the fervent throng fell into a hushed silence. Gradually, a path began to materialize before Shen Ye, as all eyes converged upon him. Although he had long since mastered the art of shamelessness, coupled with an innocuous appearance that allowed him to roam freely, he still felt a twinge of bashfulness under the collective gaze of so many. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Minato provided him with a reprieve, alongside Might Guy and Kakashi. They encircled Shen Ye, gradually guiding him towards the center of the training ground. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku awaited in the middle, his eyes brimming with a fierce desire for combat, interlaced with a hint of derision. Shen Ye surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling upon a multitude of familiar faces, former classmates, and several members of the Uchiha clan, who stood at the very back. The duelists had reached the center of the battleground, a place designated for their unrestrained display of prowess, and they were urged to take this contest seriously. A person whom Shen Ye had never encountered before stood between him and Uchiha Fugaku, articulating the rules and anticipated outcomes of the duel. However, Shen Ye paid little heed to the words being spoken. Shen Ye, so many eyes are upon you. I trust you have contemplated what lies ahead. Embrace the experience fully. Indeed, one must not succumb to despair over defeat. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, and both the family's honor and his own pride were undoubtedly at stake. Enough of this idle chatter. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see you beneath my feet. Shen Ye merely curled his lips and chose to disregard Fuyue, instead turning his head to nod reassuringly at Tsunade, signaling her not to worry about him. Upon receiving Shen Ye's signal, Tsunade felt her anxious heart ease somewhat, though a lingering thread of concern remained. Simultaneously, a radiant barrier emerged around the two combatants, seemingly a protective enchantment designed to deter outsiders from encroaching upon their duel, while safeguarding others from the repercussions of their fierce battle. The confrontation would persist relentlessly until one party succumbed or conceded defeat, regardless of the stakes involved. The third Hokage stood at the apex of the training ground, vocally announcing the commencement of the duel, yet everyone was acutely aware that, should true peril arise, the third would be the first to intervene. Shen Ye, prepare to meet your end. Fuyue's gaze suddenly sharpened as he swiftly dashed towards Shen Ye, a shuriken already drawn from his pocket. Shen Ye wore a nonchalant smile at the corners of his mouth, his arms crossed over his chest as he patiently awaited the arrival of Fujiwara before him. In the blink of an eye, a shuriken was poised to strike at Shen Ye's neck, causing those observing from outside to feel their hearts leap into their throats, fearing that the battle might conclude in that very instant. However, a sudden radiance enveloped Shen Ye, and his figure vanished from the spot, leaving no one with a clear understanding of what had transpired. Even the third Hokage, who had been closely observing the fight, shook his head in astonishment, for he had never encountered such a jutsu in his experience. It seemed akin to a sophisticated space-time technique. Did he truly believe that such a maneuver would lead to my demise? The voice of Shen Ye emerged behind Fugaku, his expression serene and untroubled by the recent events. What kind of sorcery did you employ? This is not a technique from the Hidden Leaf Village. How could you wield it with such finesse? There are countless wonders in the world that you have yet to witness. Must everyone seek your approval to innovate their jutsu? What? An innovative technique? Upon hearing Shen Ye utter these words, everyone outside gasped in astonishment. To create such a formidable space-time jutsu at such a young age was indeed remarkable. They finally comprehended why Fugaku had chosen to challenge Shen Ye. It was a contest between two prodigious ninjas, both reluctant to yield. Fugaku furrowed his brow, choosing not to prolong the debate. A mere 4 words had placed him at a disadvantage. Although regarded as a genius by the villagers, Fugaku, on the brink of becoming a chunin, had yet to develop a jutsu of his own creation. Since verbal prowess could not surpass Shen Ye's, Fugaku resolved to demonstrate through action what the consequences of provoking him would entail. With a swift motion, he hurled his shurikens towards Shen Ye. Chapter 74. The application of Flying Thunder God. During past training sessions, Fugaku had discerned that Shen Ye was quite inexperienced with shurikens. As the 2 shurikens flew forth, Fugaku believed that Shen Ye would merely evade them. Even if he chose to counter, he would resort to a chakra-consuming technique. However, contrary to expectations, Shen Ye merely smiled faintly and, with a speed surpassing Fugaku's, drew his shuriken and cast it into the air. With a resounding clang, the shurikens collided perfectly, altering their trajectory before gracefully descending onto the barrier, sliding toward the ground. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. To react with such precision in such a brief span of time and strike at the exact center of the shuriken was astounding. Such mastery could only be achieved by activating the Sharingan. Shen Ye was formidable. Having just become a genin, he could engage Fugaku in a back-and-forth exchange, suggesting that none of them would be his match. Indeed, to possess such strength shortly after graduation foretold an unstoppable ascent in the future. Tsunade, overhearing the surrounding murmurs, couldn't help but beam with pride. Shen Ye was her brother, and being praised by others brought her joy as his sister. Did you think my shurikens were still at that rudimentary stage? If you wish to challenge me, why not take the time to understand me fully? Fuyue furrowed his brow. For all along, the intelligence regarding Shen Ye had been relayed to him by his subordinates at the Ninja Academy, and he had never observed it firsthand. Contemplating this, Fuyue instinctively shifted his gaze outside to scrutinize his subordinate, who averted his eyes, unable to meet Fuyue's gaze. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Regardless of the outcome, he had to engage in battle with Shen Ye until the very last moment. Although Shen Ye had a solid foundation, having just been promoted to a lower ninja rank, he could only store a limited amount of chakra within himself. Fuyue was confident that he could decisively outmatch Shen Ye in ninjutsu. Our warm-up is nearly complete. Now comes the main event of the day. So be sure to relish every moment. Shen Ye remained silent, merely gesturing to Fuyue with a beckoning finger, indicating that he should proceed without hesitation. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fuyue's expression suddenly turned grave as he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling chakra from within and concentrating it into his mouth. Observing his seals, Shen Ye understood precisely what kind of ninjutsu was about to manifest before his eyes, and he recognized the method to counter it. The 5 elemental ninjutsu are interdependent, with water release holding a distinct advantage. However, Shen Ye had not acquired water release techniques from anyone, thus he was compelled to seek alternative strategies. During the brief interval while Fuyue was forming his seals, Shen Ye retrieved 2 shurikens marked with seals from his pocket. One he hurled directly at Fuyue, while the other he cast in a different direction. Fuyue snorted in disdain, mistakenly believing Shen Ye intended to disrupt his hand seals, prompting him to shift his body to the sides. A colossal fireball erupted from Fuyue's mouth, surging toward Shen Ye, the searing heat crashing against his face. So this is what it feels like to be assaulted by the great fireball technique. It is truly agonizing. Shen Ye shook his head gently, murmuring incantations under his breath. Yet his hands remained still as he awaited the arrival of the flames. In the blink of an eye, the fire was but a mere few centimeters away from him. And to all observers, it seemed there was no possibility for Shen Ye to evade. Flying Thunder God technique. The silhouette of Shen Ye vanished from the spot. Yet the surrounding flames blazed fiercely. Apart from the 3rd generation, no one witnessed Shen Ye's actions, and Fuyue began to swell with confidence. Surely, you do not naively believe that the battle, having only just commenced, would conclude so swiftly. Do you truly think such ninjutsu could possibly inflict harm upon me? The voice of Shen Ye echoed in Fuyue's ears, causing him to turn in alarm, abandoning the fire release technique. He soon discovered Shen Ye standing not far from him, precisely where he had just evaded the shuriken. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the shuriken on the ground bore distinct differences from ordinary ones. Given that I can conjure space-time ninjutsu, a mere teleportation should come as no surprise. Remain vigilant. In an instant, Shen Ye raised his fist and struck towards Fuyue's face without any prior indication, causing a rush of air that echoed around them. However, Fuyue, a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, possessed remarkably swift reflexes. The moment Shen Ye swung his fist, Fuyue promptly reacted. He swiftly sidestepped while raising one arm to shield his face, simultaneously launching his other hand to deliver a blow to Shen Ye's abdomen. The corners of Shen Ye's mouth curled into a subtle smile as the speed of his fist surged dramatically. With his other hand raised, he deftly blocked the point of Uchiha Fugaku's attack. Two resounding thuds echoed, yet neither party gained the upper hand, both sustaining the impact of a powerful blow to their arms. However, it was evident that Uchiha Fugaku was at a greater disadvantage. Under Shen Ye's precise control of chakra, his strength imperceptibly infiltrated Fugaku's meridians, a sensation the latter remained blissfully unaware of. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable power, it appears that challenging you was indeed the most judicious decision. In all its grandeur, the commotion you stirred to satisfy your own desires might, in the eyes of others, be perceived as your magnanimity. Shen Ye curled his lips, fully aware of the situation at hand, and resolved to teach this fellow a lesson, determined to deny him any opportunity to rise again. Even a genius ninja requires the harshness of reality to truly comprehend his own limitations. Although Fuyue is petty, Shen Ye would not stoop to his level. However, he could certainly take pleasure in vexing him after the battle, as he had already devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. Enough of your self-importance. Prepare to face my wrath. At that moment, the distance between the two was exceedingly close. Fuyue once again swung his fist and charged at Shen Ye, and in the blink of an eye, the two were entangled in combat. The onlookers gazed intently at the duel, fearful of missing even a fleeting moment of excitement. Time gradually passed, and neither Shen Ye nor Fuyue showed any signs of yielding. Both were evenly matched, unable to distinguish themselves in their physical prowess. It seemed that Shen Ye was far from the simpleton we had imagined. He continued to battle Fuyue without a hint of exhaustion. Naturally, one should not overlook who his brother is. Under my guidance, how could he possibly be weak? Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade, for in truth, she had never imparted any knowledge regarding training. Chapter 75. Determining the victor. Could it be that Shen Ye is actually holding his own against Fuyue in physical combat? The spectators were astonished that the two could contend for such an extended period. Most had believed Fuyue would easily defeat Shen Ye within a short time frame, and some had come merely to witness the famed Sharingan in action. Hardly anyone harboring confidence in this boy who had graduated from the Ninja Academy just 5 days prior. Yet the reality struck them like a thunderclap. The battle raged on with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Fuyue's serious expression revealed his struggle, while Shen Ye appeared remarkably composed. This boy has only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. This is truly incredible. His opponent is from the Uchiha clan. And look at Fuyue's Sharingan. It is activated. The commentary from the crowd drew attention to Fuyue's eyes, revealing the famed Sharingan known throughout the village, albeit in its single tomo form. Even so, that single tomo had significantly enhanced his capabilities in close-quarters combat, yet Fuyue did not seem to be faring well. Brother, I haven't eaten breakfast, and my strength exceeds yours. Did you not have dinner yesterday? In stark contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Shen Ye exuded a relaxed demeanor, as if he were merely indulging a child in a game. Enough of this bravado. Bow down to the illustrious Uchiha Fuyue. Fuyue was acutely aware that his physical prowess was not his strong suit. After delivering a swift uppercut, he promptly created distance between himself and his adversary, simultaneously forming hand seals to unleash the ninjutsu he had painstakingly honed over the past days. Ah, is it fire release again after creating distance? I shall not fall for such tricks as I did last time. One must concede that Fuyue, bearing the illustrious name of the Uchiha clan, possessed remarkable combat intelligence. Within a fleeting moment, he discerned the realm in which Shen Ye excelled and adeptly targeted his weaknesses. Alas, he was up against Shen Ye. As Fuyue retreated to prepare for his fire release, Shen Ye chose not to withdraw, but instead advanced boldly. Although fire release ninjutsu wielded tremendous power, it was not easily controlled. The necessity of maintaining distance arose from the fear of self-inflicted harm. Shen Ye capitalized on this very aspect, daring to close the gap with Fuyue. He was gambling on Fuyue's reluctance to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. At such close range, employing fire release would surely inflict harm on 1,000 enemies, while damaging oneself 800. However, Shen Ye had miscalculated. Despite witnessing Shen Ye's rapid approach, Fu Yue's hand seal movements remained unceasing, executed with even greater speed. My goodness, has this fellow lost his mind? In the depths of his heart, Shen Ye could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. He certainly did not wish to emerge from this encounter impaired. Yet, retreating was no longer an option. With remarkable swiftness, Shen Ye reached for the ninja pouch at his back, swiftly launching 4 shurikens to either side. Just at that moment, Fu Yu's hand seals came to completion. Observing this turn of events, Shen Ye furrowed his brow through his heightened perception. He sensed that Fu Yu's chakra was now double that of their previous encounter. However, there was no time for further contemplation as he rapidly withdrew. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, larger than Shen Ye himself, hurtled towards him with terrifying heat. Such fervor was indeed commendable. It appeared that Fu Yu, in an effort to avoid self-harm, had angled the trajectory of the fireball slightly downward rather than directly at Shen Ye. This minor deviation ultimately allowed Shen Ye to narrowly evade the attack. The colossal fireball grazed the hem of Shen Ye's garment before crashing into the ground before him, unleashing a formidable explosion that scattered dust across the arena. Even the once unyielding surface showed signs of cracking under the immense force. The power was sufficient, yet the accuracy fell just short. Shen Ye rolled over, extinguishing the flames enveloping him, and spoke sullenly to Fu Yu. Oh, is that so? However, the response to Shen Ye was not one of sympathy, but rather laced with a hint of mockery. This is bad. The scattered dust provided the perfect opportunity to unleash a ninjutsu. The earlier great fireball technique had merely been a diversion. As if to validate Shen Ye's suspicion, several crimson lights suddenly flickered amidst the swirling dust, seemingly imbued with life as they hurtled towards him. Fire release, poppy technique. Sparks flew from all directions. And even with Shen Ye's formidable strength, breaking free from this encirclement was impossible. What a clever tactic. In the face of the encroaching sparks, Shen Ye first admired Fu Yu's combat intelligence, then a cold smile crept across his lips. However, the onlookers could not perceive Shen Ye's expression. They could only witness the scene of him being cornered by the poppy technique. With a wave of his hands, the signature hat of the Hokage fell to the ground. Tsunade, come quickly. Tsunade, upon being called, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a strong reaction from the third Hokage. She had assumed Fu Yu would merely teach Shen Ye a lesson, not resort to genuine measures. But upon seeing the increasingly ominous flames of the poppy technique, she realized something was amiss, yet it was already too late. Uchiha, stop. However, the technique unleashed could not be cancelled. The third Hokage, having just activated the barrier, had no time to use water release. At least 4 or 5 fiery blossoms had already descended upon Shen Ye's location. Water release, water barrier. A jet of water materialized at the point where the flames converged, extinguishing the roaring fire in less than a second. Yet, when the third Hokage and Tsunade arrived, Shen Yu's figure had completely vanished. No, Tsunade, unable to bear it any longer, was overwhelmed by grief, having already lost one brother. Her feelings for Shen Ye were pure, not only filled with expectation but also with longing for her deceased sibling. Now, to have someone so cherished slip away again left her gasping for breath. You bastard, pay for Shen Ye's life. Wait, Tsunade. The third Hokage's call fell on deaf ears. Tsunade was beyond hearing anything at this moment, her chakra surging as she swung her fist, intent on avenging Shen Ye. However, when she reached Fu Yu, she was rendered speechless in shock. The unique mist created by the convergence of water and fire obscured everyone's vision, causing Tsunade's reasoning to falter as she fixated solely on the belief that Shen Ye had been reduced to ashes and sought vengeance. Yet, Shen Ye was now standing unharmed before everyone. Before them stood Fu Yu, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, his face etched with despair. A shuriken pressed firmly against his neck, wielded by none other than Shen Ye, whom everyone believed had been reduced to ashes. However, the Shen Ye before them was devoid of his earlier vigor, resembling a lump of coal extracted from the depths of a fiery pit. After a brief moment of shock, the onlookers quickly realized that this round of competition had been decisively won by Shen Ye. Though the means by which he achieved victory remained a mystery, it was clear that the title of genius was poised to change hands. Chapter 76. The moment obscured by dust. You worried me to death, you little rascal. Tsunade, brimming with pent-up frustration, unleashed her ire upon Shen Ye, delivering a flurry of mock punches to his chest. Of course, she refrained from applying any real force. Her gestures were merely symbolic, For had she struck with any true strength, even 10 lives would not suffice for Shen Ye's survival. Sister Tsunade, could you please ease your grip? Surely, you must have some awareness of your own strength. The words of Shen Ye left Tsunade feeling slightly embarrassed. Yet the somber atmosphere dissipated with his remark. You little rascal, how did you manage that? Do share with your sister. Hee, perhaps another time. Shen Ye replied as he released Uchiha Fugaku. It was evident from Fugaku's gaze that he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shen Ye, yet his respect far outweighed his hatred. Clearly, Shen Ye had subdued Fugaku with his prowess. Not only Fugaku was shaken, the spectators below were effusively cheering, having witnessed the battle of a prodigy. Though they could not discern how he had triumphed, there was no doubt that he would become another legendary figure in Konoha. Nearby, the third Hokage observed the scene without interrupting, allowing Shen Ye to revel in the joy of victory. All right, it was merely a match. Is it necessary to be so exuberant? Everyone disperse, he declared. However, the atmosphere below did not seem to affect Shen Ye on stage at that moment. He merely yearned to return home and change his attire, feeling somewhat unsightly, akin to a miner emerging from a coal pit. Such a promising student is truly a treasure one wishes to claim for oneself, echoed a sinister voice from a distance, belonging to Orochimaru, whose eyes gleamed with avarice. Oh please, do you think Tsunade would part with such a gem? Although he may not possess the qualities of a medical ninja, he remarked. In contrast to Orochimaru's greed, Jiraiya appeared more carefree. While he envied such a disciple, he recognized that the opportunity was too close to home for him to seize. My future disciples will certainly meet this standard, he joked. I shall focus on my research. Perhaps one day I can help you realize your ambitions. Really? Orochimaru inquired, confidence in his voice regarding the technology of artificial beings. On second thought, perhaps not, Jiraiya replied, casting a skeptical glance at Orochimaru. Although Jiraiya did not fully grasp the intricacies of such techniques, he suspected they were forbidden arts. Even Orochimaru was likely just boasting. However, after pondering Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya suddenly turned around, only to find that Orochimaru had already vanished without a trace. He wouldn't truly attempt that, would he? Unbeknownst to Shen Ye, events were unfolding backstage as he found himself helplessly manipulated by the third Hokage, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the proceedings. The third Hokage, oblivious to Shen Ye's thoughts, continued to raise his hand in triumph for the audience to admire this newly emerged star. Estimating that the crowd's enthusiasm had waned, the third Hokage finally released Shen Ye, but not before informing him that there might be a mission soon. He then returned to his duties. Upon returning home, Shen Ye received no respite. Tsunade seized him by the ear, demanding explanations. Sister Tsunade, please let go. If you pull any harder, I'll turn into a ninja with only an ear. You little rascal. How could you not tell your sister? You better clarify everything before you sleep. Observing Tsunade's earnest demeanor, Shen Ye realized that concealing the truth would be somewhat implausible. He promptly seized a clean garment and sprinted toward the training ground. Uncertain of Shen Ye's intentions, Tsunade assumed he was attempting to flee and pursued him. However, Shen Ye was not slow, and for a moment, Tsunade could not catch up. By the time Shen Ye halted, he had already reached the training area. What on earth have you brought me here for? Didn't you say you wanted to see what was happening? Tsunade queried, her focus entirely on Shen Ye. In truth, Shen Ye was not entirely adept with the technique he intended to employ. He succeeded only 6 or 7 times out of 10, and his earlier success was merely fortuitous. Nevertheless, even if this attempt failed, he had alternative strategies to secure victory. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ye swiftly retrieved 4 shurikens from his ninja pouch, fixating his gaze upon the wooden target before him. At that moment, Tsunade too was intently observing Shen Ye's movements. Suddenly, Shen Ye sprang into action. With a flick of his wrists, he launched the 4 shurikens in pairs. The first 2 soared toward the upper portion of the target, while the subsequent pair followed at an even swifter pace, catching up to the initial projectiles. Consequently, the first 2 collided with the wooden target, while the latter 2 were deflected into the unknown. Is it truly possible to utilize shurikens in such a manner? Tsunade was utterly astonished. She had witnessed countless techniques involving shuriken manipulation, but never had she encountered someone employing them in such an innovative way. Following this, he would merely need to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the location of the shurikens. Fearing further inquiries from Tsunade, Shen Ye busily searched for the remaining 2 shurikens while explaining, anxious that he might lose sleep later. Ah, I see now. The Uchiha boy has no one to blame for his defeat. However, that earlier move, the F-Senka, clearly aimed to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye paused momentarily, but quickly resumed his actions. Isn't it all trivial? If he were a wise individual, he would refrain from instigating trouble in the future. However, Shen Ye mentally noted the incident, contemplating that should Fugaku confront him again with insolence, he would not hesitate to let him experience the sensation of death. Yet, he pondered whether such an encounter would lead him to the intriguing Itachi. Let us proceed, Sister Tsunade. Even though everything has been meticulously planned, Shen Ye, still a mere child, finds herself compelled to bury these intentions deep within her heart. Should circumstances ever progress to that juncture, she will address them then. However, Tsunade, following closely behind Shen Ye, remains oblivious to the machinations within her mind. She perceives Shen Ye as possessing a strength beyond her years, yet retaining the innocence typical of her age, leaving Tsunade uncertain of how to impart wisdom to her. In this cruel world, even comrades cannot be wholly trusted. A notion that is both rational and irrational for a ninja, yet this era offers no alternative. Ultimately, Tsunade shakes her head, pondering that Shen Ye is still but a child, with future opportunities to converse with her. Thus, the two return home, each with their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a figure donned in a patterned cat mask and a dark cloak materializes at the spot where they once stood. The shadow attempts to replicate Shen Ye's kunai technique, only to meet with failure. Quite impressive indeed. It seems as though it is a compliment directed at Shen Ye, yet in the next moment, the figure vanishes without a trace. Chapter 77. B-Rank Mission. After 3 days of respite, the eagerly awaited mission finally arrives. On this morning, before dawn breaks, Tsunade rouses Shen Ye from her dreams with an urgent summons. What is the matter that it requires such haste? No prior notice? It's an urgent mission. The client has only recently arrived in Konoha and immediately issued this task. Upon hearing it is an urgent mission, Shen Ye, still bleary-eyed, becomes invigorated. Although the sequence of events deviates slightly from her memories, this is not her first foray into the realm of missions. 20 minutes later, guided by Tsunade, Shen Ye arrives at the Hokage's office, where 2 others are already present. Tsunade, you may return. I will handle the remaining arrangements, the 3rd Hokage instructs. Tsunade, confident in Shen Ye's abilities, does not linger, offering a few words of advice to ensure she does not go hungry on the journey before departing to gather the necessary supplies for Shen Ye's departure. Once Tsunade has left, the 3rd Hokage addresses the group. You are all the elite of our village, and I trust you are familiar with each other's names. Today marks your first collaboration on a mission. Take this opportunity during the journey to familiarize yourselves with one another's capabilities in preparation for the tasks that lie ahead. It was only at this moment that Shen Ye began to scrutinize the 3 individuals and 1 canine beside him. The leader, seated at the forefront, had his back turned and bore no discernible insignia, rendering his identity a mystery, though it would soon be revealed. The remaining 2, however, were easily identifiable. Hinata Hizashi, a formidable member of the younger generation of the Hyuga clan, and Inuzuka Kiba, who was accompanied by a ninja dog and was equally formidable. As Shen Ye appraised the 2, it was evident they were also observing one another. For all 3, the others were unfamiliar entities. Rest assured, Sensei, I shall endeavor to execute this mission flawlessly, came a familiar voice. Upon the figure turning around, it was none other than Orochimaru. As a devoted fan of Naruto, Shen Ye was well acquainted with the narrative, and having traversed into this world, he possessed insight into the general trajectory of the ninja realm's future. Although some details might be slightly hazy, one truth remained clear. Orochimaru was undoubtedly not a benevolent character. Yet, at present, none were privy to Orochimaru's true nature. What a stroke of misfortune! Though a pang of sorrow coursed through him, Shen Ye maintained an outward expression of delight, appearing exceedingly thrilled at the prospect of Orochimaru leading their team. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his placement under Orochimaru's command, both Inuzuka Kiba and Hinata Hizashi were pivotal characters who survived until the very end of Naruto, suggesting that this mission might not pose a significant threat. The client was Mr. Marizawa of the Land of Grass. They had reviewed the mission, which was categorized between C rank and B rank in difficulty. Due to the recent surge of events in the village, it was decided that a few lower-ranked ninjas would undertake it. However, with Orochimaru at the helm, in the presence of these capable individuals, it was certain that no harm would befall them. One could only wonder where the 3rd Hokage derived such confidence. With an encouraging expression, he dismissed any opportunity for debate and instructed them to prepare individually. Tsunade, why is Orochimaru the one leading this time? Shen Ye endeavored to maintain his composure, suppressing any unusual emotions as he casually inquired of Tsunade. I have heard that Orochimaru seems rather interested in you. It appears he has even forsaken his own research to personally accompany you on this mission. Tsunade, not delving too deeply into the matter, found it somewhat peculiar. Typically, Orochimaru exhibited an unwavering commitment to his studies, seemingly unconcerned even when adversaries approached his doorstep. Thus, his willingness to embark on a mission for the sake of a mere child seemed out of character. While the speaker was oblivious, the listener was acutely aware. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had specifically come for her, Shen Ye's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the bag Tsunade handed him. Even with his steadfast nature, the prospect of being ensnared by Orochimaru instilled a modicum of fear within him. However, the notion of being abducted by Orochimaru was not the most dreadful fate in Shen Ye's eyes. The true horror lay in the potential of becoming a subject of experimentation. Who could fathom what bizarre creations Orochimaru might cultivate in some clandestine laboratory? After all, those who attracted Orochimaru's attention seldom met favorable ends. Fear not, Tsunade reassured him. Orochimaru may appear somewhat intimidating, yet his pallid complexion has been consistent since I first met him. Over time, one becomes accustomed to it. Once you embark on this mission, you will discover that Orochimaru is, in fact, quite dependable. On the surface, Shen Ye appeared to have regained his composure after receiving some comfort, nodding slightly. Yet, within the depths of his heart, he was incessantly devising strategies on how to contend with such formidable individuals. Although his strength had significantly increased, it remained insufficient when faced with one of the legendary Sannin, the most formidable among them. After much contemplation, Shen Ye could not conjure any ingenious plans. However, time was of the essence. Before he knew it, the hour to gather at the village entrance had arrived. Tsunade, I will take my leave now. Please look after things at home. Go ahead, and upon your return, I shall treat you to a delightful feast. Such familial affection enveloped Shen Ye in warmth, further solidifying his resolve to survive in this world of ninjas, no matter the cost. Upon reaching the village entrance, he found himself to be the last to arrive. Noticing that the others had been waiting for quite some time. I must say, you are remarkably punctual, remarked an elderly gentleman as he stepped out from the gatehouse. Taking a moment to compliment Shen Ye. Wasn't I on time? Isn't that what matters? Shen Ye pointed to the pocket watch in his hand. It was merely the designated assembly time. And in fact, he had arrived a few seconds early. I have spent my funds from a B-rank mission. Can this fellow truly be relied upon? The old man, hunched with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an aura reminiscent of a sage imparting wisdom. Rest assured, Mr. Xiang Tian, Dreams A declared. Even with just one elite jonin, we can accomplish this B-rank mission. Consider these few as companions to alleviate your boredom. Faced with the old man's skepticism, Orochimaru quickly donned a smile, assuring that Konoha was entirely capable of fulfilling the task at hand. It was hard to envision that the cold and calculating Orochimaru could display such a facet. His words indeed reshaped Shen Ye's prior perception of him, yet a sense of wariness lingered in his heart. Upon hearing Orochimaru's remarks, Dreams A huffed disdainfully and strode ahead without a backward glance. Very well, let us depart. This marks your inaugural participation in a B-rank mission. Exercise caution at all times, for it shall serve as invaluable experience in your future endeavors. Despite his biases against Orochimaru, Shen Ye found himself in agreement with this sentiment. Our mission location is the Land of Grass. Once we reach the vehicle, Mr. Xiang Tian will elucidate the details of the assignment. Understood. The trio replied in unison. Chapter 78. The sudden onset of battle even without Dream Z's explanation. Shen Ye could surmise the nature of their mission. It was common knowledge in the ninja world to conceal one's skills and trump cards, particularly avoiding their casual deployment in everyday scenarios. However, for Shen Ye, who was well-versed in nearly all techniques of the Naruto universe, each individual appeared almost transparent before him. The Hyuga clan, renowned as the strongest family within Konoha, owed this reputation in part to the absence of the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, the Byakugan's capabilities were undeniably formidable. The Inuzuka clan's integration of ninja and their canine companions often yielded unexpected tactical advantages in battle. Yet, both clans shared another notable characteristic: exceptional reconnaissance abilities. Whether it be the Byakugan or the Inuzuka's acute sense of smell, both served as powerful means of intelligence gathering or counterintelligence. With these two, combined with his own remarkable speed and Orochimaru's uncanny infiltration skills, Shen Ye could ascertain that their mission was likely an infiltration operation. However, Mr. Xiang Tian seemed less than satisfied with these 11 or 12-year-olds as he trudged ahead in silence, seemingly uninterested in engaging the four in any discussions. Only Orochimaru occasionally approached to inquire if they needed a break. This old man is quite difficult to deal with after all this time. He still has revealed what the mission entails. Discussions regarding the client during missions are discouraged, as they may leave outsiders with a negative impression of Konoha. Despite Hinata Hayashi's verbal reprimands directed at Inuzuka Kiba, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt within himself. After all, up until now, apart from Orochimaru, no one knows what the mission entails. Shen Ye, I have heard that you triumphed over Uchiha Fugaku in a one-on-one duel. When might we have the opportunity to spar? Beside them, Inuzuka Tsum seemed restless, as though he could not bear idleness, perpetually eager to ignite a conversation. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi displayed an air of nonchalance, as if nothing pertained to him. During missions, are we not required to remain ever vigilant, conserving our strength for the foes that may appear at any moment? Although Shen Ye found this state of affairs rather tedious, he understood the necessity of conserving energy. For he had to contend not only with the unknown adversaries, but also with Orochimaru, whose thoughts remained inscrutable. On the journey, Shen Ye was filled with trepidation, his gaze never straying from the figure of Orochimaru ahead, who appeared to stroll leisurely as if meandering through a market. Remarkably, apart from the two brief remarks made upon departure, he had uttered nothing since. The two companions beside Shen Ye assumed that his anxious demeanor stemmed from the fact that it was his first B-rank mission, and thus refrained from probing further. Only Orochimaru, at the forefront, wore an enigmatic smile that left others perplexed. The vigilant presence of Shen Ye piqued Orochimaru's interest even further. As one of the elite ninjas from Konohagakure, Orochimaru possessed overwhelming strength, yet he refrained from employing forceful methods against Shen Ye. Perhaps only he was aware of his true intentions. While the three lower-ranked ninjas languished in boredom, a sudden scream erupted from the forefront, where Muke's Takeda stood, followed by the resounding noise of an explosion. What transpired? Before the trio could comprehend the situation, numerous figures emerged, surrounding them. At that critical moment, Orochimaru, who had been in their line of sight, vanished without a trace. Could it be that he had dispatched his subordinates? Oddly, instead of contemplating how to confront these assailants, Shen Ye found himself pondering the possibility of Orochimaru launching a surprise attack from the shadows. It was not surprising that Shen Ye harbored such wariness towards Orochimaru. His knowledge of history revealed the events unfolding in the world of Naruto. After the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had ceased to be solely dedicated to his village. His thoughts were consumed with the pursuit of immortality and the bizarre experiments he conducted, often recruiting ninjas for his endeavors, with few surviving the harrowing consequences. As Shen Ye contemplated these matters, his companions, a duo of formidable fighters, had already sprung into action. Byakugan, Kuromaru, let's go, they declared, entering battle mode, while Shen Ye remained still, merely gripping a kunai from his ninja pouch, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The adversaries encroaching upon them were not numerous. With the formidable combat prowess of Hinata Nichi and Inuzuka Kiba backing them, the enemies were swiftly vanquished. As Shen Ye surveyed the aftermath, a slight churn stirred within his stomach. Such occurrences were commonplace in the world of ninjas, yet for Shen Ye, who had grown up in a peaceful environment, this was his first intimate encounter with death since arriving in the Naruto realm. He struggled to suppress the urge to regurgitate his breakfast. I shall check on Mr. Takeda, he muttered, fabricating an excuse to distance himself from the bloodstained battlefield. He made his way to the spot where Muke's Takeda had cried out, only to find it deserted. Save for the severe remnants of the explosion that had occurred. Could it be that he had perished in the blast? But he had never heard of anything akin to landmines in the world of Naruto. And where could Orochimaru have vanished? Shen Ye continuously surveyed his surroundings. Yet apart from the vast pit before him, there was naught else in sight. Just as he sought to locate their mission's client, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way, followed by an eruption of force rivaling that of the formidable fireball of Fuji. Realizing the peril he faced, Shen Ye had no time for hesitation and swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a resounding crash, he found himself tumbling clumsily behind Inuzuka Joie. What transpired? Shen Ye? Inuzuka Joie, initially startled by the thunderous noise, felt her heart race at the unexpected appearance of Shen Ye behind her. Shen Ye rose and brushed off the dust from his clothing, stating, "There are explosives ahead, likely buried beneath the ground. The moment we step near, they will detonate. If I hadn't entrusted you both with my specially crafted shuriken earlier, I would probably be done for by now." Meanwhile, Hinata Nichi, having bound the remaining survivors, approached Shen Ye, prompting him to ponder whether this meant the client had. Shen Ye could only nod in resignation. Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible. However, the recent explosion had occurred quite a distance from Orochimaru, and considering his strength, escaping from the epicenter of such an explosion would hardly be a challenge for him. Why had he vanished? As the three were engulfed in confusion, a familiar, ominous voice resonated from above. Mr. Xiangtian can now surely believe in the capabilities of these young ones. They looked up to find Orochimaru perched on a nearby tree, gazing down at them, accompanied by none other than Meng Zhe Xiangtian. Chapter 79. Mission details. Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, the other two visibly relaxed. However, Shen Ye secretly wished for Orochimaru's swift demise. Although Orochimaru had expressed intentions to contribute to the village later on, his current ideologies were undeniably perilous. Merely a bunch of brats. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have already turned to ash. Indeed, but I'm still here, am I not? In response to Orochimaru's words, the stubborn elder reluctantly nodded in agreement. Once Mr. Xiangtian acknowledged him, Orochimaru effortlessly lifted him and leapt down from the tree. Inazukitsum, ever the fiery spirit, immediately questioned. So these individuals were sent here merely to test our strength? During the earlier confrontation, she seemed to have emerged unscathed, while Kuromaru had suffered a cut on his lip. Although Shen Ye inspected the wound and found it not to be deep, the continuous bleeding made it appear quite serious. Fortunately, with Tsunade having provided a medical kit, Shen Ye managed to administer basic treatment to Kuromaru's injury. These individuals were not of our choosing. They are indeed sent by our enemies. This brings us to the details of your mission. After stating this, Orochimaru glanced at Meng Zhe Xiangtian, signaling him to elaborate on the task at hand. Clearing his throat, Meng Zhe Xiangtian understood Orochimaru's intent and gently prompted the group to redirect their attention from the captives. Adjacent to the village where I reside lies a mountain harboring a rare mineral known as Thunderstone. This Thunderstone can be utilized for myriad purposes beyond the imagination of the outside world, including the crafting of weapons or enhancing our daily lives. At this point, Meng Zhe Xiangtian paused, his expression gradually revealing a hint of melancholy. The fleeting moment of desolation was but a brief interlude, soon followed by the endeavor to elucidate matters to a few individuals. However, a certain organization, dedicated to the procurement of weaponry, had set its sights upon the ley lines near our village. Initially, they sought to purchase the entire mountain, yet this was the sole lifeline for our community. Without the ley stones, our survival beyond a season would be in jeopardy. So, if you refuse to sell, do they resort to thievery? Inexorably impatient with the elderly man's languid speech, Inazuka, seated nearby, interjected. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the realm of commissioned tasks. Numerous entities often clashed over rare resources, prompting others to seek assistance in resolving conflicts. It was not merely theft. They had seized the entirety of our village's populace, coercing the men into labor while relegating the women to servitude for their pleasures, leaving the likes of us, the elderly, to languish in neglect. At this juncture, tears welled in Meng's eyes, revealing the poignant tales of sorrow intertwined with their plight. Yet, Shinai was not beguiled by these tears. After a meticulous analysis, he retrieved his ninja handbook and perused it earnestly for a moment before inquiring, shouldn't this be classified as an A-rank mission? He gestured toward the task classification guide on a preceding page, which clearly delineated that assisting other nations or villages in resolving their predicaments fell under the A-rank category. Thus, only one conclusion remained. This old man had deceitfully misrepresented the mission's rank to economize on costs. In the depths of his heart, Shen Ye shook his head, realizing that such occurrences are frequent within the world of Naruto, yet experiencing it firsthand revealed just how disconcerting it truly was. The classification of missions does not always adhere to the rigid guidelines outlined in manuals. This particular mission was indeed applied for as an A-rank task by Mr. Tan, but it was subsequently downgraded to B rank by the task analyst. Orochimaru's explanation struck Shen Ye as somewhat peculiar. However, since it had been thoroughly analyzed, it indicated that this mission was not exceedingly difficult, and all that was required was to proceed with it. So, what exactly is our mission this time? The ever-silent Hinata Hizashi could no longer contain himself. If this old man continued, he would likely weep until dawn. Thus, I hope that the ninjas of Konoha can rescue our villagers, and as for whether we can reclaim the Thunderpulse, it is of little consequence. The safety of our people is paramount. Dreamze finally ceased his weeping, though his speech remained trembling. Who are these people? At last, someone recalled the captives, and Shen Ye brought forth an individual who appeared to be the leader, stating, "These individuals should belong to the organization you mentioned." Although the team that came to intercept them consisted of more than a dozen members, their strength was evidently lacking, despite their numbers. They failed to inflict any harm upon the trio, even in the absence of Orochimaru. It was clear that Tan was uncertain about how to handle these individuals. Shifting his hesitant gaze toward Orochimaru, who responded with a sly smile, indicating he had formulated a plan. "Please proceed ahead. It is unlikely that anyone will arrive shortly. I will take care of these individuals." Though both Nichi and Joao were exceedingly curious about Orochimaru's subsequent actions, they chose to heed his instructions and continued onward with Mr. Mune. Meanwhile, Shen Ye, under the pretense of surveying the vicinity for any lurking foes, diverged from the trio and dashed in the opposite direction. Once assured that the others were oblivious to his presence, Shen Ye circled back, feeling the necessity to keep a watchful eye on Orochimaru. After all, such a menace lingering in the village was akin to a ticking time bomb. If he could unearth evidence to apprehend him sooner rather than later, it would be most fortuitous. Concealed beneath the foliage, Shen Ye adeptly masked his aura, revealing merely an eye to scrutinize Orochimaru's every movement. However, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. The ninjutsu employed by Orochimaru struck Shen Ye as grotesque, and witnessing it firsthand was a vastly different experience from observing it on a screen. Orochimaru, having performed an unknown set of hand seals, transformed into a being over twice his original height, with a gaping maw large enough to devour a person whole, swallowing the group entirely. Strangely, even after consuming them, there was no discernible change in his form, as though another dimension resided within him, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Yet, instead of making an exit, Orochimaru remained stationary, erupting into maniacal laughter that was chilling to the core. Shen Ye momentarily feared he had been discovered. "Do not hide. I have long seen you," Orochimaru taunted, revealing that his suspicion was indeed correct. However, the consequences of revealing himself were all too clear. He could very well become a specimen in Orochimaru's collection. Chapter 8. Deception. As Shen Ye grappled with his predicament, a figure suddenly erupted from the underbrush beneath him, fleeing with astonishing speed, only to split into three and scatter in different directions. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Having already discerned the individual's presence, Orochimaru would not allow an easy getaway. His lower body morphed into that of a serpent, slithering with an agility that belied his appearance, rapidly closing the distance to the fleeing figure. The individual, taken aback by Orochimaru's formidable prowess, momentarily faltered before hurling two shurikens towards him. A flurry of shurikens launched from three separate angles. Typical individuals would have retreated, granting the escapee a chance. However, Orochimaru, embodying the essence of a snake, evaded the barrage at angles impossible for an ordinary person. The figure, witnessing this, fell into a panic, but alas, Orochimaru was already upon him. Before he could react, Orochimaru's hands transformed into a multitude of serpents, ensnaring all three fleeing shadows effortlessly. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. "Speak. Who are you, and what is the purpose of your surveillance?" Having captured all three figures, Orochimaru transformed back from a colossal serpent into his human form, though the small snakes coiling around his hands remained unchanged, even becoming more agitated during his interrogation. "Humph. The ninjas of Konoha possess remarkable skills, but do you believe this will compel me to surrender?" Upon finishing his statement, the man in the middle bit down forcefully, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness, evidently having concealed a poisonous capsule within his mouth. After the man collapsed, the other two figures instantly dissipated in puffs of white smoke, revealing themselves to be mere shadow clones. Orochimaru displayed no visible reaction to the death of the man before him, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. After surveying his surroundings, he disregarded the man's corpse and sprinted towards the direction of the three individuals who had been observing him. Once Orochimaru's figure faded from sight, Shen Ye leapt down from the tree and approached the lifeless body. Driven by curiosity regarding the mission, Shen Ye thoroughly searched the man, only to find no items that could confirm his identity. The sole remarkable object was a luminous stone, which appeared quite unique and was carefully tucked away in the man's pocket. Shen Ye seized it and tucked it into his own possession before hastening to follow in Orochimaru's footsteps to rejoin his teammates. Upon returning to the group, he eagerly inquired, "What news? Have you made any new discoveries?" In the shadowy depths of the night, Shen Ye resolutely shook his head while feeling the stone in his pocket. There were no adversaries left, It seemed that the recent skirmish had been the entirety of the threat. How weak, he muttered, hearing Shen Ye's words. Claw displayed a hint of disdain, evidently finding this mission exceedingly dull. Let us swiftly rescue those villagers and bring this to an end. However, caution was prudent. One could not underestimate the strength of the individuals they might encounter, even if they were not from foreign ninja factions. Rija maintained his usual composure, and this time, Shen Ye unconditionally supported Rija's assertions. After Orochimaru had dealt with the voyeur, Shen Ye felt an unsettling notion that this mission was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Rija was correct. We must remain ever vigilant regarding our tasks, sustaining this state until completion. Yes, understood, Lord Orochimaru. By the way, how did you handle those individuals? Humph. Are you eager to conclude the mission now? Orochimaru responded to Inuzuka Claw with a slight smile before awkwardly shifting the topic. After more than 3 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the village of Mengzi-Xiangtian. Contrary to Xiangtian's description of a paradise, they were greeted by the unmistakable scent of conflict. The streets were strewn with forcibly broken doors and collapsed structures. Not a soul was in sight during the daylight hours, and in the corners, one could faintly see dried bloodstains. In the face of this scene, Mengzi-Xiangtian's shock was no less than that of his companions. Disbelief marred his features, as if the village had undergone a cataclysmic transformation in his brief absence. Yet, to become a true ninja, mere acting skills were insufficient. One also required substantial knowledge. Although Shen Ye and the others recognized that the old man's despair was feigned, they chose not to expose it, curious to see what he would say next. The old man dashed into a nearly demolished house, rummaging through the debris while calling out a name. Long, where are you, Long? However, silence awaited him. Mr. Xiangtian, if you have something to say, please do so. Sitting on the ground is detrimental to your health. Despite knowing it was a performance, Shen Ye approached and assisted the old man to his feet. Who is Long? If you wouldn't mind, could you describe her to us? We can help you find her. Long is my daughter. My old partner left early, and I raised her all by myself. I have become quite an elderly man, with little left to hope for in this life, placing all my aspirations upon Long. However, now, as I spoke, tears welled up in my eyes, prompting those around me to come forward and offer comfort. Yet, behind the scenes, their exchanged glances revealed an understanding that this matter was far from simple. 10 days ago, I had instructed her to hide, no matter what transpired, for that group would seize anyone who was not an elderly or a child. The absence of Long now could only mean she had been captured. At that moment, Inuzuka Zaku, who had been anxiously scanning the surroundings outside the small dwelling, stepped inside and reassured me. Do not fret. Perhaps she merely stepped out. Do you possess any of your daughter's belongings? I can assist you in locating her. Upon hearing Zaku's words, I was startled, though my shock seemed more akin to fear than joy. After a brief moment of astonishment, I quickly responded, yes, indeed. I then rose to fetch a somewhat worn scarf and handed it to Zaku, who promptly passed it to Kuro. The scent of the scarf had faded significantly, making the tracking quite challenging. Do you have anything she has used recently? That dog can talk. Mr. Sakita's expression was one of sheer disbelief, revealing his genuine surprise for the first time. Fear not, this is my companion. A talking creature is not uncommon in the realm of shinobi. Gradually regaining his composure after the initial shock from Kuro, Mr. Sakita fell silent, evidently taken aback by the abilities of the little creature he had previously underestimated. Observing the turmoil on Mr. Sakita's face, Shen Ye understood that maintaining a lie necessitated further deception, ultimately leading to a convoluted web of untruths that would be difficult to untangle. If Mr. Sakita were to utter more fabrications, it would leave everyone little choice but to return home. Chapter 81. The village's past in the end. Mr. Sakita succumbed to a sigh of resignation. Very well, I confess, I deleted your presence. In truth, even if you hadn't mentioned it, we had already discovered it upon entering the village. Shen Ye observed that the old man had finally conceded and stepped forward to elucidate. What? Do you mean to say that my words lack veracity? Your performance is commendable. However, the dilapidated house and the bloodstains suggest that this place has been in disrepair for at least several months. Why then do you insist on my continued participation? Xiangtian expressed his bewilderment, feeling as powerless as a child before adults in the presence of these ninjas. In response, Shen Ye provided clarity. You are our employer. We can only choose to comply or abstain from your requests. Even when we know your words to be false, we must still execute them. Upon hearing this, Mengzi Xiangtian sighed, seemingly filled with regret for his earlier actions. It is no wonder they say that the ninjas of Konoha possess high moral standards. It appears to be true. You flatter me, yet I implore you to speak plainly about what transpired. Despite appreciating Xiang Tian's flattery, the group understood that for ninjas, the mission remained paramount. In truth, I did not intend to deceive you. It was merely that the bandits employed formidable tactics. I feared that if they discovered I had escaped, my family and I would be in grave danger. As Mengzi Xiang Tian spoke, he tidied up the long-neglected dwelling, seemingly engulfed in memories of the elderly. About 3 months ago, a young fugitive arrived in our village. We were unaware of his identity, but he was severely injured, and without prompt intervention, he would have perished within a day. The old man, noticing that everyone was attentively listening, gestured towards the makeshift bed he had cleared, inviting them to sit and rest. The boy we rescued soon recovered and expressed profound gratitude. However, his pursuers followed closely behind, declaring him a rogue ninja and demanding our cooperation in his capture. A glimmer of reminiscence filled Mengzi Xiang Tian's eyes, as if the tale had unfolded just yesterday. As time passed, we recognized that he was not a villain. Yet, outnumbered and outmatched, we could only covertly assist his escape. Shen Ye nodded in understanding. Such occurrences are commonplace in the world of ninjas, especially given that the land of grass is a small nation ensnared amidst many conflicts. Undoubtedly, the presence of a fugitive ninja here was entirely plausible. Each village, however, possesses its own hunting squads, specifically tasked with pursuing former comrades. The members of such squads are typically ruthless, and encounters with them rarely end well. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Xiang Tian and his companions to find themselves in dire straits. After we allowed the boy to escape, the pursuing squad followed suit. We believed we had performed a noble deed, only to realize that our good intentions had invited calamity upon us. Before long, the ninja we had rescued returned, accompanied by a formidable entourage, having summoned them from an unknown location, all due to our previous assistance in leading him to witness the wonders of the Thunderstone. As I spoke of the Thunderstone, Shen Ye couldn't help but recall the softly glowing stone held by the individual who ambushed Orochimaru. Upon utilizing chakra detection, he discerned that the stone possessed only conductive properties. Why would a rogue ninja display interest in such an object? My apologies to Mr. Mukase. But for missions involving ninjas from other nations, it would be prudent to seek assistance from one's own compatriots rather than venturing to Konohagakure. I, too, inquired about this matter. The individuals subsequently recruited were not ninjas, with the sole exception of the earlier exiled rogue. However, I remain unaware of their country of origin. Thus I was compelled to contact the neighboring great nations. Orochimaru's question struck at the heart of the issue, although Mukase's response was not flawed. The credibility would have been considerably higher had he not previously deceived many. After hearing Mukase's words, the group seemed to acquire a fresh understanding. Indeed, the mission itself had not altered, merely the background of Mr. Mukase appeared somewhat different. Nevertheless, this is easily addressed, as ninjas are tasked with completing missions rather than investigating others' backgrounds. Following a brief analysis, Orochimaru rose and inquired of Mukase, "Where is this ley line located? And what is its nature?" Our primary objective in this mission is to rescue. Should those bandits confront us aggressively, we shall eliminate them outright. Judging by the assailants encountered earlier, their combat prowess was hardly formidable. If all proceeded smoothly, we could swiftly eradicate them. Upon hearing that immediate action was required, Mr. Mukase was filled with excitement, promptly rising and leading a few individuals outward, all the while expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your willingness to trust me. The ley line lies not far from our village, merely a mountain's traverse away. However, it is frequently guarded, and if we proceed recklessly, we shall surely be discovered." "How many of them are there?" Shen Ye suddenly realized a pressing issue, although those individuals were not particularly formidable. There is a saying that a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. If there were hundreds, or even thousands, it would take quite some time for the four to eliminate them, even if they merely stood still. In response, Xiang Tian hesitated momentarily before uttering a statement that left everyone astonished, perhaps 400 to 500. Noticing the shock on their faces, he quickly added, "Initially, when they occupied our territory, there were only about 30 of them. However, for reasons unknown, their numbers have steadily increased. By the time I managed to escape a month ago, there were at least 200, and now, it must be over 300. Truly, one fears what one dreads." If the numbers were indeed that great, a more prudent strategy would be necessary. "Shen Ye, you and Richa should proceed to scout the area nearby. Joie, accompany me." We will observe the surroundings and stand by to support them. Let us reconvene here in an hour. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, would not guarantee a safe retreat in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Thus, for the sake of caution, a plan was formulated, albeit a rather rudimentary one, indicating that Orochimaru did not regard this ragtag band with much seriousness. Indeed, Shen Ye thought, nearly applauding at the prospect of not having to align himself with Orochimaru, though he restrained his enthusiasm in front of the others. Let us proceed. With those words, the four dispersed from the doorway of the small house as twilight descended, marking an opportune moment for executing their stealth mission. Amidst the relentless rush of the two in the dark night, the previously taciturn Risha suddenly spoke. I have heard that you have defeated a talented peer from the Hyuga clan? Oh? Shen Ye had long forgotten the unfortunate soul he had vanquished upon arriving in this world to allow the sun, moon, and stars to rest. It was only after a moment of contemplation that the memory resurfaced. Indeed, there was such an occurrence. Chapter 82, The Exploration Mission. He was a companion of considerable ability from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, named Hinata Chinhua. I acquiesced to his request to engage in a friendly contest with you. Shen Ye's expression darkened momentarily. If you wish to engage in a contest with me, simply state it directly. There is no need to involve others. Admittedly, that person may possess a certain navet, yet he stands firm in his convictions, exhibiting true valor. So, you intend to seek an opportunity to challenge me, I see. Such a chance will undoubtedly arise, though now is not the opportune moment. Richa evidently holds a favorable impression of Shen Ye, responding with a tone imbued with courtesy. The two conversed as they traversed to the rear of the great mountain, where they could faintly discern the entrance of a cave on the other side. This must be the Thunder Pulse, I presume. Richa, can your Byakugan perceive what lies beyond? Upon hearing Shen Ye's inquiry, Richa activated his chakra with a firm declaration, Byakugan. In an instant, the veins at the corners of his eyes bulged, revealing the unique Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. While the view was not entirely clear, it seemed that the defenses at the cave entrance were not particularly formidable. We can approach a bit closer for further observation. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. After speaking, Shen Ye placed his hand on Richa's shoulder and gave it a couple of reassuring pats, expressing his gratitude for Richa's hard work. It's nothing. Let us advance and survey the area. As he spoke, Richa discreetly shook off Shen Ye's hand from his shoulder, clearly uncomfortable with such intimate gestures. Nevertheless, Shen Ye appeared quite pleased. System, did I just acquire any skills? It is noteworthy that the Byakugan, akin to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, possesses an intimidating prowess within the Naruto universe. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, the ultimate antagonist in later stages, wields this surveillance capability. However, the system's response left Shen Ye somewhat disheartened. Skill acquired, Heavenly Spin, cooldown time, 30 minutes. Although this Heavenly Spin can indeed be deemed a remarkable technique, seamlessly merging offense and defense, it pales in comparison to the might of the Byakugan itself. Nevertheless, it is a fortunate outcome. Had I inadvertently acquired a skill like the 8 trigram 64 palms without possessing the Byakugan, it would have been a complete waste of this opportunity. Shaking his head, Shen Ye resolved to ponder less and swiftly followed the advancing Richa. There are few enemies ahead. I will attract their attention directly, while you strike from behind for a decisive blow. Let us ensure they do not signal for reinforcements, as I have heard that speed and strength are your strong suits. Shinai nodded slightly. It was evident that Richa had conducted thorough research on his abilities in advance, allowing for such familiarity. However, this proved advantageous, as their collaboration was seamless. In an instant, the two dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Shinai made his way toward the divine cave from another direction, while some individuals behind him, sensing an opportunity for a strategic retreat, left behind the necessary seals for the Flying Thunder God technique. Before long, Shinai arrived at the predetermined location, patiently awaiting Richa to create a sound ahead, signaling the opportune moment for his own entrance. Yet, to err on the side of caution, Shinai began to activate his sage mode, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. As Shen Ye prepared, the sounds of a struggle soon echoed from the front, swiftly followed by chaos as numerous individuals armed with various weapons emerged from the cave entrance. What is happening? It seems someone is approaching, and they appear to be ninjas. You must hurry back and summon reinforcements. Upon uttering these words, one individual dashed toward the source of the commotion, while the one who had questioned him sprinted in the opposite direction, presumably to seek out allies. Having stealthily eavesdropped on the two, Shen Ye chose not to reveal himself but instead followed the one heading for reinforcements, intent on discovering the stronghold of these individuals. Within minutes, the man slipped into a nearby grove, and as Shen Ye peered into the thicket, he was astonished to find a well-established hideout nestled within the mountains. Constructed in such a short span of time by these people, just as the burly man was about to reach his destination, Shen Ye swiftly approached and incapacitated him with a decisive strike, dragging him deep into the forest. It appeared that this was indeed the lair of the group, and their defenses were commendably robust. Gaining entry would prove challenging. Thus, he decided to leave a mark first. Shen Ye found a discreet location nearby to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal, taking precautions to conceal it afterward. He then gazed in the direction from whence he had come. The distance between the grove and Shandong was not great. However, the towering trees between them muffled all sounds, which explained why even Shen Ye had sensed nothing amiss from that side. It was time to return and assist Uchiha. With this thought, Shen Ye employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing behind Uchiha. Why have you arrived so late? Although there were not many adversaries before Uchiha, the ground was littered with over a dozen fallen foes. We shall discuss matters later. For now, let us resolve the enemies at hand. In a swift motion, Shen Ye was unable to explain himself as he exerted immense force, sending a bandit, who had intended to launch a surprise attack from the side, flying. Uchiha observed Shen Ye instantly plunge into battle and merely shook his head lightly. These adversaries were no match for them. What vexed him was that Shen Ye had seemingly begun to earn a favorable impression, only to breach their agreement in an instant, an act unbecoming of a reliable companion. Nonetheless, he concealed his frustration and continued to face the enemies ahead. Within mere minutes, both had vanquished their foes, leaving only one survivor, whom they bound to extract information. Speak. What is your origin? The man, displaying a tough demeanor, remained silent throughout their efforts, only to retort defiantly, "If you have the ability, just kill me," before lapsing back into silence. The two exchanged glances, clearly inexperienced at interrogation. At that moment, Shen Ye couldn't help but wish for Ibiki's presence. Unfortunately, reality seldom aligns with imagination, and they had to strive to elicit a response from him. Even employing methods such as tickling proved futile. Just as they found themselves at a loss, a sudden sound of a signal flare shot up from behind them. With a startled turn, they saw a figure among the fallen, brandishing a signal launcher and howling to the sky, indifferent to their gaze. "You little brats think you can stop us. Soon, you shall witness the prowess of the mountain heroes." Shen Ye couldn't help but laugh at this proclamation. Mountain heroes? Were they not merely bandits? Furthermore, had their numbers not been greater, they would have stormed in long ago. Alas, events were unfolding far more complexly than Shen Ye had anticipated. Chapter 83. The terrifying troops let us retreat for now. I see a considerable flow of chakra rapidly approaching from the woods beyond that signal flare. The newcomers likely possess formidable strength. Uchiha's words prompted Shen Ye to shelve his disdain. It was indeed not the time to linger. Let us execute a strategic withdrawal. With that, Shen Ye cast a glance at the defiant man they had just helped. Shaking his head, taking him along was evidently not a prudent choice. His attention shifted to the individual who had launched the signal flare. "You may await your demise." At this moment, the man remained oblivious to his perilous situations, believing wholeheartedly that the two would be intimidated into fleeing by his signal. Yet, what awaited him was the gaze of death itself. "What do you intend to do?" Without further ado, Shen Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha and approached the bound man, delivering a swift blow to render him unconscious. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha mirrored this action with the other individual. "Let us depart. This place is no longer safe." After speaking of the day's affairs, Uchiha appeared ready to flee. Yet Shen Ye placed a hand upon his shoulder, saying, "There is no need for haste. I wish to assess the strength of this group first." Shen Ye had always felt that their prowess was underestimated. Could a mere 30 individuals truly subdue an entire village if they were merely ordinary folk? If Shen Ye's instincts were correct, the reinforcements that had arrived were likely mere fillers. It was the initial 30 who possessed genuine elite strength. Or perhaps this group wielded some extraordinary weaponry that endowed them with superior combat capabilities. Have you lost your senses? Remaining here to be surrounded? Do you think you can easily escape from the encirclement of hundreds? Uchiha retorted, "Have you forgotten that I am a ninja renowned for my speed?" In response to Uchiha's skepticism, Shen Ye merely smiled. The Flying Thunder God technique's marker had been left in the woods from whence they came. With a mere exertion of chakra, he could transport both of them instantaneously, even amidst a throng of thousands. Seeing Shen Ye's unwavering confidence, Richa chose to trust him. For a man capable of defeating the genius Uchiha Fugaku must possess an array of formidable techniques. Before long, Richa, with his Byakugan activated, alerted Shen Ye that the individuals in the distance had arrived. Our prepared traps should be on the verge of activation. As soon as the words of the Divine Knight fell, a piercing scream echoed from the distant woods, the result of the rudimentary trap devised by the two, utilizing their last remaining shuriken and kunai. This confirmed the prowess of the group they faced. Dubbed a rudimentary trap, it was indeed quite simplistic. Anyone with a modicum of training would easily evade it. Unfortunately, this particular group lacked formal training. However, the scream was short-lived, fading quickly, as it was evident that the others had prepared themselves, making it increasingly unlikely for them to fall victim to the trap. Did you two little brats ambush the mine? The man clad in blood-red armor clearly underestimated the two, but his expression shifted upon noticing the forehead protectors of Konoha adorning their brows. These two brats are ninjas from Konoha. Enter a state of emergency. With the commander's shout, nearly 100 members of the group swiftly drew their swords. What, is there a new discovery? Daylight inquired, noticing Shen Ye's interest in the blade. In silence, Shen Ye withdrew a stone from his embrace, and to their astonishment, the faint glow emanating from it seemed to intensify amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Before the two could comprehend the phenomenon, the group before them charged forth, their katanas slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh that sent shivers down their spines. In a perilous moment, Shen Ye narrowly evaded a deadly blade, which subsequently struck the ground, cleaving a precise incision into the hard marble surface. Both individuals gasped in astonishment. The guards at the entrance had not wielded such terrifying weaponry before. The previous strikes had scarcely left a trace upon the ground, highlighting the stark contrast in lethality. Air palm. After a fierce skirmish, Richa's stamina appeared undiminished. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, this latest air palm attack lacked the previous impact, merely pushing the foe back a couple of steps. Remarkably, the adversary seemed unfazed, charging forward again as if nothing had occurred. How could this be? Shen Ye, though baffled, was aware that the Hyuga clan's unique technique involved channeling chakra into the enemy's body in a forceful manner, causing discomfort even without visible wounds. This was evident from previous encounters, yet this particular foe appeared as impenetrable as a fortress, utterly unaffected. Undeterred, Shen Ye retaliated with a powerful punch after dodging another blade. But despite the immense strength behind it, the expected outcome was not achieved. The opponent was merely sent sprawling, only to rise again after a brief struggle. However, this time, he did not advance, but instead trailed silently behind the others, indicating that Shen Ye's strike had indeed caused him some pain. Damn it, we can't win. We must retreat. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Shen Ye realized that the situation had escalated beyond their capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, Richa had already fought and retreated to a considerable distance, leaving them surrounded by an innumerable legion of armored foes. In desperation, Shen Ye resolved to unleash his secret technique. Without warning, his hands transformed into countless serpents, hissing at the enemies before him. Serpent shadow hands. Shen Ye was acutely aware of the formidable power of this binding technique, nearly invincible in one-on-one confrontations. However, against a multitude, its efficacy faltered, but at this moment, he merely sought to instill fear. As anticipated, the sight of Shen Ye's hands morphing into serpents struck terror into the hearts of the crowd. Some retreated in haste, while others fainted from sheer fright. What a splendid opportunity. In a swift motion, Shen Ye employed the shadow serpent hand technique, darting towards Richa, causing the armored troops obstructing their path to be utterly terrified. Richa, seize that captive. Upon hearing Shen Ye's command, Richa turned back, initially startled by Shen Ye's hand, but quickly regained his composure. He retrieved the discarded captive with one hand, while clearing a path towards Shen Ye with the other. At the moment they converged, Shen Ye transformed one hand back into a normal arm while ensnaring an armored soldier with the other, instantly activating the Flying Thunder God technique. A series of thuds echoed as bodies hit the ground, and when the two regained their senses, they found themselves back in the grove near the small village. Chapter 84. Report what transpired. Both Richa and Shen Ye collapsed onto the ground in the grove, utterly exhausted. The intensity of the battle had undoubtedly consumed an immense amount of chakra, given their current reserves. It was a miracle they had lasted this long. One more minute would have been impossible. Shen Ye shook his head in response to Rich's inquiry, expressing his bewilderment at the sudden surge in combat prowess exhibited by this group of individuals. He cast a glance towards the armored soldier, who lay unconscious from being thrown, his face a mixture of admiration and confusion. The weaponry wielded by these armored troops was evidently crafted from thunderstone, a fact Shen Ye discerned at first sight upon observing the luminous armor and weapons adorning them. Yet, could the properties of thunderstone truly be so formidable? With this question lingering in his mind, Shen Ye meticulously stripped the armored soldier of his formidable attire, dismantling the intimidating armor piece by piece. However, for reasons unknown, Shen Ye felt that the armor did not radiate the same brilliance it had when he first encountered it at the Shandong Gate. Upon delivering a powerful punch to the armor, he was astonished to discover that it was far from the nearly invincible armor he had previously witnessed. Accompanied by Shen Ye's immense strength, the once dreaded armor shattered into countless fragments upon impact, losing its earlier formidable presence. Why was this the case? Not only Shen Ye, but even the usually composed Uchiha widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, the soldiers they had just faced moments ago appeared nearly identical. And yet the armor's strength had inexplicably diminished from near invincibility to fragility in the span of a mere minute. Even though Shen Ye's ordinary strength was considerable, this was sufficient to demonstrate a dramatic decrease in the armor's defensive capabilities. However, despite their astonishment, neither of them could fathom the reasoning behind this phenomenon. They could only store their questions for later, waiting until they returned to the village to regroup with Orochimaru for further deliberation. Is it not time for us to return to the village? Shen Ye estimated the time. It had been nearly an hour since the two of them set out. If Orochimaru and Zhua were fortunate, they should have already returned to the village. Nichon nodded in agreement, and the two of them hurried back to the dilapidated village of Xiangtian, carrying two captives. Upon their return, they immediately sensed a much livelier atmosphere than before. Upon closer inspection, they discovered Xiangtian embracing a young woman, weeping profusely, surrounded by a dozen or so people, with Orochimaru and Zhua among them. Confused, they were unsure of the situation until Zhua wrinkled his nose and dashed over upon seeing their return. The commotion you caused was quite significant. Without your intervention, Orochimaru-sensei and I would never have managed to rescue these people. He gestured towards a group of a dozen individuals nearby, who appeared gaunt and emaciated, clearly having suffered greatly under the oppression of the bandits. As Shen Ye observed the plight of these individuals, Zhua, unable to contain his curiosity, began to scrutinize the two captives that Shen Ye and Nichon had brought back. Who are these people? The engrossed Shen Ye failed to respond to Zhua's inquiry, instead fixating on the girl sobbing in Xiangtian's embrace, alongside Orochimaru standing nearby. The scene was undeniably heartwarming. However, Orochimaru's presence introduced an inexplicable dissonance. These are the guards at the cave entrance, along with one of the rescue teams, Zhua remarked. So, you two were thoroughly defeated by the reinforcements summoned by them? As one of the future elite Jonin, Zhua's perceptiveness had manifested early. He keenly noticed the signs of battle on the two, evidently indicating they had been pursued. The enemy's reinforcements possessed formidable strength, primarily due to their remarkably peculiar equipment. The quality of their armor was exceptional, far beyond what ordinary means could contend with. After Zhua's pointed remarks, Nichon, a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, felt his composure falter and quickly attempted to provide an explanation, though Zhua's expression suggested skepticism. As their debate intensified, Orochimaru casually approached from the crowd. How did your investigation fare? Upon the mention of intelligence gathering, both Shen Ye and Nichon flushed. Having been too preoccupied with the fight to focus on the information from inside the cave, we discovered that the guards at the cave entrance are not particularly strong. But the armored soldiers of the reinforcements are well equipped. Although their strength is comparable, their armor and weapons are clearly not of ordinary quality. Although he had conducted no investigation whatsoever, Shen Ye was reluctant to admit his mistakes in the presence of Orochimaru, perhaps due to an inherent sense of resistance within him. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that their weaponry and armor were designed to retain their formidable characteristics solely within certain unique environments. Beyond those specific locales, they would lose their resilient properties. In the quiet of the night, Shen Ye effortlessly handed a shard of the shattered armor to Orochimaru. The fragment still retained a faint glow, though it had noticeably dimmed since earlier. Orochimaru appeared to be deeply intrigued by this peculiar object. Upon receiving the fragment, he ceased his inquiries and became entranced, gazing at it for an extended period. As Shen Ye observed that Orochimaru had fallen silent, the two individuals behind him continued to debate the prowess of the armored soldiers. The crowd in front had nearly finished weeping, prompting him to approach them to inquire about the situation. Yet, before Shen Ye could step forward to ask, A girl who had been clinging to Meng's shoulder let out a piercing scream, and then, as if she had seen a specter, darted behind Xiang Tian, her eyes brimming with terror. Witnessing this scene, Shen Ye found himself at a loss. His advancing footsteps halted as uncertainty gripped him. Mengzi and Xiang Tian also recognized the awkwardness of the moment. While Mengzi offered a sheepish smile to Shen Ye, he attempted to reassure the frightened girl. "Fear not. They are the reinforcements your grandfather has summoned, allies here to aid you." Upon hearing this, the girl timidly peered from behind the elder. Though the fear in her eyes remained palpable, it was only after Shen Ye gestured with open hands to convey that he posed no threat that she finally emerged from her refuge behind Mengzi and Xiang Tian. Nodding hesitantly towards Shen Ye, her gaze still fixated on the Leaf Village forehead protector adorning his brow. "I apologize," Mengzi continued. "This is my granddaughter, Mengzi Long. It is the presence of those ninjas that has instilled such fear in her." Shen Ye shook his head, indicating that he was unconcerned. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to return to his companions rather than approach to inquire further. As for asking about the situation, that could wait. Chapter 85. The ineffective flying thunder god. The awkwardness of Shen Ye did not go unnoticed by the others, though Orochimaru appeared utterly uninterested, continuing to examine the fragments of armor in his hands, occasionally breaking off a piece to ascertain its composition. Upon returning to Zhuo and Rihua, Shen Ye let out a quiet sigh. He had not anticipated such a predicament. Every moment was crucial for him, especially after having just disturbed the enemy's stronghold and now bringing back a group of hostages. If the enemy had any semblance of intelligence, they would soon realize what had transpired, and then the terrifying soldiers would close in, leaving no escape. Regrettably, only Shen Ye was aware of the impending crisis. The others maintained a relaxed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhuo, noticing Shen Ye's turmoil, approached to offer comfort. "It is not just this girl. Others are equally resistant to us. Had we not mentioned Ming's name, they would hardly agree to leave with us." Haiban, lounging nearby, nodded in agreement, clearly expressing that the rescue mission was far from the simple task it seemed. Without that strange information about the Thunderstone, dealing with those individuals would have been quite burdensome. "It appears we can only wait until nightfall," he lamented. With a heavy heart, Shen Ye grew increasingly anxious about their current predicament. Yet, with no alternative, he resolved to endure until those individuals could accept him and his companions. "Shen Ye, come with me to set up the barrier. Zhuo and Rihua will erase the traces around here, lest those people recall this place," came the directive. Hearing this, a chill ran down Shen Ye's spine. Was Orochimaru finally targeting him? Despite the torrent of thoughts racing through his mind, Shen Ye acquiesced. His suspicions about Orochimaru's ulterior motives lingered. However, the absence of any peculiar behavior from Orochimaru during their journey left Shen Ye uncertain about his true intentions. Before departing, Shen Ye discreetly marked various locations within the village with emergency flying thunder god seals for unforeseen circumstances. Once the direction was confirmed, the group split up and soon reached their designated spots. Throughout the journey, Shen Ye remained vigilant of Orochimaru's actions, yet aside from sharing some ninja insights, Orochimaru exhibited no unusual behavior, allowing Shen Ye a moment to breathe easier while replenishing his nearly depleted chakra. "You seem quite afraid of me, Shen Ye," Orochimaru remarked. Orochimaru retrieved the necessary talismans and handed them to Shen Ye, casually inquiring a question as he did so. However, this single inquiry plunged Shen Ye into an icy abyss. His muscles tensed and his gaze fixed intently upon Orochimaru. Should there be the slightest hint of ulterior motive from Orochimaru, Shen Ye would not hesitate to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. "There is no need for such anxiety," Orochimaru reassured him. "You are the brother of my dear friend, and I would never allow her heart to be wounded again. I merely wish to dispel the misunderstandings that lie between us." Though it appears you were rather reluctant to engage in this discourse, Shen Ye had never anticipated that Orochimaru would exhibit such tenderness. However, upon further reflection, he was apprehensive that this might be yet another of Orochimaru's cunning schemes, causing his previously relaxed demeanor to become taut once more. The 4-mist concealment technique, my latest invention, allows the enemy to be oblivious to certain surroundings. I have entrusted 2 of the talismans to Zhuo. You need only to venture a kilometer in that direction, find a tree, and affix one there. Afterwards, return directly to the village. I shall employ this technique from here. To Shen Ye's surprise, Orochimaru displayed a remarkable sensitivity to others' feelings, leaving Shen Ye perplexed as to whether the individual before him was truly the genuine Orochimaru. Nonetheless, He timidly accepted the talisman from Orochimaru's hand and darted towards the direction indicated. Unbeknownst to Shen Ye, as he turned to run, Orochimaru revealed a smirk of triumph behind him. "Ah, Shen Ye, what purpose does your cautious vigilance serve? Even if I refrain from striking, you will inevitably fall into my grasp." Despite his meticulous scheming, Shen Ye had never imagined that his constant wariness was indeed justified. The continuous use of the Flying Thunder God technique was also prudent. However, his sole misstep lay in obeying Orochimaru's instructions. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Shen Ye remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings and even activating his chakra sensing abilities to ensure no one was pursuing him. Only after confirming he was alone did he gradually ease his mind. As he sprinted through the forest, Shen Ye began to contemplate whether he had misjudged Orochimaru. Perhaps the current Orochimaru harbored no ill intentions towards the village and was solely engrossed in his research. Yet, according to the narrative's conventional trajectory, Orochimaru should be engaged in a terrifying experiment, with over 60 young, brilliant ninja assisting him. Why, then, did he choose to spare Shen Ye? Perplexed, Shen Ye resolved not to remove Orochimaru from his list of dangerous individuals. Such a figure possessed power that was far beyond what Shen Ye could currently contend with, and maintaining caution was undoubtedly wise. Just as Shen Ye navigated through the trees while pondering Orochimaru's motives, a sudden sound of slicing air captured his attention. With no time to turn back, Shen Ye quickly crouched and descended from the towering trees to the ground. At the moment he landed, a series of explosions erupted where he had just been. Who goes there? He had recently employed a reconnaissance technique, and it was still in cooldown, leaving him no choice but to activate his Sharingan. However, the Sharingan, effective in combat, was far less advantageous for observing enemies compared to the Byakugan, which could directly perceive chakra. Yet, for the time being, Shen Ye had no alternative but to rely on this ocular technique. "I can't believe you possess the Sharingan." It seems that esteemed individual will be even more intrigued. That esteemed individual? Could it be Orochimaru? Indeed. As a time traveler guiding the majority of the main storylines in Naruto, Shen Ye is acutely aware that the two individuals most covetous of the Sharingan in this world are none other than Orochimaru, who has just pointed him in a certain direction, and the darkest entity within Konoha, Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root. It is evident that the one capable of engaging with such figures is none other than Lord Orochimaru. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Orochimaru intends to reclaim me for his experiments, though this time he is likely to be disappointed. Flying Thunder God Technique. As I secretly channel my chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God Technique, the ensuing events take an unexpected turn. Why is there no response? Chapter 86, A Call for Help. Stunned, Shen Ye stands there, realizing that the technique he has mastered so well has suddenly failed him. System, what is happening? Returning to the host, this space has been disrupted. It appears that the opponent has prepared this measure specifically to counter the Flying Thunder God, rendering it temporarily unusable. Damn it. Faced with this predicament, Shen Ye can only activate his Sharingan and scan his surroundings, yet all he sees are dense woods, devoid of any enemy presence. Haha. You little brat, your teleportation technique has failed, hasn't it? We have thoroughly mastered all your information, and we painstakingly devise strategies to counter your troublesome techniques. As this voice echoes, a figure swiftly charges towards Shen Ye from the side. However, with the Sharingan activated, Shen Ye swiftly perceives the motion and draws a kunai from his back pouch to intercept the shadow. Clang! A metallic clash reverberates between the two, causing the rushing figure to halt momentarily, allowing Shen Ye to discern the assailant's appearance. With small eyes devoid of eyebrows and a mouth entirely wrapped in a scarf, the forehead protector emblazoned with a leaf reveals that this individual is a native ninja from the land of grass. Clearly taken aback by being blocked, the ninja quickly retreats to a safe distance after a fleeting moment of surprise. I didn't expect you to be so strong, even with my prior research. I must admit I am somewhat astonished. In that moment of urgency, Shen Ye had acted instinctively, unleashing immense force in his confrontation with the grass ninja, which prompted the latter to adopt a defensive stance and refrain from engaging in close combat. In that fleeting moment, Shen Ye seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Hastily distancing himself from the shadowy figure, his gaze flitted around, apprehensive that he might not be facing a solitary adversary. This clever lad is quite astute, yet, no matter how alert he is, he remains no match for me. The ninja from the land of grass had also noticed Shen Ye's vigilant observation and wasted no time, charging directly at him once more. However, this time, the ninja refrained from a straightforward assault. Instead, he skillfully maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far, forming hand seals in an attempt to eliminate Shen Ye with ninjutsu from afar. Yet, Shen Ye had already activated his Sharingan, rendering him acutely aware of every gesture made by the grass ninja. As the ninja completed his seals, Shen Ye mirrored his movements with precision. The infamous reputation of the Sharingan is known throughout the ninja world, though the enemies who have encountered it often met their demise beneath its gaze. Consequently, not all are aware of its ability to replicate the techniques of others. This particular grass ninja, for instance, remained oblivious to this skill. Nevertheless, once the hand seals were initiated, there was no turning back. The ninja, determined, attempted to compete with Shen Ye in the manipulation of chakra. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Ye had been quietly accumulating Sage Mode energy moments prior. Although the amassed energy was not substantial, its full application in a single technique would undoubtedly unleash formidable power. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. In a synchronized display of skill, Shen Ye and the ninja from the land of grass unleashed their techniques with impeccable timing. Two blades of wind, sharp as scythes, wreaked havoc between them, severing the towering trees around them in an instant. The volatile energy of their ninjutsu shattered the barriers of space. And in that fleeting moment, the system alerted Shen Ye that he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. However, for Shen Ye, the time for retreat had long since passed. The formidable wind-style jutsu would rend him to pieces the moment he ceased to supply chakra, a fact he fully comprehended. Even if he managed to escape using the Flying Thunder God technique, the ninja would undoubtedly report his strength to Orochimaru. Thus, it seemed more prudent to eradicate this threat before it could blossom. The contest of ninjutsu soon yielded a victor. Although the ninja from the land of grass exhibited a mastery of the technique far exceeding Shen Ye's, he had infused the natural energy into his wind-style jutsu. The defeat of the grass ninja was inevitable, and by the time he realized his peril, it was too late to flee, resulting in a scream as he was vanquished. Yet, after defeating that foe, Shen Ye did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he redirected his jutsu toward an adversary lurking behind him. Impossible! Another scream pierced the air before Shen Ye finally halted his chakra release. Initially, he had not noticed the ninja behind him. It was only during the clash of wind techniques, aided by the formidable perception of his Sharingan, that he caught a glimpse of a shadow amidst the chaos of falling branches. However, he refrained from immediately turning his attention to this new threat, for in the brutal exchange of wind jutsu, even a moment's distraction could prove fatal. This offered Shen Ye a slim opportunity after the grass ninja fell. Another opponent rushed to deliver a finishing blow. Yet, Shen Ye anticipated this move, swiftly turning to defeat him as well. In what seemed an impossible feat, Shen Ye, having graduated from the academy mere days prior, had faced and triumphed over two enemy ninjas. This accomplishment, deemed unthinkable by others, was now a reality for him. After executing a series of counterattacks, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. While the strength of his ninjutsu was undeniable, the toll on his chakra was equally severe, having drained it entirely in mere seconds. After exhausting the last remnants of his chakra to scan his surroundings for safety, Shen Ye settled down to rest. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate the forthcoming tasks and how to confront Orochimaru upon his return to the village. This situation was indeed fraught with difficulties. After much deliberation, Shen Ye realized that relying solely on his strength would not suffice to resolve this incident, especially considering his adversary was one of the legendary Sannin. A messenger pigeon was retrieved from the backpack. As long as there were passing pigeons nearby, the envelope could be dispatched. Shen Ye penned a letter to Tsunade back home, resigning himself to fate in that moment. He affixed the talisman given to him by Orochimaru in its designated spot and, without hesitation, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the marked location in the village. After all, should he encounter any ninja upon his return, fortune might not favor him in evading capture. However, despite employing the Flying Thunder God, Shen Ye was still the last to arrive back in the village. Just as Shen Ye had surmised, upon seeing him return, Orochimaru slightly furrowed his brow, only to swiftly revert to his amiable teacher persona. Now that everyone has returned, I shall seal the village within a barrier using ninjutsu. With that, Orochimaru settled onto the ground and began sketching peculiar patterns, while Shen Ye seized the opportunity to pull Joie and Richo aside. Do you have any means of sending messages? Though the two were perplexed, Joie managed to extract a scroll from his backpack and handed it to Shen Ye. Chapter 87. The Pursuit of Peace. The scroll for sending messages via ninja dogs, once utilized, would allow the Inuzuka clan to receive the news. I've never heard of this, Shen Ye nodded, somewhat understanding. Now was not the time to ponder its origins. He swiftly unraveled the scroll, prompting Joie to unleash the transformation jutsu and insert the information within. Naturally, Shen Ye executed all of this with utmost caution, ensuring that Orochimaru remained oblivious. As night fell, those who had been rescued returned to their respective quarters, and the once desolate village began to stir with life. The granddaughter of the Dream Marsh family was no exception. After a long period of toil, she cherished the opportunity to experience such ordinary days. Persuaded by Dream Marsh, she retired early to rest, while he, having lulled her to sleep, sought out Shen Ye and the others. I am aware you have numerous questions. I shall divulge everything I know. Whether the bandits in the mountains are to be eradicated entirely depends upon your collective will after hearing my account. At this moment, Dream Marsh left a markedly different impression on Shen Ye than before. The previously obstinate and rigid old man now spoke with an undercurrent of pleading, perhaps instilled with a glimmer of hope amidst despair, which prompted a shift in his demeanor when addressing the Leaf Ninjas. This tale traces back 15 years. At that time, we had no lightning veins. These mountains were merely ordinary hills. The era of unceasing conflict proved particularly brutal for our small nation. Our original dwelling was reduced to rubble amid fierce battles between powerful ninjas, leaving only 40 or 50 of us to escape desperately, ultimately finding refuge here. This place is not entirely devoid of conflict. Rather, its remote environment is significantly more tranquil compared to other locales. Yet, on that fateful day, a group of foreign ninjas clashed here, unleashing terrifying techniques that obliterated the entire mountain pass. These formidable jutsu seemed to be of a self-destructive nature, for after the explosion, silence enveloped the area. It was only when we arrived, drawn by the commotion, that we discovered the hidden lightning veins within the mountains. Utilizing the stones from these veins, we found that any object crafted from them exhibited exceptional durability and longevity. Thus, we managed to alleviate a pressing dilemma of our existence. However, this resilience is limited to a certain radius. Only in proximity to the raw stones do these remarkable properties manifest. Many have suggested selling these stones to sustain our livelihood. Yet none dare to covet the raw stone itself, for it is our guarantee of survival. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye finally understood that the reason the armor of the soldiers had lost its formidable defensive capabilities was due to their distance from the raw stone. But what exactly is this raw stone? Sensing Shen Ye's confusion, Mengzi gestured to Tian, indicating that an explanation was not feasible at the moment. One could easily deduce why such a crucial element would not be neglected by those mountain bandits. A rational individual would certainly conceal the raw stone in a highly secretive manner. Thus, it was only after the traitorous ninjas seized both the lightning veins and the raw stone from you that you contemplated hiring ninjas to reclaim it. Orochimaru shrugged, viewing the mission as merely a task, displaying indifference towards matters beyond its scope. He exited the room, claiming he needed fresh air. Indeed, to the outside world, this place resembles a paradise, a rare sanctuary amid the chaos of war. I have no desire to return to a life of hiding and evasion. The profound fear reflected in Shen Ye's eyes was unmistakable as he observed Mengzi's every movement and expression, nearly compelled to activate his Sharingan. However, the words spoken by the elder were heartfelt and devoid of deceit, moving the nearby Joie to tears. Rest assured, Mr. Tian, we shall provide you with a safe haven, Joie declared, but before he could finish, Richa, who had been quietly listening, discreetly nudged him, feeling a surge of sympathy. After all, such a promise, once made, becomes part of the mission, complicating what could have been a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, only Shen Ye and Richa among those present had faced the armored units and knew how formidable they could be. Yet, have you considered that even if we repel these mountain bandits, will this place truly revert to being the paradise it once was? Risha recognized that his actions were somewhat discourteous, yet it was evident that the elder before him perceived the world in an overly simplistic manner. Even if the group from Konoha managed to eliminate these bandits, the location had already been compromised, setting aside the potential collusion with arms dealers by those mountain bandits. One must consider the rogue ninja who had never shown his face. Should he become aware of the situation here, he would undoubtedly come to investigate. Moreover, his strength would be sufficient to confront them all. Thus, it seemed that no matter how the situation was handled, it would inevitably lead to a troubling outcome. The most prudent course of action appeared to be abandoning this place, allowing Mr. Xiang Tian to lead the remaining villagers to seek refuge elsewhere. However, such a resolution felt rather cruel. This was a truth that everyone understood, Yet no one wished to convey this harsh reality to the hopeful old man. I comprehend the intentions of you youngsters, he lamented. Having lived for so many years, I have little left to cherish. Alas, my granddaughter is just in her early 20s, having never ventured beyond this little land of grass. The thought of her enduring such suffering alongside us truly pains my heart. The three lower-ranked ninjas felt a profound sympathy. Yet they understood that their modest abilities could not affect any change. This was a realization shared by all. And Shen Ye was acutely aware of the terrifying level of power required to instigate any transformation. Reflecting on the future, figures such as Pain, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Nagato were all ardently pursuing the path to world peace. Yet, in the end, none had succeeded in achieving true harmony within the shinobi realm. Was it truly the case that no solutions remained? In the heart of Shen Ye, an unsettling feeling brewed. This stubborn elder had committed no wrong. He merely yearned for a sanctuary, untouched by the ravages of war. Yet, such a desire was deemed too extravagant in the world of ninjas. Might there be any distinctive qualities of the original stone? We shall endeavor to assist you in reclaiming it. Once this ordeal concludes, perhaps you could relocate with the original stone and some thunderstones to a new dwelling. This would represent the utmost assistance we could offer. Otherwise, one could never tell when those treacherous renegades might strike again, and that would pose a significant dilemma. As Shen Ye proclaimed, the weeping claw beside him nodded vigorously in profound agreement, while Richai, though frowning, refrained from voicing any dissent. Chapter 88. The Crimson Envelope. Thus, it was settled. At dawn tomorrow, we shall confront the mountain bandits and, once the matter is resolved, return immediately to relocate you. Shen Ye was uncertain whether his actions could be deemed as aiding Mengzi Xiangtian. Although compelling them to relocate seemed rather cruel, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Comparatively, Mengzi Xiangtian understood this predicament, but still felt compelled to express something. Unfortunately, his lips merely parted in a futile attempt before closing once more. Despite his dissatisfaction with the proposed solution, he acknowledged that there was no more reasonable alternative at present, and, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. Shen Ye, do you have any plans regarding your proposal? After escorting Mengzi Xiangtian back to his room, Zhua and Rihua encircled Shen Ye. Since Shen Ye had earnestly assured Mengzi Xiangtian, they believed he must possess a viable strategy. However, to their disappointment, Shen Ye gently pushed past them and shook his head, signaling that he too was at a loss. After parting ways with the two, Shen Ye ventured to the outskirts of the village. The vast expanse of the undulating mountains concealed this small hamlet, undeniably rendering it a hidden gem. One could not help but acknowledge that, had it not been for the bandits, the inhabitants of this place would likely still be enjoying a carefree existence. In the depths of his heart, Shen Ye found himself enveloped in an infinite emptiness, yearning solely to relish the tranquility of the present moment. He felt utterly at a loss regarding his plans for tomorrow, and gradually, he began to regret his earlier words. In this world, he was merely a passerby. The lives of these individuals were akin to books he had once perused, read but never destined to revisit. Yet, Shen Ye understood that if given the chance to choose again, he would still opt to assist Mengzi in his endeavors. The beauty of literature lies in the ability to immerse oneself in its narrative, experiencing the emotions of its characters, much like he was doing now by aiding Mengzi. As Shen Ye pondered this profound reflection, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Orochimaru, who had inexplicably materialized beside him, having been only a short distance away at the village gate moments before. Is this the prowess of the legendary Sannin? Such swiftness over a considerable distance, without a sound to herald his approach. The title of Sannin is merely a label bestowed by others. I, however, prefer to embrace my own name. But tell me, if you possess no means, why did you agree to this? Orochimaru seemed genuinely inquisitive, his demeanor shifting from an ominous presence to one of earnest exploration. Shen Ye was taken aback by this unexpected humility, never anticipating that Orochimaru would seek his counsel. I merely aspire to contribute to a world of beauty, aware that my efforts may seem trivial. Yet, should a day of true peace arrive in the future, I would take pride in being able to claim a part in its realization. In the depths of Shen Ye's heart, there had never been such intentions. Living in an era of law and peace, he had never envisioned a life like this. He once found his existence exceedingly mundane and often fantasized about a day when he could experience the fervor akin to that of the ninja world. Yet, he realized that he had only perceived the surface. It was only upon truly stepping into this world that he recalled the peace he enjoyed was forged through the sacrifices of countless individuals. Uncharacteristically, Orochimaru appeared to comprehend Shen Ye's words, but understanding is one thing, and agreement is another. You bear a resemblance to a friend of mine. Yet true peace does not stem from the prosperous tranquility of a single village. Who can truly fathom the distance to genuine peace? Shen Ye found himself questioning the reliability of his own ears. There was an unmistakable sense of yearning mingled with frustration in Orochimaru's recent words. Although Shen Ye remained oblivious to Orochimaru's true thoughts, the deep-seated aversion he harbored towards him began to dissipate at that moment. Perhaps, he mused, this was a soul burdened by turmoil. This was an urgent distress signal. If one could not cope, they were to tear it open without hesitation. The opportunity was singular and meant to be unveiled in the direst of circumstances. A blood-red envelope materialized in Orochimaru's hand, a novel object to Shen Ye. Yet he felt no astonishment emanating from its origin. At that moment, Orochimaru exuded an aura of reliability, yet understanding him did not equate to relinquishing his wariness. What purpose did this peculiar item serve? Orochimaru perceived Shen Ye's inner turmoil but chose not to elaborate further. After placing the envelope upon the stone table between them, he turned and departed. It was only after a considerable time had elapsed post Orochimaru's exit that Shen Ye relaxed his taut muscles, his gaze fixated upon the crimson envelope. A sense of oddity stirring within him. Ultimately, he succumbed to an inexplicable impulse and tucked the envelope away. He could not quite fathom why. But he felt that this time, Orochimaru meant him no harm. Moreover, even though the distress signal had been dispatched, assistance from Konoha would not arrive for at least 2 days. Encountering the armored troops during that interval could spell doom for many. And if the envelope truly possessed the promised aid, why not seize the opportunity? The silent night resembled the calm before a storm. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, outside the barrier, a search party of dozens traversed the deep mountains, seemingly having deduced the origin of the assailants. Regrettably, while their awareness was intact, their strength fell short. Orochimaru's barrier technique entirely cast them outside its confines, leaving them oblivious even as they brushed past the village. As time slipped away, the morning sunlight illuminated the faces of several individuals, casting their resolve in stark relief. Shen Ye, with dark circles under his eyes, bore witness to the toll of a sleepless night spent devising strategies against the armored soldiers. Though the efficacy of his efforts would only be revealed in the face of actual confrontation. Orochimaru-sama, are you not coming? Mungzo inquired, perplexed by Orochimaru's leisurely repose in bed. After all, he was the primary force behind their current mission, yet here he lay, seemingly preparing for yet another slumber. While the younger generation was poised to return to the front lines alone. We have already discussed this. My duty is to remain here to protect you. They are merely off to procure some stones. If they cannot handle that, what does it say about Konoha's ninja? In response to Orochimaru's casual remarks, Mungza intended to say more, yet was interrupted by Shen Ye beside him. Both he and the other two had anticipated Orochimaru's decision not to participate. Having contemplated this during their planning session yesterday, this moment was indeed opportune. Delay would mean losing their chance. Very well, I wish you safe travels, Shen Ye declared as he boldly tore down the talisman at the village gate, marking the cessation of their concealed protection under the barrier. The operation had officially commenced. Chapter 89. Trapped in a deadlock as the morning sun bathed the landscape, the trio strode forth with the majesty of commanding generals, their figures weaving through the forest like leaping cheetahs on the savannah. Whenever they spotted a solitary armored soldier, they would swiftly engage him in a 3-on-1 assault, dispatching him before he could react. In truth, after a night of contemplation, Shen Ye had not uncovered any brilliant strategies, but rather recognized a flaw in the attack patterns he and Nichi had employed. The soldiers' armor, evidently their strongest line of defense, had absorbed the brunt of their previous assaults, as their strikes had landed squarely upon the heavy plating. This time, however, Shen Ye and his companions had become more astute. They launched surprise attacks from behind, hurling shurikens or kunai through the gaps in the armor to maximize damage. Surprisingly, the bandits appeared lethargic, as if still caught in the throes of sleep. Even in their patrolling formations, they exhibited lapses in focus, which proved advantageous for the trio. Within mere minutes, no fewer than 20 brigands had succumbed to their ambushes. Remember my instructions, Shen Ye reminded. Nichi and I will infiltrate and search, while Claw remains outside to enhance his sensory acuity in detecting enemies. Should we encounter a large group, do not hesitate to retreat. We will use the teleportation technique to return to your side. The specially crafted shuriken was entrusted heavily into the hands of Shen Ye. a responsibility that encompassed not only the lives of the two individuals but also the future of the dozen hostages rescued from the village. Shortly thereafter, the mountain bandits patrolling the vicinity had been nearly subdued by the trio. Once assured of their safety, Shen Ye placed a hand on the shoulders of his companions, and with a swift motion, the three found themselves at the heart of the enemy's stronghold. This location was none other than the expansive manor where Shen Ye had previously accompanied the individual who had called for aid. At that moment, the estate seemed to be in a state of heightened alert, with several guards stationed even atop the outer walls. Unfortunately, the vigilance of ordinary guards proved to be woefully inadequate against the prowess of ninjas. Choosing a sparsely defended spot, the trio leaped onto the wall, and before the soldier atop could issue a warning, a prepared strike from Rahitsu rendered him unconscious, concealing the guard's body. They swiftly descended the wall and surged toward the innermost part of the compound. None among them had ever visited this place, although they were unfamiliar with the stronghold. They surmised that the layout of bandit hideouts was typically similar. A reasonable deduction regarding where the bandits might stash their valuables led them to a building at the center that bore a resemblance to the Hokage's office. Shen Ye nodded to his companions, signaling that this was likely the location of the precious stones. However, upon crossing the outer wall, an unsettling silence enveloped the compound, starkly contrasting the cacophony one would expect from a base housing hundreds. A few paces forward revealed silhouettes of men and women confined within cages, their limbs bound as if they were mere pets awaiting sale. Yet, what struck Shen Ye most profoundly was not the indifference of these captives upon seeing the trio, but rather the fleeting glimmer of hope that swiftly morphed into despair upon noticing the symbols on their foreheads. Perhaps it was for the best. Had these individuals pleaded for Shen Ye's assistance from within their cages, it would have undoubtedly compromised their safety, he reassured himself. Nevertheless, as they ventured deeper, an unsettling realization took hold. The vast compound was devoid of life. Such an overly simplistic task raised doubts as to whether they had fallen into a trap. Rahitsu, are there any enemies nearby? Even without Shen Ye's inquiry, Rahitsu had already activated his Byakugan, yet the majority of the structures were crafted from a material that impeded chakra transmission, limiting the effectiveness of his vision. Consequently, no adversaries had been detected thus far. Shen Ye's own chakra sensing yielded similar results, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Who knew how many armored soldiers might be lurking in the shadows, awaiting their arrival? Suddenly, a presence approached, and it was numerous. As they pressed forward, it was not Rahitsu or Shen Ye who first sensed the trouble, but rather Inuzuka's canine companion, Kuramaru. They had already been surrounded, seemingly possessing knowledge of their abilities. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for them to employ such tactics to nullify the ninjutsu of the two. The sound of rustling began to resonate around them. Even though Shen Ye lacked the acute sense of smell and hearing akin to that of a black orb, he could still discern the encroaching presence of enemies. This mission could be deemed an utter failure, and Shen Ye showed no signs of reluctance, immediately seizing the two individuals to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the technique faltered once more in this dire situation. What was happening? They needed to hasten their escape according to the plan. The increasingly closer footsteps made it difficult to ascertain the number of adversaries, but one thing was certain. There were undoubtedly over 300. It seemed that, much like your Byakugan, they were also restricted. This revelation felt catastrophic to all present. If they could not break free from the encirclement, everything would be rendered meaningless. Yet, the footsteps drew ever nearer until silhouettes emerged from all directions, surrounding them completely. Who would have thought you possessed such audacity? Are you truly here to annihilate us? The leader, clad in slightly distinct armor that exuded a more imposing presence, let out a mocking laugh, soon followed by a chorus of derisive chuckles from his comrades. Damn it, what should we do? Joie asked, flustered. Faced with this predicament, even Shen Ye was at a loss. The meticulously devised plan had unraveled entirely, rendering all his efforts from the previous night to naught. Most troubling was the certainty that this group would not spare the three of them. Their only option was to break through the front lines, expending every ounce of strength, for even one escapee would be a victory. The night of destiny has arrived, and Shen Ye is resolute in his determination to fight with all his might. The Flying Thunder God technique has inexplicably become restricted, leaving the encircled individuals bereft of their absolute advantage and safety. Two specially crafted kunai are tightly gripped in his hands. Now, it is a matter of life and death. However, amidst this misfortune, a glimmer of hope remains. Though the long-distance teleportation of the Flying Thunder God is unavailable, its short-range application still holds promise, serving as the sole means of survival for the trio. How many more times can we utilize it? It appears the chakra is nearly depleted. We can manage to transport ourselves twice at most. Rija has certainly noticed the pallor creeping onto Shen Ye's face. The immense chakra consumption from repeatedly employing such a formidable ninjutsu is staggering. Yet, the distance to the walls remains insurmountable, and 2 uses will not suffice. Chapter 90. The final move. Shen Ye, take Joie and flee. Quickly seek out Lord Orochimaru. I still possess a bit more chakra. I can hold off this group for a while longer. Hurry back with Lord Orochimaru. Realizing the impossibility of everyone escaping, Rija made a decisive choice. He embodies the spirit of the Hyuga clan, willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades. In a moment of critical urgency, it becomes evident that remaining behind would only lead to inevitable death. Indeed, if captured by the enemy, it would be far better to embrace death with honor. Even so, Rija resolutely declared, "Let me be the one to hold the rear." For reasons unknown, the corners of Shen Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After all, these individuals were merely fleeting figures in his life. Why, then, does he feel this way? It is essential to understand that experiencing an anime and feeling it firsthand are worlds apart. Only through the profound, selfless act of sacrifice can one genuinely grasp its significance. I will not allow anyone to be abandoned. I still have faith in my ability. As Shen Ye spoke, he hurled a specially crafted shuriken outside the encirclement, advancing further towards the gate. Flying Thunder God technique. He placed his hands upon the shoulders of his 2 companions and executed the technique once more. By now, Shen Ye's vision was beginning to blur, a clear indication of chakra depletion. Yet, in his dazed state, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, before the armored soldiers behind him could react, he cast his specially designed shuriken once again towards the gate, this time unhindered by any obstacles along the way. The shuriken flew farther than the previous ones, albeit only slightly so. Unfortunately, such a minor improvement would not alter their dire predicament. It seemed that this was where they would meet their end. He lamented his inadequate planning and lack of strength, feeling remorseful for endangering his companions. "I'm truly sorry," he thought. "This is the result of the enemy's cunning, compounded by our failure to enlist Orochimaru's assistance. Otherwise, these minions would have posed no challenge for him." Recalling Orochimaru, Shen Ye reached into his ninja pouch and retrieved a blood-red envelope, the very one Orochimaru had entrusted to him. At this moment, Shen Ye was utterly spent, clearly at the critical juncture that Orochimaru had warned about. However, he was uncertain how much faith he could place in Orochimaru's promises. Inuzuka Joie and Hyuga Nichi promptly carried Shen Ye to a wall where they seated him, then returned to face the encroaching armored soldiers, who were closing in from all directions, intent on capturing them all. "Joie, Nichi, buy me some time. If you cannot hold on, retreat to my side. I have one final technique to counter the enemy, but I need a moment to gather my chakra." At this juncture, Shen Ye had resolved to stake the lives of the 3 of them on the contents of Orochimaru's letter. "Understood," they replied in unison, then dashed towards the foes. "Orochimaru, I hope you do not disappoint me." Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Shen Ye tore open the blood-red envelope. However, to his dismay, only a thin wisp of crimson mist emanated from it, vanishing almost instantaneously, leaving no further events in its wake. What is this?" Shen Ye, bewildered, glanced at the now torn envelope in his hand, realizing that nothing extraordinary had occurred. He had anticipated an immensely powerful jutsu or a formidable summoning beast, yet to his utter astonishment, Orochimaru had merely enclosed a puff of red smoke, which bore no effect whatsoever. Damn Orochimaru, could he be mocking me at this critical moment? A profound sorrow enveloped Shen Ye's heart as he gazed upon his 2 steadfast companions, who stood resolutely against a throng of hundreds, unyielding in their stance. Was this truly where their journey would culminate? No. Despite the tempest of grief and anger raging within him, Shen Ye found himself devoid of the confidence to ensure the survival of all 3. It was time to take a gamble. The ethereal energy began to coalesce within him. As he attuned himself to the forces of nature, he felt as if he were on the cusp of mastering the essence of the celestial arts. Yet this was not the moment for meticulous study. He merely absorbed the energy with haste. Approximately 2 minutes elapsed, and Shen Ye's reservoir of energy remained insufficient. Hinata Nichi and Inuzuka's were successively repelled, their bodies marred by grievous wounds, indicating they were no longer fit for battle. "I'm sorry I cannot afford you more time," Nichi managed, having only coughed up blood. He yearned to rise and continue the fight, but was halted by Shen Ye. "What? 2, was sent sprawling, crashing against the wall, unconscious. Leave the rest to me. Shen Ye felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet he realized he could rely on no one but himself. With trembling resolve, he stood before the raucous mountain bandits who mocked the trio, ignoring their taunts as he formed hand seals, one after another. You little rascals have caused us considerable losses. How do you intend to compensate us? Perhaps we should turn you into playthings. That woman has a certain charm. Why not let our brothers have some fun? Their laughter echoed mockingly. Nietzsche, seething with rage, could only grit his teeth, lacking the strength to rise, his eyes wide with indignation. Wind release, vacuum wave. It must be noted that the ninjutsu learned from the assassins dispatched by Orochimaru was indeed formidable in the face of overwhelming odds. For Shen Ye, it was the most opportune technique. A ferocious gale erupted from his lips, the violent energy sweeping away all foes before him. Even the seemingly sturdy buildings were scattered, save for those constructed of luminous thunderstones, which remained unscathed. However, against this cadre of armored warriors, even the wind enhanced by celestial arts could not inflict harm. Nonetheless, the sheer force sent many of the armored soldiers tumbling through the air. In the face of dire circumstances, Shen Ye turned back and unleashed his powers, attempting to disperse the houses and walls, hoping to escape. Unfortunately, although the buildings behind him crumbled, the nearby wall unexpectedly emitted a bright light, revealing its true nature. To his dismay, this wall was also constructed from thunderstones. Shen Ye was engulfed in despair as the potency of his wind techniques diminished. Sapped by the nearly depleted chakra within him, it seemed fate conspired against him. As the final gentle breeze swept by, Shen Ye resignedly sank to the ground, while the cautious enemy forces approached, leaving him incapable of even lifting an arm. You have done remarkably well, Shen Ye. Chapter 91. Orochimaru appears. A familiar voice resonated from behind Shen Ye and his companions, catching them by surprise. Turning around, they beheld Orochimaru, who emerged with the demeanor of a savior. Despite his inner reluctance, Shen Ye had to concede that Orochimaru's arrival provided a sense of relief. Orochimaru-sensei, when did you arrive? In stark contrast to Shen Ye's astonishment, Nietzsche had a face brimming with admiration, clearly viewing Orochimaru as a figure of foresight. To this, Orochimaru merely offered Shen Ye a mysterious smile, evidently aided by the crimson envelope that had signaled him of the perilous situation. Humph, what difference does another make? Your ninjutsu is ineffective against thunderstones. Countless have verified this before. Bringing in another merely invites more death. The leader of the opposing forces was evidently blinded by his previous victories, believing that even with an additional adversary, he would prevail effortlessly. Oh, is that so? Brothers, charge. Let this peculiar individual witness our might. At this, Shen Ye's face twitched, while Orochimaru's expression was exceptionally captivating. Behold, battles involving Genin are a rare spectacle. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye addressed the sun's rays and the recently awakened claw, reminding himself that this was indeed his future aspiration. In response to the cold, mocking glances from across the way, Orochimaru's fury became palpable. He bit into his finger, causing crimson droplets of blood to flow forth. Subsequently, he smeared the blood upon his hand, initiating a series of intricate hand seals. Although the nature of these seals remained a mystery to the onlookers, the necessity for blood indicated the invocation of a singular jutsu summoning technique, the threefold Rashomon. As Orochimaru's voice echoed through the air, an immense cloud of smoke erupted before the four individuals, revealing three colossal gates adorned with the terrifying visages of demonic entities, resembling three fearsome deities. The armored soldiers, clearly taken aback by this spectacle, had previously encountered only minor skirmishes and had never witnessed such formidable prowess from a ninja. The mere sight of the gigantic iron gates instilled a sense of regret, but alas, it was far too late. The three monumental gates positioned themselves in a triangular formation, encircling all present, leaving them with no avenue for concealment or escape. As the throng found themselves ensnared, a chilling smile crept across Orochimaru's face, and he leaped onto the nearest Rashomon gate, poised to unleash his impending onslaught. The trio of Shen Ye, despite their eager desire to witness Orochimaru's prowess, found themselves unable to even rise to their feet, let alone leap forward, and could only gaze from a distance as Orochimaru unleashed his ninjutsu. Wind-style, great breakthrough. Perched at the pinnacle, Orochimaru exhibited no haste, resembling a cat toying with its prey as he unleashed a torrent of power upon the gathered crowd below. Although Raishur possessed a certain resistance to ninjutsu, the overwhelming force of Orochimaru's techniques proved capable of inflicting harm. A fact that became evident only after the terrifying display of wind style was unleashed. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. In stark contrast to the astonished reactions of his companions, Shen Ye was not merely struck with awe at Orochimaru's might. Rather, he felt an intense yearning for such power. The Great Breakthrough was merely a C-rank technique, yet its effects were scarcely distinguishable from those of an A rank, thus highlighting the sheer terror of Orochimaru's capabilities. However, what truly garnered Shen Ye's admiration was Orochimaru's formidable tactical intellect. After ensnaring the crowd with the summoning, Rashomon, he did not unleash his ninjutsu aimlessly. The formidable force of the wind style, while not directly harmful, was sufficient to send everyone careening backward, crashing heavily against the distant Rashomon, thereby incapacitating them in an instant. Was this truly the might of the legendary Sannin? It was utterly terrifying. Nearby, Joie voiced her envy, prompting Shen Ye to cast a sympathetic glance her way. In Shen Ye's mind, the last skill he wished to acquire was that of the Inuzuka clan. The combat style of the ninja world is diverse. Yet the Inuzuka's methods are not only singular, but also laden with limitations. Moreover, without the accompaniment of a ninja dog, Shen Ye found it nearly impossible to manifest the Inuzuka's already modest combat prowess. Consequently, throughout their prolonged interactions, he had never entertained the idea of appropriating her skills, even cautioning the system against pilfering abilities when near Joie, as it would yield no benefit. Despite his internal resignation, Shen Ye maintained a composed exterior, offering a gentle smile as he remarked, "One day in the future, we shall all possess such strength. If only that were the case." Joie's words were tinged with an overwhelming sense of desolation, but fortunately, Kuramaru arrived in a timely manner, licking her hand as a gesture of comfort, prompting Joie to stroke Kuramaru's head with a grateful smile. "Rest assured, although your combat styles may differ, you will all become exceptional jonin in the future." Shen Ye was resolute in this belief, for in Naruto's era, these individuals had already attained the status of renowned elite jonin. He was merely conveying the truths of the future, leaving the decision of belief to them. "Thank you, Shen Ye." With the comfort provided by Shen Ye, Claw appeared to have improved significantly and resumed observing Orochimaru's battle above. In the midst of their conversation, Orochimaru had already employed several ninjutsu techniques. The scene below was exceptionally chaotic, with countless snakes inching towards the soldiers. Although some of the armored warriors displayed a modicum of bravery by striking down a few snakes, the sheer magnitude of the serpentine horde rendered their efforts futile, as even a concerted assault would require considerable time. Soon, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the three unseen gates, initially faint but gradually escalating until it finally subsided, clearly indicating that none were left to draw breath. Within a mere 5 minutes, the armored soldiers, who had caused Shen Ye and his companions much distress, were completely annihilated under Orochimaru's terrifying jutsu, with not a single escapee. With a resounding thud, the three gates once again transformed into a cloud of white mist and vanished, while the smaller snakes scattered, slithering into every surrounding chamber. "Are you three all right?" Orochimaru inquired, approaching the trio with a seemingly indifferent expression, his demeanor devoid of genuine concern, resembling a mere formality. "We're fine. Thankfully you arrived just in time. Had you been any later, the outcome might have been different." "Then you are indeed unscathed." Orochimaru appeared oblivious to the underlying implications in Shen Ye's words, presuming the trio to be entirely safe, despite their visible injuries. Chapter 92. Tidying up the aftermath. Since there's nothing amiss, we should return. The mission has been largely fulfilled, and it is time to head back. Upon his arrival, Orochimaru exhibited a desire to conclude matters expeditiously, clearly wishing to distance himself from this troublesome affair. However, the original had yet to be located, and there were still villagers yet to be rescued. Once they were saved, we must consider their placement. These matters remain unresolved, do they not? Is this not the task for which you were hired? In response to Claw's remarks, Orochimaru dismissed her concerns with indifference, perhaps a habit cultivated over years of conflict that led him to disregard matters that did not pique his interest. Nonetheless, it was true that, according to the commission and mission, they had exceeded expectations. Claw hesitated, shaking her head in response to Orochimaru's inquiry. She understood that, as a ninja, one should not allow personal emotions to interfere with the mission. However, the plight of the homeless individuals stirred within her a compelling urge to assist them. "If anyone wishes to help those people, they may do so. Those who do not can return with me." His tone remained devoid of any emotion. as if Orochimaru were a machine, expressing feelings only towards matters that intrigued him. In light of this, Claw found herself at a loss, instinctively casting her gaze towards Shen Ye, who was resting nearby. Shen Ye also noticed the puzzled gaze of Zhua, while Uchiha turned his head as well, evidently eager to hear his thoughts. Unexpectedly, within just a few days of the mission, he had seemingly assumed the role of leader among the trio. However, Shen Ye was reluctant to engage further with Orochimaru, who could fathom what this man was truly contemplating. Just yesterday, he had sent someone to pursue Shen Ye, and today he personally arrived to offer rescue. Such behavior was truly perplexing. Let us first locate the raw stone, and we shall leave the rest to our own. In the depths of night, Shen Ye inquired of the two with an uncertain tone, all the while discreetly observing Orochimaru's actions. It was only after realizing that there was no immediate danger that he felt reassured. The brief respite had allowed Shen Ye to regain some chakra. As long as he did not encounter a multitude of soldiers, he would face no issues, even in the absence of Orochimaru. I am willing to accompany you. Seemingly buoyed by the affirmation from others, Zhua eagerly expressed his stance, and after a moment of contemplation, Richa also rose to indicate his willingness to join. With 3 out of the 4 now committed, Shen Ye turned to Orochimaru, uncertain of what he anticipated, while the latter merely nodded, offering no indication of joining them. My serpents have just informed me of the location of the original stone, situated in the house ahead and to the left. However, there are several armored warriors inside. I shall not aid you in the forthcoming battle. From the moment you graduated from the Ninja Academy, you must bear the responsibility for your choices and actions. With that, Orochimaru departed without a backward glance, leaving Shen Ye somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, since Orochimaru had provided a direction, it saved them some time in their exploration. There are only a few. Shen Ye thought, I will enter and lure them out, and then Zhua and Richa can strike with certainty. Remember to employ impactful ninjutsu, otherwise, the damage inflicted on those armored warriors will be negligible. The two nodded vigorously, clearly having learned how to deal with the armored soldiers from Orochimaru's earlier display of combat. Following Orochimaru's indicated path, the trio wasted no time and swiftly arrived at the designated room. However, Shen Ye was deeply perplexed by Orochimaru's actions. Yet he believed there must be a reason behind them, albeit one he did not yet comprehend. To be cautious, upon reaching the end of the path, Shen Ye utilized chakra sensing to verify the accuracy of Orochimaru's claims. Indeed, he confirmed that there were a few individuals inside, along with a unique chakra conglomerate. Undoubtedly the original stone. Remember what I said, you must use impactful ninjutsu. The two nodded in agreement, and Shen Ye left a specially crafted kunai at the entrance, ensuring an escape route. Having memorized their positions, Shen Ye took a deep breath and pushed the door open, seizing the opportunity to strike before the mechanical guards could react, swiftly dispatching one with a shadow snake hand technique. After a moment of surprise, the remaining 4 drew their blades, prepared to take Shen Ye down. Alas, no matter how swift their movements, they could not hinder Shen Ye, who had activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Shen Ye was transported outside, and thus far, all plans had unfolded flawlessly. However, the ensuing events were unforeseen. The 2 ambushers positioned behind the house were primed for a surprise attack, yet the enemies within remained reluctant to emerge, rendering their stances somewhat rigid. What is happening, Shen Ye? Are they not pursuing you? Shen Ye found himself utterly perplexed by the situation. After some contemplation, he grasped the purpose of their expedition and thus understood the rationale behind it. The uncut stone within the room was under strict orders to be safeguarded, while the armored warriors before him were clearly far superior to the mere rabble outside. Their reaction speed and collaborative combat abilities surpassed those of the previous adversaries by a significant margin. Had Shen Ye not launched a surprise attack earlier, he would have been unable to defeat even a single one of them. However, this raised another dilemma. The individuals inside the room remained unyielding, and the confined space favored the armored warriors wielding their sharp blades. As the room was constructed from thunderstone, breaching it from the outside was virtually impossible. Thus, the 3 of them stood outside, unable to devise a viable strategy. Should they force those warriors out with water release techniques? While Zhua's suggestion seemed sound, Richa's response swiftly extinguished that notion. Both Richa and Zhua were practitioners of physical combat, and Shen Ye had not acquired any water release techniques during his stealthy endeavors. The trio was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether illusion techniques might prove effective. In Shen Ye's mind, the memory of having previously stolen the illusion technique 3,000 crows from Aoba during Jiraiya's investigation suddenly resurfaced. Shen Ye, You possess illusion techniques? I had assumed we were assigned to the same team solely due to our proficiency in physical combat. The astonishment of Joie was immeasurable. And the same could be said for Nakaira beside him. However, if they were to uncover the truth, their shock would only deepen. Yet, Shen Ye would ensure that the truth remained concealed. Following the legendary 3 ninjas, one ought to maintain a semblance of decorum. With that, Shen Ye disregarded the 2 and promptly retreated into the room to confront the remaining 4 individuals. Kid, you dare return? Prepare to face my blade. Indeed. The individuals within the room had been waiting for Shen Ye's return, blocking the entrance on either side. As Shen Ye stepped inside, they immediately charged with their weapons drawn. Ninjutsu, 3,000 crows. With meticulous preparation, Shen Ye instantaneously unleashed the illusion technique, while the blades of the 4 assailants grazed the hem of Shen Ye's clothing. Chapter 93. Yet another formidable foe. The 4 ninjas ensnared by the illusion flailed wildly at the air before Shen Ye, and in no time at all, they struck down one of their own. Without a hint of resistance, the only one left standing in the room was Shen Ye. Observing this scenario, Shen Ye ceased the illusion and moved to call the 2 outside. However, just as he was about to step through the door, a sudden wave of lethal intent surged from behind him. With no time to think, Shen Ye instinctively lunged forward, not only evading a fatal blow, but also propelling himself out of the room. What is happening? Has the illusion not eliminated those individuals? Nakaira, witnessing Shen Ye tumble out in disarray, approached him with concern. Yet upon seeing the long, narrow wound on Shen Ye's back, he glanced into the room, only to find that the swift figure had vanished as if it had never existed. Just as Nakaira prepared to enter and investigate, Shen Ye, lying on the ground, exclaimed, "Don't go in." Unfortunately, it was too late. Nakaira had already stepped over the threshold. Immediately, he too sensed the deadly presence. Almost instantaneously upon entering, Nakaira unleashed his chakra in preparation. Return to heaven. The rapid rotation combined with the released chakra deflected the terrifying blade, but the residual force sent Nakaira flying back, landing him even farther than Shen Ye had fallen. What is happening? Faced with such a formidable adversary, Inuzuka's claw stood frozen in place, having just draped Shen Ye's arm over his shoulder when Uchiha's sword passed him in an instant, leaving no opportunity for reaction. After a fleeting moment of shock, Claw hoisted Shen Ye and commanded the nearby Kuro to seize Uchiha and make a hasty retreat. It must be said that Claw's judgment was astutely correct. The armored soldiers inexplicably did not pursue them outside, and the dire condition of Shen Ye and her companion clearly indicated they were outmatched. Moreover, the disparity in strength rendered her decidedly insufficient for the confrontation, making withdrawal the most prudent decision at that moment. Regrettably, while this strategy would have been apt against the armored soldiers, they were not the foes they now faced. A figure emerged from the cramped confines of the dwelling, one hand clutching a luminous and distinctly extraordinary thunderstone, while the other casually dragged a seemingly unremarkable, albeit somewhat battered, katana along the ground. The mask obscured the features of this individual, and the pitch-black conical hat rendered it impossible to discern their nationality. Upon their arrival, Claw was enveloped by an aura of mystery and formidable power. Is this the original stone? It appears rather unremarkable, seemingly musing to themselves. The figure toyed with the stone for a moment before carelessly stowing it away in their pocket and shifting their gaze toward Claw, who was attempting to discreetly slip away with the 2 others. Are you ninjas from Konoha? Is it true that the ninjas of Konoha have become this feeble? The words dripped with evident exasperation, yet were also laced with a fair amount of mockery. Who are you? Claw, aware that evasion from this individual was futile, set Shen Ye down and prepared for battle, while Kuro likewise released Uchiha and bared his teeth at the masked figure. Oh dear, little sister, do not be afraid. I am not a good person, on the contrary, I am quite the villain. Faced with the desperate demeanor of the Claw, the masked man appeared utterly indifferent, his formidable strength lending him ample reason to be so brazen. Initially, my intention was merely to seize the object known as the original stone. However, an unexpected curiosity sparked within me to eliminate a few lesser demons for amusement. One need not gaze upon the face concealed beneath the mask to discern that this individual is undoubtedly more deranged than he sounds. As the Claw, who yearned to retort, suddenly perceived the tremors emanating from the shadowy orb at his feet, he discreetly lowered his gaze. To his astonishment, he found the orb's eyes brimming with fear, clearly apprehensive of the man's overwhelming prowess. This compelled the Claw to reassess the figure before him. While others may not be acquainted with the orb, the Claw, having grown up alongside it, recognized its combative nature. The orb typically harbored a thirst for confrontation against formidable adversaries, yet it had never displayed such a despondent expression before. Look, look, the little pup is frightened. Fear not, for soon, in the depths of the underworld, you shall feel no terror. The masked man's voice, soothing and gentle, resembled that of someone comforting a wounded child with candy. Yet, the more tender his tone, the more chilling his words became. In the next instant, the masked man brandished his katana defensively. The claw, caught off guard and uncertain of the cause, was met with the sudden appearance of Shen Ye behind the masked man. His kunai poised threateningly at the trajectory of the man's blade. Confounded. Have I been discovered? Realizing his ambush had failed, Shen Ye wasted no time and utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to the claw's side. When did you? The claw regarded Shen Ye with astonishment. For just moments ago, he had been observing the spot where Shen Ye had lain. Now only a small wooden figure remained, quietly resting. You little demon. Attempting to deceive me with such a rudimentary substitution technique seems to underestimate my abilities. Nonetheless, it is quite impressive that someone of your tender age can wield space ninjutsu. Are you a descendant of the second Hokage? The masked man exhibited a notable familiarity with the lore of Konohagakure, casually referencing its history, albeit misjudging every detail. Enough with the chatter. You have two choices, either turn and leave, or relinquish your life here. In contrast to the claw and the orb's trepidation, Shen Ye maintained a semblance of composure, though he remained acutely aware of the threat posed by his formidable opponent. After all, he had narrowly escaped death by letting his guard down moments ago. Oh dear, how frightful. Little one from Konoha. Should I then plead for my life? His tone, though inquisitive, clearly conveyed his intent. Since you are unwilling to depart, then prepare to forfeit your life. After exchanging a glance with the claw, Shen Ye surged forward towards the masked man, his hands rapidly forming seals as his chakra coalesced within his chest. Fire style, great fireball technique. A small fireball was unleashed from the mouth of Shen Ye, hurtling towards the masked man with terrifying heat. Oh, this is rather intriguing. Instead of dodging or evading the oncoming inferno, the masked man faced Shen Ye's fireball head-on. This audacity utterly astonished Shen Ye. How could it be so easily resolved? However, reality swiftly dealt Shen Ye a staggering blow. Chapter 94. 2 against 1 indeed. It is somewhat scorching, yet merely average. I could manage to cook a meal at home with such flames. As the fire subsided, the masked man remained resolute before him, his hands continually gesticulating. Clearly, he had just withstood that formidable fireball technique with his bare hands. Such remarkable defensive prowess. With a silent sigh, Shen Ye concealed his thoughts, merely casting his specially crafted shurikens in all directions before advancing. Zhao, provide me with support. Aware that teamwork was essential to overcome the formidable foe before him, Shen Ye recognized that his own combat style was characterized by agility and adaptability, coupled with the synergy between Zhao and Haiwanu, who could deliver a decisive blow. They could certainly handle their powerful adversary if they coordinated effectively. Excellent. The claw behind Shen Ye gently comforted the gradually recovering Haiwan, then tossed a crimson pill into Haiwan's mouth, encouraging, just like usual, Haiwan, prepare. Encouraged, Haiwan regained his spirits, and under the influence of the pill, his body began to swell until he almost reached the height of a man. Beast mimicry ninjutsu. Beast clone technique. Instantly, a white mist enveloped them, transforming both the claw and Haiwan into bloodthirsty werewolf forms. Witnessing this scene, Shen Ye felt a sense of relief. The claw had earlier appeared to lose its fighting will, which could have been perilous during battle. Thus, Shen Ye had called it to assist him. Humph. What can two little brats accomplish together? Before me, they are merely sheep to be slaughtered. With both hands wielding the katana, Shen Ye danced with it as though it were the wind, and whenever he attempted to advance, a formidable force would retaliate against him. This terrifying strength could rival that of Tsunade, though Shen Ye had never witnessed Tsunade unleash her full potential. As he contemplated this, Shen Ye was once again forced to shift his position by the masked man, preparing to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, this time, the masked man seemed to have discerned Shen Ye's patterns and charged directly at him after utilizing the flying thunder god technique. Shen Ye was taken aback. In close-quarters combat, there was no time to activate the flying thunder god again, and he would have to brace himself for this strike. Gripping the kunai tightly, Shen Ye awaited the impending impact, but was suddenly met with a deafening roar caused by violent vibrations. Yatanya. Two rapidly spinning brown figures launched from behind the masked man. Realizing the magnitude of this threat, the masked man dared not underestimate it. Halting his advance towards Shen Ye and turning to face the two spinning figures with all his might. Yet while the masked man had let Shen Ye go, Shen Ye had no intention of reciprocating that mercy. Observing his opponent's back, Shen Ye wasted no time and swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, thrusting the kunai forward. Caught between attacks, the masked man reluctantly chose the least injurious method to counter the unavoidable blows. His waist twisted unnaturally like a serpent, narrowly avoiding Shen Ye's kunai. While facing Yutongya, he braced with his katana. However, at the last moment of contact, Shen Ye altered the direction of his kunai. And despite the masked man's desperate evasion, he still suffered a significant blow. Meanwhile, the claw struck decisively and retreated without greed. Realizing that Yutongya could not inflict direct damage on the masked man, after deftly maneuvering aside, he halted. With a moment's reprieve, the masked man turned to deal with Shen Ye, but Shen Ye had already fled far away after landing his strike, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Turning back to find nothing, the masked man roared in frustration like a wild boar. "You two little brats have successfully enraged me. Today, you shall pay with your lives." In his hand, the long blade moved with an unhurried grace, and at that moment, the masked man exuded an aura reminiscent of a fearsome Asura, appearing both terrifying and eerie. Was this a cursed seal? A sense of discomfort welled up within Shen Ye in response to this overwhelming power. The only conceivable method to instantaneously enhance one's combat prowess was indeed the cursed seal. As anticipated, once the oppressive aura subsided, bizarre patterns began to emerge upon the few visible areas of his body, and the mask upon his face fell away. Before either of the two could fully register his visage, his countenance was entirely obscured by the cursed seal, transforming him into a monstrous creature resembling a shark from the terrestrial realm. "Tremble before me, quiver in fear. You two little brats should feel honored to perish beneath such might." The power radiating from the transformed masked man was palpably unsettling, as if the very air surrounding them had thickened into murky waters, making it difficult to breathe. "Die!" As the ominous aura, akin to a liquid, enveloped Shen Ye, a chilling voice resonated from behind. The transformation had evidently augmented the creature's prowess significantly. In the blink of an eye, the monster had darted behind him, leaving Shen Ye no time for contemplation. He immediately activated his Flying Thunder God technique. However, upon arriving at his kunai's location, the creature was already there, showcasing an extraordinary leap in its observational prowess and speed. After several failed attempts to shake off the monster with the Flying Thunder God technique, Shen Ye began to feel the signs of chakra depletion. His breath grew increasingly labored, and his body struggled to keep pace. On several occasions, he narrowly avoided a devastating punch aimed at his lower back. This was untenable. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly, although this predicament was entirely unforeseen. A ninja's duty is to confront unexpected challenges until the mission is fulfilled. Even Shen Ye, a knowledgeable traveler of the Naruto universe, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Jua could only watch in alarm. The speed of the two combatants was far beyond his capabilities to intervene. The masked man had always been quick, but after his transformation, he had become a mere streak of darkness in the air, deterring Jua from joining the fray for fear of harming his ally. If you possess only such meager abilities, then you might as well perish. Once more, the transformed monster and Shen Ye appeared beside a kunai, but this time the creature's tone reflected a loss of patience. Preparing to strike Shen Ye down. "Even if you wish to consume me, you shall lose a few teeth in the process." A blend of reluctance, fury, and sorrow surged within Shen Ye, coalescing into the last remnants of his chakra. Reversal. In the stillness of the night, Shen Ye stood mere centimeters away from the monstrous creature, its protruding horns almost grazing his face. At such a close range, even this swift beast could not evade the impending counterattack. Thus, the two engaged in an aerial clash, unleashing their full might against one another. Chapter 95. Reinforcements. A figure was sent hurtling through the air, plummeting rapidly to the ground. As the dust settled, Shen Ye's form emerged, revealing that he had succumbed in this fierce battle. Yet, the creature too bore the scars of conflict. Its face was marred by significant injuries, and its once pristine attire was now tattered and ragged, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Coughing, Shen Ye acknowledged the vast disparity in their strengths. Once on the ground, he was gently supported by his companion, though he was now spitting blood and his bones were severely contorted. It was clear that he had sustained considerable injuries after taking that blow from the creature. "Rest assured, as long as I stand, he shall not lay a finger on you." The fall of Shen Ye seemed to provide Jua with a compelling reason to fight. Beside him, Wan, who had transformed into a canine form, reverted to a state resembling Zhua's own, an orc. Though no words were exchanged, the determination to protect Shen Ye was unmistakable. "Don't run away looking for help," Shen Ye managed to utter, his voice fragmented and barely coherent, struggling to form a complete sentence. Yet, even in his weakened state, his thoughts remained with the safety of his companions. It was unclear when Shen Ye began to feel an intrinsic sense of belonging to this place. For the sake of his comrades, he was willing to sacrifice himself, and it was evident that his companions felt the same. With bloodied hands, Zhua placed them back on Shen Ye, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I shall protect our comrades." After speaking, Zhua cast a lingering glance at the motionless Uchiha, still sprawled on the ground. It was apparent that the masked man's strength remained terrifying, even without transforming. Nevertheless, Zhua's resolve remained steadfast. "You foul creature, face me one-on-one." The young ninja from Konoha seemed eager to court death. The monstrous masked man appeared to relish the tormenting of his prey, deriving pleasure from watching Shen Ye nearly meet his end, only to express keen interest in yet another ninja rushing to their demise. A blood-red pill was extracted from Zhua's pocket, which he swallowed without hesitation. He then trembled as he merged with Hei-Wan amidst the swirling smoke. In Izuka-style hybrid transformation, two-headed wolf. Following a chilling wolf howl, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing an enormous black creature with two heads in the place where Zhua had vanished. Indeed, it was a two-headed wolf. Shen Ye found solace in this realization. After all, Kiba had been able to use this technique shortly after becoming a genin, so it was not surprising that he could wield it at a young age. The power of this technique was exceedingly formidable. Yet Shen Ye was acutely aware of its fleeting duration. Surpassing that limit would spell doom. However, it seemed the monster had no intention of allowing that to happen. How intriguing. Let us see what kind of entertainment you can provide. With that, the grotesque figure transformed its fist into a colossal size. Shen Ye observed closely. He had not employed the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, but rather his body had instantaneously grown to that magnitude. Gouging Fong, the strongest punch. The clash between the two sent dust soaring, the immense force scattering tiles in all directions, even leaving marks on the stone walls. Yet, such overwhelming momentum was fleeting. In an instant, both Zhua and Hei-Wan rolled back to Shen Ye's side, unconscious. Cough, cough. Not bad for a little brat. The formidable creature had sustained injuries even while battling Gouging Fong. In the dim light of night, Shen Ye stumbled to rise, attempting to shield the two companions behind him. However, his injuries were so grave that even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him, rendering the prospect of standing a distant dream. "My dear little ones, I retract my earlier words. You indeed possess a certain skill. Alas, it ends here." The creature, now restored to a humanoid form, staggered forth from the encroaching fog, emanating an aura of ferocity left by the wolf-like fangs. Nevertheless, the katana in its grasp remained unwavering. "You have indeed ignited a thrill within me. But now it is time for you to perish." As the blade was raised high, Shen Ye's eyes brimmed with remorse. Had he not made this fateful decision, he might have been relishing a long-awaited bowl of Ichiraku ramen back in Konoha, perhaps even in the company of Tsunade. Yet now, he faced the imminent departure from this world, a fleeting existence indeed. "I shall see which reckless fool dares to harm my brother." Just as thoughts of Tsunade crossed his mind, her voice seemed to echo in his ears. Could it be that one experiences auditory hallucinations before death? Shen Ye managed a bitter smile. "Shen Ye, you are not allowed to die. I will not permit my brother to perish a second time." This time, Shen Ye recognized the voice distinctly. It was indeed Tsunade. His previously closed eyes sprang open to reveal Tsunade, on the verge of tears, fervently employing her healing jutsu. "Sister Tsunade, be gentle." Grateful for this rare opportunity to survive, Shen Ye exhaled deeply. If there were one person in this world he could trust above all, it was undoubtedly Tsunade. "Shen Ye, how wonderful." Cough, cough. "This is hardly the moment for reminiscing, Tsunade." An incongruous voice shattered the tender scene, and Shen Ye turned with great difficulty to see Jiraiya. Jealousy etched upon his face as he gazed at Shen Ye lying on the ground. "You speak the truth, Jiraiya. Why don't you lend a hand with the foe before us?" "You little brat, I shouldn't have come to save you," Jiraiya retorted. Yet, Shen Ye understood that when it came to action, Jiraiya would not falter. "Little Shen Ye, you mustn't speak. Your wounds are severe. Who did this to you?" Tsunade inquired, her teeth gritted as she worked to mend Shen Ye's injuries. "By the way, Sister Tsunade, please check on Zhua and Uchiha. They too have been hurt. Do not worry, I am here." Zhua is in a precarious condition, but Uchiha should be fine. A gentler voice responded. Shen Ye lowered his head to see Kiko, and upon realizing that his comrades were being cared for, he finally felt a sense of relief. Soon after, he could no longer maintain consciousness, and his head drooped as he succumbed to darkness. Such a sentimental fellow, Jiraiya mused, noting that Shen Ye had persevered solely through sheer will. He faced the injured masked man without regard, occasionally glancing back at Shen Ye's condition. However, this behavior drew the ire of Tsunade. Hurry up and finish him off. Then bring him back to the village, so I can give him a proper thrashing to vent my frustrations. At this moment, Tsunade was tending to Kamiyo's wounds, leaving her no time to attend to the masked man. Otherwise, that individual would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. As you command, my lady. Jiraiya nonchalantly intercepted the masked man's strike, taking a step back. Instantly, the nonchalance in his eyes vanished, replaced by an unwavering seriousness. 1 minute should suffice. I still need to locate Orochimaru. Chapter 96. Unexpected developments. Faced with the timely reinforcements from Konoha, the masked man hesitated momentarily, clearly torn within about whether to advance. However, while he deliberated, Jiraiya had already launched himself into action with unwavering resolve. To lay such ruthless hands on my friend's younger brother. Prepare yourself. As the distance between them closed, Jiraiya began forming hand seals, evidently determined to resolve this matter swiftly. You think a mere trio can hold me back? The masked man donned another mask from seemingly nowhere, having kept his true identity concealed throughout, yet his tone betrayed a hint of fear. After issuing his menacing proclamation, the masked man turned to flee without hesitation, embodying the adage that a wise man does not court danger unnecessarily. Unfortunately for him, Jiraiya had no intention of letting him escape from the very beginning. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, hurtling towards the masked man's head. Should the masked man fail to evade it, he would be struck a second after his escape. Yet, should he attempt to dodge, the path before him would be ignited, rendering his escape futile. Jiraiya, confident in his technique, refrained from deploying any other jutsu, instead leaping to position himself behind the masked man, presumably to impress his goddess. However, to the astonishment of all present, the masked man suddenly transformed into a grotesque monster, accelerating with alarming speed, narrowly slipping past the great fireball. In light of this unforeseen scenario, Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss. Yet, even as the monster barely evaded capture, onlookers noted that its feet had been singed by the fireball, limiting its distance of escape. Do not pursue. We must take these children to the village first. Tsunade interjected urgently as she saw Jiraiya prepare to chase. In her eyes, nothing was more important than her brother's safety, although the fleeing figure was despicable. It paled in comparison to the urgency of Kamiyo's well-being. Jiraiya, feeling disheartened by his failed display of bravado, simmered with dissatisfaction at the fleeing masked man, prompting him to devise a makeshift plan. Shadow clone technique. An identical Jiraiya appeared before the group, the newly manifested clone nodding in agreement before dashing off in pursuit of the masked man. What a superfluous endeavor! If only I had acted differently from the start. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's remedial measures, Tsunade's frosty demeanor softened considerably. However, Uchiha remained dissatisfied, for had it not been for Jiraiya's showboating, that individual would have already been apprehended. As Tsunade's comrade, she held unwavering trust in Jiraiya's abilities. Hee, weren't we supposed to escort those little ones back to the village? Let us hasten. By the way, what about Orochimaru? Tsunade's aura turned frigid upon hearing Orochimaru's name, her heart conflicted and filled with fury. Over a day prior, she had been drinking with Shizen in a tavern in Konoha when a sealed letter arrived in her hands, its contents utterly shocking. Orochimaru's assassination plot, immediate assistance required. These succinct words, accompanied by an address, comprised the message conveyed by Shen Ye. Just as Tsunade was fervently preparing to leave the village, she encountered Jiraiya returning from gathering materials and decided to bring him along, for even if she had tea, he would likely find some revelry elsewhere, making him a valuable asset in battle. After a swift journey spanning more than a day, they finally arrived at the location indicated by Shen Ye, alerted by Shizen's keen senses. At this moment, Tsunade was engulfed in turmoil. Although she had sensed that Orochimaru was unhinged, she never fathomed that he would resort to conducting experiments on living beings, targeting her own brother no less. This was the individual closest to her after inheriting the legacy of Roque Tree, and Tsunade would not allow Orochimaru to succeed. As they hurried onward, the trio, burdened with 3 little ones, soon reached the site described in Shen Ye's message. However, The scene before them resembled a descent into hell. Vivid crimson blood stained the village entrance's stone marker, obscuring the already indecipherable inscription. The ground was littered with grotesquely lifeless bodies, and the once dilapidated houses stood in utter ruin, devoid of any semblance of integrity. "Help! Help me!" A faint cry for rescue emanated from near their feet. Shizune, closest to the source, looked down to find a frail old man, whose desperate gaze widened before he succumbed to silence, his demise a ghastly sight. What has happened here? Faced with the devastation, the trio stood frozen, unsure if they had arrived at the correct location. There was nothing here that could be deemed a village, and Orochimaru was nowhere to be found. Cough. Where exactly are we? As the three individuals stood in shock, the lightweight Naruhiko, resting on Jiraiya's shoulder, was the first to awaken. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he found himself utterly speechless. No matter how terrifying or brutal the sights a ninja may encounter, they are trained to conceal their emotions. Yet, in this moment, Naruhiko felt an undeniable surge of rage. Although they had only known these villagers for a mere 2 days, they had once been vibrant lives, now tragically transformed into a scene of indistinguishable corpses. Who could have committed such an atrocity? In a fit of extreme anger, Naruhiko demanded an answer, only to be met with the helpless shaking of heads from the other three. In contrast to the freshly graduated young ninja, Jiraiya and his companions had experienced the horrors of true warfare, having witnessed bloodshed before. Nonetheless, the wanton slaughter of innocent villagers ignited a profound fury within them. "Oh, you've all arrived, and you've even brought back our little heroes. You have my gratitude for your efforts," a sinister voice echoed, belonging to a figure none would ever forget. "Orochimaru, who is responsible for these villagers' deaths? Did you not see it? Why did you not intervene?" In his anger, Naruhiko forgot to address Orochimaru with the customary respect. But his fury had not only stripped him of etiquette, but also clouded his basic powers of observation. However, his lapse did not escape the notice of the other three. "Did you do all of this?" The first to speak was Jiraiya, who had always regarded Orochimaru as a brother. His gaze remained fixated on Orochimaru's hands, which should have been as fair as a woman's, but were now stained with blood. Chapter 97. The Battle of the Three Ninjas. This is unavoidable. It is not my fault that Shen Ye has been uncooperative. I had no desire to use these individuals for my experiments, Orochimaru replied, shockingly conceding. The four stood frozen once more, but what astonished them even more was yet to come. Regrettably, the results from these individuals were inferior to those of the ninja. Indeed, physical constitution was a significant variable in the equation. "You wretched Orochimaru, did you use comrades from the Hidden Leaf Village for your experiments?" Upon hearing this, even Jiraiya, who had always considered Orochimaru a close friend, could no longer maintain his naivety. As a disciple of the third Hokage, he had access to numerous pieces of information, including the frequent disappearances of the vulnerable ninjas in Konoha. Combined with Orochimaru's words, it became evident that he had captured these individuals for experimentation. However, what kind of experiments could result in such grotesque transformations? As Jiraiya surveyed the sea of corpses around him, the horrific sight was seared into his memory, impossible to forget. "You scoundrel! How could you be this kind of person? We trusted you." Upon hearing Orochimaru's candid confession, the youthful and impassioned Hinata Hizashi was ready to confront him, oblivious to the vast chasm of power that lay between them. Ninjutsu, Lion's main technique. Jiraiya, fully aware of Orochimaru's formidable strength, swiftly intervened to prevent Hizashi from recklessly throwing himself into danger. With a mere flick of his head, his flowing locks transformed into a magnificent white dragon, ensnaring Hizashi and pulling him back with great force. "Young one, your abilities are insufficient for a battle of this magnitude. Your task now is to safeguard the remaining two children." Jiraiya's gaze fell upon Hizashi's furious countenance, his tone imbued with an unyielding seriousness. His resolve unmistakable. Anyone who harmed Konoha, regardless of their past camaraderie, would face his wrath. Hizashi had never witnessed such a fearsome side of Jiraiya. The usually playful legendary ninja now revealed a darker aspect of his character. In a daze, Hizashi carefully took Shinya and Katsu from Tsunade and Shizune's backs and set them down on the ground, adopting a defensive posture. "You wretched traitor, for your betrayal of Konoha, you shall pay with your life." Tsunade, leading the charge, was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Despite being the first to strike, she sensed the gravity of the battle ahead. Deep down, she still regarded Orochimaru as the teammate she once knew, Yet his current actions were a flagrant violation of her principles. What is the matter, Tsunade? If you hesitate, allow me to take the lead. As Tsunade's closest friend, Jiraiya recognized her indecision immediately. However, clarity had replaced any doubt in his eyes. Nothing mattered more to him than the village. He would not forgive Orochimaru, nor would he spare Tsunade if she acted against Konoha's interests. Jiraiya advanced a step, though his figure reached Orochimaru before Tsunade, indicating that he was more adept at navigating matters of the heart. It has been a long time since I've fought earnestly. I've recently developed a few techniques that make for a fitting challenge against you. Jiraiya lunged toward Orochimaru, only to have his uppercut effortlessly blocked by the latter, who spoke with an air of arrogance, clearly dismissing Jiraiya, whom he had always overshadowed. The exchange was brief, a testament to the parity between the two warriors. Yet, it was evident from their expressions that Orochimaru appeared significantly more at ease. Since that is the case, let us not hold back any longer. Following their brief skirmish, Jiraiya comprehended that Orochimaru was earnest in his intent to take his life to silence him. Thus, the last remnants of hope he held for Orochimaru dissipated. Just as I wished. The two warriors distanced themselves and began forming hand seals, and upon closer inspection, it became apparent that they were crafting identical seals. Summoning technique. In unison, the two individuals shouted the names of their respective techniques, striking their palms against the ground. A circle of intricate seals emerged, and in an instant, their figures grew taller, transforming the white mist beneath them into two colossal beings towering several dozen meters high. Jiraiya, you rascal, are you challenging me while I am trying to rest? Exclaimed Orochimaru, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Manda, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? Wentai. This ISNTA reunion, Orochimaru has betrayed Konoha. Jiraiya interrupted, noticing the nostalgic expression on Frosh's face. Regrettably, Manda had already taken the initiative to strike. With a serpentine body, Manda slithered through the debris-laden village, seizing the moment of surprise to lash out at Frosh with a powerful swing of his tail. Clang! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the mountains, and as the dust settled, Frosh stood firm with his short blade raised before him, having successfully deflected the destructive tail strike that had aimed for him. Clearly, this was no jest. Frosh furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly leveraged his agility to leap into the air. Jiraiya, prepare to unleash fire. Understood. Years of partnership had forged an unparalleled synergy between the man and the frog. Fire was the weapon needed against a serpent. Fire release, toad oil fireball. A column of flame erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, initially modest in size. But upon contact with the toad oil expelled by Frosh, it transformed into a raging inferno, surging toward Manda and the looming Orochimaru above. What is happening? Frosh inquired, landing on the ground and peering into the consuming blaze that enveloped both Orochimaru and Manda. Do not let your guard down. They may be underground. Tsunade, who had been hesitant, observed the fire technique from the sidelines and realized that neither the serpent nor its master had sustained harm, as they had retreated underground, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack Jiraiya. Talkative woman. Orochimaru, let us dispose of her first. Manda hissed, his malicious eyes fixated on Tsunade. Do not underestimate Lady Tsunade. She is one of the legendary Shen Ye. Just as Manda charged forward, Shizen boldly stepped into the fray, her legs trembling from fear of the monstrous serpent. Yet she stood resolutely before Tsunade, as if to shield her, until a hand gently rested on her waist, causing Shizen to turn and discover Tsunade's determined gaze fixed on the advancing Manda. Fear not, Shizen, I can still distinguish between friends and traitors. With that, Tsunade gently nudged Shizen towards Shinya, signaling her to assist with healing. She then leaped forward to confront Manda, exclaiming, Heavenly Foot. Chapter 98. The Divine Knight joins the battle with a single strike. The entire village trembled, vast expanses of land shattered under the immense force of Tsunade. The colossal serpent. Manda sensed Tsunade's formidable strength and instinctively recoiled like a spring. Trying to flee, Tsunade, fully committed to the fray, had cast aside all other emotions. Once she resolved to engage, she would unleash her full power. Simultaneously, the other two combatants formed their hand seals, invoking another summoning jutsu. From the swirling mist emerged a slug, seemingly in sync with Tsunade's intent, which immediately unleashed a torrent of white, viscous fluid towards the rapidly retreating Manda. Sticky tongue. Manda evaded. The two streams of slime narrowly missed as Manda twisted in an almost impossible manner, and the goo that struck the ground melted away the already shattered earth. Indeed, Facing both of you at once is quite a challenge. Orochimaru mused as he retreated to his previous position, confident that, despite being outnumbered, he could easily escape due to his own prowess. His thoughts were solely focused on how to abduct the intriguing Shen Ye. "Shizune, take those little ones far away," Orochimaru commanded, his greedy gaze revealing his intentions. Shizune, understanding his motives, swiftly picked up Shen Ye, allowing Naruto to carry her as they turned to flee. "I always knew that one day I would leave Konohagakure, but I never anticipated it would be so soon, nor that it would be two old friends bidding me farewell." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya scoffed. "Orochimaru, you can no longer be considered our friend. Surrender peacefully, and perhaps we may still see each other for a few more years. Should you resist, we shall bring you back to face the death penalty. Jiraiya, who has instilled such confidence in you to kill me? In over 20 years. Have you ever bested me?" Orochimaru retorted. "One-on-one is uncertain, but what if I add myself into the mix?" The three of them positioned themselves in a triangular formation, their battle proving to be remarkably evenly matched. "Tsunade, you know as a medical ninja how many corpses one must encounter, but my jutsu can grant immortality. Do you not wish to witness it? Perhaps you could even reunite with your deceased brother." At the mention of her brother, Tsunade hesitated, tears welling in her eyes as her tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. It was evident that her brother, Nawaki, remained an insurmountable weakness for her. "I've got him." Any moment of hesitation on the battlefield could lead to one's demise, especially in the presence of the terrifying Orochimaru. A single instant of being caught could alter the course of the battle. "Won't I?" "Yes." Fortunately, this battlefield was not solely occupied by Orochimaru and Tsunade. Ninjutsu, collapse of the rooftop technique. Yet, without a single hand seal, Jiraiya merely freed one of his hands, allowing chakra to coalesce and swirl in anticipation of Wanta bridging the distance between himself and Orochimaru. Upon hearing the sound of Jiraiya's technique, Orochimaru merely smirked, noticing the absence of any significant movement from him, and directed his malice towards Tsunade, who was ensnared in her memories. "Prepare to meet your demise." In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's neck elongated as if capable of infinite extension, lunging towards Tsunade. At this moment, she was unable to react in time. Orochimaru's elongated neck ensnared her, and his razor-sharp fangs, more beast than human, aimed directly for her. Rasengan, with Wanta's colossal form crashing down. The myriad snakes bearing Orochimaru had nowhere to evade, crushed under the weight. Meanwhile, Jiraiya leaped from Wanta's descent, heading straight for Tsunade. It was the perfect moment for a counterattack. A well-aimed Rasengan struck Orochimaru's outstretched neck, sending him spiraling away and liberating Tsunade from peril. "Are you alright, Tsunade? During battle, you must not be distracted. The enemy may utter sweet nothings to deceive you, but you must remain focused." Jiraiya landed atop the slug, his concern for Tsunade palpable. Tsunade gradually regained her composure, her clenched fists betraying the fury within. "I understand." With that, she leapt from the slug, poised for close combat with Orochimaru. Jiraiya, fully aware of Tsunade's determination as her teammate, refrained from dissuading her, allowing her to descend. "How dare you deceive me, Orochimaru?" Upon landing, Tsunade activated her fierce mode, unleashing her immense strength to swiftly catch up with the freely falling Orochimaru. Grabbing his still extended neck, she unleashed a barrage of blows upon his once handsome visage. "I speak the truth. How could you be so eager to descend and assault me?" Despite the one-sided beating, Orochimaru's grin only grew more derisive, as if he were the true victor. Silence. A powerful kick from Tsunade struck Orochimaru's body like a punch against a sponge, yet for some inexplicable reason, the exhilaration of her blows felt oddly hollow, leaving her puzzled. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Instead of allowing himself to be flung away, this time, Orochimaru sought to close the distance between them, intent on continuing his psychological warfare against Tsunade. Just then, a sudden movement occurred. A kunai hurtled through the air, slicing between the serpentine limbs of Orochimaru, and in the next instant, a small, slender figure materialized beside the kunai. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Shen Ye arrived just in time to unleash a fierce fireball directly upon Orochimaru's visage. The intimate damage inflicted caused Orochimaru immense anguish, simultaneously widening the distance between him and Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, are you alright?" Shen Ye inquired, having successfully executed his attack before gracefully landing on the ground. However, to his surprise, Tsunade immediately enveloped him in a tight embrace, and through their contact, he could even sense her slight tremors. Reluctantly, Shen Ye abandoned his pursuit of Orochimaru and gently patted Tsunade's back. How audacious, young brat, to launch a sneak attack on me. Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed, though it bore a certain familiarity to Shen Ye. It was the very voice of the masked man from earlier. In shock, Shen Ye swiftly turned to face Orochimaru, only to witness his face seemingly shedding like a mask, revealing beneath it the visage of the masked man who had severely injured them moments before. Chapter 99. The escaping Orochimaru, you little brat. Flaunt your talents all you wish. The more you shine, the more I desire to possess you. The words, emanating from Orochimaru's half-burned face, were chillingly sinister, sending shivers down Shen Ye's spine, even as he prided himself on his composure in perilous situations. The younger generation is the hope of Konoha, and as a ninja of Konoha, I shall not allow you to act with impunity. It was rare to hear a serious statement from Jiraiya, which touched Shen Ye slightly. However, the overwhelming strength of Orochimaru loomed over him like an insurmountable shadow, leaving him uncertain as to when he would ever escape its grasp. Words are futile. Jiraiya, Tsunade, until we meet again. You cannot remain by Shen Ye's side forever. Soon, this lad shall become the key vessel in my research on immortality. Just wait and see. Orochimaru, do you truly believe you can escape under our very noses after all that you have done? Tsunade's dissatisfaction was palpable, for as one of the legendary Sannin, she felt that their strengths were not so disparate. Yet, here was Orochimaru, brazenly preparing to flee before them, an act that was difficult for her to accept. However, while Tsunade may have lacked clarity in her evaluation, Shen Ye was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He remembered the legendary battle between the Sannin, and though the animated portrayal had its limitations, it was evident that Jiraiya and Tsunade would find it challenging to impede Orochimaru's escape. Nevertheless, Tsunade was undeterred and charged fiercely towards Orochimaru, evidently intent on preventing his departure. Painful heaven's foot, as Tsunade unleashed her most expansive area of effect taijutsu to confront the fleeing Orochimaru. It seemed a sagacious move. However, given their history as former comrades, Orochimaru was all too familiar with their tactics. The serpentine motions he executed were utterly unnatural. Evading the stones hurled by Tsunade with an uncanny grace, swiftly advancing toward her amidst the chaos of debris. Annihilate the serpents. With that command, several robust snakes materialized from thin air, lunging directly at Tsunade and Shen Ye. In the face of imminent peril, Tsunade had no time to ponder. She instinctively shielded Shen Ye with her own body, crossing her arms in a desperate bid to protect him, willing to sustain injury herself. Just as she braced for the oncoming impact, an inexplicable force from behind seized her, and in an instant, her form was inexplicably transported several dozen meters away from her previous position. Jiraiya, if you don't hurry, Orochimaru will escape. Quiet down, kid. Here it comes. With Jiraiya's response, the previously tranquil chakra surged with fervor. Even Tsunade, who had not mastered Sage Mode, could sense the shift. This Sage Mode felt distinct from before. This must be the perfected state of Sage Mode. Just look at Jiraiya's face. As they glanced at Jiraiya, they observed that what began as mere wrinkles now enveloped his entire visage, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed. Frog Sage of Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya, has arrived. He shed his foot gear and assumed a posture reminiscent of a frog, crawling on the ground. Although the stance appeared somewhat comical, the power emanating from his form was undeniably formidable. Is this your long-held trump card? Quite impressive, I must say. Less chatter. I will take over the battle from here. Once I return to rest, Shen Ye, escort Tsunade to safety. As when I vanished with a resounding pop, Jiraiya seized the moment to charge toward the distant Orochimaru. What terrifying explosive power! Besides Shen Ye, Tsunade couldn't help but reflect on the fact that in this form, Jiraiya's strength could likely rival her own formidable power. Although Orochimaru had never witnessed this transformation of Jiraiya, the primal appearance of his physique evidently suggested a significant advantage in strength. Thus, Orochimaru, with a sense of inevitability, attempted to confront Jiraiya using the same tactics he employed against Tsunade. However, this disparity in information led to his considerable downfall. Jiraiya swiftly seized Orochimaru's elongated neck, effortlessly whirling him around before casting him skyward. What? Such astonishing reflexes! Orochimaru, suspended in the air, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet evading Jiraiya's ninjutsu from such a height with no leverage was utterly impossible. Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuiken. A spiraling sphere, nearly the size of two individuals. materialized in Jiraiya's hand. Utilizing his evidently enhanced legs, he leapt high, reaching Orochimaru in the blink of an eye. Repent, Orochimaru. The resounding impact echoed throughout the canyon, causing the surrounding mountains to visibly tremble. Clearly, Orochimaru was unable to withstand this assault. His contorted body fell to the ground, seemingly devoid of vitality, and thereafter lay motionless. Had it been resolved? Not far from the scene, Shen Ye and Tsunade noted the sudden silence in the battlefield's direction. Observing Orochimaru's still form on the ground, Jiraiya exited Sage Mode and approached to assess the situation. Be cautious. Although Tsunade and Shen Ye were unaware, Shen Ye understood that Orochimaru's abilities were notoriously deceptive and ever-changing. He might very well be feigning death. As if on cue, just as Shen Ye finished speaking, the motionless Orochimaru suddenly split apart. After the split, he transformed into a pure white serpent, swiftly darting towards the mountains behind him, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. This technique exists as well. Astonished as he was, Jiraiya immediately pursued him. Yet, he found himself struggling to control Sage Mode, his body beginning to swell, reminiscent of a balloon. Jiraiya, don't go? This situation is exceedingly perilous. If not interrupted in time, Jiraiya may become nothing more than a stone statue. Realizing his predicament, Jiraiya hastily ceased the flow of chakra. Although he halted his transformation into a frog, he simultaneously missed the opportunity to catch up to Orochimaru, watching helplessly as the pure white serpent vanished into the dense forest. Damn it, if only I were just a little stronger, Orochimaru wouldn't have escaped. Jiraiya, you have done your utmost. Let us return to the village. Tsunade approached Jiraiya, offering him solace, and it seemed that she had developed tender feelings for him at this moment. Meanwhile, Shen Ye refrained from intruding with idle curiosity and silently retreated to her previous location to seek out Shizune. Chapter 100. What lies ahead, Sister Shizune? How is Claw faring? Upon seeing Shen Ye return, Nichi promptly inquired about the situation. However, Shen Ye first reassured him before addressing Claw's condition, as it was due to her that Claw had been injured. At this moment, Shen Ye could only fervently wish for her recovery. I have already administered emergency treatment. Currently, the equipment is lacking, but once Tsunade-sama returns, she will handle the rest. After a couple of days at the Konoha hospital, she should be back to her former self. Witnessing Shen Ye's deep concern for her companion brought a smile to Shizune's face. Yet her curiosity compelled her to ask, logically speaking, your own injuries were far more severe. Why have you recovered so swiftly? During her examination of Shen Ye, she noted that his body appeared to have sustained grave injuries, yet within mere minutes, she had managed to treat him substantially. It was evident that her medical ninjutsu skills had not suddenly improved. Rather, it was Shen Ye's own condition that was extraordinary. Even with Shizune's extensive experience in medical ninjutsu, she had never encountered such a remarkable physique. In response, Shen Ye merely smiled, offering no explanation. For he himself was perplexed by the situation. He had sensed that his body was on the brink of collapse, yet it seemed to be mending itself. A truly wondrous phenomenon. Could it be due to your upgrade system? Faced with such an anomaly, the only explanation Shen Ye could conceive was his peculiar system. Indeed, but not entirely. The upgraded system appeared to possess a cryptic understanding, teasingly informing Shen Ye, this is merely a random ability associated with the jutsu acquired post-upgrade. Thus it cannot be considered a direct benefit of the system's enhancement. Contemplating the system's response, Shen Ye recalled that there were few jutsu within the Naruto universe that boasted such terrifying regenerative capabilities. Given that he had always resided in Konoha, it was improbable that it was a technique from a foreign village. Thus, this jutsu must be. Precisely, it is the forbidden technique from Tsunade, the 100 Healings technique. Astonishingly, it was the most formidable combat medical ninjutsu among the Hokage. In a moment of exhilaration, Shen Ye nearly leapt from his seat. Had it not been for the many eyes upon him, he might have bellowed in celebration of his extraordinary fortune in acquiring such a skill. Yet, upon reflection, this ninjutsu did not seem to have been stolen after all, as he could not recall the system ever indicating that he had pilfered the 100 Healings technique. Indeed, this was a testament to the system's remarkable capabilities post-upgrade, enabling the extension of stolen skills into formidable new ninjutsu, potentially even forbidden techniques or S-rank abilities, though one must accumulate a certain period before they can be reused. For this, Shen Ye could only utter 2 words, heaven-defying. It was truly astonishing that he had extended the immense strength he had acquired from Tsunade into the 100 Healings technique. Did this not imply that he could transform into an indomitable force in future battles? However, how many skills had he extended thus far? Just one. And the extension was entirely random. Nonetheless, the resulting ninjutsu were all of a powerful caliber. Hearing the first half of the system's statement left Shen Ye with a tinge of discontent, but the latter half assuaged his dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the 100 healings technique, as the most potent ninjutsu available to him at this juncture, was indeed formidable, even if it was passive. Just as Shen Ye reveled in his newly acquired ability, a wave of weakness washed over him. Unlike the usual exhaustion from depleted chakra, this sensation felt akin to the aftereffects of life force consumption. He felt as though he were enveloped in oppressive seawater. It seemed this must be the aftereffect of the 100 healings technique, indicating that it could not be used as frivolously as he had imagined. With a wry smile, he led Uchiha and the others to the ravaged village, now barely recognizable. At this moment, Tsunade's summoned slug had vanished, leaving only her tending to Jiraiya's wounds amidst the battle-scarred ruins. Upon seeing the remaining three safe, Tsunade and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. After they buried the villagers' corpses, they would return to Konoha. Tsunade gestured for Shizen to assist with Jiraiya's healing while she took charge of the more severe injuries. The group nodded in unison and set to work. Shen Ye, what made you so bold when facing Orochimaru? Shizune admired Shen Ye's bravery while treating Jiraiya, acknowledging the vast difference in their strengths, yet noting that Shen Ye's courage was commendable. However, her words evidently struck a nerve with Shen Ye, who clenched the shovel he used to dig. The disparity in their powers was immense. If he could not strengthen himself swiftly, he would remain a mere spectator in such encounters in the future. The words of Shen Ye were devoid of any falsehood. Just moments ago, Orochimaru's gaze upon him resembled that of a hunter fixated on its prey, and indeed, the reality was such that his own strength offered little to no resistance against Orochimaru. If the latter were to take him seriously, he would likely have already been captured for experimentation. Yet, he had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, and it was only natural to feel overwhelmed in the presence of a ninja like Orochimaru. Moreover, his path of growth was still long, provided that I do not have that luxury of time. The pressure Orochimaru exerted felt akin to a needle suspended above my head, constantly provoking me. I lack the time to strengthen myself gradually. I must enhance my abilities to the utmost. His desperate roar drew the attention of those around him, particularly Tsunade, who had been conversing with him moments earlier and appeared visibly startled. However, Shen Ye quickly recognized his rudeness, bowed slightly to the crowd, discarded his shovel, and departed alone, leaving the onlookers bewildered. The anguish within him was a solitary burden. Upon reaching an open space, he squatted down, reflecting on the events that had transpired. Among his peers, he had always excelled in every aspect, and it was only natural that demonstrating formidable strength would attract attention. Yet, neither Orochimaru nor Danzo, nor even the ninjas from other nations, would permit his growth to proceed unimpeded. In that moment, Shen Ye found himself grappling with self-doubt for the first time. Perhaps he should adopt a more low-profile approach, or perhaps even grovel to Danzo for forgiveness, seeking to ascend this towering figure for self-preservation. Perhaps no, there is no perhaps. Today, they fear my rapid growth. Tomorrow, I will instill fear in them regarding my strength. Why should a genius humble himself? What of lacking connections? What of not possessing a tailed beast? With my extraordinary system as my ally, I am 100 times stronger than them. I am Shen Ye, and I shall forge my own path. I will become the future ruler of the ninja world. Chapter 101. In the hospital room, having meticulously charted his future in his mind, Shen Ye returned to his former vibrant self. Though it was evident to the discerning eye that he now bore an air of rebirth, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. The pressures he had previously faced had left him at a loss regarding how to confront his future, but now that he had established a clear objective, the confusion in his eyes had naturally dissipated. Little Shen Ye, you don't seem very happy. Tsunade's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, just as he was preparing to map out his aspirations. Shizen asked me to convey her apologies. She spoke without thinking, and didn't consider your feelings. It was indeed her abruptness. How about I, your elder sister Tsunade, offer you some comfort? It is of no concern, Sister Tsunade. I have come to terms with it. Those scoundrels who sought to conspire against me today did so precisely because of my vulnerability. Henceforth, I shall transform into a man whose very name instills fear deep within their bones. The response from Shen Ye took Tsunade somewhat by surprise. Gazing at the imposing young boy before her, She felt an inexplicable sense that he was not merely an 11 or 12-year-old. Rather, he possessed a distinctive aura characteristic of adulthood. What about those who harbor ill intentions towards you? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Tsunade began to savor the unusual depth in Shinya's words, realizing that in the village of Konoha, the threats against him extended beyond just Orochimaru. In light of this, Shinya merely chuckled, deflecting the seriousness of the matter, and subsequently accompanied Tsunade back to the village. My apologies, Shinya, Tsunade said. I did not mean to imply your intentions. I merely wanted to express my outrage that Orochimaru would dare target the new generation of ninjas in Konoha. Such individuals must be eradicated promptly. Upon seeing Shinya return with Tsunade, Ino hurried forward to apologize, clearly wishing to leave a positive impression on him. However, Shinya was far more magnanimous than she had anticipated. I should be the one apologizing. I allowed my multitude of thoughts to get the better of me and took it out on you, Miss Ino. I sincerely regret it. To emphasize his earnestness, Shinya bowed deeply before her. Thus, the atmosphere lightened once more, and shortly thereafter, the group returned to Konoha. The first order of business upon their return was for Tsunade to escort the 3 genin, including Shinya, to the Konoha hospital. Although Shinya insisted he was nearly recovered, he was nonetheless unceremoniously compelled to stay at the hospital. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya reported to the 3rd Hokage about the inquiries they had made of Shinya during their journey. The 3rd Hokage took this matter very seriously, promptly enclosing the village and using the investigation of Orochimaru's remnants as a pretext to thoroughly search nearly every ninja household. The commotion was such that even from his hospital bed, Shinya was acutely aware of the unfolding events. As for the source of the information, Shinya, confined to the hospital, felt like the happiest person in the world. Barely a day into his stay, Meishong appeared, having heard the news from some source, bearing a fruit basket to visit him. The following day, Shinya's friends crowded into his room, rendering it nearly impossible to move. Dingzwa, can't you lose a little weight? The hospital room is already small, and you occupy the space of several people. I can't help it. My father says our Akimichi clan is meant to be this way, and he has asked me to lose weight. Quite the contrary, he encourages me to eat more. Do either of you know that you need to keep your voices down in the ward? It could disturb Shinya's rest. With a single remark, Meishong silenced Dingzwa and Shikaku, though the two continued their silent warfare. Come, Shinya, have a piece of apple. Turning to him, Meishong transformed into a gentle presence, offering a small slice of cut apple. I assure you, I am truly fine. If it weren't for Tsunade's orders, I would be ready to take on my next mission right now. That is not permissible. The nurse has advised you to rest quietly, ideally refraining from utilizing any chakra. So allow us to cheer you on. Meanwhile, seeing Shen Ye indulge in the apple offered by Meishong, Meiting, not want to be outdone, promptly presented a slice of orange to Shen Ye's lips, fully embodying tenderness, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere surrounding Shen Ye. The adjacent hospital room housing Richa appeared rather desolate. It was not until recently, when his brother, Ryong Rizu, delivered a fruit basket, that there had been any visitors. Even Ryong Rizu stayed for only a brief moment before excusing himself under the pretense of returning home to practice, casting glances at Shen Ye imbued with a hint of envy. Ah, the individual in the opposite bed, Richa, is my comrade from this mission. Without his assistance, it is likely that my return would not have been so effortless. In the keen gaze of Shinya, he discerned a flicker of emotion in Richa's eyes through a narrow gap. However, upon meeting Shinya's gaze, Richa chose to bow his head, evidently reluctant to reveal his inner feelings. Since they were all friends, why not celebrate together? To commemorate their triumphant return, I shall treat everyone to a barbecue today. Amidst the cheers, Shinya noticed a glimmer of moisture in Richa's eyes, which vanished as quickly as it appeared when Richa turned away. Yet, Shinya understood that soon another companion would join their ranks. Since Dingzwo was treating, I must bring along my savior. What? Shinya, you've grown so powerful, yet still required saving? Upon hearing Shinya's words, the ever-astute Minato was visibly taken aback. However, after Shinya recounted the entire tale, he nodded in approval, clearly supportive of Shinya's decision. Richa, who had been among the first to be defeated and fell into unconsciousness, was astonished to learn that the masked man had been severely injured by Zhua using the Wolf Fang technique. He had been oblivious to the perilous situation that had unfolded until Shinya articulated it. Ahem. Just as the group of friends was deliberating where to enjoy their barbecue that evening, a familiar and steady voice interrupted from behind. Ah, little ones. I see you are all in high spirits. Lord Third. The group quickly made way, recognizing that this visit was evidently directed at Shen Ye, with the rest of them merely in attendance by chance. Just as they prepared to depart, they were called back by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hold on, do not leave just yet. Since this matter involves you all, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Huh, what matter? It involves us. You have all proven yourselves to be competent genin. It is time to assign you each a mentor. Chapter 102. The Third's arrangement. Is it finally time for this? Splendid. When will the class divisions take place? I hope to be grouped with Shen Ye. Upon hearing this news, the other genin were filled with excitement, while Shen Ye felt a twinge of reluctance. For someone as free-spirited as he, mingling among powerful ninjas allowed for the acquisition of diverse jutsu. However, being assigned to a fixed group would hinder his ability to learn new techniques. Despite his reservations, Shen Ye acquiesced, contemplating whether he should join the Umbu to enhance his skill set. I have nearly finalized the class assignments. In a couple of days, once you receive your notifications, you can greet your respective mentors. The third Hokage did not explicitly address the class division. However, it can be inferred that it would resemble the grouping of the Konoha 12. Yet, numerous other elements are at play, and the specifics will only be revealed upon official notification. Now, there is another matter I wish to discuss privately with these two youngsters. So you may all return for the time being. A teacher will come to inform you when the time is right. Farewell, third Hokage. The group collectively bid their farewells to the third Hokage and waved to Shen Ye and Nichi, after which Shen Ye's companions gradually made their way home. Third Hokage. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Why be so formal with the future pillars of Konoha? Once all unrelated parties had departed, Shen Ye presented Sarutobi Hiruzen with an apple from a fruit basket, showcasing the hospitality of a host. The third Hokage, unceremoniously, set aside his hood and began to eat the apple. I merely wish to inform you about the aftermath of this incident. I truly did not anticipate Orochimaru's defection. It was a failure on my part as Hokage, and I hope you can forgive me. Despite his words, no trace of sorrow could be seen on the third Hokage's face. Instead, he savored the apple with greater enjoyment. Furthermore, I have dispatched individuals to examine Orochimaru's laboratory. And indeed, several missing ninjas from Konoha have been rescued. Additionally, upon Danzo's recommendation, we have apprehended those ninjas closely associated with Orochimaru, which may aid in the upcoming operation to capture him. Yes. Well done, very thorough. But what use is this information to me, third Hokage? In Shen Ye's mind, he had already prepared himself for this, as the original narrative depicted the third Hokage acting in such a manner following Orochimaru's defection. However, Orochimaru had numerous hidden strongholds outside of Konoha, and much of his research was not located within the village. Therefore, capturing a multitude of his followers would ultimately be futile. Of course, it is relevant. I hope you will continue to follow up on this matter. Me? An apple nearly lodged in Shen Ye's throat as he choked in disbelief. He had not expected the seemingly benevolent third Hokage to place such a burden upon him. He had previously encountered Orochimaru, and the terrifying pressure from that experience still haunted him as a nightmare. Third Hokage, you truly overestimate my abilities by asking me to follow up on this. You little rascal, do you only show respect when faced with unpleasant tasks? Of course, I would not send you alone. The third Hokage had evidently anticipated Shen Ye's reaction. With a gentle clap of his hands, he addressed the surrounding air, "Come forth." A white mist ascended, and a voice, one familiar to Shen Ye, resonated from behind the third Hokage. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a direct disciple of the great sage of MT Miyaboku, the Toad Sage of Miyaboku. Confronted by the grand entrance of Jiraiya, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a strong urge to facepalm. This fellow, with whom he was quite familiar, was acting as if they had never met before, launching into an introduction, coupled with his somewhat formal appearance. One might easily be deceived if unaware of his notorious reputation as the lecherous sage. Jiraiya, my old friend, what brings you here? The sudden appearance of Jiraiya filled Shen Ye with a terrible foreboding, as he sensed he had once again fallen victim to the machinations of the third Hokage. Oh, I can no longer call you brother. From now on, it must be Master Jiraiya. Surely, you jest. We are far too familiar for such formalities. You cannot be serious. Initially, Shen Ye was reluctant to accept the reality of the situation, but upon witnessing the calm gaze of the third Hokage, he realized the truth. No way. This old lecher is to be my teacher? My hard-won reputation will be utterly ruined. What? You little brat. You dare to call me an old lecher? I ought to string you up and spank you. Fool, watch my fire release. The verbal skirmish between the two swiftly devolved into a friendly exchange, completely disregarding the hospital setting that demanded silence, not to mention the presence of the elderly Hokage. Ahem, enough of this. While there was a hint of seriousness in his words, the third Hokage's expression betrayed him, clearly wishing for the two to engage in a joyful collaboration. I must make it clear that if this old lecher is assigned to me by the third Hokage, I will absolutely refuse. You insolent brat. Do not think that just because you are Tsunade's brother, you can act with impunity. The orders of the third Hokage are not something you can simply disregard. In the blink of an eye, the deeply bonded duo was bickering once more. Very well, my arrangements are made with purpose. The tasks you will undertake differ from those assigned to others. Thus, I must assign trustworthy and formidable ninjas to accomplish them. After much consideration, it seems you two are the only suitable candidates. Upon hearing this, the two reluctantly sat together, ready to listen as the third Hokage continued. Your team's mission is primarily to track the movements of Orochimaru, as well as to retrieve any loyal followers of his who have fled, ensuring that they do not relay Konoha's secrets to foreign nations. Upon mentioning foreign nations, even two individuals who are at odds with one another become acutely aware of the severity of the situation. The Second Great Ninja War has only recently concluded, and many ninjas from other countries harbor considerable prejudices against Konoha, the victorious side. At this moment, even the slightest disturbance could ignite the Third Great Ninja War, and it would not merely be a matter of Orochimaru fleeing from the scene. Moreover, Shen Ye, well-versed in the history of the ninja world, recalls that the Third Great Ninja War followed closely after the second, during which countless lives would be lost. The extent of the devastation is something a young man, who has merely traversed from a peaceful era, cannot fully comprehend. If only he could indefinitely prolong the war until he possesses sufficient strength. Alas, time waits for no one. Exchanging a glance with Jiraiya, Shen Ye perceives the compromise in his eyes. Reluctant to challenge the authority of the third Hokage, he steels himself and agrees. Chapter 103. Discharged from hospital. Seeing both men acquiesce, the third Hokage is elated. After a brief exchange, he departs, leaving the remaining time to the two of them. Jiraiya, the perverse sage, I hope you won't be delayed by the allure of the women's bathhouse during your missions, Shen Ye quips. Despite this jest, he harbors profound respect for Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and among the few individuals in the Naruto series who commands his admiration, one of whom has yet to be born. Jiraiya epitomizes the essence of a ninja, both in character and technique. If one were to define the meaning of being a ninja, it may well be the endurance of suffering that Jiraiya embodies, tragically ending his life at the hands of his own disciple. Just as Shen Ye silently vows to save Jiraiya in the future, a remark from Jiraiya nearly extinguishes that resolve. Appreciating beautiful women is one of life's greatest pleasures. If this delays the investigation, so be it. Though aware that Jiraiya's words are intended to ease the tension between them, Shen Ye cannot shake the vivid image of Jiraiya's escapades at the women's bathhouse from his mind. While Shen Ye and Jiraiya engage in light banter, a striking figure appears at the door of Shen Ye's hospital room. Little Shen Ye, how are you feeling? Do you still feel weak and fatigued? Tsunade sister, I've told you. I'm perfectly fine, yet you refuse to let me leave the hospital. I assure you, I am well. Since Shen Ye's hospitalization 2 days ago, Tsunade has diligently visited twice daily, entirely disregarding the role of the medical staff. Ignoring the lecherous gaze of Jiraiya, Tsunade strides directly to Shen Ye, who is eager to demonstrate his recovery, and proceeds to utilize her chakra to examine his condition. You may feel fine now, but you are not a medical ninja, so you cannot grasp the importance of this matter. If you don't behave, I still have the injections from the day before yesterday. Would you like to reconsider? Speaking of the needle from the day before yesterday, it truly sent a shiver down Shen Ye's spine. Previously, he had stubbornly refused to enter the hospital, unwilling to cooperate with Tsunade's examinations and treatments. After all, having pilfered the 100 healing techniques, he believed it was sufficient for his needs. Moreover, Shen Ye was apprehensive that if discovered, he would be at a loss to explain his possession of such techniques. However, unexpectedly, Tsunade feigned compliance, only to swiftly deliver an injection. At the moment, he let his guard down. Once injected, he found himself in a daze, rendered helpless, and although his body felt numb, his mind remained acutely aware, a most distressing sensation indeed. Farewell, farewell, Sister Tsunade. I am such an obedient child. Of course, I shall heed your every word. There was no other choice. A wise man does not suffer losses before his eyes. This is my good little brother. Come, let me examine you. With that, Tsunade's hand emanated a soft green light as she began to manipulate Shinya's body. All done. Your recovery is indeed impressive. You may leave today. However, do not even think about indulging in grilled meats for a while. You must eat every meal at home, and I shall prepare a restorative diet for you. Really? But what about Dingzhua and the others? It's nothing. In that moment, Shinya understood why patients often fear doctors. A diligent and handsome physician may be admirable, yet their unwavering demeanor can be quite intimidating. Later today, go through the discharge procedures, then meet me at the training ground. I have something to discuss with you. The training ground? Ever since being taken in, although Shinya had spent all his time at Tsunade's residence, she had never actually taught him any ninjutsu. He had once sought her guidance on a couple of techniques, only to be turned down on the grounds of their inappropriateness. Why today, he pondered. Yet, Shinya chose not to dwell on it. After all, in the vast village of Konoha, apart from the younger generation like Minato, Tsunade was the one he could trust the most. She would never wish him harm. Seeing Shinya's reluctant compliance, Tsunade shook her head with a wry smile, leaving the room without further comment. Shinya, you may not know this, but Tsunade's brother and lover both perished during the Second Shinobi World War. At that time, she had lost the ability to serve as a medical ninja. It was only upon your emergence, whom she came to regard as a brother, that she found a reason to rise again. Therefore, you must not die. Under normal circumstances, Shinya would have lectured Jiraiya for saying you must not die. But in this moment, he inexplicably nodded and softly replied, I will not die. Shinya was well aware of Jiraiya's implications regarding the impossibility of becoming a medical ninja. In the context of warfare, developing hemophobia would undoubtedly signal the end of one's career as a battlefield medic. Even someone as formidable as Tsunade would be no exception. Reflecting on the fact that Tsunade had shown no lingering effects in front of him, it became evident that he held considerable significance in her eyes. Enough of this despondency. It was time to proceed with the discharge formalities. With a serious demeanor, Shinya appeared to be under considerable pressure. Jiraiya, mistakenly attributing this to himself, approached to offer comfort. Raising two fingers in the shape of chopsticks and inquiring whether Shinya wished to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. No. I believe I shall heed Tsunade's advice and save my meal for later. However, if you wish to treat me, we can discuss it once Tsunade gives her orders. As he changed into his clothes, he glanced at the barrier surrounding him, then at the bewildered Uchiha outside, marveling at the prowess of the third Hokage, whose barrier was so adept that even Shinya, seated, had failed to notice its existence. Seeing Shinya exit the hospital room alone, Jiraiya offered an apologetic smile to Uchiha next door, then performed hand seals to dispel the barrier before departing. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. With their exit, Uchiha found himself alone in the room and couldn't help but reflect on how Shinya consistently attracted capable individuals around him. Perhaps this was what one referred to as charisma. Meanwhile, as Shinya completed his discharge procedures and bid farewell to Jiraiya, he returned home, where Tsunade was still occupied. He awaited her return in quiet anticipation. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was roused from his reverie by Tsunade's arrival. I was delayed at the thirds discussing some matters, but the day is still bright outside. Come with me to the training ground. Confused, Shinya followed Tsunade without understanding the purpose of their outing. Before long, they arrived at a sparsely populated training area. What is it, Tsunade? He inquired. I want to teach you a couple of techniques before you head out, so you won't be bullied in my absence. Chapter 104. Peace and War. Despite Tsunade's words being as succinct and clear as ever, the concern and care in her tone were unmistakable. After a prolonged silence from Shinya, Tsunade hurried forward to check on him, just as he discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. All right, Tsunade, what will you teach me? But if it's too simple, I shan't learn it. Despite the fact that Shinya had pilfered an array of skills from Tsunade, it was undeniable that none of these could rival the efficacy of those imparted directly by a master. Tsunade, ever generous, willingly shared her extensive research on forbidden techniques with Shinya, including the mastery of the Baika no Jutsu and methods to retain the power accumulated through daily practice. Thus, the two remained in the training grounds until the stroke of midnight before returning home, with Shinya experiencing a state of chakra depletion the following day. After all, the Baika no Jutsu, renowned as the most formidable forbidden technique among medical ninjas and unmatched throughout the Naruto realm, naturally posed considerable challenges in its mastery. Fortunately, it was not until the third day, while Shinya diligently practiced chakra alone at home, that he began to recover from his exhausted state. And Jiraiya had not sought him out, likely having learned of Shinya's condition from Tsunade. Only upon grasping the essence of the Baika no Jutsu from Tsunade did Shen Ye fully recuperate. And today marked the first day Tsunade had permitted him to forego his medicinal meals. Tsunade-ne, I'm off to find my friends. With that, Shen Ye hurriedly dashed out of the door, leaving Tsunade behind, who smiled softly at the ajar door. Tsunade-sama, the third Hokage is seeking your presence. It appears there is a new mission at hand. Before Shen Ye could take more than a few steps, a shadow descended beside Tsunade, kneeling before her in a posture of humility. Understood. I shall attend to the mission shortly. Let these youngsters enjoy themselves for now. Is that truly wise? The figure inquired, raising his head with a note of uncertainty, though his expression was concealed behind a decorative mask. For a group of genin, what could be of such grave importance? It seems to involve issues concerning the land of rain. It would be prudent for you to head there sooner rather than later. After relaying the message, the shadow vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving Tsunade in contemplation. After a significant pause, Tsunade emerged from her reverie, gazing at the distant Hokage rock with a wistful tone, as if addressing herself. The land of rain, a place brimming with memories. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Ye, far away in the Akimichi household, was entirely oblivious to these developments. Dingzhu, I finally recovered today. Shall we go indulge in some meat? Why approach Dingzhu first? Because once someone accompanied him, others typically followed suit, especially Dingzhu, who rarely turned down an invitation when meat was involved. Absolutely. Let us go. With uncontainable excitement, Dingzhu effortlessly vaulted over the towering wall of the Akimichi residence, his agility surprising enough to overshadow his portly stature. Dingzhu, how have you become so agile? I still fondly recall the first time I encountered Dingzhua, who, at that moment, found himself ensnared in the narrow doorway due to his insatiable appetite. Even now, I imagine he would still struggle to pass through. But let us not dwell on that. Our new teacher is nothing short of a tyrant. One glance at the abrupt change in Ding's expression reveals that this new instructor is quite formidable and imposes stringent demands upon him. By the way, with whom have you been grouped? Shen Ye, filled with curiosity, inquired about his time spent honing the 100 Heroes technique at home. While others had already been assigned to their respective teams, he found himself paired with Jiraiya, uncertain if other members would join them. Naturally, there were also Kakashi and Hachi, as the Inuzuka clan was a well-established team in Konoha. Speaking of his teammates, Dingzhua was evidently brimming with excitement, clearly pleased with his assignment. As for Hachi, his identity escaped Shen Ye momentarily, but the mention of the Inuzuka clan suddenly reminded him of a white-haired man. Indeed, the combination of the Inuzuka clan was quite formidable. Given the chance, he was eager to test his newly acquired ninjutsu against them. The so-called new ninjutsu was, in truth, not entirely new. Rather, it involved enhancing his original techniques to such a degree that they seemed almost like entirely different skills. This ninjutsu was, of course, the 100 Heroes technique recently taught to him by Tsunade, although what Shen Ye referred to was merely an extension of it, an agile application of brute strength. We must spar when the opportunity arises. As they conversed, they arrived at the residence of Minato Namikaze, which was conveniently close. Minato, would you like to join us for a meal? Shen Ye, you've recovered. Upon hearing Shen Ye's voice, Minato leapt from the window, greeting his companions before clinging to Shen Ye. We were so worried about you. To think you'd invite us for a meal right after your recovery, truly the mark of a good friend. Haha. It's merely a celebration of my recovery. I intend to gather quite a few people. Let us go. Upon reaching Minato's home, they were not far from the residences of a few others, and soon Shen Ye summoned all his companions. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 10 individuals had gathered around him, and he was astonished to realize that he had forged so many friendships in such a brief time since arriving from another world. With these individuals destined to become the future strongholds of Konoha, perhaps this was the allure of charisma. Such a crowd. Let us head to the largest barbecue joint in Konoha. The compensation from our last mission has come through, so this time, it's on me. Oh, cheers erupted from the youths, their excitement starkly contrasting with the turmoil of the outside world. Not far away, atop a nearby roof, an elderly man wearing a straw had observed the scene, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips at the sight of such vibrant youth. After a brief moment of amusement, the old man turned his gaze towards the Hokage rock in the distance, where the faces of past Hokages were intricately carved into the massive stone, his own visage perfectly aligning with the third stone. Before long, a swift figure landed beside him, and as the wind settled, silver hair billowed. revealing a handsome face, none other than Shigetsu Hatake. Do you wish to join them on their missions? The third Hokage sensed the arrival of Shimasu. Yet he did not turn back, merely inquiring softly. I wish to help, but the village is in peril, and my primary concern lies with its safety. Those ruffians would need to contemplate the strength of Konoha before making any moves. However, if you wish to engage with them, by all means, do so. As for the division of groups, I happen to have a splendid idea. Chapter 105. An urgent mission. What? You haven't been assigned to a group yet? In the bustling Konoha barbecue restaurant, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd upon hearing that Minato had yet to locate his teacher. Their surprise was not unwarranted. After all, their peers from the same cohort had already begun undertaking missions under their teacher's guidance. Even the most reluctant of participants, Shino, had been subjected to considerable training, let alone the others. Alas, I also inquired with Lord Third, but he mentioned that arrangements had already been made. What remains to be done will depend on how those Jonin choose to organize themselves. He would not intervene further. The conversation at the table buzzed with exchanges. Yet within Shen Ye's heart lay a different speculation. Could it be that Minato was in the same group as himself, and due to his recent absence, he had not encountered their teacher? Yet, such baseless conjectures were not the solution. Shen Ye shook his head, resolving to inquire about the specific group assignments from the third Hokage when the opportunity arose. Even if the third were to withhold information, Tsunade would likely be informed. Another unexpected revelation dawned upon Shen Ye. His sister, Tsunade, a member of the legendary Three, had indeed become a Jonin instructor. Coincidentally, the team she led included Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and another individual yet to make an appearance. According to Shikamaru, today was a day off granted by Tsunade for their group, and starting tomorrow, they would commence their missions. This brought warmth to Shen Ye's heart. Evidently, this unanticipated holiday was bestowed upon him so he could finally join in social gatherings. Let us raise a glass to the next generation of Konoha. With a resounding agreement, the gathering concluded after an extensive half-day of celebration. Tsunade-sensei? Just as they exited the barbecue establishment, the group encountered their respective teachers at the entrance, with the striking Tsunade leading the way. Find your respective instructors. An urgent mission awaits. Shimasu is to return to the team, while Shen Ye and Minato shall await Jiraiya's arrival. The others move out. This seemed to be the first instance in Shen Ye's memory where Tsunade disregarded his voice, and it was not difficult to comprehend the rationale. The significance of this joint mission was evidently far greater than their usual leisurely tasks. Understood. As the urgency of Tsunade's command resonated, the crowd exhibited no hesitation, swiftly locating their respective mentors and vanishing before Shiny's eyes in mere moments. Only after everyone had disappeared did Tsunade lower herself to address Shernai with a grave expression. Young Shernai, this mission is unlike any before. The situation is critical, and there is little time for elaboration. However, the jutsu I have taught you must only be employed in the direst of circumstances. One more thing, you must return alive. Shernai, bewildered, merely nodded. Although he did not fully grasp Tsunade's words, he could sense the tension, anxiety, and concern woven into her tone. Seeing Shernai nod, Tsunade returned a slight nod in acknowledgement before departing with Might Guy and the still chattering Mato-dai in a flurry of movement. It appears we are to be a team, Shernai remarked, patting Minato on the shoulder to welcome him, as if joining Jiraiya's ranks were a rather unfortunate fate. So, our teacher is Lord Jiraiya? Minato's reaction to this revelation stood in stark contrast to Shiny's, his small eyes brimming with excitement. Unless you object to having a peeping Tom and an old lecher as your mentor, it may not be so bad. Yet, it must be admitted that Jiraiya would hold the title of Konoha's strongest ninja for a considerable time in the future. So that's why I sneezed earlier. Someone was speaking ill of me behind my back. A figure materialized behind the two, and moments later, a petite silhouette appeared beside Jiraiya, radiating an aura that could rival Tsunade's, exuding a distinctly formidable presence. I am Akatsuki Azuki. I look forward to working with you. Being from the same village, both Shernai and Minato recognized her and were aware of her association as a disciple of Orochimaru. With Azuki's arrival, the two, eager to meet their remaining team members, found their curiosity piqued. For Shernai, however, this was not entirely surprising. Being well-versed in the history of the ninja world, he understood her role in seeking Orochimaru, a fact Jiraiya had previously mentioned, making this outcome rather predictable. Minato, unaware of the underlying implications, regarded Akatsuki with a wary expression, evidently harboring some reservations about her identity. Rest assured, The third Hokage has conducted an investigation. Azuki is entirely uninformed of Orochimaru's plans and has merely studied under him for a short time. Her presence may very well be the key to locating Orochimaru. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Azuki subtly touched her neck among those present. Only Minato was oblivious to the significance of this gesture, thus his gaze toward her remained unchanged. From now on, we shall be teammates, remaining together until you all achieve the rank of Jonin. What prompted the sudden assembly just now? Moreover, why was there a coordinated effort involving multiple classes? How did this unfold so unexpectedly? The inquiries posed by Shen Ye evidently struck a chord with Jiraiya, who, initially relaxed, suddenly wore a stern expression, indicating that this mission was anything but ordinary. The crowd was considerable, so they decided to discuss the details in the Hokage's office. Since everyone had gathered and acquainted themselves, they should proceed. Upon concluding his statement, Jiraiya took the lead, swiftly making his way toward the Hokage's office. Red Bean, having become familiar with Shen Ye and Minato, had little to say and simply followed Jiraiya's pace toward their destination. Have the seals been prepared? Despite the urgency of the situation, Shen Ye was determined to complete all necessary preparations. He regarded Minato as a subordinate in need of safeguarding rather than the formidable fourth Hokage he would become in the future. Yes, everything is ready. The kunai have been marked. Now it is time to confront the enemy. Minato, filled with fervor, was eager to engage, yet Shen Ye remained apprehensive. Leave a seal on me. Should any complications arise, I will ensure your safety. I am already a capable ninja in my own right. Let us hasten to the office so as not to keep Lord Jiraiya waiting. Though reluctant, Minato affixed a Flying Thunder God seal to Shen Ye's ninja tool pouch. Still feeling uncertain, Shen Ye decided to leave a seal on Minato as well before they dashed toward the Hokage's office. Chapter 106. The Serpent Hunter from Various Perspectives. This mission appeared to be fraught with complexity. Shen Ye harbored a foreboding sense that peril awaited them. The sole consolation was that all of Konoha was now on guard against Orochimaru, unlike his prior solitary vigilance against the formidable foe. Lost in thought, Shen Ye and Minato soon arrived at the Hokage's office, where Jiraiya and Red Bean were already present. Lord Third. Upon their arrival, the two mimicked Jiraiya's earlier demeanor, kneeling on one knee, awaiting the directives of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the third Hokage was not one to dwell on formalities. He waved his hand, permitting them to rise. I believe Jiraiya has briefed you on the situation. You can relay the details to your team during the journey. Now, let us assign your mission. Without a moment's hesitation, he gestured for his assistant to produce a map. We have confirmed Orochimaru's stronghold at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. We must intercept him before he and his subordinates can escape to the fire country. Move swiftly. Typically amiable, the third Hokage now exuded an air of stern gravity. The conical hat, once a symbol of peace, was absent, and despite seated at his desk, he donned a fitted suit of armor, embodying the visage of a warrior ready for battle. Yes, realizing the gravity of the situation, the four individuals dared not delay for even a moment and set off immediately upon receiving the command. Jiraiya-sensei, what exactly is happening? Despite the urgency of the matter, no one had taken the time to explain it to him. Minato, unlike Shen Ye, was not well versed in the history of the ninja world, and being merely a recent graduate, he was naturally unaware of the unfolding events. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, they had been relentlessly searching for his whereabouts. Only yesterday did the Umbu discover a stronghold of Orochimaru on the fringes of the Land of Fire. To avoid alerting him, the Umbu opted to return and regroup with the main forces. However, on their way back, they stumbled upon two additional locations resembling Orochimaru's base. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although they were aware that Orochimaru had multiple bases, Shen Ye was not privy to their exact locations. One could not help but admire Orochimaru's meticulous preparations. He had anticipated his betrayal of Konoha and established bases all around, ensuring a diverse array of research and future contingencies. Upon receiving this intelligence, they collectively concluded that Orochimaru's strongholds could not be limited to these few sites. It appeared more likely that he intended for them to discover these locations. Thus, this joint mission aimed to apprehend Orochimaru as swiftly as possible. As they hurried down the country path, Jiraiya recounted the origins of the mission, though his serious tone betrayed his own palpable anxiety. If we are uncertain how many strongholds there are, why not wait to gather more intelligence before taking action? Wouldn't striking now merely alert him? Minato's question echoed Shen Ye's thoughts. If they failed to capture Orochimaru this time, future attempts could prove exceedingly difficult. The current state of the ninja world diverged from Shen Ye's memories. Orochimaru should not have defected from Konoha at this early juncture. The Third Great Ninja War had yet to commence, and it was expected that the continuous warfare would have driven Orochimaru to his betrayal. Why, then, had the timeline advanced so significantly? Could it be the butterfly effect resulting from his own transference into this world? If that were indeed the case, his greatest advantage would vanish. He absolutely could not allow Orochimaru to stir trouble, or else his plans would be prematurely thwarted. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining in their desire to capture Orochimaru. Konoha shared Shen Ye's urgency. Ordinarily, one would expect a strategy of patience, yet reports indicated that Orochimaru had already engaged in dealings with the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Although the specifics of the transactions remained unclear, even a 1 in 1,000 chance of danger to Konoha could not be overlooked. Should they fall into the worst-case scenario? It might trigger the next great ninja war. This was undoubtedly the most dire outcome imaginable, one that neither Shen Ye nor Konoha wished to confront. However, it remained to be seen how the now divergent Orochimaru would act. So, what precisely is our mission this time? From the known bases, we must trace Orochimaru's whereabouts and bring him back to Konoha. Should that prove impossible, we shall execute him on the spot. For many years, my dear friend, Shen Ye pondered the mindset that led to such a declaration, yet the floral mask adorning his waist drew undeniable attention. It was indeed the mask of Konoha's Umbu. The significance of Jiraiya embarking on this mission with such a mask was clear. Perhaps, for Jiraiya, he had long anticipated this day. Shen Ye had never witnessed Jiraiya, who typically wore a lecherous expression, appear so solemn. Not even during the last confrontation with Tsunade against Orochimaru had he displayed such gravity. This expression was one that emanated from a resolute heart. At this moment, Jiraiya severed ties with the past, choosing to confront his closest friend for the sake of Konoha and its future. But how can we ascertain Orochimaru's location? Is it not true that several known bases exist? Jiraiya did not directly address Minato's inquiry. Instead, he cast a discreet glance at the child closely following him, the one who revered Orochimaru as his esteemed teacher and willingly offered himself as a subject for his experiments. Do you understand why we refer to ourselves as a team, while others are termed classes? I do not know. Are you aware of the distinction between the two? I do not know. Such inquiries had never graced Minato's ears, nor had Shen Ye encountered similar discourse in the original narrative. Even he was at a loss regarding Jiraiya's meaning. A class refers to a gathering of individuals who still have much to learn, led by a teacher to undertake missions, whereas we are a special operations team, formed with the intention of executing tasks, with me as your captain to guide you. Our team's name is the Serpent Hunters. The objective is clear. It appears that the third Hokage is resolute in his determination to eliminate Orochimaru. Contemplating the strength of their group, Shen Ye smiled slightly, once again marveling at the third's cunning. Could the third truly be unaware of their capabilities? A few children, alongside Jiraiya, who could merely match Orochimaru, were expected to vanquish the cunning rogue? It seemed their team merely served as a device to locate the serpent, while the true hunters remained elsewhere. Whether the third would personally intervene remained uncertain. Ultimately, everything hinged on the performance of a single individual. Chapter 107, The First Base. My cursed seal can assist us in locating Orochimaru. However, it cannot discern a specific direction, only whether he is nearby. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. This is akin to a humanoid navigation system, albeit with somewhat limited functionality. After a brief moment of astonishment, the group regained their composure. After all, guiding Akane around the world was an unrealistic endeavor, especially considering Orochimaru's ever-shifting location. They could only proceed step by step. Despite the numerous constraints, the outcome exceeded Jiraiya's expectations, as no one could have anticipated that the curse mark, initially perceived as an inescapable calamity, would possess such capabilities. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, merely contemplated that Akane might provide some assistance in confronting Orochimaru, never considering any other possibilities. Since you possess this ability, the task of tracking Orochimaru becomes even more fitting for us. However, does Orochimaru not know of your capability? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Akane reflected momentarily before shaking her head. I have never disclosed this ability to Lord Orochimaru, as I always believed we would not part ways. Now, Akane was merely a 10-year-old girl, despite being a genin. She struggled to comprehend why Orochimaru had suddenly defected. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she quickly regained her usual demeanor. Let us head to the nearest suspected base of Orochimaru. We do not know what awaits us, so remain prepared. The four conversed while hastening their journey, unwittingly drawing closer to several figures adorned with painted masks. However, the distance between them was considerable, and the number of adversaries remained unclear. Yet, the presence of Umbu indicated that they were drawing near to Orochimaru's stronghold. Jiraiya-sensei, can we defeat Orochimaru with only our small group? As they approached the base, the group's emotions grew increasingly complex, particularly concerning the apprehension voiced by Minato regarding their ability to contend with one of the legendary Sannin. Do not worry, during the battle, you need only to assist from the sidelines. If danger arises, I will not allow him to harm you. Jiraiya endeavored to mask his own unease. Yet Shen Ye could still perceive the flickering uncertainty in his gaze. How do you feel? Now aware of Akane's abilities, it was time to maximize their potential. As they reached the entrance of the base, Jiraiya directly inquired of Akane. The latter, without hesitation, closed her eyes, clearly beginning her reconnaissance. Simultaneously, Shen Ye activated his chakra sensing, sweeping the underground base with scrutiny. Ah, strange. What is happening? It was not Akane who first spoke, but Shen Ye, who was expending his chakra at maximum capacity. I cannot discern what material this base is constructed from. My chakra sensing can only reach a limited distance. It appears I am of little assistance. However, Jiraiya likely had an inkling of the answer. If the investigative ninjutsu were effective, there would be no need for the Snake Hunters team. Shortly after Shen Ye reported his findings, Akkad opened her tightly shut eyes, only to shake her head in disappointment, clearly having found nothing. Jiraiya let out a soft sigh and gestured to the group of Umbu behind him. Several members charged toward the underground base. Yet, just as they were about to enter, Shen Ye suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" Everything transpired in an instant, and even Shen Ye, who first sensed the danger, could not save those Umbu on the brink of entry. However, Jiraiya reacted swiftly. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Burial. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the entrance, his once white hair suddenly elongating, enveloping himself and the Umbu members within its protective embrace. The hair stood erect like armor, showcasing not only formidable defense, but also a unique ability to reflect damage. While Shen Ye could not rescue the Umbu members, his teammates were quick to assist. The moment Jiraiya leaped into action, Shen Ye hurled a specially crafted kunai and, with one arm around Akkad and another around Minato, retreated swiftly. In that fleeting moment, a monstrous creature, resembling a rhinoceros, burst forth from the underground base, its single horn brimming with destructive power, shattering the entrance to smithereens before colliding with Jiraiya's hair armor. At the moment of impact, Shen Ye, along with the two others, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport themselves several meters away, completely evading the force of the collision. Do not lay a finger on Lord Orochimaru's research. If you take one more step forward, I will create a gaping wound in your bodies. The rhinoceros creature bellowed with a thunderous voice, causing Shen Ye and his companions, even from several meters away, to instinctively cover their ears. What about Master Jiraiya? Akkad, regaining her composure, attempted to rush back to check on Jiraiya. But Shen Ye stopped her firmly. The perverted sage will not fall so easily, but your combat prowess pales in comparison to his. Moreover, you possess a crucial ability to locate Orochimaru. I cannot allow you to take such risks. But Master Jiraiya is the only one who accepted me as a student. Can I just stand by while he is in danger? Her desperate scream was laced with an unbearable sorrow that Shen Ye could scarcely fathom. Yet the way she referred to him as master revealed the depth of her reliance on Jiraiya. Shen Ye's right. A mere ninja like this cannot inflict harm upon me. Even if I were to be injured, it would not be your concern. As the smoke cleared, the iron shell formed from Jiraiya's hair had vanished, and he, alongside the Umbu ninjas, stood unharmed upon the surrounding branches. Although the creature's threats were fierce, it had inflicted no damage upon anyone. You all pursue Orochimaru. We shall handle this creature. A member of the Umbu swiftly stepped forward, calmly addressing Jiraiya, clearly possessing immense confidence in their ability to handle the monstrous foe. It was only natural, considering that as part of the Hokage's elite force, combat prowess would undoubtedly be one of the criteria for their selection, alongside unwavering loyalty. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement without further comment and turned to proceed towards their next destination, reminding Shen Ye and the others to keep pace. However, they were engaged in battle to cover their retreat. Why not assist them? If any of them were to sustain injuries, would it not be due to our failure to lend a hand? Jiraiya's decision to depart without hesitation left Minato perplexed as he stood rooted, clearly wanting to do something for those already clashing with the rhinoceros creature. Chapter 108. Catch up to Minato. What is the first rule of a ninja's code? To unconditionally fulfill the orders of one's superiors. Yet here you are, expecting me to watch them fight without intervening? When did Shen Ye become so cold-hearted, even towards you, his closest companion, Minato? Their exchange did not halt Jiraiya, who continued onward, while Akane, following Jiraiya, took care to leave markers for the two along their path. Do not forget, you are now a ninja, no longer the child who played at being one. As a ninja, one must perform the duties expected of them. If you cannot, then you should not call yourself a ninja. This was the first time Shen Ye had spoken so sternly to his companion, especially to Minato, with whom he shared the closest bond. However, the truth remained. If Minato had yet to grasp what it meant to be a ninja, it signified he was unprepared to fully entrust his life to others as a Leaf Village ninja. After reprimanding Minato, Shen Ye did not linger to observe his reaction but instead followed Akane's markers ahead, leaving Minato alone, bewildered. After what felt like an eternity, Minato seemed to resolve himself, disregarding the battling Umbu and turning directly towards the direction Shen Ye had departed. It appeared that you now comprehend my intent. Yet before Minato could take more than a couple of strides, a familiar voice resonated above him. Looking up, he saw Shen Ye. I do not fully understand, but I trust that you would not betray me, Shen Ye. As for the reasons, I shall wait until our mission concludes to inquire. Let us prioritize the task at hand. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye felt a wave of relief, having feared that Minato might harbor resentment towards him for some time. To his surprise, Minato swiftly turned the conversation back to the mission. Wait. Just as Minato was about to dash forward, he suddenly braked, nearly tumbling to the ground among the trees. Whirling around, he glared and demanded, Did you do that on purpose? I was about to take off, and you interrupted me. Was it an act of deliberate sabotage? Ultimately, they are still good brothers. In just a few exchanged words, their bond had restored to its former state. Understanding this, Shen Ye beckoned mysteriously at Watergate, saying, We certainly cannot catch up now. I have marked the lecherous sage, so let us teleport directly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, a master of laziness. Nevertheless, Watergate placed his hand on Shen Ye's shoulder. They shared a knowing smile and, following Shen Ye's teleportation, arrived beside Jiraiya. Sensing the fluctuation of chakra, Jiraiya paid little mind to the two, merely continuing on his path. However, Akkad, who had never witnessed such an extraordinary ninjutsu, was filled with curiosity, her eyes brimming with wonder, yet she refrained from asking further questions. The trio swiftly navigated through the forest, consistently spotting various ninja units. Whether from the Umbu or other squads, yet they had yet to encounter Orochimaru's second base. Lecherous Sage, are you sure we're on the right path? Why have we not arrived yet? You little brat, I am the Toad Sage. This is merely a matter of sourcing materials. Jiraiya shook his head in exasperation, clearly resigned to this title, asserting that the next base was imminent, though it was considerably larger than the last. As the four descended, they were nearly at the edge of the hidden Leaf Village. If there were no trace of Orochimaru here, it could spell trouble. I can sense it. Just as Shen Ye thought they would return empty-handed, Akkad suddenly clutched her neck, convulsing violently, her body leaping through the trees before plummeting after a muffled groan. Watergate. With Shen Ye's shout, Watergate swiftly lunged towards Akkad, catching her just a moment before she hit the ground. What is happening? I sense Orochimaru ahead. And there are others like me, marked with cursed seals. They are formidable. Before she could finish, Akkad's face contorted in agony, evidently suffering from the unbearable pain inflicted by Orochimaru's cursed seal. Bang! Jiraiya, arriving at the scene, struck Akkad's nape with a swift blow, causing her to faint. She has completed her mission. Besides, perhaps she will feel no more pain once she loses consciousness. When she awakens, we shall simply take her back. Faced with a formidable adversary surrounded by allies, Jiraiya did not dare to be complacent and promptly fired a signal flare into the sky. Let us go. Before the signal flare could burst, Jiraiya charged ahead without hesitation. After a few strides, the dense forest gave way to an expansive meadow. Yet the transition from trees to grassland revealed a battleground that bore the scars of a fierce conflict. The term relic aptly describes the scene. The blood of various monstrous entities and a multitude of corpses testified to the sacrifices these ninjas made in their effort to delay Orochimaru's advance. Ah, Orochimaru. It has been far too long. Care for a visit back to the village? Jiraiya, you remain as foolish as ever. Eliminate him. Orochimaru appeared unsurprised by Jiraiya's arrival, almost as if he had been awaiting this moment, remaining unfazed even as the brilliant flare erupted behind Jiraiya. Boys, buy me some time. I intend to unleash a decisive blow with sage techniques. In the face of the approaching array of bizarre creatures, Jiraiya instructed the two before he seated himself on the ground, beginning to gather the energies of heaven and earth. What a commanding teacher! Prepare yourselves. It is the perfect opportunity for you to witness my newly honed secret technique. In contrast to Shen Ye's sense of helplessness, Minato seemed invigorated, as if the lack of combat had been a torment for him. They exchanged a knowing glance and launched into action. Yet their methods were as different as night and day. With a kunai deftly thrown from Minato's hand, he initiated a rapid series of hand seals, crafting a formation that Shen Ye had never encountered before. This lad certainly puts in considerable effort. Shuriken, shadow clone technique. Minato's shout signaled that what had once been a single kunai multiplied in an instant. This must be the ninjutsu reward bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. While the Shuriken clone technique may hold little value for an ordinary ninja, as foes easily dispatched with a thrown kunai are seldom the most formidable. However, in the hands of Shen Ye and Minato, this technique proved exceptionally effective, as evidenced by the specialized kunai Minato hurled. Chapter 109. Farewell, Sage Techniques. Flying Thunder God Technique. Wait, could it be that? Hearing Minato utter the name of a jutsu he had never before spoken of filled Shen Ye with a foreboding sense. Our beloved fourth Hokage was indeed a genius when it came to naming his original techniques. Could he be about to showcase his brilliance once more? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, Roar of the Third Form. In response to this summons of the Divine Knight, one can only sigh in resignation. Although the ninjutsu is undeniably formidable, the association with the name of the fourth Hokage somehow diminishes its grandeur. As he relentlessly advances towards the enemy, Minato deftly maneuvers among the myriad of shuriken, continuously hurling flash bombs from his waist, significantly impeding the forward momentum of those troublesome creatures. The successive detonations of the flash bombs incite a cacophony of chaos among the enemy ranks, simultaneously, as Minato weaves through the shuriken. Each pass inflicts yet another wound upon a monster, amplifying their anguish cries. Minato, I come. A seemingly inconsequential remark from Shen Ye was aptly comprehended by Mizuki, who, without hesitation, executed a backflip to rejoin Shen Ye's side. The technique of multiplication. Harnessing the formidable strength taught by Tsunade, Shen Ye focused intensely, channeling the augmented power through his hands, which now bore an unmatched force aimed squarely at his opponent. What kind of power could the fists of a mere child possess? Come at me. These creatures were not native to Konoha. When faced with Shen Ye, they were utterly oblivious to his true strength, boldly charging towards his fist as if to contest his might. Alas, the fate of that creature was bound to be grim. Like a drop of water swallowed by an ocean, the creature's disappearance was remarkably serene, unable even to emit a cry before being pulverized by the colossal fist. The few remaining monsters, witnessing the silent vanishing of their companion, fled with unparalleled speed from the shadow of the giant fist. As Shen Ye retracted his massive hand, he delicately wiped the blood from his palms, casting a proud glance at the now cowering figures before him, their earlier bravado entirely extinguished. Orochimaru, where did you find these? Their skills are rather lacking. Shen Ye's words were not an exaggeration. These feeble adversaries were clearly insufficient against the elite members of the Umbu, particularly when pitted against Shen Ye. Relying solely on the physical strength granted by cursed seals, they were utterly outmatched by the agile and unpredictable Shen Ye. Surprisingly, Orochimaru did not take offense at Shen Ye's mockery. Instead, he chuckled with delight. Shen Ye, your exceptional performance only endears you to me more. If you could become my subject for experimentation, I might just unlock your full potential. But alas, the time is not yet ripe. Orochimaru's maniacal laughter contorted his face grotesquely, with certain areas appearing almost fissured. Shen Ye, do you not find him rather peculiar? The distance between Shen Ye and Orochimaru was not particularly great. Even without the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, one could discern the fissures at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth. Not due to a twisted smile, but rather because beneath his visage lay another face incongruous with the one displayed. Celebrate. For in the short term you may still have a chance. However, after 3 years, await your fate, as I come to claim your life. Upon uttering these words, Orochimaru turned to depart, seemingly oblivious to the reason for their intense confrontation. Orochimaru, the renegade ninja of Konoha. Today I shall eliminate you in the name of the Hidden Leaf Village. Little Jiraiya, we were in the midst of our meal when you summoned us. Had the situation not been dire, I would have returned to my feast. By the mother of the child, since little Jiraiya has called us forth, it is evident that the time has come for urgent matters. Do you think Jiraiya is as impolite as your young one? Enough, enough, I understand. Speak another word, and there shall be no meat in tonight's dinner. All right, esteemed sages, let us first assess our adversary. A figure approached slowly. But this silhouette was not the Jiraiya Shinai once knew. Rather, it was Jiraiya in sage mode, having attained the ultimate form of the two sages. It appears the lecherous sage is prepared to get serious. Shinai was aware that this form was unfamiliar to Minato, yet he had no intention of elucidating it. For battles among formidable beings were a rare occurrence. Moreover, Jiraiya's combat style might very well be one of his ultimate, hidden techniques for the future. Hence, if not now. When would he learn? Was that not Orochimaru? How could he be standing amidst a horde of monsters, seemingly captured? Goodness, look at Orochimaru's hands. They appear unbound, and he does not seem to be coerced, indicating he has not been kidnapped. Indeed, esteemed sages, Orochimaru has already defected, and I am currently on a mission to eliminate him. To ensure he does not incite war, I have summoned your assistance. Shall we forego reminiscing? The toad, predominantly clad in purple, seemed particularly fierce, directing inquiries at Jiraiya and another toad with white hair. However, Shinai recognized that both sages were immensely powerful. Either of them could easily best him in a one-on-one confrontation. Formidable toads. You too, step back. Leave the rest to me, Jiraiya commanded, his sage mode emanating an aura of authority that instantly rendered Shinai and his companion mere spectators. I had expected a true powerhouse, yet after much anticipation, he summoned two toads. What a farcical turn of events. Brothers, let us advance. If we cannot best him, can we not overpower toads? With the instigation from the leading monster, the minions charged at Jiraiya, their enthusiasm even greater than when they had attacked Shinai, clearly dismissing Jiraiya as weak. Little Jiraiya, they seem to look down upon us. I am somewhat incensed. Then let us respond directly. As the words fell, the two toads perched on Jiraiya's shoulders simultaneously began to weave seals, and astonishingly, the seals they formed were entirely different, while Jiraiya himself rapidly commenced his own hand signs. By the time the monstrous leader discerned the anomaly, it was too late. Chakra from the very heavens seemed to coalesce, all converging upon one man and two toads. Something is amiss. Brothers, retreat. Yet the leader's reflexes, though swift, could not outpace ninjutsu. Sage art, Gomen, an expansive fire release technique, augmented by wind and the oil from Jiraiya's toads, swiftly transformed the surrounding prairie into a raging inferno, and those monsters ensnared by Gomen were evaporated in an instant. Chapter 110, the battle concludes. Is this the full extent of Master Jiraiya's power? It is truly over